essentially revenge porn, aka having her sexual photos or videos being sent to other people without her consent. And in response, Epstein did the one thing that he knows how to do, which is double and triple down, even when it doesn't make him look good. By doing this, let me read the tweet out. For those who wonder how the information about Destiny's underage sexting partner was found out today, look no further than Epstein himself. In May, he decided to taunt his Kiwi Farms thread openly while providing additional private information to them. Logs read bottom up. It's funny because they think I'm hiding stuff about Rose since she's underage. The only reason I haven't mentioned anything about her is because I know it would make those R words dig harder. If they want more, go on. And then he links the thread. She went to blank college. Good luck. Okay. All right. Okay. Did you see the one where his kid said that Sex Destiny broke his promise to play Minecraft with his son on his birthday so that he could flip out about his son instead? That's amazing. Gato tweeted out, it's now 100% confirmed that Rose was 17 at the time that streamer Destiny was exchanging pornographic material with her, anything sent prior to October 2022, placing him in direct violation of numerous state and federal statutes. Can I just, say, I'm not going to read any of these messages out. Let me pull up the original Gato tweet so you guys can see it. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. This is a crazy set of events that occurred. This is Instagram DMs between the two of them where she says, gotta watch it on mute, family and kids all over the place in our house. And he says, if you can, give me a discreet video of your little feet. And then this Twitter user. Wait, so he's a confirmed foot fetishist. Is that why his co-host and personal Ghislaine has a mirror for her feet in her streams? What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Oh my God. Oh. These people make me sick. Hey, maybe don't sexualize me. I have a mirror and I'm a woman. That's about as deep as it goes. Dude, I have a giant mirror and there's a reason I don't put it behind me, even though the best place in this room for it would be behind me. This edit is so fucked, dude. I'm sorry. It just brought me so much joy. I need to share it with you guys. Also, the reason they call this woman Epstein's Ghislaine Maxwell is because when Pixie came out about all of the revenge porn and all the numerous amounts of women that had their intimate photos or videos or audio shared with other people without their consent, she made sure to be like, me and Epstein are gonna put our podcast on hold for right now. We're just gonna put it on hold and I'm just gonna see, what happens. And then her messages came out where she was like, it's really not that bad that you're getting exposed for this. You really didn't even do anything wrong. Like, they're just a little mad. Like, it's really not that big a deal. And then, surprise, still associates with him. Shocking, I know.
She knows. She knows. Hey. Bad things happen to the people you love, and you find yourself praying on turning above. But honestly, I feel that sympathy, 'cause the bad things are always on them coming from me.
Oh dude. Ugh. What a fucking total shit show, dude. What a total shit show. I want to do two things. One, why do so many people think 16 and 17 are not minors? I don't know that anyone thinks that. I think people just don't. People just try to pull up defenses because they don't want to think about it. There was one other thing that I saw. Friend of the H3 podcast, and more importantly, sponsor of the H3 podcast, the guy behind Redact Dev.
You've got to play the original J. Cole. She knows now after that KO.
Let's see what he has to say.
Fellow orbiters or coworkers, if you're some fucking one of my coworkers out there and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about how much you condemn Destiny and everything else, you better not let me fucking find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else. All this is just virtue signaling fucking bullshit, okay? It's like, because it's like, oh my God, sharing nudes? Okay, I'm out of here immediately, right? Like, fuck Hassan, right? Fuck everyone that's using this as a jumping off point to like try and make their side win. Don't let me capture you in 4K being a virtue signaling cunt that,
Me, and I don't think you should share people's sex tapes without their consent. You're just virtue signaling. You're literally just virtue signaling.
you know, don't let me capture that event from any of these people. I will fucking destroy you if that's the case. My fellow.
You know, I'm so glad that the H3 show has a sponsorship from such a wonderful, great character. Don't let me catch you in 4K, man, in 144p. Oh, dude. Okay. I don't know if I missed any parts of the story, but I also was kind of curious to see
Speaking of my enemies,
this coverage
if you
for a little
recall, Destiny is in some legal trouble currently because he was caught distributing without consent videos that he had filmed, both with and without consent, his sexual activities with people. And the only reason we know about it is because he tried to hook up with some random Discord e-girl, apparently. In the
bit. Who
process
was 17.
of trying to hook up with this random random teenager on Discord, somewhere along the way, like these videos that he was sending to her got revealed. He was sending around revenge porn. And I think like some of the aspects of that story you most likely heard about. I covered it after the allegations were unearthed. But basically, he's now in a bunch of legal trouble. But it turns out there's more to the story. There was speculation that the person that he was trying to hook up with was underage. And I guess now there is confirmation that that person indeed was underage. Remember those logs that came out of Sex Pestiny trying to do age play? Well, it turns out he was trying to do age play with someone who was already a minor, or at least according to the readily available information. Now, obviously, this is not that surprising for many of you because you've probably seen Destiny defend lowering the age of consent before.
I feel like I could give so many hot takes, but I can never say them because when you
Here's
say
a hot
it's
take,
like-
but I would
Go ahead.
defend it. That's I'm not just saying hot takes, but saying my takes. Here's one I actually defend it. Ready?
Yeah.
16 and 17-year-old people should be legal.
go.
Should be legal.
I gotta go. I'll be back in a little bit.
If you're gonna hold people that are 16 years
Hassan
old
made it
forever
trying to
accountable
solicit
for the
nudes and sex from a minor classic.
Who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen this coming?
dumb shit that they tweet, then you know what? They should have all the other rights and responsibilities that come along with being a fucking adult.
Talk about how actually it's not pedophilia, but ephebophilia and things of that nature. He's done all of that, right? So this might not come that much of a surprise to you, but this seems like the biggest confirmation so far. More leaked sex between Destiny and Rose, the underage girl he sent revenge porn to, because my parents are like super strict. Don't do this, don't do that, don't go there, don't talk too high. Well, it would be so hard to drive you home. Oh God, I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's insane. Go watch on mute. Family and kids all over the place here in our house. Ah ha ha. Yes, ma'am. You can give me a discreet video of your little feet. Anyway, this is really fucked up. It has now been 100% confirmed that
This just
Rose
in
was
sex past.
17
Turns
at the
out to
time
be
the streamer
deplorable
Destiny.
sex past. More at 11.
That's crazy.
was exchanging pornographic material with her, anything sent to her prior October 2022, placing him in direct violation of numerous state and federal statutes. I guess like they found out the actual identity of the person that he was sexting with, and they found out the age of the person he was sexting with, and it turns out she was 17 at the time. Will Israel grant him refuge? Maybe if he converts. His defense is that he thought she was 18, but alleged DM shows he didn't even try to verify her age despite being skeptical that she was 18. This is allegedly the first interaction Destiny had with Rose, a 17-year-old. The second image is an email explaining how the image was obtained and some behind-the-scenes DGG Mossad info. If this is truly all Destiny did to verify age, he deserves no amount of charity. You are hot AF, but 18? What the Also, one-day-old account. Oh, well, I mean, I'm flattered.
Oh yeah, this is such a good bit. Whenever people are like, well, actually, it's not.
I have a girlfriend right now. Thank you. Neither of us has very good taste in music. So whenever we're about to make love, I put on a random Spotify playlist. And a couple months ago, I put on an R&B playlist. I was feeling ambitious. And R. Kelly came on. Yes. You've heard the news? And my girlfriend was like, oh, no, we cannot listen to R. Kelly. R. Kelly is a... And now here's the thing. And just hear me out for 1 second. Technically speaking, R. Kelly is not a... Just give me 1 second. I promise this goes away. Just hear me out. The term refers to people who are attracted to those that are prepubescent. Then there's something called, that's people who are attracted to those in the early stages of puberty, like 11, 12, 13, 14. And then there's something called that's people who are attracted to those in the later stages of puberty, like 15, 16, 17, 18. But I think the reason we don't make those distinctions is because it's very hard to explain the difference without sounding like a...
Well, that's because the only people that make the distinction are the only people doing that are.
If you wanted to, yeah, sure. Preferably one near an ID, so I know you're at least 18, but I understand if that's too much info you'd be comfortable showing. Yeah, that's fine. Just writing something on a piece of paper, more than enough. Yeah. What? I'm not solo. A friend of mine is employed by Destiny. Destiny, the R word, started a server of approximately 10 people with the purpose of finding Rose. You're correct in that they failed. He shared the attached image with the server, as well as sharing videos of having sex with older men, other NSFW with the purpose of identifying her, identifying the hotel, etc. She was 17 years old. In the majority of porn she shared with the server, other members of the server had to tell him that if he's going to continue sending photos and videos of her, to please blur the genitals because they don't want to get in trouble if this turns out that she was underage. I don't know how damning this screenshot will be. What the is this? Those features of the screenshots made me initially question the credibility of it, but I don't believe my friend would lie as they are still completely indoctrinated.
Yeah, there was a server where people were just sending people's nudes and people's porn around, I guess. And they were sending her stuff. And they didn't know if she was 17 or not. But the problem with the law is that it doesn't matter if you did or didn't know if they were 17. What matters is, were they 17? Even if you say, oh, well, I thought that we're 18. It actually doesn't matter at all. It also doesn't matter if they lied to you. Even if they said to you, no, I'm 18, I swear, and they weren't, you're still in trouble. It doesn't matter at all if you were deceived by the minor.
By Destiny, and I have no reason to believe that they would try to sabotage him. Close to the bottom of the screenshot, it's partially obscure, but he says, okay, I believe you. She declined to show proof of age, and Destiny enthusiastically accepted that. The only verification she gave him was proof she's not a catfish by writing her screen name and the date on a piece of paper and taking a picture with it. It looks like a minor and declines to verify their age after being asked. An adult with a functioning moral integrity or even an ounce of self-preservation would cease communication. Are there any FBI agents working in this goddamn country? Why are streamers doing this investigation for them? It's even crazier than that. I don't even think...
I know it's crazy to talk about, but like, yeah, cops don't actually really care that much about like sex crimes. Don't Google, 40% and cops? Don't do that.
These are streamers that are doing this investigation for him. These are members of his own community that aren't like as as brain broken by the cult that are literally saying like, this is a bridge too far for me. And they're the ones who have actually actively pulled themselves out of the state of the state of the cult that they were in. These are all literally ex-cult members. There are a lot of people who used to call themselves orbiters, including some of the girls that he actually shared the revenge porn of, that called themselves orbiters. Like, he basically designed this like weird little sex cult for himself. And these people were self-described orbiters that were trying to, you know, generate some kind of goodwill and clout off of like being associated with him. And then when all of this stuff came out of him just like filming himself both consensually and unconsensually without telling the other person that he was filming them, of having sex, and then sending these images to random people online that he wanted to for some weird reason, and I cannot comprehend what that.
A guy here got caught by one of those pred catchers, and the cop said there was no real victim, and then let the dude walk off. It's like, so you want to wait until an actual 13-year-old gets taken advantage of? Yeah.
A reason would even be. He did all of this.
The cops in my town used to run a brothel, and it was kind of a big deal.
And a bunch of those people who were wronged by him, including Pixie.
By the way, biggest telltale sign that someone is way too online and way too insane is calling people who don't ascribe themselves to be orbiters. Like all of the people online who are like Hassan orbiters. It's like, that's the easiest way to find out if someone is actually insane and they've spent way too much time online.
Which is one of the main victims here, who just tweeted out he knew 8 minutes ago. She was one of the people that is in a court case with him right now for revenge porn. And their friends basically said, this is a bridge too far. We're severing our ties. Now, what's really interesting about this is that one of the major generals in this battle is Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman. You might know him as Diddy Dan or Dan Stalkman, the guy who owns Redact Dev, the guy who was so stupid that he basically tanked the reputation of his company by making it seem as though I was a client of his company, and also simultaneously that his company that's supposed to like sanitize your social media footprint was actually literally keeping blackmail on people, on their clients. Like, that's the way he presented his own.
Can you imagine using redact.dev and then not immediately considering, wait, I wonder if this is a good platform to use and it's not just like a scam that's going to eventually be used to bite me in the ass?
Company. That's what he was doing as far as marketing. That person also, from my understanding, literally used the members of Destiny's cult that were actually criticizing Destiny. He basically used private information of those people to blackmail them into silence, to blackmail them into submission. Yes, that Dan Saltman that sponsors H3H3 podcast.
Redact.dev, guys. They are our Bunton sponsor. That's right. We got product sponsors, baby. Really cool company, actually.
Ethan Klein's podcast, who is one of my major stalkers, who is actively trying to constantly get the ADL up my ass for the crime of calling out Israel's genocide. That guy is a sponsor of the H3H3 podcast. He basically damn near writes most of Ethan Klein's context nukes and all this that he does, alongside Destiny's entire community. Because unfortunately, that community almost completely revolves around no like real decipherable world.
And this has always been the saddest thing about watching the past year or two of like Ethan Klein's shenanigans on YouTube. It's like, dude, everything that you're doing is just going to fuck you later because you're replacing your audience of people who actually enjoyed your show with Destiny fans who will leave the moment you stop being in that camp and you stop targeting the people they want you to target. And you will just slowly bleed out viewers until you eventually realize, oh, I fucked myself. Or just Hassan haters. I mean, that's a circle. Which is why his audience has been shrinking. It's because, I'm sorry. every broadcast being the Hassan is a terrorist broadcast is just not entertaining. It's just not entertaining. It's so boring. But as soon as he stops talking about Hassan and how much he wants to destroy Hassan, guess what? Destiny fans will stop watching him, and he's already lost his primary audience, which have stopped watching him as well. And he's going to be left with like nothing. Ship's been sinking for a while, and he's determined to go down with it. It's just obscene, dude. Probably why they're doing less weekly shows now, too. Oh my God. Don't even get me started, dude. What's this? Wait, why can't I hear?
Wait, there's already a poop sockception?
Who sent me the poop socks? One of you
a poop
thought you were gonna get
sockception.
Okay,
Oh, dude.
stop.
DNM sit.
Y'all suck.
Y'all suck.
Someone,
All right.
someone poop socked Hassan because somebody else poop socked me. Oh.
Okay, add that to the poop sock
what is
section.
This Denim's video?
All right. Oh, speaking of cops, famous ex-cop of 3 years, patrolled a high school, doesn't care how old Rose was. Good thing he's not a cop anymore, just another influencer for hire, minimizing all of Destiny's illegal and violative acts. Real cops actually care about this kind of stuff.
I've been trying to cover other things besides Destiny, just to mix it up and make sure that we don't become a Destiny rewatch channel. However, truth be told, there's a reason why he's the most popular streamer in liberal news media. There's a reason why he's constantly the center of attention and drama. And it's because he gets into fights with other people all the time, which is what we'll be talking about today. Grilshallah, indeed, indeed. How old was Rose? No idea. 17, 18. Now, I don't care. Let me tell you why I don't care. We already knew that. We've known that for a year. That like Rose was like living with her parents.
Who is we?
And all that kind of shit. So, well, maybe not a year, maybe November. So we've known that she was living with her parents and it was fucking stupid and all that bullshit.
Oh, victim blaming the 17-year-old and not like what, the 38-year-old?
So I don't know.
Not the dude that's like 2 decades older than her?
17 years old, 364 days and 11 hours. No idea.
Average ex-cop.
Yeah. No idea. And you know what? I hope that the entire drama of sexting random people on the internet, of sending
it's like red flag after red flag. Like you just go 2 seconds.
Made pornography to various people, of having it leaked, of getting sued over it. I hope that has been and will continue to remain a wake-up call for Stephen to not be so hedonistic and nihilistic.
Yeah, that's the problem. Being hedonistic and nihilistic. You know, let me just tell you, chat, if you want to go on Grindr and have sex with a bunch of adults your age every single day for the next year, I would never judge you. Not for a moment. Okay? I don't think anyone has a problem with him being hedonistic. They have a problem with him being hedonistic. Okay? That would be, I think, the problem here. I would consider that to be the problem. So, all right, back to the video.
But instead, just an insane anger that they feel towards me because I guess, wronged their favorite content creator, Destiny. It's interesting, though, because what they fail to recognize is Destiny is up his own career all the time. Like, that's the reason. That's the reason why he's not like a household name. But because he's so narcissistic and can never take accountability for his own actions, he has basically created this world where he can constantly say, no, I'm in this position because Hassan lies about me or whatever. Or he might say, oh, I did this thing that's wrong, but think about Hassan. He did something as well. And this has been an ongoing cycle where he just basically uses me as an off-ramp to design me as like a primary villain for his community. And a lot of his worldview unironically revolves around that. Somehow finding a way to directly contradict whatever the I'm advocating for. Even if under normal circumstances, he should be in the same boat. I mean, he is the primary vector of the hate Hassan content farming. That's where it came from. Before that, it was just like random right-wingers. He's the one who serialize that content. And
he's the reason why he's the reason why Ethan Klein has gone so hard into Hassan. It's because Ethan Klein felt personally slighted by Hassan, by, Hassan disagreeing with him. And Ethan and Dan have just been using him, literally just straight up using him to destroy Hassan, because they don't have like any principles or virtues or values of their own. They just have, you're an enemy, I'm going to destroy your enemy or my enemy. It's not more complicated than that. There are no real fans left in their subreddit. Dude, I have seen like the subreddit's also been like imploding a little bit, because for anyone who missed it, in an interesting turn of events, Ethan Klein decided to promote Keemstar's merch. And so Ethan Klein and all the team were wearing LOLcow Live merch, Keemstar merch. Dude. Just a reminder, the shit that Ethan Klein used to tweet about Keemstar. Now that everyone's concerned about anti-Semitism, I'd like to remind everyone that Keemstar told his audience to tweet at me, "Death to all the Jews," is the person that started the outrage machine about my apparent anti-Semitism towards Ben Shapiro. Same guy. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Interesting stuff happening here. Watch the video clip, by the way. You can see the discomfort and shame on Love's face.
The best chatters, let's go.
Didn't he also constantly call Hila a horse face as well? I didn't keep up with any of that shit. Sorry, dude. I was too busy fucking reading Homestuck, all right? While you were studying the Blade, I was reading Homestuck. But I did see in the H3 subreddit, there are posts being made by accounts that exclusively post in the Destiny and Livestream Fail subreddit, being like, you know what? I think the fans of the H3 show need to grow up and talk about the fact that the crewmates never back up Ethan. And you know what? If they're not going to back him up, they should leave. It's like, dude, your subreddit is so fucking brigaded. Oh my God. His subreddit is like fucked. It's totally fucked. And now his viewers are also totally fucked, because they're just filled with freakish Destiny fans. Can you imagine the universe where like half the staff get fired? That would be a fucking insane universe, dude. Christ. So yeah, not great, not great. And I mean, even the initial like ad campaign against Twitch, all of that. What Homestuck are you gonna cosplay as? Jade, duh. That got ads removed. I saw that some people. There are people, when they get pre-roll ads, because I can't turn pre-roll ads off of my stream. When you get pre-roll ads, instead of a pre-roll ad playing, it just said ad goes here on my channel. Yeah, the guy who caused that shit show, guess what? That was all a coordinated effort from Dan Stockman. Ethan was just like the vehicle that they could use to push that.
Made a lot of money off of it, paid child support off of it for years. In any case, he goes on the wall of shame alongside many of my other ops that have been outed as sex criminals. Destiny has an online career spanning nearly 2 decades at this point. He's expressed all throughout his career that underage girls can and do trick adult streamers. He was over 30 years old when he started talking to Rose. There is no defense. He was willfully ignorant. It's worth noting that a member of a niche online forum made a post early in the morning breaking down how Discord image links work and said it could mean Destiny had been sharing images of Rose around in a newly created channel around the time the leaks happened. As far as I'm concerned right now, the Twitter DMs and email story are compelling, but it's all still alleged. There's no direct evidence proving it right now from what I know. Right now, I'm pretty convinced, but I'd like to see more screenshots backing up the story. I just super love sucking dick. When I haven't for a while, I get needy. Ahaha, cute. Cum fetish, yes. Lol. Have you recorded any more BJ cum videos recently? He was soliciting from a 17-year-old in those logs. But the story also doesn't necessarily end there. I mean, he basically admitted to a lot of this stuff and then went and turned around and hired, allegedly he was soliciting. But he basically turned around and started, at first it seemed like he wanted to apologize for it, at least on the revenge porn side of things, to the people that he had harmed. He admitted a lot of this stuff. And then he went and he hired Prince Andrew's law firm. And since then, he's just been on a tear of undermining the victims over and over and over again. Because at this point, it's just like, there's nothing going on here. Like, it's indefensible. And his reputation is understandably forever tarnished. So all he can do is basically attack and try to bring others down to his level. But yeah, here he is demanding or trying to get her to fly in. Rose was cited for a traffic violation on July 21st of the 2021. The details in the court case mention her date of birth as 10/04, presumably October 2004, without a date specified. I do want to say this, and I can't stress it enough. Dan 100% knew, and Destiny also 100% knew. Keep in mind that currently Ethan Klein is making an effort to defame Hassan and to downplay Destiny's action by comparing them to Hassan's. Do not let these three people, Destiny, Dan, and Ethan, escape this. Ethan is fully aware of the allegations against Destiny and is purposely helping him bury it alongside Dan Saltman. These people are evil. Rose is the only one of the multiple minors of Destiny is 100% sexist throughout the years, this says. Again, I will reiterate, Willie Mack from the start said that he wanted Destiny to get away with it. And when he confronted him finally about Rose, he put it in the video Destiny's lie that you need age verification for Tinder, which isn't true. Willie Mack was and has continued to sweep from the start. What is this? Dan also 100% knew the email that he sent to Bad Empanada was my confirmation. He knows Rose was underage, but he doesn't care and is actively helping him hide it. Redact Dev is run by a sympathizer. Ethan Klein currently is running the campaign to defame Hassan to downplay Destiny's actions while sponsored by Redact.dev. These people are all in cahoots and coordinating one way or another, and they don't even try to hide that they want to help Destiny hide that he's a... If Hassan still refuses to weaponize against Destiny, then he's just as bad as him. He's actively refusing to give the kill shot to an actual predator who has been doing this exact thing for more than a decade. Wait, what do you mean? How the f is this my fault?
The child problem on Facebook is people sending it in the messages.
Yeah.
Sure.
I believe.
This is the weirdest thing I'd ever discovered in my entire life. There was a hashtag. I don't remember.
Huh? Dude, I got CC'd by that comment. What do you mean the problem with the child that they're sending it in messages?
Is this my fault?
The child problem on Facebook is people sending it in the messages.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, there's a lot of replies to that. And sure and yeah aren't at the top of my list. Personally.
I believe.
This is the weirdest thing I'd ever discovered in my entire life. There was a hashtag. I don't remember what the hashtag was. There was a hashtag on Twitter for underage people posting
Interesting.
where it was like TWT or it was some fucking bullshit hashtag. But if you clicked it, it was a ton of girls, like 15, 16. Someone was posting full on hashtags. Like, holy shit.
How the f did he know that is strange.
It is like, what was it? It was like, I think it was like 15. She wrote 15 minus 3 plus 2 or something like that. Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody saw it. Yeah, it was 8 plus 12 minus 5. And I'm like, what the f? And I start scrolling through, and I'm pretty sure there is a tag on Twitter, MNSFW, I think means minor, not.
Can I delete like the last 10 seconds in my brain? I want it gone, dude. I just want it gone. Thank God you and Hassan got away from this guy. I mean, when me and Hassan spoke to Destiny, he spent the majority of his time arguing with conservatives and making conservatives look stupid. In the same way that you don't judge Hassan for having been friends with someone who attacked and, went after conservatives, you shouldn't judge anyone who spoke to him or knew him at that time. Because again, it was all just like political stuff and debates with conservatives. And now it's like, let's just become the worst person imaginable.
Not safe for work. And there's a whole bunch of people on Twitter that are minors posting like sex. What the It was not major, yeah.
NSF side of Twitter, even though it's supposed to be 18 plus, is full of 15-year-olds with 18 plus DNI in their bios, barely 18-year-olds looking to start OnlyFans accounts. What the is this? When you feel like the internet is a depraved place that's nasty and full of freaks, it gets worse. It's worse than you would ever. I didn't know this. Ugh, nuke Twitter. This is your ops, brother. Horrible people. I know. But the reason why I brought this up is because, yes, as the previous Twitter thread also was pointing to.
I do know where this started. This definitely started with Destiny and his community. Whenever I see this shit, it's like, it's obscene, but it's also like, this is peak. People don't listen to women. People listen to whoever has the biggest platform. But like, I hope Destiny didn't give Denims too much trauma when they dated. None of that is true. None of it's true. Literally, I was friends with him when he was friends with Hassan. And in the same way that Hassan's friendship with him broke up because he had the audacity to disagree with him once, the same thing happened to me. Unfortunately, when you have principles and you stand by your principles and you're like, hey, actually, I think this is fucked up or I think this is weird or whatever, some people don't like that shit. And then he attempted later to like rewrite the memory to everybody and convince everyone that something else happened and obscene shit. Actually obscene shit. No, you're good, Darius Bad. You're good. You're good.
As that previous Twitter thread.
The only person that I've ever seen report on it accurately has been Mr. Beard.
Another woman named
Y'all just bring a vibe to the function that PDF files don't like, yeah.
Stasia just came out with allegations that Destiny shared explicit material of her without her consent, and a woman named Denims just came out with an allegation that Destiny had recorded her without her knowledge. This recording was non-sexual, but apparently it's illegal to record people without their knowledge in that state. Destiny chose to ignore Stasia's allegations for some reason, but in response to Denims' allegations, he sent messages to his public chat threatening to leak the recordings of her in an attempt to silence her, showing that he is still engaging in the exact same behavior as always. So now we have 4 different women.
And there's way more now. It's so funny too, because the recording at the time, I mean, a reasonable suspicion for me, considering that now, especially in hindsight, that he's been targeting, that he's been leaking people's sex tapes and all this other shit, and that he's been sending other people shit. At the time, well, you know what, let me keep this really short. The only reason he never released it, and the reason he kept threatening to release it, but then only ended up ever releasing a small part of it, was because the recording was so fucking boring. It was just illegal. It was just, oh, this nuke is gonna be crazy. This nuke is gonna, and the entire nuke is just like, the bit that got released was just me being like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Huh? None of this happened. What the fuck are you talking about? If it literally flopped. The reason he never released it, and then eventually later was like, well, I can't just not release anything, was because it fucking flopped. Fucking Skyrim looking ass Willie Mac show tried to release some of it and be like, I stand with the victims. Except the women I don't like. Except the women I don't like, actually. It's like, huh? Okay. Sure, man, sure. Why are Hassan haters not normal? Like every one of them have some sort of controversy. Only person who Hassan is equal is Bad Abnana. He didn't even fully hate him. Yeah. Denim's confirmed she's boring. More drama slop at 8. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, I have to say, I'm not surprised by misogyny on the left. I'm just disappointed by misogyny on the left, right? And there is like a subset. It's a very, very, very small subset. Because I think most leftists are very, responsible. But there is like a small subset that are like, they have such insane moral purity, and then they take it like to the next level, where they're like, I just can't believe Denim's ever spoke to that man. I don't understand. It must be because she's only interested in money and wealth, and that's the reason she spoke to him. It's like, you're a leftist? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with your brain? Oh my God. You are not a leftist, dude. You're just masquerading as one because you also want like healthcare. It's like this has constantly been Destiny's MO, which is target women 10 years younger than him, which I was when I spoke to him. And I had been streaming for like 5 months. And then abuse that power dynamic. And he still just kept doing it. It's just gotten worse and worse as he's gotten older and older. I mean, you're still 10 years younger than him? Yes. Yeah. No, I used my feminine wiles to close the age gap and then increase it when I felt like it. Like, has it gotten worse or did it catch up with him? No, definitely has gotten worse. Definitely has gotten worse. Dem Zone's a time machine. Fuck. True. True. Not gonna lie, impressive. Thank you. All right. How does it get worse when you get older? Sorry. When I said that, I meant it's only gotten worse for him as he's gotten older because he's still targeting like apparently 17 to 22-year-olds. But as you get older, that gets more and more concerning. Like a 23-year-old dating like a 20-year-old, that could be fine. That could be fine. A 21-year-old dating a 19-year-old, that could be fine. It depends on the dynamic. It depends how long these people have known each other, whatever. But as you get older, it's like a 26-year-old talking to a 21-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 30-year-old talking to a 20-year-old, a 38-year-old talking to a 20-year-old. Oh, okay. Oh. My ex hated you because you had an OnlyFans and said leftist women who have OnlyFans should not be taken seriously. Me when I'm a true leftist, but I hate sex work. Me when I'm a true leftist, but I fucking hate whores on the internet because they're fucking whores. It's like, what the fuck? What's going on, dude? What is going on?
Pointing to, yes, Dan Saltman, who's Destiny's podcast co-host, sponsors the H3H3 podcast now.
Redact.dev, guys. They are our Bunton sponsor.
That's why you see that.
Oh, sorry, just to finish up the segment that we were talking about. Yeah, it's just the reason why Ethan being friends with and like taking sponsorships with and like ever collaborating with Dan Saltman is the reason why that's so bizarre is because Dan Stockman has been best friends with Destiny for like a decade or 2 decades throughout all of this. It's like, how the fuck are you still associating with these people in 2025? Like, there should be enough information online that you shouldn't want to associate with these people. I'm sorry, molesting is crazy. How about child molesting? Is that one better? Birds of a feather? Yeah. Guy can't even form words, thinks he has ground to stand on. Yeah. And like the problem is that Destiny's only driven by spite, which is the reason why his like psychosexual obsession with Hassan has gone as far as it has. It's just him malding that like he burned that bridge and then that bridge went on to become a cooler bridge. I don't know. Fucking take the analogy where you need to. And now there's like this obsession with taking him down because it feels like he lost that opportunity because Hassan disagreed with him on like one thing and that was too far. And that's the problem with like ever even trying to be friends with the guy. If you disagree with him on one thing ever, that's it. It's over. It's like, it's over. Then he hit the, yeah. And then my problem was like not having sex with him. And then it was over. It was like, nope, that's it. You're dead to me. I'm going to try and destroy you and smear you and paint you out to be this horrible person and all these other things. It's like, what the fuck? Huh? Oh, okay. Sure, man. Whatever you say. Cool. Didn't become orbiter. I mean, basically, yeah, it's because you have to understand that all the orbiters that call themselves orbiters to him, they fall in line. They know their place. Like Ghislaine Maxwell, she knows her place. She falls in line. she does what she needs to protect his image. Dan Stockman, all of the people that still associate with him today, they understand that they can't disagree with him ever. And the second that they do, they're out. And then the second that you're out, he targets the shit out of you. And that's why there's a lot of women who should be involved and should be getting lawyers against him. And guess what? They're not going to, because they're terrified of him, because he's a fucking freak. Because he's an insane person. They want to defend, or they're scared to speak out. Yeah. I don't know why anyone would willingly call themselves an orbiter. Bizarre stuff. Very bizarre stuff.
Redact dev button, the Ethan Klein button that he hits when he says some shit as a 40-year-old man who can't control his mouth. That button is sponsored by Dan Saltman. Dan Saltman has a podcast with Destiny. Dan Saltman has done numerous brigades spamming false information to advertisers to try to implement an adpocalypse on Twitch, claiming that Twitch has a deep-rooted anti-Semitism problem.
And they're trying to do it again now. They're like, but unfortunately the hype isn't there because there isn't like a good target to attack. Before, when it was like me and Frogan, it was easy to go after us. But now that it's just, oh, Hassan said this statement and said that you are allowed to use force against IDF members if you're currently in an occupied territory, which is basically a threat against me and my wife. And he's trying to kill me and my wife. We need to deplatform them right now. Quick, start messaging sponsors. I don't know if you guys have seen the recent attack, the recent attempt at like an anti-ad campaign again. It's not popping off the way that it should be, the way that they want it to.
Of course, Dan Saltman streams on Kick. So does Destiny. And I think we all know what that platform looks like. Ethan Klein knows all of this. He knows that Dan Saltman has a podcast with Destiny, is Destiny's like general, basically, second in command. And he tries to actively make it seem as though he's not in cahoots with Destiny and his community, when in fact they get most of their notes from that community. Right now, there's probably thousands of people watching on Destiny's website trying to find the next thing that they can clip out of context and post on Livestream Fails, the popular subreddit that was once popular for livestream fails.
It's so sad how Livestream Fails used to be like, it was always kind of a shithole, but it wasn't that bad of a shithole. And now it's literally just a second Destiny subreddit.
And now is just an entire subreddit dedicated to just me. The reason why this subreddit is so active when it comes to Hassan
I hate going to LSF now. It's not even worth my time anymore. Yep.
Posts is because it's owned now.
One second, I had like an energy drink and I forgot to bring it. One moment.
And completely controlled by one of Destiny's orbiters, who, by his own admission, once famously ran for, I guess, a competition that is called like DGGer of the Year. They've used the Livestream Fail subreddit for the past couple of years at this point to actively try to create and manufacture drama. And in the process of trying to actively manufacture and create drama, they basically destroyed the subreddit, ironically enough. But this is it. That's Dan Saltman. This is this is not what he looks like. I think this is just like, this is Photoshop. Destiny's podcast co-host. And that is the guy who runs LSF, former Twitch staff of 4 years. Stale 2000, I believe, is his username. Yeah, if you do top and then click by week, look at the top post in the subreddit. Owned and operated entirely by Destiny's mod. Hassan wasn't invited to the streamer games because AT&T didn't want him there. Hassan Piker says that Gila Klein is a valid military target. No repercussions. One Asmongold clip. Hassan triples down on calling Gila a valid target
and then when it's not Hassan clips, it's like me and Mike clips.
Of violence. Destiny calls out Twitch for allowing Hassan Piker to run a terrorist recruiting platform on their site. Destiny reacts to Hassan's viral Gila Klein comments. Hassan's response to Mr. Beast and XQC and Aiden making fun of him for not donating, which, by the way, this one was interesting. It's a 2-minute video, and I did donate. I had donated the first day to Mr. Beast's charity. Yeah, I did donate. I donated the first day. I just did it quietly. This is the last week. Does this look normal to you? This isn't the first time this has happened. I mean, this has been ongoing for a couple of years at this point. So when you wander in the wild and you see someone who has an opinion over me, about me, that you cannot comprehend where they arrived at that conclusion from, it could be...
Yeah, I didn't realize Hila was still doing raids in the West Bank because that's the only way Hassan's statement would even apply to her.
Any number of different places, but it's usually from one of these groups that have never stopped doing this. Journalists are aware of it.
The funniest thing is, like, because I'm not sure how many of you guys saw this. This was fucking hilarious. Because Destiny doubled down and was like, I think it's valid to try and kill Hassan IRL. And I'm not using hyperbole. Because he did that, Philly D put out a video covering this situation.
This is Hassan Pike.
And as you can imagine, because it wasn't all anti-Hassan, Ethan Klein got upset about
Ethan and
this.
Hila Klein, Destiny situation. It was one of the most requested stories over on the text line, and it's crazy. With many saying it's gone past the line of drama, and this is something else. Well, this mix of podcasters and political commentators, there is more history here than what's happening now. This latest controversy appears to start when you had Hassan Piker making a remark that many believe targeted Hila Klein.
Any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal, okay? It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. Two crimes in and of itself.
How is this statement controversial? Well, did you consider thinking about it from
Out
the...
here always saving my Twitch Prime sub for Denim's D&M Dankies.
Thank you, Flower D, for the Prime. This is the best place to use your Prime, because when you use your Prime here, you're no longer sexist. It's true. I read it somewhere. Damn, what if I regular subscribe? If you regular subscribe, you get a goth assigned wife. I put it in the cards that you will be assigned a goth GF within the next year.
Armed resistance against both the settlers.
The odds increase if it's a tier 3. This is true.
And also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal.
Right, so it appears that he's talking in general about current ongoing violence there, but the call out to your favorite podcaster's wife has gotten a lot of attention because Hila previously served.
Which this is just like, this is international law. You're allowed to fight against an occupying force that is actively trying to commit genocide against you. That we shouldn't just tell the people that are at the behest of the occupying force, well...
Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
I forgot I added that. What was that? Sorry. Hila's face, dude. Amy Goodman, thank you for the gift sub. I'm Dr. Nick. Thank you for the 4 months. Flash, thank you for the Prime. Whoa, Red, thank you for the 16.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Dr. Man, thank you for the gift sub. So true. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
The IDF. And this also has a little extra background here. Hassan and Ethan and Hila have been very publicly at odds over their clashing views with Israel and Gaza, as well as just, a number of other things. But in the here and now, you had Hila seeing Hassan's latest remark and accusing him of calling for violence against her specifically, with Ethan then later echoing that, posting a video yesterday saying,
Why even include a specific person who hasn't served in the military in 20 years?
Almost
Why does he mix up past and present tense while he's discussing this? You know, is this a responsible use of his words and his platform?
Yeah, we want to talk about responsible use of one's platform, really? Cowl Bummer, dude, thank you for the Prime. Dirty Q-Tip, thank you for the 39 months. Hi, Zenberg, thank you for the 3 months. John Steezy, thank you for the Prime.
Don't you think that even if what you're saying is true and you meant only people on that raid would deserve violence, that invoking a specific person is really appropriate and true? And doesn't that have the risk for provoking the craziest people in your audience to think.
I like how they say this shit, but like Hassan's audience is huge, and I have yet to see one video, and I know these people would record it, one video of a Hassan Abi head bothering someone on the street. And before, oh my God, I see that goddamn Sneeko video one more time. We've already debunked that shit 6,000 times. That guy has never been a Hassan fan. He couldn't recognize Hassan's name. He couldn't recognize any of his friends, any of the people that showed up on the show at the time. That guy was not a Hassan head. If you say you're my hero, bro, someone can't be your hero if when you hear their name, you're like, dating the money to up to my podcast. You're going to go find Hassan? I don't know. Dating money. That's not. No. That guy was the biggest Sneeko fan. Twitch streamers are not heroes. Also true. Also true. The only heroes I salute, okay, are minimum wage workers that have to deal with fucking customers. Anyways, yeah, in all of the time that I have existed online, that's the only video I've seen that anyone's tried to say is a Hassan Abi head, and that guy was very clearly not a fucking Hassan Abi head, and that's it. Like, you're gonna embolden your audience to do... No. You will find the most Hassan Abi heads at protests. That's where you will find them. And guess what? They don't waste time fucking going and agitating random people like Ethan Klein or whatever the fuck. By the way, the guy that just harassed Pokemon in LA, she made a video about it. He shouted at her if she would date Sneeko, some mega weirdo Sneeko fan. I mean, the Sneeko fans are fucking crazy. They're fucking weird. But, you know, Sneeko made his bed. He has to lie in it.
That maybe it would be a good idea to
You ever see the clip of the Destiny fan that was stalking Hassan at the DNC? Yeah, there's the video of the Destiny fan that stalked Hassan, and then there was like a different one where they were at the No Kings protest where he said like Ethan owns you, and then there was like a different one of like some Ethan fan that like walked up to Dan Clancy and was like, "What are you gonna do about the terrorists on your platform?" or whatever. Like, I just no, it's Hassan. He's right there. I'm shaking as he's typing. Yeah, I actually wanted to cover. I saw that story. I didn't see how much of it, or I didn't get to take a deeper look into it, but I did see the tweet on my feed about Sneeko and Pokey. Maybe we can watch it. This is a worthwhile opportunity. Let me see.
Why?
With that, then getting a lot of attention online, and even had the likes of Destiny discussing Hassan's comment in a chat, writing, "I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking/killing Hassan IRL for statements like this." With many then saying that escalated the situation to a whole new level, and you had a number of people calling out Destiny for seemingly condoning violence. With Hassan then also posting, "This sociopathic cult leader is actively telling his audience that it's moral to kill me in real life because I said Palestinians have a legal right to resist against an illegal occupying force conducting a raid. When anyone joins an occupying force and participates in a raid in a legally occupied territory, the occupied people have a legal right to defend themselves through armed struggle." With him then also addressing the Destiny situation in a stream on Sunday.
That's definitely actionable, I'm pretty sure. It's also
He also apparently said it on stream.
Or killing Hassan. 100%. If this is the norm for political commentary, you could very easily justify attacking or killing Hassan. 100%. If it's going to be that every single Zionist, every single Jew, everybody in Israel, even your content creator's wife or whatever in the West Bank, like if that's the norm, then you could basically kill every online content creator you want. Like if that's how we're going to run these norms down, it's fucking insane. I don't know, somebody find that quote of what I said.
I like how we're all just like pretending like the statement from Hassan wasn't a comment about actively occupying or actively going on raids.
And I will keep saying things like that, and I'll constantly keep doing things like that. And I hope Hassan keeps fucking crying about it. And I hope that fucking Ethan misquotes me because of some shit Hassan said. I don't give a fuck. If this is the norm for political commentary, you could very easily justify attacking or killing Hassan. 100%. If the
weird that this guy gets the
Yeah, just a normal comment. Totally normal. The guy sexting 17-year-olds here to tell us it's okay to try and kill Hassan. What the fuck?
have a YouTube
I guess this is what he does in between talking to kids, but not his own kid.
account. Like that is
Very
a real
important to
death
note
threat.
that.
What I'm saying is not a death threat at all. What I'm saying is what I'm saying is just what the law is right now.
So you had Hassan arguing that he wasn't even trying to give an opinion. He was just
The funniest thing about Epstein is like Him and his orbiters and his fans, they fucking love, dude. They love to be like, oh yeah, well, I did this thing, but did you consider that you said a mean word once? Oh my God, epically owned, epically roasted. It's like, what the hell are you fucking talking about? Huh? What? And it's the common strategy that they've been employing for the past, I don't even know how long. Like, Pixie, the person who's really been the reason why any of this has come out, the reason why anyone's calling him Epstein or calling him sex pestiny or calling him molestiny is because of Pixie. So I just want to give a shout out to Pixie because she's really fighting the good fight out there. And I know that it can't possibly be fun dealing with like the number of people in her fucking mentions every single day. I appreciate that you went through all the aliases, just in case anyone didn't know some of the other ones. But he like responded. Someone posted in chat and I didn't save it because I'm a fool. Pixie made a comment or something saying like, oh, you know, he knew or something like that. And he thought it'd be smart to reply with like some stupid video or some stupid chat message or something that didn't actually prove anything. But I can't find, oh, here it is. Yeah. Like, this is such crazy Epstein strategy. And that's why it's so obvious that, like, Ethan Klein's subreddit is just being brigaded to fuck. And Ethan Klein's audience is brigaded to shit because they employ the same exact strategies and they go for the same exact talking points. Pixie tweeted this out saying he knew, aka he knew that she was 17 when he was talking to her. And people are criticizing him because he didn't even, there are literally messages of him being like, are you really 18? You look really young. And then he didn't check her ID. He didn't even bother checking her ID. And he thought it'd be, oh, look, okay, well, maybe I, Epstein, was messaging 17-year-olds knowingly and talking about how I want to fly them out away from their parents so that I can have sex with the 17-year-olds. But did you consider that someone showed me a fake ID once so that they could drink at a bar? Pixie, did you consider that you had a fake ID once so you could get into a bar when you were like 20 and you weren't 21? Like, this is not an epic own. This is not an epic own. You getting called out for trying to have sex with a 17-year-old, the response to that is not to do whatever the fuck this is, where it's like, well, you used a fake ID to drink early once. Like, incredible. Actually incredible. Actually insane. Amazing. I sadly think he's trying to say check IDs. Remember, they have fakes, so what's the point? I mean, but he didn't even do that. The idea that you think someone might be under 18 and then you try and have sex with them anyways is crazy. And being like, well, they could have shown me a fake ID. That doesn't make it legal all of a sudden. You just say, well, I can't verify that you're 18 and you're not showing me anything that shows that you're 18 for sure. So I'm not going to pursue this. Also, Epstein literally ran the same smear campaign on Hassan for a brothel, the projection. Yeah. I didn't say it was a valid route, but he's trying to say even if I did, she has fake bullshit. No, this is like peak ad hom. He's not even trying to say that because that would only apply if he tried to get an ID and she sent him a fake one. Then he could say that. Then he could say, well, you know, like, people use fake IDs. How was I supposed to? But he didn't even try. He knew that there was a possibility and he didn't care. Because it's like, whatever. All right. Anyways, moving on.
Discussing international law and acts of resistance. With Hassan then also claiming that many people were taking his initial remark out of context and that he by no means was trying to condone or encourage violence against Ela Klein.
There is no point where I have said violence against someone who is not actively in combat is permissible. I don't believe that. That is illegal. This is not, you know, and also immoral. It's a big part of the reason why I also advocate against what Israel is doing. I have also specified that IDF veterans are not valid military targets. If someone were to attack Ela Klein right now, of course they should go to jail. What kind of idiocy is this?
So there you even had some who said, hey, I don't think that you were calling for violence against Hila, but saying that it's at the very least very weird that you would bring up your former podcast partner's wife in the context of what's happening in the here and now. Also, something you saw is that when people asked him, why are you addressing this? Asking him, why are you feeding into people dragging you into drama? He said,
So it has led to people issuing active death threats to their communities against me. So I think it's a little bit different than just like immature online gossip slop. At what point does it turn into like a real crime? I think this is the point where it has turned into a real crime. But will you consider it to be something beyond online gossip slop when I either get deplatformed or when I get killed? Potentially.
With Hassan saying it's the goal of the people going after him to get him banned and fully deplatformed. And in terms of platforms and deplatforming, in the video that Ethan ended up posting on Monday, he took aim at what content Twitch platforms in general, arguing that the site allows too many calls for political violence, including from Hassan. And then with that, suggesting that since neither Twitch or Amazon are doing anything, the sponsors who advertise there should.
If you use Twitch, if you're watching, when you get an ad, write them and say, hey, I would like to know why you're spending directly your dollars to support violent extremism. Why are you supporting a platform that sanctions, protects, safeguards, encourages, promotes language like what Hassan just deployed against Hila?
But ultimately, that's where we are right now. And in the meantime,
Let me read a chat message out to keep myself sane. It's absolutely not weird to mention Hila. She's been involving herself constantly and she got away with the IO effort. I mean, the point that he's trying to make is it doesn't matter how much you like a specific person. Guess what? If they're actively participating in or aiding Israel in committing their genocide, unfortunately, if they're going actively on raids, they become a valid retaliatory target for people that are actively being occupied and genocided. If you're not an active participant, nobody's fucking talking about you. The purpose of bringing her up was to say it doesn't matter how much you like this person. Guess what? If you're committing a genocide, you're committing a genocide. But like they have to spin it into something else to be like, no, we're the victims. We're the victims. Please believe that. Please. Motherfucker throwing around random words like sanctioned. No. We're going to squash. We're going to squash. We're going to squash. All right.
I'd really love to know your thoughts on this whole situation.
Legal squash.
One, just in general, no matter who you are, but also two, I know there's at least some crossover of who's watching my show and who's watching these other three.
And then I saw this.
By the way, I know why he doesn't report on us ever now. It's like,
you saying you realize why Philly D doesn't report on you all the time?
I'm being silly. Because I do, let's be honest, I do a meme where I always get mad at him. It's a joke. It's not serious.
Oh, it's a joke. Okay. Guys, it's a joke.
Serious. Although in this time I am being a little bit serious.
I was gonna say the line probably gets a little blurred for him.
But
But this time I'm being serious. It's a joke, but not this time. It's Schrodinger's joke. I'm only jokingly being mean to him, even if there's no rapport there where he's mean to me back and hasn't been in over a year. Okay.
I think you're doing a joke. I don't think it's funny because I think I'm getting tired of this because people think that if they do say anything positive about us, they're like a Zionist. And I think that is why Philly is avoiding talking about you, unless there is like two sides to it. And it's like on the one side, you got Ethan. On the other, you have Destiny. You tell me what you think. It's like, fuck off.
I could tell. Honestly, I was offended by when he called in on election night and his chat was just insane with the Zionism, the fucking anti-Semitism. It was just unbelievable. And I don't remember how he reacted, but it's been weird since that. And it's like, I don't know. People don't want to stand up against anti-Semitism. They don't. Everybody wants to be anti-racist. Everybody wants to be this.
The reason Philip DeFranco doesn't cover Ethan Klein anymore in Ethan Klein's words is because nobody wants to stand up against anti-Semitism anymore.
Fucking this anti-racist hero who does everything right all the time. But the moment it actually costs anybody anything to actually stand up against racism, then all of a sudden it's I don't want to get involved, right?
And didn't they call Philly on election night? It was weird as fuck. I didn't keep up with that shit. Dude, like, I wonder why Philip DeFranco doesn't want to cover your stories anymore. It's just such a mystery. I mean, more realistically, the problem is like... Sorry, I saw a video. More realistically, the problem is just that there's an exaggeration and a spin on certain stories. Like, the best example of this is like the CPS story where Ethan Klein basically went all the way in and said that everybody's calling CPS on him and that I'm calling CPS on him. And then when you actually sit back and like look at the research behind it and you find the original clip, it's like, oh, wait, you went on your show and said what? You went on your show and said this Giardi is... What the fuck? Now, guys, I don't know how we got so off topic, but let's finish the story.
Journalists that have covered Gamergate are aware of it. They say this is like Gamergate on steroids, but directed at one person instead of like a bunch of different targets. For a lot of these guys who never grew out of that Gamergate style of behavior online, this is what they busy themselves with. Yeah, Slate deleted the DDGer of the Year video, but it's, of course, it was on his...
Hi, I'm Stale 2000.
Yeah, it was on his YouTube.
This is the DGGer of the Year, who I think he actively currently runs Livestream Fails. This is... Bro, just shave it. Like, literally. You're clearly not committed to the minoxidil finasteride bus. Just send it, dude. Just come on. Let it go. Release it. You either commit to minoxidil and finasteride or you let go. And it's time to let go. I got banned this week from LSF, and in my reply, I asked if he won DGGer of the Year. Dude, you will get banned on there if you do any criticism of Destiny. It took them like a full 24 hours or like 48 hours to finally stop deleting posts of people rightfully pointing out that Destiny was messaging a fucking 17-year-old and trying to sexting a 17-year-old and trying to have sex with a 17-year-old.
YouTube. And
it's alopecia. It's an autoimmune disease. It's not a matter of joking around. Okay, but here's the thing, right? I'm giving good advice. It doesn't matter if it's alopecia or not. Shave it off. It'll look better if you're bald and just embrace it. Come on. I don't know. This is not complicated. Shave it off? Are you serious? Yeah. Shave the rest of your hair off. As a dude, you can rep bald. It's socially acceptable to be bald as a dude. Just commit, dude. Chatter says, I went bald mode and started getting booty calls again. Listen to Denims. I'm just telling you. And like, he's got a pretty good round head. It doesn't look lumpy like Ludwig's. Just shave it, dude. Listen, if you got like a lumpy head like Ludwig, I get it, dude. That's tough. That guy, he's building something in there. I don't know what he's building, but he's building something. That's a rough one. Lumpwig. Yeah, that one's rough. That one's rough. I feel for that. You will not be, Ludwig, you're never going to be a Northern Lion. Give it up. Stop. You are not him. But if you got a nice round dome, shave it. Just commit. Some dudes don't like being bald. The fuck is wrong with this generation? The fuck are you talking about? Guess what? My genetics gave me fucked up teeth, and then I went and I got braces, man. Okay? Like, I don't know what to tell you. You deal with the hand you're dealt. Okay? This is what I mean when I say the soy right. Like, this is so soy. This is the soyest soy you could ever fucking soy. What a fucking baby. You want me to shave my hair off so I look better? Some people don't like it. I would rather have a comb over. Like, that's amazing. That's incredible. Also, like, crying and bitching and moaning about, like, alopecia is not fair. Meanwhile, there's, like, this woman on YouTube, and, oh, my God, dude, she's so pretty. And being bald as a woman is not socially acceptable. And she does, like, makeup tutorials and stuff. And you know what she doesn't do? She doesn't bitch and moan and whine like you do. She's like, you know what, dude? I'm gonna be bald. I'm gonna be bald. If I gotta be bald, I gotta be bald. And guess what? You can, as a dude, if you're bald and you don't want to be bald, you can do what she's doing and get a wig or get a toupee. You can't do this. This is not it. This is just you being lazy. That's just you're just being lazy. And you're like, it's not fair. Hats, tattoos, there's so many options. Dude, this shit is
How to fake a face tattoo in 3 easy steps.
This shit's
First
crazy.
step, mixing your perfect tattoo color. My tattoos have a bluey tinge going on, so I'm gonna try to emulate that.
Dude, it's so ASMR. Anyways, like, that's crazy. That's a dope look. Just like rep it, dude. Just fucking rep it. Her cheekbones are so pretty, though. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a certified woman lover. Please stop talking. Please stop. She's wearing a wig. Yeah, guess what again? You can shave your hair as a dude and then wear a wig. What are you going to say next to him? Take a shower? Some of us have terminal stinky. You know, I sweat a lot and showers don't do much. No, I won't wear deodorant. I have a condition. Oh my God, dude. If you're just going to bitch and moan about your whole life, just go live in a fucking cave at that point, dude. Christ. Will you wear wigs? If I went bald, I would wear so many wigs. Currently, unfortunately, my hair is very thick. And it's not long, but it's not short. So shoving this shit in a wig cap, I get like cone head. I like look like a cone head. I can't flatten it far enough. If I ever went bald, I would wear so many wigs. Are you kidding me? It would be kind of freeing in a way going bald. Because it'd be like, I could just throw that bitch on. Actually, some men don't like being bald. It's like, okay, and some women have A cups, all right? And they want really big titties. Grow up. Honestly, what's more humiliating, being bald or holding onto the final grains of hair squeezing out of your scalp for dear life? The only person that's allowed to do that is Moon Moon. That's it. That's the only person. Only he gets to have the island on his head. No one else. I hereby decree no one else may have that hairstyle. Only Goon Goon. All right, moving on.
When we found it, he deleted it. But this is the guy who runs the LSF subreddit. Anyway, that's all you need to know. So not only that, but like I said, Dan Saltman has played a formative role in silencing the criticism that's coming internally.
Reminds me of the Roach philosopher. I'm skinny, so I don't need deodorant. Dude, not the Roach philosopher. At least he doesn't leave his house, so like, who cares? You know, I am a firm believer of like, if you don't leave your house, you can kind of just do whatever the fuck you want. You just can't. You can't be a menace to the rest of society by leaving your house smelling stinky as fuck. You know, I've gone on like weeks of like not leaving my house, just playing like, you know, some new DLC drops, and I'm like, I can't leave the house. I need to play. And maybe I didn't shower as much as I should have showered, but I wasn't making other people's lives badly. I wasn't an active biohazard to the general public. The second I left my house, I was like, whoa. I got to go shower first. Okay. Let's not disrupt good company, good civil society here. Okay. I'm going to go shower, go outside, and then I can come back home and go back to rotting, ethical rotting. Okay. Prove it, like Ethan doing a house tour. No, my apartment is like a total fucking, it looks like a fucking tornado hit my apartment. There's just like a million fucking boxes everywhere, like Amazon boxes. And I'm like, well, I can't throw these boxes out. I might need to return something. So my apartment is just like littered in like boxes. Nothing else, just boxes.
From the community after Destiny's numerous sex crimes were unveiled. And people started questioning Destiny, and people started attacking him. People felt like he was maybe not such a good guy.
My fellow orbiters or coworkers. If you're one of my coworkers,
Northern Line has like 5 clips making fun of you for not cutting those boxes when they arrive. This is like the biggest problem that I have. I don't immediately take care of shit when I go pick up my packages or when they get delivered. This is the biggest problem. I mean, like, dude, can you imagine like putting your whole balls into defending a guy who is saying shit like this?
Here, right, and you got.
I'm scared.
This
Hold on,
girl
he's gonna
is
say
an
something.
absolute
Okay,
distraction.
right. When
Wish I had enough time to show her and watch Dennis.
when you first learn how to shoot, it's usually better to shoot in the isosceles stance, right? Both arms are even, your entire body is like straight, right? Your legs are lined up with your shoulders, and you're shooting right out in front of you like this. But the way I didn't know this until I started watching her shoot, right? But what happened was when she fired, right? When she was shooting like this and she shot, the way that the recoil traveled through her body would make her ass jiggle in the most delicious fucking way.
Talking about a 16-year-old.
Oh my God, it was the most beautiful fucking sight I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I don't know how it worked, but just every time she shot, the way that her body absorbed the recoil, there was like that ass jiggle every.
That goes on for another 3 minutes. I personally think we've seen enough. You know? Again, I've said it like a million times. If you don't know any of this shit, and like, I know of people who have gotten Epstein on their like TikTok feed before, especially because last year he was doing a huge tirade against like conservatives again. And they were like, yeah, I like this. I'm like, bro, you know that guy is like getting sued for sending people's nudes and fucking effectively engaging in revenge porn against other people. And they're like, I'm sorry, what? And then you send them some of this shit and they're like, well, now I can never watch this again. All right. Well,
out there, and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about.
Bro, as a guy, I don't understand why other guys tell me stories like this. Oh, she actually confirms later in the video that she was 16.
Shot.
Wait.
Oh,
I was like 16.
It always can get worse, Chad. It can always get worse.
How much you condemn Destiny and everything else. You better not let me find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else. All this is just virtue signaling bullshit, okay? It's like, because it's like, oh God, sharing nudes? Okay, I'm out of here immediately, right? Like, Kassan, right? Everyone is using this as a jumping off point to like try and make their side win. Don't let me capture you.
Like, that's the only way he analyzes this stuff, is like making their side win. It's not about winning a side, man. Like, what the
Are you sure? What about this?
Okay.
Hang out with children.
Well, you know, they're hotter.
And the text on the screen says from 2022, I finally found a dude last night. Fuck, I sucked him off in the back seat. Was super, super hot and fun from Sex Pest and
Let's fucking go. And that's why we love him. That's why we love this guy.
And it's from the same stream date, or sorry, from the same date that stream was. Destiny, Blue Pills, Nick in IRL debate, August 24th, 2022. And the chat message is August 19th, 2022. Oh, he blue pilling, all right. He blue pilling, all right. The blue pill in question, Blue Chew, sponsored. That's true. Sponsored segment. I'm just kidding. It could never be sponsored. Worst timeline ever. Yeah, I gotta say, pretty dog shit timeline. Pretty dog shit timeline that we're looking at here.
do you mean? It's about having an incredibly toxic force in online political discourse that is basically never held to account. Never.
It's like really sad because like these people are so insistent. Like the Sex Pestity group are so insistent on trying to destroy their enemies at any cost possible. It doesn't matter to them. They have one goal, which is to destroy, and that's it. To the point where, like, I'm sure many of you guys saw the streamer games. They had like an AT&T sponsor, and AT&T was like, we're not going to sponsor you if you have Hassan on. And like, I don't think you guys should get mad at like Ludwig or any of the people that put on the streamer games at all, because I mean, Hassan's a large content creator. He's going to be okay if he doesn't get to stream or participate in the streamer games, right? it's not important. And if anything, I appreciate them putting the event first and giving an opportunity for a lot of other smaller streamers to get involved and participate in things. You should get mad at Ludwig for other reasons, okay? And, you know, be annoyed by him for other reasons,
If you
but
ever got
not that
invited
one.
to the streamer games, would you join?
I mean, I probably am just as much of a risk to AT&T, but we'll see. It was pretty openly known AT&T didn't fuck with him after Anime Expo. Yeah, he'll survive. He'll be fine. Really, it's not. It's fine. But I will say it's so infuriating that like the ad targeting campaign worked and that like these people just get to be disinfo machines and push as much of this garbage as possible. And it makes everybody else too afraid to interact because then they don't want to get smeared as anti-Semitic or whatever. And then have all of their personal fucking beef or personal shit be like aired out because these people don't have arguments for why they're being evil. They just want to be evil. And then they defend it by being like, well, Hassan went to a brothel and they were probably underage at the brothel. And it's like, what? And the thing is, or they'll pull up like his really old clips with the Miley Cyrus clips or whatever the fuck. And it's like, yep, you caught him, dude. No one on the internet has ever said anything bad ever. In fact, every single successful streamer has a perfect track record and has never done anything bad ever. Ever. It's like, are we fucking serious right now? Like, is this a joke? Is this a fucking joke? Yeah, a lot of people had pulled the whole, you should have told AT&T to go fuck themselves and then therefore no longer have an event at all anymore. Yeah. It hurt so many small creators to demonetize all of politics. Now it's only Hassan and Gold. In what world was that a good conclusion? They don't give a shit about politics, much less liberalism like they claim to. Oh, for sure. Oh, 100% for sure.
The events that are unfolding, their hope is that it just inevitably goes away.
I mean, the reality is, just like Milo Yiannopoulos, these people don't go away unless they get deplatformed. The craziest thing to me is that YouTube is okay with having this fucking on their platform. Like, I don't see, and this has always been a principle that I've believed in really strongly for the past, I don't even know how many years. If their strategy is to just smear people until they get to win, be it through public pressure, losing sponsors, losing ads, whatever, why shouldn't we apply their methods to them? We should have a mass campaign against YouTube for platforming this guy who's sexting who is sexting minors. If Sneeko can get taken out of YouTube, so can child molesting. Keep pushing. Yeah. Like, there should be a mass campaign for this right now. Because, again, like, I'm pretty sure the only people that have ever gotten targeted have been, like, Steven Crowder did a little bit, but not really. And then, or he had some videos that he had to take down. But I'm pretty sure they take the pretty seriously. I don't think that they take anything seriously, but I think that they might take things seriously. And we should have all of these clips of Epstein talking about how sexy children are, or whatever the fuck he's doing, whatever the fuck shit he's on. Those should be all over the internet. Like, this should not be in the same way that like Democrats and like CNBC and MSNBC and CNN all pushed the fuck out of the Epstein story because they knew it was a winning story. We should be doing the same thing.
I think what they failed to recognize, that the lack of counter messaging from progressive voices on this platform, out of understandable fear that they might be harassed endlessly by some of these rabid monsters, has created an environment where the most loud voices you hear are the likes of Asmongold. And there's only one person who is actively in the top, regularly duking it out with these people, and that person is ritualistically humiliated with ridiculous smears over and over again and turned into a toxic pariah. What do you think happens at that point? If the only voices of political discourse is far-right voices, and the only major voice of progressive politics is a guy that those far-right voices are explicitly attacking, with regular frequency, from the audience's perspective, they don't actually understand where that silence comes from these other content creators. They don't see the way the sausage gets made. They don't know that this is out of real fear of harassment that they do not want to invoke. So they think, oh, everybody's right wing. This is cool. Reading an AI script? Yes. I'm reading an AI script.
I love the haters. It's like, hey, you must be reading a script. My favorite one was like, I was talking about the lawsuit way early on, and it was like some replies on some fucking thread. I don't remember where. It was like, she probably pre-wrote this on stream. Where did she get these words from? It's like, what the I am way too lazy to prep stream content like that. Jesus. Hell no, I'm not preparing fucking scripts for stream. Fuck no. Weird to admit that he's so coherent. It must have been written by an AI or something. Yeah. Obscene stuff happening here. You're making basic deductions. Are you a wizard? You a wizard? Why would that be bad if someone had a script? Well, it's implying that they're too dumb to think of it on the spot. And the only way they could say something smart is by writing something ahead of time or using AI to write something for them. You can speak well without help? No, that's not possible. This is the worst account on Twitter. Oh, for sure, dude. For sure. For sure. I liked it so I could show you guys this. Also, just blatant admission that they have you, that they think you have a point. Correct.
The numbers speak for themselves.
Were you high when you sued Chris Kyle's widow?
Was I high? You know, that's a question, and I expect it from someone from Fox.
Just
no.
a serious question.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't, because I never sued the widow. I sued him.
Okay, well, she's suffering a lot of pain right
No, she isn't.
How do you know that?
Because insurance pays for it all. She hasn't paid 1 cent. How do I know it? It's my case.
So you stand by that?
The case got overturned because the truth came out. Insurance is paying for all of it. It isn't costing his family a cent. That's the way legal works if you do your homework.
Would you apologize to her?
No, she should apologize to me for the lie that her husband told about me. Why would I apologize? I didn't do anything. You only apologize if you've done something wrong, pal.
Do you believe individuals should be able to own shoulder-mounted RPGs, civilians?
That's a rocket. That's not a gun. That's not a handgun.
Okay, so given that, I'm hearing then that
I'm talking about firearms.
Okay, fair enough, Governor.
I'm
so
not
in
talking
that case,
about army tanks. I'm not talking about.
So therefore,
okay, all right. Well, shouldn't we start doing background checks then on people that buy manure because you can make bombs out of them?
But the question I'm really getting to, Governor, is in the context of this kind of fighting back against the government. If you are limiting individual civilians simply to what you have now described as firearms, it doesn't really stand to reason that those would be effective against Apache helicopters, tanks, so on and so forth, does it?
Well, it did in Vietnam.
But it's a very different situation there, Governor. And the other difference there also is that...
It's people. No, it isn't. It's people fighting to be free. It's people fighting to be self-governed, to govern themselves. That's what the Vietnam people were fighting over.
Yeah, but Governor, you also have to consider...
Country. What's that?
I think you have to consider also when it comes to Vietnam that the strategy from the Vietnamese was simply to get as many American casualties as possible, knowing that the U.S. had a limit to the number of people they were willing to lose. So it would be a very different situation to say that those weapons are going to keep the American government from becoming tyrannical against its own people. I just don't see the connection.
Really, well, then why is it that these genocides happen in countries where the government genocides their people and kills them in masses? They always happen in countries where guns are outlawed.
But Governor, you're cherry picking that
now,
bit of data.
Okay, this is good discussion. Let's go back to World War II.
No, but hold on, Governor. Before we do that, you're cherry picking only a fact about guns when there are so many other factors in countries that lead to oppression by the government or don't lead to oppression by the government that have nothing to do with guns.
Okay, let's throw in the whole destruction of our Bill of Rights.
Well, that's a different discussion.
When the
That's a
Wall
different
Street
discussion.
people were protesting, what happened? The government came in with pepper spraying dogs and ran them off. There went the First Amendment that guaranteed you the right to protest.
No, well, now, Governor, now you're getting
the Fourth Amendment, a reasonable search and seizure. They're now flying drones over us. They've got us under surveillance.
Governor, I totally am going to be more in agreement with you. We're kind of switching issues, though. I feel like these are different issues.
Destruction of our Bill of Rights here.
I think that each one of these is a different issue.
Let's disarm the public because we're going to keep you safe and we're going to take care of you. You don't need to have these guns. They're too dangerous for you to have.
Wars are very profitable to certain big businesses. And, of course, big business needs to be in the Middle East so that we can get the oil out of the Middle East, so we can get the lithium out of Afghanistan. You know, they discovered a vein of lithium there they say is worth $1 trillion. Well, what is lithium used for? Every cell phone, computer, and soon-to-be electric cars. Let's talk about why we're really there. We're not there. How does any of these wars affect our freedom in any way? The United States is not in any threat. They're not going to do a Normandy invasion on us, Al-Qaeda in Virginia.
Yeah, but hang on, you're being slightly naive, aren't you? Because
I'm not being naive, sir.
I think you are being naive.
No.
Because I think that it's clear one of the main reasons that America went into Afghanistan was to try and get Al-Qaeda dismantled, the organization which committed the 9/11 atrocity.
Really?
Well, you don't think so?
Well, how come Al-Qaeda put the heroin business out? They took all the poppy growers and stopped the production of heroin.
What would you have done?
Wait, now how much of that illegal heroin was propping up the international banks with laundered money, and when it dried up, the first recession happened? Well, now that we're back in there, we aligned with the poppy growers, and the heroin business is back up full swing again. I thought we fight a war on drugs here.
All right, Jesse,
we're not.
What would you have done on September the 12th, 2001? What would you have done if you'd been president?
What would I have done?
Yeah.
I would have done a legitimate investigation to find out what exactly happened on 9/11. How did they know who did this so quickly like they did Lee Harvey Oswald? How quick they knew Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy.
Because the people who did it were identified and we knew who they were.
Well, then why couldn't we have stopped them beforehand if they were identified and we knew who they were?
It was a failure of intelligence. Everyone's accepted
No, it
that.
wasn't. We knew before with Condoleezza Rice's memo on August 6th when it stated right in the memo, bin Laden to steal planes and run them into buildings. And more stuff is coming out now also, how much the Bush administration ignored the intelligence. It was almost like they ignored it because they wanted it to happen.
Oh, come off it, Jesse.
No, not oh, come off it. Wait a minute. Every war fought starts with a false flag operation.
You can't, in all seriousness, sit there and try and make out anybody.
Okay, let me ask you this, Piers. Wait a minute. Let me ask you something. How much studying have you actually done of 9/11 other than what the government's told you and what mainstream media has told you? I've been studying it 4 years.
I was editor of a national newspaper.
I've talked to people. Wait a minute.
Depth every day for 5-6 months.
Really?
So I know a lot about it.
Well,
one thing I do know is.
Let me ask you this
then. You cannot say that any member of the Bush administration knew it was going to happen or wanted it to happen. It's a ridiculous thing to say.
Ridiculous. Okay, let's talk about your BBC. I have a tape of a BBC reporter broadcasting directly back to England talking about a third building has collapsed. World Trade Center Building 7 talks for 7 minutes. All the while she's talking, World Trade Center Building 7 is still standing right behind her. It didn't fall for another half hour. Yet they were doing a pre-broadcast back to England that, yes, it's true,
you need to
that this building fell and it hadn't fallen yet.
The reason I voted for Dr. Stein I'll tell you why. I went with the Green Party, because she fulfilled my top three. My top three were getting out of the Middle Eastern wars, ending the war on drugs, and starting a war on climate change.
Well, to be fair, we interviewed her, and I agree with two of those three. She said, look, if you don't vote for me, vote for Trump, because Hillary wants World War III. I mean, anybody who was honest said Trump was better just because of that.
Well, I don't know any of those quotes. I didn't hear the show or anything like that. That also worries me, though. Trump's supposedly going to put a guy in charge of the EPA that doesn't think we're polluting at all.
Jesse, this is where the rubber. We're going to break one more segment with you. I'm going to talk about your book in the final segment, but just let me throw this at you. I get that humans are doing GMO and toxic waste dumping and real problems. A carbon tax is on carbon dioxide that the plants breathe. It only shuts off our power plants, Governor. It's not. The
thing is, though, here's the deal, Alex. It's this simple. Scientific fact, undisputable, can't be denied. The more carbon there is in the air, the higher the temperatures will be. And right now, the atmosphere has the most carbon in the air that has ever been recorded. Now, a lot of that comes from the Earth itself, but certainly a lot of it is mass-produced by us. So, you know, to me, it's an important thing.
Well, let's talk about when we come back. But you said something key.
Oil's an old energy.
I hear you.
Human beings, it's time for us to go.
We got to go to break.
They're all the same. Most of these media guys are all a bunch of chicken hawks. You know what a chicken hawk is, don't you?
Tell our audience what a chicken hawk is.
Well, a chicken hawk is a person when it was their time to serve and go to war and be in the military, they were chicken, but they come back 20, 25 years later and now they're hawks. They want to go to war, they want to kick everyone's butt because they don't have to do it now.
Was Bill O'Reilly?
That's a chicken hawk.
Bill O'Reilly and I are not friends, but in fairness to him, did he ever duck out on service or anything? Do we have any proof about him being a chicken?
He never served, neither did Hannity, neither did Limbaugh. Do you want the list to go on with all these guys that support the war and support kicking butt?
There's a difference.
And none of them ever did it themselves.
That's the kind of the Colin Powell school of thought. But there's a difference between guys who weren't called to serve versus guys avoiding serving.
Weren't called. Everyone turns 18.
Okay, the fact that they didn't volunteer.
Where do you get the fact that you weren't called? It's called go down and enlist and then serve your country.
Well, there's a difference.
You call it, not someone else.
But just because somebody doesn't volunteer for the military doesn't mean they're a chicken versus somebody who was drafted and avoids the draft. That's a little bit of a different discussion, I think.
No, it isn't.
No?
Somebody that doesn't volunteer for the military and then comes back 20 years later and wants to go kick everyone's butt with the military, that's a chicken hawk.
Okay.
How many of this audience personally, financially, feel genuinely better off after 4 years? If you do, applaud. Okay. And if you don't, applaud now. So, you know, it's probably about 50-50. So half of this...
I got that at about 70-30.
Let's split it at 60-40.
All right, I'll
maybe
compromise.
60-40. But whatever it was, certainly a number of people in the room would agree they're not better off.
Okay, but let's get to brass tacks here. And again, I'm the independent. In the economy, things that are done 3, 4, 5 years ago show up today. So when the recession of 08 hit, which Barack Obama inherited, Bush did the first bailout. That was because it hit in 08 because of decisions done in 03, 04, when you had a Republican president, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate. People have such short memories. If they go back to the Republican rule, that was 2000 when we had the largest attack in U.S. history took place. We got involved in 2 wars that we're still fighting that are not winnable, and the economy was completely tanked. And people want to go back to that? I don't.
Well, time's going to tell.
I don't, Alex. I hope Donald brings in new people. I hope he does what he said, drains the swamp and starts. That's the mandate he got, was from the people to go in there and change Washington as we know it. And to do that don't mean Rudy Giuliani, Newt Gingrich, and this cast of characters.
I absolutely agree with you. The argument is that they know how the thing runs so that he'll be able to basically get what he wants as an executive, having them carry out his will, and so they're like the janitor that knows where everything is in the building.
I don't buy into that, having governed. I don't buy, you know, if you're bringing back the old guard, you know, then, and now they're going to try to overturn Roe v. Wade and send that back to the states, which appears like a fair thing to do until you realize that then poor women won't have access to that type of procedure because they won't be able to afford to go to
Sure, Jesse, you can't have marijuana sent back to the states. You can't have marijuana sent back to the states and stuff like that and then not have abortion sent back. I mean, that's where it's supposed to be.
Well, if you're going to be consistent that way, but again, like I said, for women in poor states, if they decide not to allow it, then they're going to be in a tough situation where rich women it won't be a problem for because they could go to whatever state they need to if they desire that to do that type of thing.
All I know.
Me on that? So it will discriminate against the poor. Let me throw something out. You can't take a civil rights issue and put it up to a vote. If you did that, we might still have slavery if it was allowed to be voted on. Fair point.
Jesse,
you can't take civil rights and let people vote on it.
Well, Jesse, what are you talking about? The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was voted on. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 was voted on by Congress. The Open Housing Act of 1968 was done by LBJ. First went to demonstrations by Martin Luther King. These were done by the representatives of the people, not by these unelected judges.
Well, and not by the populace itself, Pat. Fine, if the elected officials will stand up for what's right and do what's right with civil rights like they did back then, I fully agree with you. But you can't put a civil rights issue on the general ballot in a state and let people vote on it.
And the government only has a theory.
Right, well, the government has
No, this is a theory. Their theory is 19 Islamic radicals armed with box cutters defeated our multi-billion-dollar air defense system, all while conspiring with a bearded guy in a cave in Afghanistan.
That is exactly what happened.
That's their theory.
No, that's not a theory, it's a fact.
That's their theory.
No, Jesse,
that's
it's
a fact.
That's what happened.
Really?
Yes, I'm sorry to kill your conspiracy theories, but that is what happened.
Then why haven't anyone been brought up for trial?
Because
they haven't given one shred of evidence in a trial.
In case you missed the story.
Well, then what do we got all these guys in Gitmo for? And we got the supposed confessor to it, who they waterboarded 180 times to get the confession. Got news for you, Piers. If they waterboarded you 180 times, you'd confess to it.
One thing that I read in the book that I just totally found just alien to me is this idea that you believe in 9/11 conspiracies. That you...
Well, let me tell it to you this way. Why is it that when you ask any question about 9/11, you're immediately attacked?
I'm not attacking you.
You're not, but no, I'm speaking in general. I'm not saying you guys, but I've watched people get attacked. People have their credibility attacked. My problem is I look at it and I go, how can 2 planes knock down 3 buildings?
Pretty easy. It's 747.
But there were 3 buildings that went down.
Well, there was a lot of fire and there was a lot of damage.
Well, first of all, jet fuel blew up at the start. Jet fuel is 4/5, and I don't want to stay on this. I'd rather talk other things.
Yeah.
But jet fuel is 4/5 kerosene. It doesn't burn hot. So using the analogy that it could melt the metal, then propane burns hotter. So if you turn on your camp stove for 3 hours, shouldn't it melt the grates? But it doesn't, does it?
I want to take one issue with...
It doesn't.
I want to...
And I just question...
He's going Rosie O'Donnell on
and
me
I
here.
do... You know, wait a minute.
That's Rosie O'Donnell.
Well, I know a little bit. How can they fall at the rate of gravity? Look, they fell at the rate of gravity in powder. They blew into powder. My president already stated that we won. He stood on the deck of an aircraft carrier and told me so. Then, of course, they said we'd be greeted like liberators, which we weren't. They said that Iraqi oil would pay for the war, which it hasn't. Why should I then believe these people who have not been right once since this war started?
Has he got a point, Michael?
You know, Jesse, I've got something here for you, really. Maybe you'll recognize. You know, you've always been a predator and nothing's changed. But let me just say this. You know, taking Jesse's idea...
Jesse, it's a little statue of you.
It's statue, you, as in the Predator.
You're not laughing, Jesse. It's cute.
But, you know, Jesse should know this. And you could use that argument, Larry, with every war we have ever fought. You can go back
Wait,
to the
did our
Second World War. You
president
go back
not
to
say
Pearl
we
Harbor,
won?
the Battle of the Bulge.
No,
You
no,
go
hold
through
it.
all those things.
When they bombed Pearl Harbor, we didn't announce we won.
But wait a minute, you're right. Did George Bush make a absolute faux pas with the whole thing on the Abraham Lincoln? Absolutely right. He certainly did. But you know, we're there. You just don't walk away. Battle of the Bulge, you name a war that we haven't, in fact, been in trouble and had to change things like we changed with the surge.
I think it's an obscenity to hold up a doll, whether it's a Jesse Ventura or anyone. You know why?
They don't
because
laugh.
1 out of 5 returning veterans, if that doll represents a veteran, have post-traumatic stress disorder or brain injury, and we have a candidate, McCain. We have a candidate of McCain who is unwilling to support the men and women who have served this country with a GI Bill. But the main thing...
Walter Reed Army Hospital? Have you been to Walter Reed Army Hospital?
The Nation magazine reporter just won... The Nation magazine's reporter has spent a year working with veterans who've been denied disability benefit.
Have you been there?
But I'm not. I'm speaking.
Have you not been there? I've been there 4 times.
Michael, let me
I've
just
been there 4 times, so don't come at me about
Michael,
it.
You've been to the hospital. Well, why don't you chicken hawks go fight the war for a change?
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you.
You know, going to the hospital's one thing, but I don't see these hardcore Republicans. They were draft dodgers during Vietnam. Senator Norm Coleman's your classic chicken hawk from Minnesota. Protested the war in Vietnam. Hell no, he wouldn't go. Well, his slogan today should be, hell yes, clean up my mess.
I personally like the Electoral College because it doesn't let another state dominate it, and it keeps the electioneering in control in compartmentalized pieces and makes election fraud harder. Bev Harris, the top...
That's the biggest baloney. That, you know, okay, then why don't we do it that way for other elections?
Okay, well, I had Bev Harris.
How come president is the only election where the people don't pick them? See, that's the fix. The people don't pick the president. Delegates do.
Well, we already tried with the superdelegates to block that.
1700, they had to go by horseback to Washington.
Sure.
Well, nobody's going on horseback anymore that I know of.
Sure. Let me just get this out, though. You know Bev Harris. She's very respected. They've even done a TV show about her. But the point is, HBO documentary, she's a liberal Democrat. She said clearly that Hillary probably stole 5 states that night, and that there was massive fixing against Trump. So she's discovered the latest...
You know, Alex, I don't buy into that because I was a governor, and we did vast studies when I was a governor that showed voter fraud. If voter fraud happens, it will happen at the electronic voting machine.
I agree, election fraud.
Which need to be gotten rid of. Some things don't improve with time.
So you know about everything that happened before 9/11, but right now when you have Iran potentially nuking itself up, you don't have an opinion.
Well, let's leave that up to the nuclear inspectors that go in there. They will tell us whether they're nuking it up before you decide to bomb them.
I didn't decide to bomb anybody.
No, but you seem to be very
You're
favorable
trying to put words
it.
into my mouth all the time, which is it's not a very good technique when you're debating with somebody. Just stick to facts.
How many political offices have you held?
None.
Then don't tell me how to debate, because I've held 2.
Oh, I've debated many times.
But you've never won an election where a debate was required.
I think you make some very sensible points, and you make some crackpot points.
That's your opinion?
Yes.
How many people here think I make crackpot points?
Yeah.
1. How many think I make sensible points?
There's something that I want to talk about with all of you eventually. This is not the exact time to talk about it, but there is like a small opportunity to talk about it right now because of a particular chat message. So right before we get into this story, before we get into the GQ article, I want to talk about this. Relatively normal chatter, right? It's always been like this. Go to any men's group, church group, big circle jerk, lots of hugs. Talking about other things. And then, today, how about stop farming Ethan content? You people have been propping him up. You grifters, you, Hassan, Mike, it's the fucking Ethan show every day. I don't know what universe you live in where you think that me, Hassan, and Mike are grifters propping up Ethan. The most insane thing, too, is like Ethan literally talks about me every single day on his show. And he's been for forever. And it's only when he starts saying crazy shit about Israel that I comment. This is like peak leftist infighting, by the way, where there are a subset of leftists currently that unironically treat people like Ethan Klein as like the same way that conservatives treat like racism, where they're like, if you ignore racism, it'll just go away on its own perfectly fine. You mean liberals? I mean, you might be correct on that one. The craziest thing also is that because of people like me, because of people like Hassan, because of people like Mike, Ethan Klein has lost a lot of relevancy. Because we've pointed out the rhetoric that he uses, where I don't know how you can look at it and think anything other than, why are you so insistent on attacking Hamas to the point where you're defending people like Yoav Gallant as being a moderating voice and doing PR for Israel? He lost a lot of legitimacy in the normie audience because you guys didn't move on. There's a person making this exact argument on Mike's stream when it comes to covering Ethan. It's like, can I just say a couple things really quickly? Number one, first of all, in the past month, you can even look. In the past month, I've had Ethan Klein in my title 3 times. Once today, a week ago, and then a month ago, like July 18th. 3 times. Meanwhile, can we get a quick look at like in the past month of the H3 podcast? Let's see. Hassan. Subpoena was approved. I mentioned here. Huge lawsuit updates. I mentioned here, obviously. Content about Frogan. Anissa Ian. Oh, and here we go. Let's look at this. I mentioned in this one, mentioned in this one, mentioned in this one, mentioned in this one. Like I was getting back to back to back to back. Like just constant coverage, whether I wanted to or not. He's talked about Hassan in like 90% of his shows in the last year. They're spamming that. There was the person making this exact argument on my stream when it comes to covering Ethan. They're spamming this argument on everyone's stream who's adjacent to Hassan in any way. It's strange as hell. It's also like, it doesn't make sense to make this argument against me when I'm literally getting sued. So of course, I want to talk about and tell people that I'm going to fight this lawsuit because I did not commit copyright infringement. And I don't think I committed copyright infringement. And I refuse to not fight this lawsuit. Of course, I'm going to talk about this with my community, like, obviously, right? But, like, let's just pretend for a second, like, that this argument makes sense. Hassan is making his show the Ethan show every day and has been propping him up. That's fucking weird, dude. Like, that's weird. Hassan literally ignored Ethan for a whole year while Ethan was begging Hassan to watch his content puke. Dude, there was a straight... From the moment that Leftovers ended, for the next year after Leftovers ended, Ethan was posting so many Instagram stories talking about how, like, there are Hassan tankies in his audience. And he'd be like, you know, it's just Hassan doesn't want to control his audience. Like, he's fine or whatever, but he doesn't want to control his audience. And he literally ignored it for the longest time. For the longest time. And guess what? Ignoring it didn't make it go away. He was dragging Hassan like crazy. He was just trying to ignore him. It literally didn't make him go away. Chatter's got annoyed at Hassan for not talking about it. Yeah. You think Chatter is DG or Ethan fan, or are they're leftists trying to start shit? I don't know. I think that there are like rad libs that are still in this general sphere that think that talking about popular creators that engage in negative press for the pro-Palestinian movement, talking about those and criticizing those creators for speech that's not, like, it's detrimental to the pro-Palestinian movement. I think that they consider that to be drama. And it's like, dog, What universe do you live in where you think somebody talking about their lawsuit and talking about people accusing you of anti-Semitism or accusing you of like denial or accusing you of whatever the fuck, that's drama? Like, huh? The chatter's randomly bringing some of the stuff up feels like a psyop, to be honest. The way that they are showing up in Denham's stream, Mike's stream, Sean's, to spit the same stuff is strange. Yeah. There's like this weird collection of chatters that have been engaging in this behavior for the past, I would say, like month, that have been really bizarre. And I would just like keep your eyes peeled for it, because I don't know how I'm not supposed to think that this is like a psyop. Like, how can you say that, like, of all people, how can you say Hassan has been the one propping up this drama? Meanwhile, he ignored it for like a whole year. Something to keep in mind, chat. Something to keep in mind. I understand where they're coming from. It's wishful thinking, but like, Ethan is a menace and should be discussed. I mean, I'm just saying that, like, you know who people don't talk about anymore? Milo Yiannopoulos, because he doesn't have a fucking platform anymore. You know who people still talk about, even though everyone has collectively tried their best to just like ignore? Epstein. Never put him in my title. Never talk about him. No one else ever fucking talks about him. No one else farms him ever. And guess what? Still around. Because just ignoring the problem isn't going to make it fucking go away. Let's not forget that he actively defended Ethan while ignoring his year-long deplatforming campaign. Yeah.
What is this? What, bro? I have not seen a single one of his fucking Instagram stories. I didn't know he was posting about me this much. Like, oh my God. This might genuinely be one of the funniest things I've ever seen from him. How is this not satire? I'm really stupid. Can you educate me a little on Marxism? I don't know what it is for real. Part 3. Oh. Oh my God. Every day? Every single day? No.
This was Hassan finding out like a month or two ago. No, longer, because the background's different. That Ethan was posting about Hassan every single day for like 2 years straight. Almost every single day.
No fucking way.
I sure hope this sepsis in my foot just goes away by itself. Like, you can't ignore people relentlessly shitting on you and attacking you every single day for years and be like, it's fine. That works when it comes to like smaller channels or smaller creators or whatever. But just like imagine being Hassan and there's someone that is actively working towards painting you as the most anti-Semitic, most pro-terrorist, most pro-sympathizer on the planet. Like, at some point, ignoring these videos that are getting millions of views or hundreds of thousands of views on the like lives or whatever, ignoring that is not going to make it go away.
There is... What the fuck?
He kind of does that with Epstein, though. Yeah, but guess what? Epstein didn't go away. If anything, do you know what's made the most reputational harm for Epstein? For Sexpestiny? Someone finally fucking suing him for sexual misconduct. Someone actually going on the offensive was the first thing that caused him any harm or damage or reputational or otherwise. KW, like Hutch, we can completely ignore Hutch. You can't just ignore Ethan. Well, okay, but Hutch is just funny to make fun of, all right? If anything, Hassan just let it go too much initially. Something I've noticed is that there's been this odd thing that sprung up after the legitimate criticism of Lolo and some of the stuff Mike has said. I feel like bad actors are taking that original combo we were having in the left Twitch space and are transforming and amplifying it into some actual record shit. It's just very bizarre. It's just very, very bizarre. And it feels like we're trying to rewrite history because we don't like the current timeline that we're in. It's like, dude, okay, yeah, surprise, surprise. People don't want to deal with the universe where, like, Hassan is having a video written about him about how he has, like, nudes on his phone. But, like, blaming that, like, this is, like, crazy. This feels like crazy victim blaming. This feels like really fucking insane victim blaming. And it's just, like, trying to put it on people who are trying to make the most out of a bad situation. And being like, oh, well, these people are not trying to make the most out of a bad situation. They're trying to personally cause more drama. And it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck are we, like, talking about here? I just wanted to make that announcement because, like, like the best revenge is like to live a good life. And I feel like the best way to deal with situations or with people who make content the way that Ethan Klein makes content is to not just like run away and scurry and then just like hide and pretend like it'll go away on its own, but like to actually build a good case, actually fight for your values, speak your piece on issues, and actually, I don't know, fucking defend reasonable positions that you want to defend. And I just don't think, I think it's the same thing here. Like, I've seen Ethan Klein's attacks on me, Ethan Klein's attacks on Mike, on Hassan, on Casey Tron, on Frogan, on all these people. And I don't think that the right decision is just to be like, oh, I'm sorry, like, just, like, can you go away, please? Can you, we're just not going to talk about it. Just keep, everybody, just don't look at it. Don't look, just ignore it. Just ignore it. And it's like, what? And I felt like everyone was on the same page on this too. Multiple people showed up in like the content cop video, for example. Everyone supported iDubbbz making the video that he made. Like, I'm pretty sure these people who feel this way now, like, genuine question, this person, there's no way they'll respond to this, but genuine question. Did you feel this way about iDubbbz's content cop video? Did you go into like Sean's chat and scold him? Did you go into Hassan's chat and scold him? Did you go to Frogan's chat and scold her? Is that what we're doing now? Everyone, the correct strategy is to go into Frogan's chat and scold her for showing up in a content cop video against someone who has been using their platform irresponsibly. Like, what the, like, you're just victim blaming people who are involved in the situation, who are trying to take back some of the power and trying to take back some of the narrative control because they're tired of being called anti-Semitic. Like what the fuck? No, dude, actually, no. I'm tired of chatters who want us to all be quiet when Asbar's fuck is attacking people. So, yeah. It's just gross behavior. It's just really gross behavior. Also, make no mistake, even when you ignore him, he'll just keep going on forever. Yeah. I mean, I'm not joking. I think Hassan's debate with Ethan Klein was one of the best things that could have happened in the past 6 months that added to this discourse. Because the number of TikToks I saw of people being like, I kind of didn't know that most of this stuff was nonsense. And then he has like this reasonable conversation with Sam Cedar, and then later is like, yeah, Sam Cedar's a token anti-Semite. Okay. I don't know if he called him a token anti-Semite. I apologize. But I do know that he criticized the shit out of him and then said that he like loves Hamas and that he supports Hamas because Sam Cedar said like, there are people who think that Hamas has done good that are in Gaza. Yeah. There are people that would argue that. And then so he's obviously, if you ever describe how other people feel, that has to be you defending a terrorist organization. Did he call him a capo? Was that the statement? If someone can link it, I don't want to stand by any statements that he didn't say. So yeah, I don't agree with the people who are upset at this situation. They're taking their rage out on the wrong people. Yeah, and like, to be clear, this I agree with. This I understand. Being tired of the Ethan shit is understandable. Just close the tab. 100%. 100%. This I totally understand. But that's like content fatigue in general with anything. Like, people experienced fatigue when it came to covering Palestine and covering Gaza. I mean, Hassan literally lost a third of his audience because he insisted on continuing coverage every single day. And people got fatigued because there's only so many like dead children you can see every day before you're like, dude, I can't watch this stream anymore. There was a large part that left because they just couldn't consume that content. They just couldn't do that. They just couldn't watch that every single day. And there were a lot of other people that left because they thought he was supporting terrorists. But it's the same thing with everything, right? Like, there's always going to be you're going to get content fatigue for anything. And if you're one of the people that's like, I'm just bored of like the Ethan Klein story. I don't really care for it. Yeah, that's fine. But to be like, oh, you guys it's your fault. It's your fault for bringing this up. What? I think the majority of people left because they thought he was supporting terrorism. Yep, even now I go in and out of the stream based on how many dead babies were on the screen. To be fair, he isn't showing dead children. That's against the U.S. Well, no, there was some footage. I mean, I know because I even covered it. It's not against the U.S. if it's like heavily censored. And it's like, it doesn't even need to be people dying in war for it to be like sad stories of like mothers talking about their children being lost to them, right? It's just at some point, especially if you have your own shit that you got to deal with on a day-to-day basis, you just don't have the mental energy or capacity to deal with other people suffering as well every single day. Because if you have any empathy at all, which unfortunately a lot of leftists are inflicted with, some of that gets imparted onto you and it hurts you and it breaks you down. And if you're already having a rough week or a rough month or whatever, damn, empathy for real. So I do think that there was like, I wouldn't say it was like 50-50, but I do think there was a portion that left because of that, and there was a portion because of the other thing. Even the subject matter alone is just a lot, even without showing any TOS. Correct, absolutely. So, anyways, Chad, I would just like keep your eyes peeled for like very weird, like rad lib behavior like this. Like if you just ignore the problems, they'll just go away, and then they're like blaming the victims in this situation for why this is happening, which is like fucking crazy. Also, you haven't even been streaming for days. How can anyone claim content fatigue with you? I've been anticipating. Well, I do think there was a period of time where it was like every single day, Ethan Klein would go on his show and say some crazy shit that was really funny. And so that's why people were covering it, because it was really funny. And I think people have stopped as much now because it's just like, some of it's just like, dude, the entirety of like the Anissa Idubbbs coverage was like weird. I'm not going to lie. I'll like scope out some of the content. I try not to pre-watch too much. I'll like pre-watch like a minute or 2 minutes or something. And I want to watch the rest with you guys so you guys can get authentic reactions from me. And I remember clicking in because I got a text being like, oh, dude, this is like happening in the show, blah, blah. I was like, oh, let me go look. And when I clicked in, he was talking to like Anissa and Ida's like coach and his coach's wife or girlfriend or something. And the wife was like super giddy talking about how like Idubbbs only dated like a MILF and then they never had sex. And then and Anissa likes to peg him. I was like, I'm friends with these people and I know some of this information. I know some amount of their personal life as their friend, as their personal friend. And I feel like I'm violating their personal life watching this. Like it was very, like I couldn't watch any of that stuff. I couldn't watch any of it. It was so weird.
You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Trump says of migrant farm laborers. Let's take a look at the incredible take.
These people, you can't replace them very easily. You know, people that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said,
the Mexican, he's got a natural predisposition to working the soil, a natural predisposition. It's genetics, folks. It's in their blood. That's crazy. That's a crazy take.
what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting.
Like a racehorse? What are you saying? If they get a bad back, they die? Is this what the farm owners, like capital owners, are talking about behind closed doors? That is crazy. That is crazy. Straight up talking about human beings like they are literal cattle. How is it any different than the way that slavers talked about black people, dude? Jesus Christ. By the way, he's saying this on Squawk Box, dude. Like, Donald Trump is doing race realism about Mexican genes on CNBC. This isn't even the Sean Hannity special. It would probably better serve him if he was doing this, like, race realism nonsense on there, but he's on the financial side where you're supposed to be a little bit more normal, you know? You're supposed to soothe the fears of the market watchers. Incredible. Sharp as ever. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is something he would have said in his first term, too. Let's be real. He would have said this. Like, the average American doesn't say it out loud, but they're in the periphery of this kind of belief system. Like, Jews are magic money people. Trump literally believes that, says it all the time. He is that kind of guy, for sure. There are a lot of people who believe this without realizing what that entails, okay? Like, if you were to be like, dude, this is literally race realism. This is what, like, the Nazis believed, right? They'll go, whoa, chill out. That's not me at all. That's not me. That's crazy. But like, it's certainly on the same spectrum. I think the counter to this isn't to just like simply be like, I mean, depending on which group you're in, depending on like what kind of environment you're in, the best counter to this isn't to just be like, this is Nazi. The best counter to this is like, it doesn't matter what a person's background is, dude. Like if they went through the same developmentary process, like their outcomes would be quite similar to one another. There is no like genetic predeterminist issue here. It's just treat people like people. There is no natural inclination. The reason why a lot of undocumented migrant workers are really hard workers is because of their material conditions, their material circumstances. The reason why they work super hard is because they just have much less, and that is the process that we have designed. We keep them in this legal limbo in terms of their second-class citizenship status so that we can keep working them into the goddamn ground. And the reasons as to why they migrate to the United States of America is because of American intervention in most circumstances as well.
Elaine Chao was on yesterday, and I know, you know, she was, I think she was labor secretary for 8 years under Bush II, and she was your transportation secretary as well. And she said, you know, the commissioner...
Remember, the reason why he's doing this is because he wants to ease the fears of the market, okay? You don't go on CNBC unless you want to do that. That is the express purpose of going on CNBC. Now, Trump is perhaps the worst person to go and do that because he's virtually incapable of easing people, especially like when the role here requires clarity, the role here requires honesty, and even Trump's appearance on his own is just a reflection of the desperation that the administration feels, and he's a loose cannon. But let's hear it.
Doesn't really even get involved with the actual minutia of putting all these things together, and there's no way that it could have been that she could have chosen to rig these numbers to make them look bad. And these are statistical changes based on this antiquated system. And it's just a
Wait, you said he gets no pushback in the media? Dude, this is the last place where he would get pushback. Are you kidding me? These guys are not in it to make a name for themselves. They're not journalists. They're literally there to be like, please don't say anything stupid so that like the markets don't plummet. Please, 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 please. His goal here is to just like navigate the conversation to make Donald Trump come across as reasonable so that people don't panic.
The unemployment rate is still low. It's 4.2%.
It's fine. I'm
and
not
the
saying
tariffs,
earth-shattering.
no, but
I will say this. The numbers before the election were earth-shattering. I'm not saying these were earth-shattering. But
No,
then they announced a couple of 100,000 to make it look a little bit worse from, you know, months before. I said, where did those numbers come from? So
for as much as you want
to, it's a highly political situation. It's totally rigged. Smart people know it. People with common sense know it. And a lot of people to keep their head under the cover.
See, I told you. His job is to like make Trump come across as coherent, make Trump come across as reasonable so that people don't like panic sell or some shit. The issue is Trump is an unstoppable force. You feel me? So how are you going to make that motherfucker look reasonable when the very nature of his call here, the very reason why he's calling CNBC is because he's panicking?
Let's move on to this. Which number do you believe at this point? Because if you noticed, suddenly the chances of what you've wanted for months and argued for
Trump is literally like, I'm gonna molest the money. I love money molestation. Money, money, money. I'm gonna molest it. There's nothing you can do about it. And the guy's like, please don't do that. Don't say that. Mr. President, let's move on to how you hate molesting the money. He's like, nope, I love molesting it. I love diddling the money. I love it. It's my favorite thing. They let you do it. They let you grab it by the pussy. When you're president, they let you molest the money. Believe it, folks. I won't stop. They call me the Epstein of the money. That's crazy. That's a twofer. Meanwhile, you should stop talking about the Epstein thing. Don't do it. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about Epstein.
Because of these numbers, do you not believe the current numbers? Because they're playing right into what you want the Fed and Jay Powell to do. They're not horrible, as you said, but, you know, perhaps with the tariffs, some businesses delayed some spending. Some consumers may have been less certain about the future. So maybe we're seeing a slight slowdown in labor, but you're going to get exactly what you want.
Maybe there's a little bit of concern. Maybe there's a slight slowdown, perhaps. But maybe it's not so bad, right? Come on, just say it's not as bad. America's hot, right? Come on. Look, I'm going to run it again. Look.
Perhaps with the tariffs, some businesses delayed some spending. Some consumers may have been less certain about the future. So maybe we're seeing a slight slowdown in labor, but you're going to get exactly what you want based on these numbers. Which ones do you believe? Do you not believe the revised numbers either?
It's not what I want. I don't want that. I wanted it a year.
I don't want those numbers. Dog, you're the president. Like, this is supposed to be an independent investigation. Like, this is supposed to accurately reflect the reality of the labor market. What you want has no basis here. I mean, you could fix it. I guess theoretically, it is within your powers. But the real issue is not that the labor market is not looking great. The real issue is he doesn't give a fuck about that. It just makes him look bad.
I wanted it a long time ago. Jay Powell is highly political, and I think, I call him too late. Jerome, too late. Powell, he's too late. He's too late always. He always has been, except when it came to lowering interest rates before the election, that he did. He worked that out.
Who would you replace him with? I know you watch the show occasionally, and we had an extended interview with one of the prospective replacements, Kevin Warsh. Were you watching that day, or
I was. He's very good. He's very good. He's very good. Sometimes they're all very.
He sounds sleepy. He just sounds angry, resentful, sleepy, in a panic state.
Good until you put them in there, and then they don't do so good. But a lot of them, I think he's a very good guy. I think I say Kevin and Kevin. Both Kevins are very good, and there are other people that are very good too. But
Kevin's
a lot
like
of
Karens. I don't know if that's good.
A lot of times they're very good. Like this character that we have in there now, Jerome Too Late Bell. He was very good. He said, "Sir, I'll keep interest rates so low. I'm a low interest rate person, sir." You could hardly hear him talking over the desk.
Is Warsh
somebody that worked for me?
Wait, he's doing voices. He's doing voices, sir. Yo, this is crazy.
He was a big fan of his, not a fan of his. He hardly knew him, but he wanted him so badly. I did somebody a favor. I put him in there. No, he's too late. He's too late. That name will stick to him.
Can you handicap it at all? Who you're, or you won't know? When will you know? And when will you announce it?
I think the two Kevins are doing well, and I have two other people that are doing well. Look, it's in the end there are numerous people that are qualified. Everyone on your phone right now, in terms of at your beautiful studio, would be very qualified in my.
I think he's talking about Jamie Dimon, maybe. I don't know. Who did Trump do a favor by appointing Jerome Powell? I did somebody a favor by putting him there. It turns out he's terrible, terrible, terrible.
Like you were going to have a meeting and people were talking about it with President Xi, and then you went out of your way to kind of say other people are saying, I think you even called it fake news or something.
Banks discriminated against me after I was president. What? They debanked me. I do not believe that.
It almost. It looked like you were indicating that you were unhappy or that talks had broken down, and we've had a couple of frameworks or some positive moves. In China, you've had a lot of success with other countries. China is a big deal and a big, not quite the elephant in the room, but certainly an important trading partner. Where does that stand? Will there be a meeting between you and President Xi? Anything planned at this point? What's the sticking point now, and how optimistic are you that we get a comprehensive
deal? Well, I can have a meeting. We have a very good relationship, but I didn't call for the meeting. He called for the meeting. So the fake news announced Donald Trump wants a meeting with China. No, I didn't want it. No, he asked for a meeting, and I'll end up having a meeting before the end of the year, most likely, if we make a deal.
It's so funny because objectively wrong, okay? Especially because, you can tell it's wrong because Donald Trump is the only party that has lowered tariffs in the process after literally increasing it for no reason whatsoever. This is perhaps the most embarrassing aspect of his tariffs regime, where he's like, that's right, I wanted to destroy China, and then I decided I'm gonna save China. When Donald Trump wants you to know something, just know that it's the opposite, okay? The truth is the exact opposite. When Donald Trump says I never called she called me first, know that it's probably the opposite.
If we don't make a deal, I'm not going to have a meeting. I mean, what's the purpose of meeting if we're not going to make a deal? but we're getting very close to a deal. We're getting along with China very well. I will tell you, you had a point when I had 145% tariffs on. I put in for fentanyl. I actually said to people, where are we now with China, by the way, because I kept adding more and more. They said, sir, you're up to 145%. I said, you got to be kidding. So I sort of had to bring it down a little bit. But when...
Dude, what? Dude, what? What? You just said you were slapping erroneous tariffs on America's largest trading partner? Dude, I'm just being the president. What the... Oh my God. He's like, I don't know. One day I said 50. Next day I said 100. Why not 150? What the... I mean, this is that we say about Trump. You're not supposed to admit it, dude. This is like what I would say. I'd be like, wow, it kind of feels like Donald Trump is just like making it up as it goes along, as he goes along, adding random numbers onto a pile. He's like, yep, it just made it up on the spot. It was great. Believe me. I made it up so much, I forgot what I made up. And then people told me, Mr. President, you're at 145%. I said, wow, I'm so crazy. I love money molestation. I love molesting the money. I won't let you keep a bag. I will do everything in my power. If this were a CEO of a public corporation, they would be removed by the board. Oh yeah, that's so awesome. That's awesome. It. Who cares, dude? Whatever. Well, what are you gonna do? I can't believe he's on CNBC too. It's like not even, and I can't stress this enough. This isn't Sean Hannity. These are the motherfuckers who are like slammed to the TVs. These are dudes with Bloomberg terminals listening in intently to see what kind of decisions they must make. I'm going to run it again.
Donald Trump wants a meeting with China. No, I didn't want it. No, he asked for a meeting, and I'm not going to have a meeting. I mean, what's the purpose of meeting if we're not going to make a deal? You had a point when I had 145% tariffs on. I put in for fentanyl. I actually said to people, where are we now with China, by the way, because I kept adding more and more. They said, sir, you're up to 145%. I said, you got to be kidding. So I sort of had to bring it down a little bit. But
you got to be kidding. Wow, I'm crazy. Lost track of the tariffs. Little old me did that.
It was up to 145%, meaning we were doing zero business with China. China was collapsing. I don't know if you know that. You haven't reported it, if you do. But China was collapsing.
China was collapsing. It was over. It was one step removed from collapsing. Any minute, China was collapsing, and I saved it. I saved China.
It's not imperative, but I think we're going to make a good deal. But no, they had a thing that Donald Trump really wanted to go there. No, I don't. It's a 19-hour flight. It's a long flight. But at some point in the not-too-distant future, I will. And just to end this conversation in China, I have a very good relationship with President Xi. Always had, other than the COVID moment where I was very angry with him and essentially didn't want to talk to him, frankly, because, it did come out of Wuhan, in all fairness, which I was saying from the day one. I was saying I knew exactly where it came from. But that did interfere with the relationship. But no, I've had a great relationship with President Xi. We respect him a lot. They respect us a lot. They didn't respect Biden. They thought he was a numbskull. They couldn't believe he was the president.
So I don't get it. If China did COVID, wouldn't that imply that they respect you way less than Biden? Like if China did COVID, if it was like a biochemical attack, like clearly they don't respect you at all then. They did it when you were president.
Different topic. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that you're prepping an order that they say would punish banks that discriminate against conservatives, including potentially Bank of America. I'm going to be actually talking to Brian Moynihan here later today. Can you tell us about that executive order? What's in that? And what do you think the banks have done?
Well, they did discriminate. I had J.P. Morgan Chase. I had hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. I could see if they want to, if they want to do something bad because you don't have any money and you're defaulted and they took people out, but I'll give you me as an example. I had hundreds of millions. I had many, many accounts loaded up with cash. I was loaded up with cash, and they told me, I'm sorry, sir, we can't have you. You have 20 days to get out. I said, you got to be kidding. I've been with you for 35, 40 years. They said, And I mean, I had all this. I didn't know what to do with it, and I went to, and you could ask him. Maybe he's not going to admit it. So I said, I was informed by my people that we have to get out of Chase Manhattan. That's Jamie and J.P. Morgan Chase. So I said, I can't believe it. Well, I was never in this situation before. I've never had anything like it. And it's not like...
You have 7 times, 7 bankruptcies. So you've definitely been in a situation far worse than this.
And I speak to him, and I speak to a couple of people, and they have zero interest. Brian was kissing my ass when I was president. And when I called him after I was president to deposit $1 billion plus and a lot of other things, more importantly to open accounts, which banks always like. They like accounts because they get interest-free, the overnights and things. There are a lot of reasons for it, but they like accounts. I had hundreds of accounts, and he said, we can't do it. No, we can't do it. So I went to another one. I ended up going to small banks all over the place. I mean, I was putting 10 million here, 10 million there, did 5 million, 10 million, 12 million. I have them all over the place, the craziest thing. And it's lucky I even had them. They were doing me a favor. And that's because the banks discriminated against me very badly. And I was very good to the banks. I had the greatest economy in the history of our country when I was president. And by the way, our economy now...
I didn't realize he went on Squawk Box and went on, dude. Like, there's like 4 more videos like this.
But our economy now, because we're a rich country again, because of our trade deals, we've become a rich country again. But no, they totally discriminate against... I think me maybe even more, but they discriminated against many conservatives. I told that story.
Like, I want to click away and do something else, but it's fire. Like, he is bitching and moaning about the funniest. I can't look away.
And sitting around tables with other people that were conservative or Trump supporters. I think the word might be Trump supporters more than conservative. And I believe what they did is they went to the regulators. Banks are not afraid of anything but a regulator. They're regulators and their wives. They're more afraid of their wives than the regulators. But the group they're really afraid of is bank regulators. And I believe that Biden or Kamala, and I don't think they're smart enough to do it, but the people that are surrounding the beautiful Resolute desk, the high IQ people that are radical left, I believe they told the banking commission, the bankers, that the banking regulators, do everything you can to destroy Trump. And that's what they did. And guess what? I'm president. How did that happen?
Yeah, Mr. President, you've talked about...
He's like a kid. Guess what? I'm president. How did that happen?
You want success, not retribution. The Justice Department now tapping a grand jury to look into the intelligence community's assessment of what was happening with Russia. Is that... You have nothing to do with directing the Justice Department?
No, I have nothing to do. Pam is doing a great job. I have nothing to do with it. I will tell you this. They deserve it. I was happy to hear it. I actually read it just like you did. I have nothing to do with it. But what they did in the election, what they did in even the last election, but it was too big to rig. But what they did in the 2020 election is grotesque. I mean, that was a rigged election, 100%.
Okay, we can't relitigate that. We can't relitigate that.
No, we're back to rigging again. Well, you can use it because everyone knows.
Yeah, we.
You know what? A year ago, you would have been upset if I said it. Today, it's different. I say it all the time.
Because you're the president, and he's the market man, and your word has tremendous impact in the one area that he does care about.
It's a rigged election. It was 100% rigged.
We can't relitigate because it.
And I'm sure that's going to be brought up.
Independent sources, even your Justice Department. But then I'm bringing up Bill Barr. But even they decided that. There were things that happened, but nothing that would have swayed it.
Well, they were wrong, and Bill Barr was wrong, and Bill Barr didn't investigate, and he should have. And why didn't Bill Barr give why didn't he give the Derma report?
It's so funny. He literally knew. He literally knew. I'm bringing up Bill Barr.
And you notice they go to Illinois for safety, but that's all gerrymandered. California's gerrymandered. We should have many more seats in Congress in California. It's all gerrymandered. And we have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know. and we are entitled to 5 more seats.
I don't know. I have to check on that, and you know they expect.
Check it.
Yeah,
Why don't you check it, Brian?
The fact checkers expect us to check everything you say on the phone.
I want you to
but
check
for
it.
4 years, those fact checkers
wrong.
didn't fact check anything that was said about.
Oh my God! Yeah, the Biden. I mean, oh, God. Why are they so scared of this guy? Because he could just be like, I'm doing a 700% tariff on everyone, like on this phone call, and then cause the markets to plummet because he's a dangerous, unstable man who has the capacity to molest the money. He could just molest the money as hard as he wants to, and they're just like, oh my God, please don't molest the money. This is fine, please. He's so powerful. These guys only care about one thing, markets being green, okay? That's it, nothing else. The entire world could be collapsing, and as long as there is like confidence in the American stock market, confidence in like all the companies, and people keep, I don't know, magically deciding that things are going great for some reason, in spite of all evidence that points to the contrary, these guys will be like, Mr. President, I will suck your cock on screen, okay? I will suck it hard. No one will suck it as hard as I've ever sucked it. Thank you. Biden sucks. He's old. He's decrepit. Do you want me to say that? Do you want me to say that? Do you want me to say something about Biden? I'll say it.
Policy in this country. But if you look at the jobs
Please don't molest the money further.
report last week, it did show a 1.7 million drop off of foreign-born workers from March to July. And
That's a great number, by the way. That's a great number. Because it means we're putting Americans to work.
Well, the problem is immigrants have accounted for more than half of the U.S. workforce growth over the last 3 years. And so you wonder if that gets into an issue. And I know you've spoken with farmers who have had concerns about being able to find temporary workers there.
That's right.
And I think their pleas have kind of hit you in a way where you looked at that a little differently.
Yeah, as in you don't care about the humanity of these people, but the humans that you do care about are capital owners, aka farm owners, who came up to you and were like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? People don't want to come to work. People are too scared to come to work. And you're f***ing up the agribusiness. And Trump was like, all right, we'll let some of the Mexican slaves continue working, which he is literally going to say.
Because they had an open border policy because they were fools, and they allowed people from prisons and gang members and drug dealers into our country. We're getting the criminals out of our country by the thousands, and they're taken. We have murderers. We have people that are mentally insane. They come out of insane asylums and psych wards, and they come out of places that you don't want to know about. You would not like to see it. But they dumped everybody in our country, from the Congo in Africa to all over South America. They dumped millions of people into our country that are dangerous people, and I'm getting them out. I'm working with the farmers, however, and the farmers have been great. I also got the highest vote for farmers, I think, that anybody's ever gotten. And I take care of the farmers. I love the farmers. They're a very important part of this country. And we're not going to do anything to hurt the farmers, and we're working on that, and we're going to be...
Bro, he sounds like Austin doing a Trump voice.
...coming out with rules and regulations. I mean, you'll see a farmer with the same person working for him for 20 years. The person's even paying taxes and other things. And we're looking for the criminals, the people that murdered. You know, we have 11,888 people that came into our country under Biden, with our great czar, a border czar. She never called
Gambala.
one... You know, she never called. She was a border czar. She never went to the border, and she never made one call.
She literally went to Guatemala. Like, I'm not defending Kamala Harris. I think she did a horrible job as vice president. She was tasked with a horrible job to begin with from a president that didn't want her to do a good job anyway. But she did straight up fly to Guatemala to say, do not come.
Do not come.
I'm going to come to the Border Patrol. You know, other than that, she did a great job. But they had... hundreds of people that were murderers, 11,888 murders, 50% of which murdered more than one person in our country. We've already gotten a lot of them out, and some of them are so dangerous we don't want to bring them back. We want to put them in our own prison because we don't want them coming back. But they
the
allowed
people who have been here for years
11,888 murderers, many of which murdered more than one, into our population, and we're getting them out.
Wait, he also admits why some people don't get deported. He literally is admitting that the murderers that he's deporting have the capacity to come back into the United States. I mean, all the numbers he just said are made up, but that's literally the point. That's why some people don't get deported even after doing like a heinous crime, because there's no guarantee that they're not going to be freed in the country that they sent back to. There's a criminal justice system.
I just want to hear you clearly. You're saying the people who have been here for years and who have been even paying taxes, you're going to look at them
President Trump, people love tariffs.
very differently, and maybe they belong here in the workforce?
I want to work with them, and in some cases we're sending them back to their country with a pass back in legally, and we're doing things that are very difficult to do and very complex, but it works really well. We're sending them back, and then they're schooling, they're learning, they're coming in legally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody.
This is new. Why do you have to send them back then? Why don't you just process them here? He's like, no, I love deportations. I love them so much. I got to do a little bit. I got to do some deportations. Believe it. It's got to happen. It's going to happen. Believe it. That's why I'm doing it. I'm doing a little bit of deportation and then a little bit of reportation. We're porting them back in. After we port them out, deport and then report.
These people, you can't replace them very easily. You know, people that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die.
This is so psychotic. We covered this earlier, but I wanted to run it again. But it is such an insane thing to say. It's like the Mexican natural farmer, big build. And when they get a bad back, we kill them. We shoot them. We bring them to the glue factory.
That's interesting, isn't it? You know, these are very, you know, in many ways, they're very, very special people. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay, so.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
You know, here we go. So you did get the highest number of votes in Texas, so that's true. But when you're talking about...
then you don't have to say anything more, Joe.
I got to say this.
No, don't say anything more. Don't qualify it by saying,
no,
I got the highest number of votes
you did.
in the history
I'm moving
of Texas.
on. I'm moving on to your claim that revision helped Biden hurt you for the 800,000. It was in August. There was still plenty of time for voters to see that those weren't real jobs.
After the election in November, I believe it was in November.
No, this was before the election. He's talking about the revisions that took place before the election, which you literally used as a way to attack Biden before the election. He's shouting because he's getting fact checked. And this guy doesn't want to do it. He literally was like, let's not even touch that because I'm going to be forced to fact check you. He said it. He did not want to do this fact check. He's like, oh, let's not talk about that then, because if we do, then I have to go in and I have to correct you. And he doesn't want to do it. He does not want to do this fact check. Okay. Trump is literally like, don't do it. Don't say it. Don't say it, Joe. If you say it, I'll deport you. What are you, Lithuanian? I'm sending you to Estonia. That's where we're at.
There was a massive revision downward.
The first one, the 800,000 or 900,000, I think, was in August, and then later it came out in March of 2025. It went to 598, not 818, but the original one.
Well, listen, 598, but there were other revisions downward from prior to the election because the numbers were rigged. Okay, and as you said, the number. Look, you take a look after the election, how many revisions downward there were. But let's get back to Texas, because you said you were going to say something else. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, a record that they say won't be beaten unless I run again.
Are you going to run again? The
no,
Constitution
probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
And you're not going to fire Jay Powell. We'll go all talk about all the stuff that.
Hey, Becky, I'd like to run. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. You know why? Because people love the tariffs, and they love the trade deal, and they love that countries, and they love that foreign countries aren't ripping us off anymore. For years, they ripped us off, friend and foe. And the
Overall
friend
poll
was
numbers, you
worse.
don't. Overall
What?
poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had in overall poll numbers. You do.
Uh-oh. What? He said what? Uh-oh. What? I'm going to run it again.
Overall
What?
poll numbers, you don't.
Well, and the
Overall
friend
poll
was
numbers, you
worse.
don't. Overall
What?
poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had in overall poll numbers. You do. I'd say you have one of those.
I have the best. I have the best poll
among
numbers I've ever
Republicans.
had.
Among
I have
Republicans.
poll numbers where I'm 71%.
What? Dude, what?
I have the best poll numbers. Look,
Those are among Republicans. You know you've got.
No. Among Republicans, I'm at 94 and 95%. No, I'm talking about generally. I have the.
There is not a single poll that says he has 71% approval. What the is he talking about? Does someone show him like a poll where he has 71% approval among Republicans or something, which is like very low? What the is this guy saying? Does he mean like a Twitter poll or something? Like Gunther Eagleman. How many of us love the president? Show in this poll. And he's like, he got 74% of the people.
Let me put it this way. There was a gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN, and he went crazy over how.
Oh, holy Toledo.
Now, you know, you don't put that on because I think CBS is a shade. Actually, CNN's a shade better than NBC. I think NBC is probably the worst of them all. But if you check CNN tomorrow, watch Harry Emden.
Harry Emden.
About the numbers, but that's okay. We have to defend ourselves, Joe.
I know, but there are other. They can cite. There's your haters cite polls that have you down in the 30s, Mr. President. And,
yeah, but they're fake polls, Joe. I had a lot of fake polls. You also have me in the 70s.
No, that's not real. What is he talking about? Does anyone know what poll he's talking about? Which poll did Harry Emden point to? He's molesting the polls. It was Gunther Eagleman. Shut the up. No, you're just joking. I just made that up. There's no way that he was pointing to a Gunther Eagleman like Twitter poll or something. 47% of Republicans would still support Trump even if he were to link to Epstein's sex activities, according to Ledger. Now that's a good poll. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this one surprised me a bit because of all of these complaints online going after Trump and the Epstein files. You might think,
yeah, this is from like 2 weeks ago or something.
if anything, they're going up. Republicans who approve of Trump. Look at our CNN poll. The prior.
Yeah, that's Republicans. Okay. What's the
were Republicans? How about Quinnipiac? The prior poll, 87% approval of Republicans. This week out, 90% with Republicans. If anything, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone up since this whole Epstein saga started. He is at the apex or close there too in terms of his popularity.
Yeah, with Republican voters, man, there is no point that he has 70% approval ratings. I think he means disapproval. Maybe someone just like flipped the numbers or something. Harry Emden, he's the good guy. He's the guy. Wait, is this what it is?
Is arguably the most influential this century and probably as well dating back a good portion of the last century as well.
That's not a good thing, Rapid Response 47. Wait, what? It's true. He is the most influential president of this century. He has single-handedly changed American politics. I said this before the election. We are now living in Trump's universe. We're living in Trump land. We're living in Trump politics. Even if he lost, he would have forever changed the Republican Party. But I don't think he understands. This is not like a good thing.
About immigration, of course, Trump ran and has always run on a very hawkish immigration platform. Get this, 2025 net migration in the United States down at least 60% from last year. In fact, we may be heading for the first time in at least 50 years in which we have net negative migration into the United States. And last year, of course, in 2024,
people are leaving. Why is this a good thing? Why would anybody celebrate this? Oh my God, we're so dumb. Dude, it's just like, we're so dumb. This is such a stupid country. What do you say? What do you do? You know?
The net migration in the U.S. was 2.8 million. This year, we might be talking about negative net migration. My goodness gracious. Now, of course, this is part of the larger story, as I was mentioning. We're talking about immigration, net migration. We're talking about the effective tariff rate. But get this. How is Donald Trump doing it? Well, he is signing a ton of executive orders. Get this, 180, the most in a year since
Thank God he has the capacity to put that green line next to the 180 number, because otherwise I would not be able to pay attention to what number he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Oh my goodness, you have to go back to the first half of the 20th century, the last century, and to make a comparison, Joe Biden signed, get this, just 77 during his entire first year, and we're only a little bit in August so far, and Donald Trump making history with 180 executive orders signed so far this year. So that's why I said that in my mind, Donald Trump is the most influential president of this century, and probably dating back a good portion of the last century. That
Nothing that he mentioned here could be read as like objectively good.
is because he is remaking the country in terms of tariffs, he is remaking the country in terms of net migration, and he is remaking the country in terms of how much policy changes he's putting through in executive orders. As I said, it truly is history making. Love it, like it, or lump it.
They can't even say hate it. That's awesome. I'm glad that we got net negative migration. Okay. People are leaving more than they're coming in. That's one. We got tourism has taken a nosedive. It's kind of funny because like you see places like Spain or like European capitals where there's like people who are mad that like people keep coming. Like all these places that are propped up by tourism dollars are now offended or just like mad that tourists are coming to these areas. And Donald Trump heard that and was like, we should do that here. We should make sure no tourist comes into the country ever again. I saw it. They're spitting on our tourists like it's the West Bank. Only there is it allowed to spit on our big, beautiful Christian tourists. Only in the West Bank. When they do it, it's all right. When they do it in Barcelona, they're calling it. They're saying Barcelona. I call it Barcelona. They call it Barcelona. You have this kind of attitude, you never actually learn the truth. This is what's so frustrating about the nature of discourse online nowadays. I guess it's always been this way, but it's gotten especially worse in recent years.
Discussion on the Twitter platform recently over a tweet by noted Turkish man Hasan Piker. In this tweet, Hasan Piker argued that the US president could end the genocide in Gaza with one phone call. And a lot of really stupid people took issue with this. The tweets in question can be seen here in this post by friend of the show, The Willie Mack Show. So the original tweet is this one by Hasan Piker. One phone call is all it would take to stop Israel's genocide. If Israel doesn't comply, shut off weapons transfers. If Israel looks to get weapons elsewhere, put up a sanctions package. And if that fails, invade Israel militarily. That is why all it takes is one phone call. And this was responded to in really the most generic Zionist way.
All it takes for Hassan to end the war in the Middle East is one phone call or a full-scale U.S. invasion. The escalation of this tweet is hilarious. Oh, my God. That is where America's power comes from. That's it. That's not where it's going to go. Why are these people so stupid? I don't understand. It's so goddamn frustrating how stupid these people are. And we have propped up stupid people. Like the online community has propped up people who are not knowledgeable on the history of the dynamic between Israel and the United States of America. And now they just buy into it. It's just, I don't understand it. I literally don't understand it. Are you so incurious? I laid it out right there. It's reductive. It's within the confines of Twitter word limitations, but
was bringing.
Here's Christian Amanpour also saying it. I guess they need to hear more like famous liberals say this shit because that's the only people that they respect. But I don't even think they respect those people. It's kind of like when I say it's a genocide, I hate Hassan, so I don't believe it. But if other people say it, other people that I trust because they come from like reputable outlets, if they finally say it, then I'll believe it. But Hassan is still in the wrong, kind of like that.
Like I'm making a video about this. Probably my next main channel video is going to be about this. It's going to be called something like How Zionists Argue or something like that. And it's going to talk about the main Zionist argumentative tactic, which is just repeating back what you said as if it's self-evidently wrong and then accusing you of anti-Semitism. Not always the second part, but usually. In this case, they were gracious enough not to accuse you of anti-Semitism. Very nice of them. They usually would. So the original response is this Twitter account saying Hassan thinks you could solve the Israel problem with one phone call. There's no attempt to like debunk this because, you know, obviously most of Israel's armaments come from the US and they could not easily replace the American weapons manufacturers who give them these armaments. So if the US cut off their supply of arms, they would be unable to prosecute the war. They would.
You need to understand why. I mean, I don't even think these guys know what they're doing in terms of like trying to prop up pro-Israeli propaganda. When a Democrat or a liberal, like the liberal Vox reporter, also responded to this and said that it's like childish and stupid. She knows better. She's doing that deliberately. These guys are just stupid, and they think this is a good way to, I guess, like counter whatever I'm saying or belittle whatever I'm saying without any additional information, right? Without any knowledge, without any counter narrative, without any counter examples. Is just simply to be like, this guy is real stupid, huh? Right? That's it. And there are plenty of people who have also propped themselves up into believing that, into believing this like ridiculous thing. So there is no value if someone is like so actively well poisoned. You don't ever have to address them. You could just be like, this guy's wrong. And unfortunately, there are certain sides of the internet with where people get their notes from like apolitical slop tubers where they just genuinely don't think about these things at all. They don't. They just go, oh, Hassan said it, so it must be wrong. It's a very stupid way to learn anything. And that's why you find yourself wrong in many circumstances. And you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't reflexively disbelieve someone in general. I'm saying this about like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson, people who even cynically put forward correct information from time to time. You shouldn't do that for anybody. This is not just for me. You should not do that for anyone. You should always try to investigate further what the claims are and then try to disprove said claims.
Be in real risk of like being attacked by their neighbors and stuff because the US support, the US patronage is what allows them to do what they do. So a phone call like saying, hey, stop what you're doing in Gaza, withdraw immediately, or the arms transfers are gone. That would end the genocide right away. It's not a question of could this happen? It's a question of why doesn't it happen? They don't even try to argue against it. They just restate the statement as if it's self-evidently wrong. And I really like the Willie Mack Show response here because Willie Mack Show seems to have thought that Hassan was saying here that he could call Israel and end the genocide. I don't know.
All it takes for Hassan to end the war in the Middle East is one phone call or full scale. I don't even know if these guys are saying like, I'm going to make the phone call. I don't think anybody actually believes that, right? I hope people don't literally believe that. They can't be that stupid. I mean, that's stupidity beyond what I'm accustomed to online. I see a lot of stupids online, but this is like a new level of stupidity. I don't think he's saying that.
I don't know how to take this aside from him saying that. All it takes
they are saying that? No, that's what they think, Law. No, I think it's better for us not to assume that our interlocutors are just like that dumb. Okay, I think they're dumb, but they're not that dumb, right? It's better to assume. It's better to try to be charitable. I don't think he's saying you would make the call. He's saying for, as in Hassan's view, which is only slightly less stupid. Yeah. I think that this is him just saying this is my view. Ethan literally did post that you think you can make that call personally. Really? Okay. Yeah, I guess I just had. What? What is this? Hassan, who would solve Israel and Palestine with one perfect phone call, and Noah, who thinks the Houthis are the only ones following international law. The fact that these airheads dominate lefty discourse on Palestine is a bigger gift to Netanyahu than anything else they could accuse me of doing. Why? These guys are political commentators, right? Like, just address the issue. Like, address the argument. Explain why America does not have this level of control over Israel, despite the fact that America has supplied 70% of all offensive and defensive weapons to Israel. Explain how Israel would make up for the lack of munitions that they are getting from the United States of America. Then explain how many Israeli military officials in the past, and even during this instance of genocide, has actively told the media in Israel that America has demanded that they scale back on certain instances in spite of what the Israeli public is demanding. And they've literally said, we can't do this without the United States of America. Explain why throughout Israeli history, American politicians, American presidents have actually made that one singular phone call to stop Israel's atrocities. Explain all of that. There is no Israel without America. Why don't they address any of these points and instead just go instead they just like vaguely gesture into the wild and go, this guy's such an airhead. He's so dumb. What is this? Does Ethan think Hassan is saying he's the one who would make the call? What is this dude saying? Me when I'm daydreaming about me when I'm daydreaming in the shower about being a hero, and then everyone stood up and clapped. I mean, he's implying that, but I think it's so stupid. It's irrelevant. It's not even worth addressing. Like, this is the expectation I have from a slop tuber, certainly, but it's not the expectation I have from like a person who is, I guess, my ideological opponent here. You know, a person who is who is making this claim that I'm wrong should probably explain why I'm wrong. There is no continued genocide without American weapons. Okay? It's that simple. And not only that, but also if America cut off weapons to Israel, which would never even happen because it wouldn't get to that point, Israel does not have a meaningful way to make up for that supply chain. Okay? Especially in the short period of time necessary to continue this genocide. Who are they going to go to? Because when America shuts off weapons, you could say, oh, well, they're going to get it from Germany. Germany doesn't have the same industrial base that America has for a steady flow of weapons. They don't have the same arsenal. They do not have the same industrial base. And also, many of the weapons that Germany would probably send to Israel in the interim would not even be German weapons. They would be American weapons. So if America is shutting off weapons, then Germany cannot send weapons to Israel. That's number one. Number two, let's say they're getting it from Russia, right? Also wrong for a multitude of different reasons. One, because Russia is invested in pummeling Ukraine. They do not have that runway to make up for it, okay? They have their hands too busy with Ukraine to begin with. But also on top of that, they have a strategic allegiance with Iran, as well as a strategic allegiance with Israel as well. But because of their strategic allegiance with Iran, they can't let go of their partnership with Iran either. Okay, Iran is still an important player in the region and an important player against American interests in the region. There is no place they can get it from, with the exception maybe of China, which I highly doubt China would, out of nowhere, start supplying Israel with a steady flow of munitions so they can continue doing their genocide, no matter how much they love trade maxing. Okay? China is their number one supplier in general for their economy. It's profoundly important to the Israeli economy. They do a tremendous amount of trade with China. It's their number one. It is the number one country that they trade with, Israel trades with, okay? China has a lot of influence here as well, which is why I've also routinely criticized China, just kind of gesturing against Israel and being like, Palestinians deserve to live, please stop, and then never really following through with any sort of coherent policy there. But there is no country that Israel could go to that could give them the same amount of and the same steady flow of weapons in the short period of time necessary if America shut off the weapons transfers. This is precisely the reason why it takes one phone call. But let's say Israel was in this hypothetical scenario capable of making up for the lack of munitions, and they were able to literally go and work Chinese weapon systems. Let's say China decided we're arming Israel, okay? It's the only country that has the bandwidth and has the industrial base to be able to supply weapons to Israel, right? America and Israel's allegiance has fallen apart. All of a sudden, America is anti-Israel. They said, no more weapons, right? Let's say China is actually sending the weapons. Let's say that while China is actually sending the weapons, Israel what? Magically figures out how to operate Chinese weapon systems? Like, you have to get trained on this stuff. You can't just like come in and be like, all right, perfect. Now these anti-aircraft defense systems that they shipped in, which is a logistical nightmare to begin with, we can now use. You can't do that. It takes a tremendous amount of time and a tremendous amount of training for people to be able to start using this stuff, okay? You know this from what happened in Ukraine. It's not plug and play. These are foreign adversaries. Israel is an ally. Israel uses American weapons. They do not use Chinese weapons. They use Chinese surveillance and things of that nature, Chinese drones, but they do not use Chinese weapons. They can't. It's an entirely different weapon system. America would never allow that anyway. America would nuke Israel before allowing Israel, who at that point would still retain a bunch of American weapons, a bunch of American like missile systems, to then all of a sudden bring in Chinese weapon systems onto that same platform. That would be insane. That would destroy any kind of security America had, because now Israel would give everything to China. Okay, there are a million different reasons as to why this would never work. But let's say it did work. Okay, let's say it did work. Let's say magically all of these impossible things took place, and Israel was able to perfectly take all the Chinese weapons and change their platforms to the Chinese platform, and were able to train themselves overnight and started using that to continue as genocide. At that point, America would just destroy Israel's economy. That's it. America would say, no more trade with Israel. If you trade with Israel, with the exception of China, let's say, because it's too much of a powerful player in the global marketplace, they would just pull a Cuba on Israel. They would do a full-blown embargo. They would stop other countries from trading with Israel. It would, again, never get to that point. Regardless, I can't stress this enough, because that is the reason why all it takes is one phone call. And let's say Israel says, we're doing genocide. We don't care. You can kill our economy. Okay, you can kill our economy. We still want to do genocide. At that point, they would invade. It never gets to that point, and it never has to get to that point, because it starts and ends with one phone call for this reason. It would never in a million years get to the point where America's invading Israel militarily. Okay, that is why all it takes is one phone call. Even from the first step to the second one, there is a tremendous amount of impossible things that are literally physically not possible for Israel to do to be able to continue its a genocide. Okay, once again, 70% of all weapons that Israel's using, both offensively and defensively, are supplied since October 7 by the United States of America.
To end the war in the Middle East is one phone call. He genuinely seems to think that Hassan was talking about himself rather than the President of the United States of America. God, I love Willie Mack show. He's so funny. But look, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I'm going to assume this is just some bad wording on his part, and what he meant is that he thinks it's ridiculous to think that the US president could ever end a conflict in the Middle East or a war in the Middle East with one phone call. And I'm going to look into whether or not there's any precedent for this happening or not. Okay? So, in 1982, during the Israeli assault on Lebanon, there was a phone...
Ronald Reagan made a phone call, said, you are doing the Holocaust. Stop.
Call between President Ronald Reagan and Prime Minister of Israel, the noted terrorist Menachem Begin, whose name I surely mispronounced, but I mean, modern Hebrew is a constructed language anyway. They pronounce everything wrong, so I'm going to also pronounce things wrong. He called him, and he told him, stop the bombing. What you're doing here is not okay. We don't support this. Stop. And within 20 minutes, the bombing stopped. Okay, so that's one precedent for this happening. Ronald Reagan, by the way, Ronald Reagan was an extremely Trumpish president. He was just better on camera than Trump is, because he was an actor and Trump isn't. Ronald Reagan was absurdly stupid, absurdly dumb, and even...
Wrong! Donald Trump is a TV guy as well, and that's the reason why he's very telegenic and very charismatic. I disagree with Bad Empanada.
Even he did this. So clearly the US president does have this power. They have massive coercive power over Israel, because Israel relies on their arms to be able to prosecute its war. It relies on their diplomatic support, and in many ways their indirect or direct military support. Like the US, for example, famously helps shoot down missiles that are launched at Israel. It famously patrols the waters near Israel just to keep, make sure its presence is known, because Israel wouldn't be able to do that as effectively by itself. You also see like the US attacking Yemen essentially on behalf of Israel a number of times, and the US attacking Iran on behalf of Israel. So the US does a fucking ton for Israel, and Israel knows this, obviously. The Israeli leaders know this. And if this stuff was taken away from them, or if there was a credible threat that it could be taken away from them, Israel would have to fall in line. So the question here is not, would that work? As Hassan Piker said, it does work. It's proven to have worked in the past. And even like a basic thought experiment using the most basic Occam's razor would have you conclude that yes, Israel would indeed have to stop the genocide in Gaza if the US president called Netanyahu and told him in firm terms with a clear threat to escalate if he doesn't, that this needs to stop. The US is the world's premier empire. Israel is one of its proxy states. This is obvious. It's just so evident. It's so clear why they have not attempted to actually refute what's being said here. Because as I said, the Zionist argumentation is to repeat what you are saying as if it's self-evidently wrong and then call you anti-Semitic for saying it. So rather than attempt to refute what Hassan was saying here on the merits of his statement, on the merits of the evidence for it, they just say, all it would take is one phone call.
Yeah. And there's one other thing that can actually kind of jam up this machine of death and destruction, and that is mounted opposition, mounted military opposition that is too consequential for Israel and even the United States of America. We saw this with the 12-day war with Iran. Okay? Iran was able to successfully cripple the Israeli economy and shut Israeli society down for 12 straight days. And in the process, they actually expended American munitions. THAAD missiles are not cheap. They take years to build. We do not have enough stockpiles. Israel does not have enough stockpiles, certainly, but Israel does not even have enough stockpiles with America backing Israel. So there was a point as well. There is a point where this can come to a halt without America making that phone call or force America to make that phone call. In the Western world, our only way of pushing for this phone call is by constantly protesting, constantly creating an environment where we punish politicians for maintaining their allegiance with Israel. And then it's same in the Western nation states as well, where you can actually get more involvement from your politicians, even though they're fearful of America's interests, fearful of ever sidestepping the United States of America. You can actually create more pressure on the global stage by getting European countries to criticize Israel, to create an even more expansive permission structure to say Israel, right? And then all of that ultimately becomes costly for the United States of America. In the region, though, the way to do this is by expending America and Israel's munitions. It's that simple. I mean, this is what happened after the 12-day war. Had Iran fired a few more large volleys of missiles, Israel could have exhausted its supply of top-tier Arrow 3 munitions, one of the U.S. officials said. THAAD operators burned through munitions at a furious clip, firing more than 150 missiles to shoot down the waves of Iranian ballistic missiles, according to U.S. officials. That is nearly a quarter of the interceptors ever purchased by the Pentagon. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. It wasn't just the THAAD. The U.S. ran through large numbers of shipborne interceptors as well, and Israel quickly drained stockpiles for its own systems. Dozens of Iranian missiles got through anyway. It would likely take more than a year and cost between $1.5 billion to $2 billion, debatable, to replenish the THAAD interceptors fired during the 12-day war, according to Wes Rumbaugh, a CSIS fellow who researches Pentagon missile procurement and budget details. Most of America's Arleigh Burke class-guided missile destroyers are armed with SM-2s, SM-3s, and SM-6s. Those warships also went through interceptors at an alarming rate. During the 12-day war, the ship shot about 80 SM-3s at Iranian threats, according to a U.S. official. So everyone who predicted that Israel's multi-layered missile defense was 1 to 2 weeks away from critical grid attrition was correct. It could have been sooner, depending on the tempo of attacks. That stage would force Israel to triage its finite supply of interceptors, saving the rest only for sensitive military sites, while they let the rest through to strike their targets. This is obviously a situation Israel would want to avoid. It's a multifaceted, multi-layered approach. At the end of the day, war can be as complicated or as simple as you want to explain it. And I think the simplest ways to describe war is attrition, both in the economy, but in the simplest terms, attrition with how much it costs for an Iranian missile to be lobbed in the direction of Israel versus how much it costs for Americans to defend Israel. It is unimaginably costly to defend Israel like this. It is in comparison to how costly it is to defend Israel like this, it is insanely cheap to attack Israel. If you are Iran, it's not even a comparison. It's the same with Yemen. Operation Prosperity Guardian under the Biden administration was a multi-billion-dollar operation, and it failed. They wanted to stop the Houthis from implementing a blockade and making it so that regular commercial shipping that goes to Israel could continue, that they wanted to stop the Houthis implementing a blockade against Israel. Okay? They wanted to do that. They wanted to stop it. It failed. Donald Trump continued it, restarted it, and continued it. It was even more costly when Donald Trump did it. And they still were completely incapable of stopping the Houthis from implementing a blockade. So they had to come to the bargaining table and implement a negotiation where they basically said, Houthis, stop attacking our ships, our Navy ships, American Navy ships, and you can continue bombing Israel if you want. That was literally the deal that Donald Trump put together. He even said the Houthis are very brave warriors. They're very brave people. They fight so good. And in the process, one of Israel's two major ports has gone bankrupt. The Houthis did that. The Houthis dropped during the second wing of Operation Prosperity Guardian approximately 20 plus Reaper drones that are around $20-30 million a pop. Four fighter jets dropped in the process due to maneuvering incidents, due to hitting one another, and they were able to strike the Ben Gurion airport. It's not even a question. It is not costly for them to do this. It is incredibly costly for America to continue doing this.
Hello, stupid. And I mean, yeah, in 2021 as well, the Biden administration pushed Israel very firmly towards a ceasefire, though not quite as firmly as Reagan did. So this is something for which there is precedent, and it's something for which, even if there wasn't precedent of it happening in the past, you can just look at the relationship between the US and Israel, see how much the US gives to Israel, how much Israel is reliant on the US, and easily conclude that yes, the US president could absolutely force them to stop what they're doing in Gaza. The question is not, can he? The question is, why doesn't he? But again,
thank you. Exactly. No amount of explaining this is going to help these people understand this reality because they don't see this video. They don't come here. There is a steady flow of Hassan propaganda that just circulates in that corner of the internet. And especially if you're already invested in the mindset that America can do no wrong, or America can sometimes do wrong, but they're doing wrong while they're trying to do right. If you have this kind of attitude, you never actually learn the truth. This is what's so frustrating about the nature of discourse online nowadays. I guess it's always been this way, but it's gotten especially worse in recent years, where no amount of explainers is going to cause someone who is already invested in the Hassan is stupid and dangerous and violent and a terrorist to basically turn around and go, wait a minute, let me look into this myself. You understand? We fought for over a year and the administration never said ceasefire. Now, this is from Drop Site News all the way back in April 28. Israeli officials were blunt about the benefits of Biden's passivity. Former Ambassador Michael Herzog declared, God did the state of Israel a favor that Biden was president during this period because it could have been much worse. We fought in Gaza for over a year and the administration never came to us and said, ceasefire now. It never did. And that's not the problem. That's not to be taken for granted. It's ironic because people will always say oh, he's looking at Twitter links. That's another one. That's another thought terminating cliche. I'm not looking at Twitter links. I'm looking at Twitter summarizations of an article from a reputable outlet like Drop Site News that is comprised of investigative reporters that have worked all around mainstream news that are very well credentialed, people who I know personally. Okay? People always love doing that where they're he's just looking at Twitter links. It's I'm not. This is a Drop Site News summarization of an article that was initially reported in Axios. Okay? Or this is Channel 13, sorry. Axios reported on it as well. You can dismiss those people out of hand. I know. But the problem is you shouldn't. Because there are a lot of people like that.
to watching a video of people being, taken into that prison. And else
This
I'm
is
coming,
really important. This
from
conversation is
with
great
that,
to have.
I
I'm so glad he did
don't
this.
know
I'm so glad Ethan did
if
this.
there is.
Anyway, speaking of petulant children, let's go and watch a lecture that is currently taking place on the H3 podcast. My former podcast co-host is talking to Sam Cedar. Anyway, Sam is on. Let's take a look.
Sam Cedar, what a nightmare.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you
I've
again.
been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over
we're
the years.
all. It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live on the H3 channel, yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just going through to find out, and then I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that
he
explains why
Does Ron go in his chat? What do you mean?
He may no. Yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly, what
do you mean?
I don't know what to do because I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that I would reach out and speak to most people. But I also don't want to be on a platform that's owned and perpetuates basically Nazi
Why would
shit,
I go in his chat?
Yeah, this was yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me not to realize that. I just assumed you didn't want to respond, but
okay. Well, that's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know the whole lore of it, the background of it.
I don't. I mean, this is all I know is that Hassan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th. And I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks, so I assume it was sometime in early October. And my thought we were just going to do this off air, but
that's what I wanted.
My
I was
understanding
talk to him
is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, he didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only myself as a in any form.
Well,
whatsoever.
Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, actually, I mean that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hassan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan, but basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews
he's gonna cook
have
him.
some kind of positive feelings
Sam
towards
is
the
gonna
state
cook
of
his
Israel.
ass. He's gonna be like,
he
that's
was
faulty
disagreeing
data.
with
It's
me.
bullshit.
I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that. And I have, I don't know
Watch,
if you're
he's
quite,
gonna
if you
say,
agree with
that's
that
just
or not. I can pull it up.
American Jews saying Israel's important to them. Israel's important to me, but that doesn't mean that I like Israel.
At least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong.
That is just a
and I
question
said, "Who are you to
answered
talk about
by
this?" I did not
diaspora
say
Jews about
only
whether
listen to
Israel is
Jewish
important to them or not. That doesn't mean that they're Zionists. Israel's important to me in my life as well.
That's not what I took him to say, but yeah, I mean, Hassan is that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean certainly my upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was in the 70s, 1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, Hebrew and Jewish culture, and I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like if you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment, and it's not. But it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's one that shows 73%.
Dude, he's saying just because you have an attachment to Israel doesn't mean
anyway, it doesn't really matter. Regardless, basically, I want to flesh out my ideas, my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, et cetera, right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters to me. So thank you, as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Cedar, everybody.
No one said that.
100% Ashkenazi?
That. That is also a mischaracterization. He has
I haven't
lived experience,
but
and he trusts.
I'm quite sure I have some Sephardic Jewish ancestry too. So I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. Hey, my friend, I'm 99.3%, so that's my.
All right,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So at any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say, I got about an hour.
Okay, great.
Get home.
I'll just get into it then. Here it is.
Not enough. That's not enough time, Uncle.
Okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with a little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool recently had a wedding.
Wait, what?
And can you see? Can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
I would. I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Bro!
So I don't know.
Why are you filibustering the conversation?
Fine look for our good friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So well, let me ask you this: what have you kind of like heard about me? Because I mean, I know that your colleagues have an opinion.
I got to be honest with you. I have not heard much. I have, like, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that was it. But I don't, look, from my perspective, I'm not, and I know that there's been, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you have taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this. And, the personal aspects of this, and, I don't believe that people, I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted.
This is not going well.
Try to be fired or whatever, or have CPS sicked on them or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm more interested in talking about my relationship to Zionism and my perspective on what Israel is doing, and what is happening in Gaza. And
I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel-Gaza Palestinian dispute situation for a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was with my wife early on.
Doesn't know the full scope
here's my
of
position
his
right after October 7th. And you can tell me if you have any... if you have any comments on any of my positions here, but this was posted on. This was from our episode a few days after
he's gonna
October
showcase
7th.
himself as like pro-Palestinian unconditionally.
Liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel. Okay, listen. This isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it and many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs. Okay, they're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Okay. He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hell-bent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building...
I wonder
the chances. That
what the background of this show is that he's on, where he's saying these things.
Okay, it's barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting.
What is Chad saying?
I've seen videos. I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead 5-year-old daughter.
La, la, la. I was there for this conversation. I know all of this.
I don't need to watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional.
This
but
is precisely
so that was my take right after
This is precisely
October
the reason
7th,
why I literally thought Ethan was with the cause for the longest time.
I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered while on the phone with news. So coming off of that emotional...
He's so brave. Thank you, Ethan, for saying Palestinians are humans and Israel is doing a genocide even after October 7th.
My reaction. Now, I don't know if there's something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
I think much of what you said was true. I'm not sure, frankly, if what we've seen Israel do in terms of Gaza is not broadly supported in Israel. I'm not seeing the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu is doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would.
He's going to say Sam agrees with me, and he hates you because you're anti-Semitic. That's like his goal here is to be like, why have you called me a Zionist when Sam believes that I'm not?
Places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make it's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population not having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there, but I don't think I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later
he's
after
done so
you
much
said
more
those
Hasbro
things,
since then, so it's like disingenuous for him to present that.
This is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So, I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza, that they wouldn't change their mind. But I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war is how much it's jaded
It's not a war, it's
and
a genocide.
radicalized, I think, people in Israel.
It's not just Benjamin Netanyahu,
It's really,
it's Zionism.
I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like, I mean, the sentiment in Israel is basically that the world wants, you know, the country to disappear, and and obviously, like that's a much more nuanced conversation. But the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
Not a war, it's a genocide.
And I think, I think that gets to it to some extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. You know, I was looking up, we killed in Iraq, you know, depending on what numbers you want to look at, but you know, I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people. But even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense and look, I experienced this with family members. Where the sense that, you know, there's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students. And I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or you know, Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
well, two people can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Oh, absolutely.
People,
no, absolutely.
People
I
who
agree,
are uninvolved in the war, if they're being like victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
you can care about two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, you know, both we can care about two things.
100%.
And obviously, one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse, and what's happening in Gaza.
But who should tolerate being discriminated against based on their identity? You know what I mean? Like, of course,
well,
who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are being victimized. I mean, certainly, listen, anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up and playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. I've experienced anti-Semitism, but you know, put it in the context of
which
like,
I agree with.
You're a parent, I'm a parent. You know, if my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them. And it's a question of prioritizing these things. You can have two thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself or to perceive that one's victimization is sufficient to ignore the
I got to stop you because I don't think anyone. I don't know who's doing that.
Well, I mean, I just said like you just presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's like the American Jewry who's like, I have nothing to do with that place, and then the Israelis, right? So like when you're talking about,
in terms of the way that you characterize the Israeli feeling, was that they feel isolated, et cetera, and I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of like, we are
Sam will not let Ethan talk.
Committing, like you say, genocidal acts. And if people want to call it genocide, I don't, you know, obviously it's got to be, it's a legal term, but I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide. And to not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like obviously the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims.
That Ethan is being
after everything that's happened, obviously,
centering
they've
himself in this
suffered
conversation about how he's been victimized as though he's the biggest victim of this entire genocide
of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said, I think the problem.
But he's trying to
Israel,
serve it to
just to
Ethan.
try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, is just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like there's not a lot of space emotionally, and like even the information that they're consuming, I think that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israelis don't know what's happening
there are
necessarily.
some. I mean,
There's some.
I'm
Yeah, of
so
course. there's some.
sorry.
You know,
They're just simply
what
little
was it?
old,
In the
little
fall,
old, most
you had the
powerful
publisher
country in the region, and its
Haaretz,
citizenry that's
you know,
championing
speaking
the
out what was going on
cost
there.
of children.
And the paper was essentially, you know, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down.
He moved on from him being the victim to
some extent.
Israelis
I mean,
being the
so-
victims.
Well, so
of
what's
this
your
war.
explanation why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look, there's, I'm sure that there is a mass, you know, sort of like a failure to deal with trauma. I think, but I think some of it is, frankly, is a racism. I think, you know, how can you explain, you know, how can I explain how I just watched a clip of people at a Trump rally chanting USA, USA, to watching a video of people being, you know, taken into that prison in El Salvador and having their head I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. So I don't know how I could explain how the Israelis are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction. But I know that it's wrong.
Off.
And I think, you know, some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is,
Sam
you
is
know, maybe
losing
some
me.
type of mass failure
so
to deal with trauma. I mean, I don't know all those things. I think, you know, part of it, I think there's some of the makeup of, you know, immigrants to Israel over the past several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it.
We had this conversation before.
I'm not in a position to sort of like be able to psychoanalyze it beyond the sort of, you know, vague notions.
Sure.
But
yeah, and I agree.
From my perspective, it's gobsmacking, and you know, to me, it has shown, and you know, I never
very well
identified myself as a Zionist as a kid, or you know, through the years, and I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think I. You know, I think it wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I have, you know, I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled, but to me it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has.
It's Zionism. That is the problem.
It has failed both,
and Ethan will
from
never
a perspective
reconcile
of,
that.
You know, what I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the
Hannah Arendt.
19th century.
Hannah Arendt.
It has been a failure in terms of keeping Jews safe, frankly. It seems to have been a massive failure. And so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can operate as someone who is an American in terms of like what we support, which is why I think we should end all aid. And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf for what Israelis or, you know, Zionists are doing. And so, I mean, that's where I'm coming from.
This is really important. This conversation is great to have. I'm so glad he did this. I'm so glad Ethan did this.
If there is a psychological state that can justify this.
Oh, no, they're too stupid to understand it, though.
I don't think there is. And so, you know,
it's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, it is the way that it is. And so that's for a reason. And it's just, it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying. But actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable, yeah.
And
we're talking about like military aid and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Israel can make their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, like, they don't need American military. Yes, yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think they do need it to do what they're doing, without a doubt. And
well, what I mean is they're not entitled to it, to say more accurately.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure until.
How, as a Jew, and you know, I mean, obviously you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as you know, through your family and whatnot, and through having lived there. But as a Jew,
Holy Ethan W. They're so desperate for Ethan to come across as even remotely
to what is being done, ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is. I mean, I think it's. I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump and to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever. And so I don't know.
By the way, I think Ethan is in agreement with Sam here.
Great.
He's walking back a lot of his positions, but I don't think Gila is in agreement
no, I
with
mean,
Sam
I
at
agree
all.
with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why, like, this chasm started between me and, you know, Hassan is very influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing him, which is what I perceive happened, then it kind of becomes reality.
All the way up until the context nuke.
Is
I didn't know the
his not
depravity.
supporting Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know, but I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that's and like he's sending the 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu, you have a blank check to do whatever you want.
They're watching me
now,
as well.
Like, would
it just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing to. I mean, listen, I think.
Well, we're talking about Kamala.
I suspect that
we don't know. We don't know what Kamala would have done.
I suspect.
Like, sure, it'll be marginally better, but we don't know.
She would not have had the same policies as Trump. But at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level. Like it would have, I think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope her difference would have been.
That's the reason why she lost.
Probably,
that was my point.
Had implications in the election, but I think
from Biden's
perhaps even
dangerous
more importantly,
genocidal Gaza policy,
it would have maybe
not removing herself, not severing her ties from Biden early on. That was my major point of contention with the Kamala Harris campaign, and that's what led her to lose.
I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils, but.
Yeah, me too, and I think that that's an important distinction to make at a time like this. Yeah,
I can certainly understand how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think
I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration, I can't support Kamala. But at the same time, like a hugely influential political streamer like Hassan,
I never told people not to vote for Kamala.
On people, I think, and who's someone who
was at Kamala Harris. That is a lie.
Who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally.
I hate Jill Stein.
But either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever, and like you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote, that's fine. But if you're like a high-level political streamer, and you know, basically, you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser of two evils and what that means, I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
I mean, I certainly have been critical of people who, generally don't vote for the lesser of two evils. But I think, and certainly, in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly that was my perspective. But again, I don't
know why he lies about this.
What the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability.
Yes, of course
to,
he's using Sam to try and
signal that
trash
there would
talk
be
me by
any
fucking
change.
lying.
You know, I think
I literally have made
sometimes you have to take this at face
numerous
value.
videos about Jill Stein
I think there would be certainly
just
definitely
fucking
other things. You
lies.
would not be assaulting the government
Why does
like
he lie about
like
this?
Trump
It's
is.
such a basic,
but
easy to comprehend principle.
I think probably this is the first election in in as long as I've been doing
Hassan
this,
keeps
and I
saying
think
you're
it's
lying.
been
He
5
is
elections now.
lying.
I mean, I'm old.
Why
that
does he lie
I
about
couldn't
this?
really
I voted on stream.
condemn someone from taking that
I never
position
told people to vote for Jill Stein. I
based
told
upon
people
what we
not
were
to vote
seeing.
for Jill
This
Stein.
is
I told
It's
people
not
not
just
to vote
some
for
random
Donald
person.
Trump. I said
I
Donald
do,
Trump was
and I'll tell you
of course
why.
be worse than Kamala Harris.
Kamala
But it
Harris
was up to
wanted a
them
ceasefire.
to
She
make that
stated
decision
that.
on their
Trump
own.
said finish them. I mean, let's be honest.
Oh my
like for
God.
someone like
Biden said,
Hassan,
I want to ceasefire
I'm not voting for
too.
Biden. I'm not talking
No,
about
I
Biden.
understand, but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So,
Well,
like,
you can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What
well,
she
but she's-
said.
I mean,
Well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No, but I'm talking about the candidate. Biden, as a president said he wanted a ceasefire. She as a candidate said, I want a ceasefire.
Well, do you not, even if you're like, I don't know how much
He
I
is
trust
not
them.
knowledgeable
One's
enough to
like, I want
have
a
an
ceasefire, the
adult
other one is
conversation
like,
on this.
finish
I'm
them.
sorry. It's obvious.
Well,
He
listen,
doesn't know what he's talking about.
I think
And
it
he's
was
lying on top of
certainly
that.
obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse. But I think, like, if you're trying to get the candidate
pee.
to
I'm doing a pee break.
show some indication of this, I can understand that. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, and I get your
I'm
point
not-
too. Like, ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and like that, it feels like it feels like
it also shows a
morally-
tremendous amount of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice. And I think, you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se, but
Well, we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this.
I don't.
Well, let me show you this.
I don't care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
Honestly, I'm like
Let me show you this. This is
I'm
more.
Not, I don't. I honestly. Like,
Yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you. And you tell me what you
It's
think.
clip chimped. This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher as Felix was posting. Yep. If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's
I
don't want my Zionist family members to be in office either.
And I'll tell you what I think is really...
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says, if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel.
He said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear, just to be clear about what he said.
Don't try to.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is so. This is such a petty. Like the idea that we're going to police. Let me respond. You want me to respond to this?
No,
I don't, like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me.
Maybe Sam needs more context to see how vitriolic Hassan is.
Understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay, like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation,
of your background,
I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, this is, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews.
Yes.
It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day. He does a show 5, as far as I can tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam. You don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
But you want
and by
to
the way, it's easy, and I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this.
You're saying it doesn't. You're saying actually I'm wrong.
You know exactly what I mean there.
In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews. That have nothing to do with the war.
That is a complete mischaracterization of
it.
It's not.
He's not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a neo.
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel? How many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it is not specifically.
Most Jews.
Perhaps these people no.
Yes, it does, Sam.
It describes most Christian evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73% of Jews.
That is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know.
What
do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
you can say the same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism.
I wouldn't be able to have this conversation because Ethan would just be like, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater.
In isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well,
I don't even want to talk about it.
I disagree with you.
But I'm using your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I disagree as well.
It's dangerous for Jews.
I think
it's dangerous for this society.
Why would he?
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what's happening here. I know you said you aren't doing that.
I'm not hand waving.
You're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
No,
to
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean,
I'm
Jewish
saying
people
the
have a collective
mischaracterization
memory of
of it
trauma,
as
Sam, and it
anti-Semitism.
starts a certain way, and it starts with people. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing here? It's irresponsible language.
He's not talking about
He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad
and
have...
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians.
If he wants his dad to be appointed to a local office, and Sam would say no.
Your father, who you mentioned, said something to you that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel.
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Well, does your dad have any positive feelings about it now? Not in terms of like I support them, but like I think
positive feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's literally what he said. I'll play it again.
Thank you. I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hassan does it.
Listen,
he plays around with the term Zionist, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say. But he's not talking about Jews.
Yes.
He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians.
Yes.
More Christians.
Okay, well, listen, I don't
think your background.
He's not fit to walk dogs, either.
Yes,
I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I just think that.
It's listen. You can say
I
it's
just
an
think
appropriate
that,
thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well we're at an impasse on this one.
No, the dog walker is a local.
But anyway, another thing.
Colloquialism that Felix Biederman,
and he's
also
someone that
Jewish,
plays around
used.
with Zionism. He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hassan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean? What's a Zionist tendency?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to talk to him on Friday. You can ask him what a Zionist tendency is. I suppose I would guess. And, like I've looked at polls too, where, people have various different understandings of what Zionism is.
On this?
But I think it is
Hassan up so much.
My
Ethan is
guess,
trying to fight us through
and I don't know what he was thinking specifically.
Watch
but
Ethan back away from our supposed
state
debate on Friday
that
because now he didn't get what he wanted out of Sam.
Whatever in the name of Zionism allows this mass slaughter, I think is horrific.
Sure,
and he's not able to extract. He's not able to extract what he wanted out of Sam.
Disagree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so. Another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hassan pretty much openly supports Hamas.
Let's not talk about Hassan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I mean, if you want to ask me about, I think
he's gonna back away now that he's not getting what he wanted.
I'm not here to explore.
I have a list of things
but if you want to talk about Hamas, I think look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the ANC terrorists.
What do you think about them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions, and I think that is very.
Watching someone that has
is
the exact same opinion as I do,
an understanding of human nature.
Saying it from a perspective
that you're not
of
supporting
subject
Israelis.
break
Just to
out.
point out an inconsistency there.
Because he can't hit
How
him
so?
on this.
Well, you're not.
Because
You're like I don't. I
he's
refuse to
supposed to present
understand human
himself as
nature
someone
and
who
their
respects
reaction.
Sam Cedars'
It's just
position.
evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring. Because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you didn't really answer that.
Listen, I don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th, but toward Hamas. But I can tell you that we have there is a long history of terrorist organizations or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the IRA, even the PLO,
Now, Sam,
that ultimately become political organizations.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible.
Twice they asked
That's
Nelson
something he
Mandela,
said.
if you disavow violence, we will let you go free.
In the totality,
I will not disavow violence.
of their
You
campaign,
are wrong. You are
I think
wrong.
under 200 civilians died, and the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable for what they did. That's a difference, Sam.
About this?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that
a significant difference.
He stayed in prison. His
well,
prison sentence
it
was
is a significant
extended.
difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now. And so
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability.
Being killed, okay. I mean, being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. But
you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, I was saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
That's not true.
The ANC did.
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang when they killed over 100
I would not compare Irgun to the IRA, by the way.
In 1948. I mean, the history is full of examples of organizations that commit terrorist acts. Now, I will tell you,
people look at South Africa.
I do not condone the killing
family, by
of
the way.
civilians, which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say. I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, what do you expect,
MK
right?
paramilitary wing of the
truth
ANC
is that people
bombing campaign that
use
killed 19
South
people,
Africa as an
wounded 200.
example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
They were violent.
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, 50 or whatever, that were innocent people who went there, and
Nelson
snipers
Mandela,
are
as a
shooting
leader, he was
down
willing to use
unarmed
violence.
civilians. And so, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally,
That's the reason why he
covering
went to
this,
prison.
my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say,
but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, it's, none of it's working out, is it? I mean,
not much at all. Not really much at all.
What is called the greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews.
Well,
it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. Folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress, and what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, I don't know how I would react in
I love using Einstein as well.
That type of miseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them. And
that's fine.
He's far closer to the
secret weapon.
the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons, right? So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
What do I think about it?
Yeah,
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware.
He's gonna hit the rape stuff now, probably.
That the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian
you leave out that they attacked kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they. I don't know what the strategy was on their part.
So what do you think? Would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt on that day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane.
I mean,
yeah, right. It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
Yes, but I think I think the lack of proportionality was just beyond. Frankly, and I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy, what is it, 80-90% of the structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals
as well.
That they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that because that's why they attacked.
Food as a weapon.
I'm more interested in the justification for what they're doing.
Probably took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I believe that they probably. I mean, this is all conjecture on my part. That they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing, and I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going I'm not going to endorse Hamas's strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
I can't imagine that they assumed that there would be this level of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
Okay, so what are you defending Israel and the Zionist project in any capacity, Ethan?
Have rules of engagement
Hamas
like this.
thought that Israel would have a
And, you know,
semblance of humanity for its own
Hamas
hostages. They were wrong. How was that anybody else's fault other than Israel?
Criticism for their strategy here. If
I think
that's
that's
what
an
you're trying to-
understatement.
Ethan is blaming the genocide of Palestinians on Hamas once again.
Well, I mean, they're
another
a terrorist
classic
organization
way to try and
that
defend
intentionally
Israel.
antagonized like the IDF
made
to
him
come
do it.
mass
They antagonized
slaughter their
Israel.
civilians.
I think that if they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages, without a doubt. I mean, there's.
I'm really
you know,
disappointed
I
in
don't know
Sam.
that there would be anybody who would make a case that this
Oh my God,
was
his
their
entire
plan
community is like full-blown
to
Zionist,
have
I
Israel
think.
respond in this way. That's absurd.
Oh
well,
my
and
God.
the same is true of like I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like it was totally
There's
unprecedented.
no shot. They're
You know
literally
what happened?
they're telling
so
Sam.
maybe they didn't think that their
They're
mission would be
telling
as
Unk he needs
successful
to
as it
shut
was
the
on the
fuck
other
up
hand.
and
I
learn
have
his
no
place.
doubt that they
Who are
they
you?
did not think that they would that they would have had been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that the
this is so much
technology
worse than I thought it
of
was gonna
Israel's
be.
fence, et cetera, was perfect and something we should emulate in this
Yeah.
country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas underestimated.
Overestimated. Or overestimated the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What they would be able to,
Oh my God, it's bad.
What kind
I
of
didn't
destruction
know
they
it was
would
that
wreak,
bad, bro.
and they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza.
This
I don't
is
know
like
that anyone
incredible stuff.
could have
This is the
imagined that Israel
nicest someone
would
can be to
have
explain the
engaged in
situation.
this
And these guys are
level
just
of
going crazy. They're treating him
destruction
like they treat
and
me.
Immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying
is hard
the
to listen
infrastructure.
to.
I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hassan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
You think that's a good
There's
point?
not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
Oh no, he's doing hospital points. Oh,
Okay.
Sam's gonna
I just
cook
think
him.
that's interesting. It's pretty.
Yeah.
Up, don't
What
you
would a
think?
3,000-pound bomb do to a bomb shelter? Do you think Israel would stop themselves from blowing up a bomb
I'm not
shelter?
sure. I'm
They
not sure
blow
I
up
understand the
hospitals.
point. Like,
Well, I mean, you
do
have.
you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would
Well, I
definitely be a
know.
lot
I've
safer.
seen what
Dude,
happened
they
to
have
tunnels
2,000.
under
They have bunker busters. They've used bunker busters on refugee
you say
camps.
there
They've
were
used
tunnels
bunker
under
busters on hospitals. Why the f they stop themselves from using it on a fucking bomb shelter?
The first one that they
water.
went
They don't
into,
have
they
concrete.
built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you and right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. The $1 million question is like, what can we do? Now, it's obviously insanely difficult
as
to say.
Americans, I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under.
I'm in
Trump.
favor of that.
Move on. Don't move on. Oh my God.
Okay. I mean, good.
I mean, I just
I
think
think we should call for all aid to be ceased, and I think we should stop protecting them in the
what
UN.
should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
Not kill Israeli citizens within the Gaza envelope. in a hope that Hamas could not hold them kidnapped.
On October 8th, I mean, I think that I think that there is
concede to the positions of Hamas.
They're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have, but let's talk.
Well, the leadership was underground.
Yeah, to look at that, that moment
not
in
do a
history,
genocide,
like maybe
I
it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Maybe in that moment,
why are there?
They had to go in and bomb or whatever they do. I think that any action that they would have taken at that point, frankly, was a function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
Right.
I mean, this was.
I can't believe.
And so, what should they have done?
I can't believe his audience legitimately and Ethan thought
I mean,
that
avoiding,
like Sam would agree with.
Okay, I think what they should have done is
so
begun
shocking.
empowering
anyone who's knowledgeable on this issue that isn't brain broken
This is my
from
favorite
Zionism
answer,
is
Sam.
100%
You're
going
saying
to
that
have these
this
exact
is what
same
Hassan told me.
opinions. What
They
the
should government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened?
I think honestly, when you see that your policies have failed, but I don't think this
You
was their
actually don't
agenda.
believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where, in response to the worst military or terrorist attack of all time, Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their borders and disband their government.
Well, wait a second. You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a
from
realistic
what I
way, not in a
expect them to
fairy
do.
tale, Sam.
Well, listen, there is no realistic thing. Their agenda has been, it has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda in Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, it's anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do. Anything.
There's nothing they could have done that because of the situation, anything they would have done would have been.
Poor Israel, man.
There was no plan that on this day they were going to do this.
I feel so bad for Israel for 76 years of apartheid. They just had no other option but to do genocide. That is the logical conclusion of Ethan's argument, by the way. That is how crazy this is.
The agenda.
What, in terms of like attacking Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger portion of the Israeli politic. So, I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
No, listen. Israel has said time and time again that release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right? Like
hostage family protests in Israel, Ethan, is because the Netanyahu government doesn't want to release the hostages because they want to keep using the hostages as a reason to keep bombing Gaza because they want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza population. They want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. You are so stupid.
Coming into Gaza.
Why are you so stupid? You don't understand anything.
That's not true.
Israel's actions.
That didn't happen
either.
either.
Being inevitable.
Oh my God.
Like, when do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing. But in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes. I think more moving slowly because as you kind of
just a slower
pointed
genocide.
out but didn't really acknowledge.
When do you think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out but we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me the non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should it have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How many Hamas leaders, how many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea to, I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before destroying the whole thing. Like obviously they approached it completely wrong, right? But there are ways I think that could have happened that are realistic, like trying to forge some kind of
the principal negotiator who had never actually held a fucking weapon. They killed him in Tehran. This is ridiculous.
They were marching in the Great March of Return week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers, no, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
Hamas activity at the Great
There
March
was
of Return.
Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not
attacking
militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
That's not true.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of these
Ethan
marches, there were
now
people attacking the
functionally
fence?
defending
Correct.
sniping like paramedics at the Great March of Return, for the record. That's what he is de facto
But I mean,
defending.
again,
sniper rifles.
I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way
Please
that they're
don't
doing
go
it is
there.
impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
I'm not saying.
They're not
I'm saying the
pursuing peace.
opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is
Well, you
pursuing
asked me
peace.
what should they have done. I mean, obviously
Yes.
they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying there could have been a path, although it's not. It's. I think, unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80–90% of the homes? I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but like a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No. I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder
right here.
what you must think of an Israeli body politic where this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam,
I just wonder, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Listen, I don't think it's inevitable, just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America is still too optimistic to think that's inevitable.
Yeah, of course there's crazy takes in here. Like you, chum guzzler. You came in here.
It's
not
inevitable.
locked.
And I think
all you need to do is follow for 10 minutes. His chat is all fucking paid members and subscribers. Don't you think that there's a major difference there? I don't safeguard myself from the opinions of people like you, chum guzzler 22.
Okay. Very few. And no shit. Certainly I was exposing them more than the American population writ large.
Edith chat is members only.
To perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different situation. That's completely, I mean, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it. Where Hamas, and again, to what end this even matters is it doesn't ultimately. But you know, Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages.
Of course,
as a way
they thought they could. I don't deny that. Yeah.
Of deterring Israel from entering, and that was a miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government needs to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that
I wonder about that last
Sam
part.
Cedar, what a fucking nightmare, but with Ethan saying
which part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, you know, I think that...
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic...
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis, I mean, you know, obviously not all Israelis.
There's definitely
but I think that
there are definitely a lot of Israelis that do want the Israeli civilians to die, and certainly the Gazan civilians to die as well.
To maintain this government.
Yes.
Believe
that's what the polls
that,
say. Ethan loves his polls when he's talking about Zionism.
That their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent the threat to
Sam?
Israel. And I think that's...
Oh, yes, Sam, speak for everyone.
I mean, I think that's...
They're so mad at Sam Cedar. They literally...
A twisted perspective.
Before this conversation took place, I need you to understand, their subreddit was talking about how Ethan should Sam Cedar me, because they thought that Ethan and Sam Cedar would be in agreement with one another. And now calling him a self-hating Jewish...
So I characterizing like the majority of the public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But you know,
I feel Ethan is far less extremist than
I mean, I'm basing this on conversations with
you feel that way because he was trying to present himself in this conversation as someone who is actually pro-Palestinian in an effort to use that agreement with Sam against me on Friday. And even then, it unfolded pretty quickly when he got a little bit of pushback, not realizing that Sam has Sam has opinions almost identical to mine on this issue, because that's what every well-read person on this matter would think if they have a fucking humanity.
Certainly, they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis. But you know, look, I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But you know, the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has like 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about the.
That's what he's talking about. Those weren't
to release the hostages.
No, the hostage protests
to release
weren't
the
that
hostages.
Big.
Yeah,
but even I don't think the hostage protests were that big. But it doesn't matter. It was pretty large. But those people literally still turned around and, according to the polls, said they want the violence to continue in Gaza. They just want to stop it for now.
Or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what's the point of telling Hamas to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has to, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have
500,000 Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea
is this Israelis or Israeli
Gazans
Jews?
can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my opinion.
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten they've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th. And that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they're cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
Yes. Well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
Ethan? I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam,
dude, Ethan should talk to an Israeli anti-Zionist. It will probably melt him. Okay. Ethan
this
should
Pew
talk to
research,
like a
39%
guy
say
or Dr.
Israel's
Ofer
military response
Kasef.
against
He
Hamas
will
is
literally
about
melt
right.
on the spot.
34%
He
say
should
not
ask
gone far
an
enough.
Israeli anti-Zionist,
Now,
an
granted,
Israeli
that
Jew
was
who's an
in,
anti-Zionist, what their take is on Israeli
May
society,
of this
because they
past
say
year.
some fucking
maybe
they say
that's
way
changed.
worse shit about their own
I would
country.
hope. But you know, that's all the most recent.
horrible.
Or maybe he should talk to a therapist. Honestly, I don't know why he's doing all this.
That the
because
sentiment there.
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened, because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've become very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. I think it sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic, and like I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that
yeah, it's just really
it
fucked
just
up.
feels hopeless sometimes, but.
It certainly does. But in the meantime, you know, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN. We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC, and that's, you know.
Well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war.
You disagree
and
with
it's
me
something
on, Ethan?
that we should be
I mean,
doing.
there are some significant
you know,
disagreements,
and,
even that you brought
I think
up in
Kamala
this
Harris would have been a
conversation.
lot more likely to do something on that front. You know, certain.
We won't know.
We can't know, and that's the great thing.
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm supposed to have dinner for my child. But,
well, I'll say this. This was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though, I don't think that we... what do we disagree on? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I mean, I don't know what's the ultimately the disagreements
He's
here.
trying to farm it, see?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not... it's largely, in my mind, you know, impossible to really fully assess. I mean, yes, there was a protest last year, 500,000 people who were wanted the hostages back. And,
I thought you would agree on everything.
Well, they wanted the hostages back. You know, I don't know.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire, and then the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Well, so hold on. Our disagreements is that I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
No.
I'm not here to adjudicate what.
I'm just trying to summarize our
are
conversation. That's all.
No,
well,
he's just trying to get a clip.
You summarize for you. I'll summarize for me. I think that, like, you know, it is what it is, and you know you know, I think I don't, you know, remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it, but I, you know,
I'll do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right,
we'll leave it to the robots.
Okay.
Sam, I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have, you know, conversations like this, like open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think ultimately on the larger points we agree, but we managed to find things to fight about anyway. And that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right, take it easy, man.
Have a great time with your children at dinner there. Enjoy.
Ooh. I mean, I'll have the convo now if he wants to, by the way. I'll talk to Ethan right now if he wants to. Oh, he said.
But okay.
He said that was way
That was
different than what I
interesting.
thought it was going to be.
I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned. I think it was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out. And I think I personally like when people do that.
Yeah.
I don't get turned off by the
they're doing. Thank God we're having this
Maybe it's
open, free
that's
discourse.
That's the half Jewish part of me.
He tried to use this as an opportunity, thinking that he was going to actually agree with Sam Cedar, that Sam Cedar was going to be like, oh, wow, it seems like you're super pro-Palestine. Why are people calling you anti-Palestine? It seems like you might be getting attacked by anti-Semites. That's what he thought was going to happen, so he could use that clip on Friday. That was his big smoking gun, okay? I assumed that was his big smoking gun, or maybe he was going to try to bring Dan Saltman on or Destiny on in the hopes that I get banned, which I will, by the way. If Dan Saltman or Destiny appears on Friday when we have this conversation, if Ethan is still willing and able to do it, I will get banned. He knows that, which is precisely the reason why I assume he will try to bring them forward, just as I called this initially. Just as I called what was going to take place in this conversation initially, I'm telling you right now, if he tries to, oh my God, Sam Cedar me, what a nightmare, with like a person that has been banned, I won't be able to have this conversation with him. I will have to exit out of this conversation because Twitch will absolutely ban me. I know for a fact. Okay? No, I already have. I've already talked to my Twitch rep. I did. Shut the up. I did already. I know. They said, no, you will get banned. Rural hospital in my vicinity. That's the guy I'm voting for. And then the guy he's voting for is literally like, hey, there might be a black person or, oh, God forbid, a Guatemalan that takes advantage of the rural hospital. We should just dump the hospital.
That's a great guy. He's the best president we've had since Reagan to me.
Makes a lot of money.
See, that's one of his businesses. He makes money.
You don't mind that?
No, I'm not.
I'm in favor, for the record. It's a bribe. My controversial opinion, it's a bribe, but let Qatar have a bribe. You know what I mean? Like, it can't just be Israel and Saudi Arabia, you know? Let Qatar get a bribe in there.
This gift.
Just watching Russell Brand, who has pled not guilty to multiple counts of sexual assault in the UK.
I think this is one of the grossest aspects of America. There's plenty of disgusting aspects of American existence. But I will say the grossest aspect of American existence is that we take all of the grifters from all around the world and we just bring them here and we celebrate them. We cherish them. Andrew Wakefield is another great example of this. Previously, he was a doctor. He's most responsible for the vaccines cause autism discourse because he wanted to sell his own version of the MMR vaccine. So he like very clearly faked results. And then when that was found by the British government, they took away his license. He was no longer a doctor, right? They de-doctored him, whatever you want to call it. And lo and behold, he came to America. Now he makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year doing conferences about the same debunked research. It's so crazy. We literally are a country where it's just like, oh, are you a rapist? Please come to America. Please come to America. You can continue raping. We love you.
Is interested in destruction.
Let's be real, big dog. Ain't nobody's going on a date with you. Shit on your plate, big dog. Get the out of here. Ugh. Trump meme coins worth $930 million are set to unlock, testing crypto demand while growing the president's fortune. That's the president, dude. Yep. Bag alert. God, MAGA supporters are so stupid. They're so dumb. They're just getting farmed, and they're getting farmed openly. Like Trump doing a meme coin is basically like Donald Trump being like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about you. I'm in it for the money, dog. And his supporters are like, hell yeah, Mr. President. We love that. Please us more. Please. I love getting by you. Approximately 40% of PA are rural areas with no public transit. What's your solution to that? The reason America is on the trajectory it is rural areas get absolutely nothing from their politicians or communities and want no one else to have anything good out of spite. This is a correct. This is not an incorrect assessment. But it makes sense. The less you have, the more you're like, welcome. I'm on a trajectory to blow this whole thing up. Claiming our rural communities don't get anything is hilarious. They're heavily subsidized. They don't like Philly because it's a liberal city and the rest of the state is very conservative. No. I think that rural communities are in a state of disrepair, an absolute state of disrepair. They are heavily subsidized, and yet they're still in a state of absolute disrepair. Both of these things can be true at the same time. I think their hatred for rural areas does stem from white supremacy. Who's dumber, MAGA supporters or self-described Democrats or libs? Oh, MAGA supporters. That's not even a question. Because self-described Democrats are annoying, but at least, like, they've duped themselves into believing that the Democrats are at least, like, channeling the right kind of policy, or at least, like, on the right side of this duopoly. Whereas the Republicans are actively championing their own demise. If you ask the average liberal, if you ask the average self-described Democrat, yeah, they might be silly to think that, like, the Democrats actually care about, Medicare for all. But at least there's enough Democrats that say, like, oh, we got to move in the direction of more health care for people. Republicans, on the other hand, are actively like, no, I want less health care. I want less health care. I want to make sure that we firebomb the remaining rural hospital in my vicinity. That's the guy I'm voting for. And then the guy he's voting for is literally like, hey, there might be a black person or, oh, God forbid, a Guatemalan that takes advantage of the rural hospital. We should just dump the hospital. And they go, hell yeah, I'd rather kill myself than let a Guatemalan get health care. That's it. So, no, they're actively championing their own demise. So there is not even a question. It 100%, like, the Republicans are even dumber. At least liberals are duped into believing that, like, the Democrats are the good guys, okay? The Democrats are on the right side of politics or some shit. The Republicans make they don't even entertain the notion of being the good guys in politics. They literally are actively like, I'm a bad guy and you're a piece of shit too, and together we're going to hurt all of your enemies, okay? Like, and yeah, the Democrats virtue signal, Republicans vice signal. I'd rather take the virtue signalers every day of the week than the vice signalers. I'm frustrated with the Democrats because of their ineptitude. I'm frustrated with the Democratic Party because of their lack of interest in actually doing right by its constituents, doing right for America. But I hate the Republican politicians because they're all demonic. And if you were to ask me about, like, the base of voters, just talk to a Republican. Talk to a libtard, okay, of the highest degree. Someone who's just like, Mamala would have saved this country. And then talk to a Republican, and you will very quickly understand the difference there. Like, the online liberal commentary sphere is not reflective of the average liberal at all. The online liberal commentary sphere is just way more predisposed with, like, drama and improving their own personal standing somehow by consistently shit. They're not actually invested in, like, defending the Democratic Party. There are honest liberals, like Philip DeFranco, I would say, is a straightforward liberal. He's a straight ticket Democrat voter. He actually does care about the Democratic Party, right? And he has his own worldview. He's not gonna be just, like, spending a good deal of time, I don't know, actively shitting on the left or whatever. He just kind of sees that as, like, people. He has, like, a Bernie Sanders to anti-Zionist approach to it. You know what I mean? Where he's like, Bernie Sanders is a liberal Zionist, but he's not going to get in the way of anti-Zionist. He's not going to actively defend it. He's not going to actively push for it. He's not going to say it himself, but he's going to stay out of the way. Philip DeFranco is in a similar capacity where he's just like, he's a progressive. He's not going to stand in the way of more progressive people. He's not going to spend a good deal of time just, like, creating drama or anything like that. He's just a progressive, you know? Most liberals are like that. Giving libs way too much credit here? No, you're wrong. I don't think I am. I think your brain is poisoned by online commentary liberals. Liberals are squishy, but with squishy comes a bit of compassion and care for others at least. Not necessarily about other countries, but at least they care about the poor or whatever. Conservatives want to melt the poor. Yeah, for sure. Like, conservatives are actively taking an antagonistic position against the poor. Liberals at least want to, like, kind of help them and don't really know how and don't really understand why the Democrats aren't doing it and don't care enough to, like, aggressively pursue these policy positions. Republicans actively want to kill the poor. And they're incredibly stupid. That's the other thing. They're so dumb. I can't explain this to you. You just have to go out and talk to them, man. Like, between the two groups of people that we're talking about, like, a liberal in the wild at least knows up from down. A Republican in the wild, unironically, is closely resembling what you see as, like, bot accounts on Twitter. Like, their brain is so melted. I mean, think about it this way. Think about it this way. Like, 95% of the Republican policy prescriptions are for problems that they hallucinated. It's just not true. Ask a Republican how they feel about any particular issue, and they will just tell you things that are patently untrue. There's no, like, I mean, objectively, okay? Ask them about anything. They're going to be like, it's not real. Climate change, fake, woke, gay, science, medicine, vaccines. Like, they are just, their worldview is held together by their collective psychosis, just a refusal to reckon with reality. That's it. That's just how modern republicanism is. There's nothing, like, you can convince a lot of those people. You can shake them out of that stupor. You can bring them back to reality. And the closer they arrive at reality, the closer they move away from reactionary sentiment. But overall, you know, it's just the political movement is unironically built together by just, like, hatred and animosity. Yeah, there you go. You want to see the modern Republican politics? Here it is. This is good? I mean, yeah, it is. It's just that Labubus are demonic. That's why. Anyway, yeah, you guys don't know about Pazuzu? Labubus are actually, Pazuzu is a depiction of the Antichrist. It's the devil. Speaking of the Antichrist, Anthony Blinken, recognizing a Palestinian state is a rebuke to Hamas, but France, Canada, and the UK are doing it too hastily. The plan won't work without conditions. Thanks, Anthony.
But it's embarrassing to be a liberal now. When you say you're a liberal, I immediately think you have colorful hair, you work at a coffee shop, I think you're kind of a loser, you have, like, mental disorders you gave yourself.
Liberalism is also monoculture, okay? It's a complete liberal victory. It's a complete liberal cultural victory in the United States of America and around the world. So, like, what people assume they are when they say they're liberal is so all-encompassing, okay? Everyone is technically a liberal at the end of the day. I mean, there's so many Republicans that are just, like, behaving exactly like liberals do. It's just like, it's whatever the status quo is. Liberalism is the status quo. What is this? Vivid Prowse is Indian. Inevitable West is Indian. Doge Designer is Indian. Trump Update HQ is Indian. Sarah for Trump is Indian. Radio Genoa is Cambodian. Elena Watch, journalist, is Indian. Cheryl E is Indian. There are loads more. Cosplaying as Jewish or white nationalist is easy to spot as well. Search cricket or this to see what comes back. This is why it's easy to grift from the far right. I can start a new account tomorrow and just tweet bullshit about immigration and old videos with anti-Muslim captions on it. They would think I'm their new savior. It's true. I also do kind of feel like they should get the bag. Like, it sucks. It sucks that it's actually like breaking the brains of so many, you know, white supremacists in America that are ready to go. But also at the same time, it's like, you know, it's good that they're making money. I mean, it's a lot more. $35 a month for a dude living in India is a lot more money than what $35 is going to do to an American white supremacist, you know? So who knows? That's a liberal. You think that person is busy online watching, like, Hutch or Sex Pestiny talking about how the left is the reason why the left is the reason why Kamala Harris lost? That's not a Maoist. You know? That's a person with a conscience. This is why I say, like, I'd much prefer liberals. They're so funny. People still go get him out base. Got time to cut grass, but don't got time to get papers. Get him out base. Listen, when your filthy ass crawled out of your mother's pussy on U.S. soil, you didn't do shit, okay? You're nothing. You contribute nothing to American society. You're just a hateful little monster, a weak, pathetic, hateful little monster that gets off on imagining that those with less fortune than you are somehow actually worse than you. You have to fantasize about these people being violent people. I'm actually a hardworking American, and I appreciated immigrants, but when they got coming in this country without paperwork, get them out. You will never understand the reason as to why people come here without paperwork. You will never comprehend it because, like I said, you're a hateful little monster who knows that he's getting over by the extremely wealthy people in society, and you are too servile and too peasant-brained to actually look up and face who's actually oppressing you. So you have to look down and actively put other people in a second-class status so you can feel superior to something, to anything. That's what a cowardly, pathetic worm like yourself does. You might fancy yourself to be this patriotic American. You're just like, get him out. Talking about get him out. Meanwhile, your great-grandparents came here under similar circumstances, okay? You were just fortunate enough to be born on U.S. soil. That person wasn't. You don't understand the conditions that they had to go through. You don't even think for a brief moment as to why that person's immigration status after 25 years is still in legal limbo. You don't even seem to get mad at the system that has kept that person undocumented this entire time. You think that person is a villain. You think that person is your enemy. That person is incredibly similar to you. But because you're so afraid to punch up that you have to constantly punch down to hope or to create an alternative reality for yourself where you can have a shred of superiority. You're not superior. You're inferior. You're weak. You're pathetic. And I do not respect you. And neither does anyone in your life. And that is precisely why you find yourself in a Twitch chat saying idiotic shit about people who were literally sent to a concentration camp after 25 years of working on U.S. soil instead of getting the proper paperwork clearance. It's that simple. Actually, I live with an illegal immigrant. He's been trying for years to get his paperwork, so I don't know exactly what he's going through. The fact that you sit on your high horse in your big multi-million-dollar mansion spitting propaganda, I'm trying to humanize him who lives with you, okay? You're telling me you live with an illegal immigrant, you understand his plight, and yet you have no sympathy whatsoever for other illegal immigrants? You are the dumbest on the planet. Holy dude. Wake up. Wake up. I love every single one of these servile little serfs that come in here and go, oh, well, guess what? You're rich. Yeah, I am, bitch. Okay. Aren't you supposed to respect me more because I have more money than you? I thought that was your worldview. Why the fuck are you speaking up to me? Okay. Keep looking down. That's so funny. What an own, dude. Oh, you speak from your multi-million-dollar mansion. Okay, dude. Yeah, I am. What an own, dude. You got me. I have a nice house. You owned me. That still doesn't change your position. That doesn't change that you have to constantly others over. You have to constantly keep putting people down, okay? I have sympathy for illegal immigrants, but when they continue to come into this country untethered and without paperwork, this cannot continue. As you see, a lot of places in America are being taken over and brought down by these immigrants coming into this country. Name one place that has been brought down by immigrant takeovers. It doesn't exist. This is precisely what I was talking about when I said Republicans hallucinate, dude. Every position that a Republican has developed is a complete hallucination. It just does not exist. It is not real. What you consider to be an immigrant takeover is like the fact that you had to hear Spanish one time in your life on U.S. soil and it spooked you, okay? The f do you mean immigrants are coming in untethered and taking over? How the f do you think the American nation state was developed? That is how your nasty grandparents came here too. New York is a clear example of what happens when you let immigrants come into the country untethered. Now that there are new laws in place, they're out of this country, and look at New York now clean. Again, once again, back to back. Not only did you hallucinate an insane reality that doesn't exist where you said New York was a shithole because of immigrants, you also hallucinated a reality where New York was somehow rid of its migrant population, which didn't happen, and now New York is clean. Not a single thing you said was real. You literally exist in a totally separate field, dude. That is not real at all. You live in some backwater town in Idaho fantasizing about what goes on in New York. What the are you saying? Shut up. Now, you don't have to be like this. You don't have to be a hateful little monster, okay? You don't. Seemingly, you say you live with an illegal immigrant, okay? I actually live in Texas, so you're wrong about that. Okay, my bad. Backwater bump Texas town instead of Idaho. My bad. You wouldn't be able to put food on your table if it wasn't for migrant workers in this goddamn country. Show some respect, bitch ass. They deserve so much more. They deserve proper documentation and proper wages. But you're too stupid and too deluded into thinking that they are you over when it's actually the people that designed the system that's you over. And the less you have, the more angry you get. Think immigrants are me over. You're a dumbass. Wake the up. Wake up. Okay? Here's some hard to swallow pills for you. Okay? I'm not going to whitewash it for your idiotic for in a way that you will. I'm not going to coddle you for having this stupid position. Jesus Christ, dude. Enjoy the show. Trump is really saving America, right? He's making it great again, right? He's taking out the swamp, right? Thank God. Voting for the Epstein affiliate was fantastic. Fantastic design for this country. Trump is amazing. Yeah, he's amazing at kids, dude. And you love that he's kids, I guess. That's what you love, don't you? You nasty little pervert. You nasty little freak. Oh, Trump is amazing. What is one thing Trump has done for you? One thing. Name one thing. Don't say he closed the border, because your stupid ass doesn't understand that is not good for you in general. Okay? Name one thing. What did he do? Oh, he banned trans athletes from the NCAA. Did that actually fix the cost of living? Are things more affordable for you, dumb? No. Is your rent cheaper now? No. What happened? Oh, but at least the 20 athletes in the NCAA don't get to participate because they were trans, right? Do you have more money in your pocket? No. He was going to end the wars. Look how fast he ended the wars. He has Benjamin Netanyahu's dick shoved so far up his asshole that he's literally speaking out of his mouth. He's communicating with his penis. I actually work at a grocery store. Oh my God, this guy works in a grocery store. He's not even a small business owner. Oh my God. Oh my God. He said he lowered prices, bro. Oh my God. You literally, you work at a grocery store, dude. Wake up. He doesn't care about you. The Democrats don't either, but he certainly doesn't even try to make it seem like he cares about you. And you're still going, Trump is amazing. How do I reach out to you, man? How? Yeah. Also, grocery CEOs, grocery CEO explains Trump tariffs are impacting prices at his grocery store. Prices are going to obviously go up because of the tariffs. One day, hopefully, one day, inshallah, you're going to wake up from your stupor, okay? One day. How can you be a Texan that works at a grocery store and you're like, Trump's amazing? Oh my God, dude. Dude, what the? Your landlord is going to demand a crumb of pussy from your girlfriend instead of increasing the rent next month. And you're like, Trump is amazing. Why? He just made the transgenders not play in the high school sports. It's okay. He's my landlord. He owns me. This is what I will never understand with no capital, zero capital, but they're capitalists. People constantly say, Hassan, how can you say you're a socialist? How can you say you're a socialist? You're rich. You got no capital. You work at a grocery store. You don't own the store. You work there. Where is the deed to the factory, chatter? Yeah, sure, the mom and pop stores will be affected, but big corporations that supply most of America will not be facing the big problem. Dog, you are not John Croger. You are literally saying Trump is going to destroy mom and pop grocery stores, but the big grocery stores are going to be fine. First of all, you're wrong on that front as well, but it doesn't even matter. How is that good for the country? You are just admitting that Trump is bad for the country. Are you Mr. Ralph's? Are you Anderson Pavilion? No. Are you John Croger? No. What the fuck is wrong with you? At least the monopolies are fine, good sir. What do you think happens when there's less market competition? Do you think companies that own all the grocery store chains, they magically reduce prices? Are you stupid? Oh, I know the answer. You said Trump is amazing, but goddamn. Not only are you wrong on the immigration side, you're wrong on everything. This is what I was saying. I'm glad that there's a Trump supporter in here so that they can finally show chatters exactly what I was talking about when I said, talk to a Trump supporter and you will very quickly find out that they are living on a different reality, a totally different reality. Listen, advocate for your best interests. Okay, chatter, please, I beg you. Okay. I want to shake you until your brain keeps hitting the back walls of your skull. Until you can advocate for your best interests, okay? The rich do it every day. The wealthy do it all day. Your bosses, the people that own the grocery chain that you work at, they demand more from the government. You're so stupid that you don't even want to do it. You were advocating for their best interest. What's wrong with you? You work at the grocery store. You don't own the grocery store. Why the f are you a Trump supporter? You think the wealthy became wealthy by sucking up to the wealthy? No. They fought for their best interests until they got to a different class position, and then they kept advocating for that class interest as well. Oh. Why the f do you think a billionaire born with a silver spoon as a New York Democrat his whole life and a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate for most of his life gives a single shred of a about a Texan grocery store clerk, dude? How dumb do you gotta be? Do you think that if you suck up hard enough to Republicans that eventually you'll be rich like they are? It's not going to happen. You're too stupid to advocate for your best interest now. You're never going to make it. Wake up. Yeah, you don't understand. If the monopolies do well, their profits will trickle down to my pocket. I'm actually a grocery store manager for over 10 years. I've been seeing the climate of this country's economy dwindle under Biden's command now that Trump is in command. Oh, he's a manager. Oh, damn, dude. You're going to make it out the cut. I swear, brother. Yeah, this makes a little bit more sense. He thinks he's part of the team because he's a management class. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the faceless, lifeless, actual owners of the franchise that you're operating, those are the that are making the real money. You just get to see like maybe a little bit more than the people who you are in command over, okay? And it makes you feel like you're part of the team. You're not part of the team. Also, Biden, you're like, yeah, hell yeah, brother. I've been a grocery store manager for 10 years, dude. I got a Camaro. You know, I ain't never making enough disposable income to put aside so they can purchase a home. But it's fine. Trump's gonna fix that. Yeah, one more Guatemalan that gets deported from this country, and then I'll have a home. Okay, one day, big dog is coming for you. I swear. You're a manager and you have a roommate. Did you not think that perhaps the economic system that you are existing under is up at any point? Did you not think like, I've been a manager for 10 years? Why the f do I still have a roommate? In Texas. You're not even in like California. You're in Texas. At no point did it come at no point did this not confuse you where you were like, I have been a manager for 10 years. When is the bag coming? I still have a roommate in Texas, of all places. Is this the future that I thought I was going to have when I was a kid playing Madden with my friends? No. At some point, some shit's got to change, no? Perhaps Trump is not the savior you thought it was. Isn't the American dream supposed to be that one day you can open a business and thrive in your community? This dude is literally saying Trump nuked the American dream of owning a local shop because the superstores will easily be able to tank his tariffs while local entrepreneurs get snuffed out. Trump is amazing, though. I know. None of it makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Unless he's lying about having an...
What a crazy caption, by the way. Hassan platform Zionist genocide propagandist who looks like Bosch. Oh my God, dude. Stop. Let's just watch a little bit because I don't know how invested I can get in this on a Sunday fun day, but I just want to see a little, okay? A little.
So Hassan Piker.
And you guys know my entire position on both Bad Empanada and Hassan. And I think, listen, all right, I think that there's nothing wrong with discourse on the left and getting better positions on the left and being able to criticize each other. I do think that there's a line, but I don't know if this video crossed it because I didn't watch it yet. So we're watching it together. Wait, one's if you guys have seen this, two's if you haven't, three's if you want to explode.
We invited liberal Zionist propagandist Matt Duss onto his stream for a nice chat. Why Bernie's foreign policy advisor broke with DC Democrats. He even uploaded it to his channel. He never uploaded his talk with me to his channel. So this guy is Bernie's foreign policy advisor, or ever was Bernie's foreign policy advisor. Should probably ring alarm bells as to what Bernie Sanders always has been for anyone who hasn't noticed that yet. But let's look at some of Matt Duss's openly extolled stances. Matt Duss, in 2016, said that he endorses a piece that said that the anti-Israel left is pure anti-Semitism. He actually wrote a piece December 14th, 2023, while the
Why are you even addressing this seriously? I mean, I just told you. I literally just explained it. Because it's good to criticize each other and take the valuable criticism we can and improve our positions.
genocide was ongoing. I remind you, at this time, I already made my video.
Like, you have to understand that we ended up with like situations like Lolo for not listening to criticism early enough or soon enough. There's nothing wrong with criticizing each other and having some accountability. That's fine. And like, I remember the last time Hassan got sort of heavily criticized by Bad Empanada. I remember there were a lot of people that were like, dude, Bad Empanada is a fucking piece of shit. He has nothing he has to offer here. And then they had a conversation and they agreed with most things. They just disagreed on like 2 things about methodology. Like, we all agree on the vast majority of things. It's not a bad thing to just talk about the things that we disagree with or disagree on.
Making the legal case against Israel for genocide in Gaza.
Also, check the comments on Hassan's last 2 YouTube videos. This isn't just Bad Empanada criticizing him over this. It's Hassan's own community. Oh, let me just say, yeah, as someone who gets Haas Twitter tweets on my feed, I would love to join Haas Twitter, but like, I don't know how communities work, and I'm scared to try to join one, and I don't even know how they.
You all are doing well.
I don't even know how they work, so I'm scared. I just engage peripherally. Okay, I'm a Twitter normie. I'm just like, okay. What was I trying to say on this? Oh yeah, but long before Bad Empanada even made tweets or even posted about it, I saw people on Haas Twitter being like, "Why did Hassan bring on Matt Duss?"
Saying that Israel's methods are not as extreme as Russia's, and it's very important to acknowledge that. At that point, Israel had already killed more civilians in Gaza than Russia had killed in Ukraine during the entire war. He called Palestinian resistance a far-right theocratic organization committing mass murder in the name of blood and soil nationalism. That is how this guy characterizes Palestinian resistance. And he spread the mass rape hoax. In December 2023, he said, denying the rape and sexual violence that Hamas committed on October 7th is disgusting. And then, he did a token thing. So he's using that to excuse the humanitarian catastrophe Israel is intentionally inflicting on the Palestinians. This is pure liberal Zionist bullshit. This is the Ethan Klein stance. Then he said, in May 2024, well after the mass rape hoax was fully debunked, so no excuse anymore. There was never an excuse in the first place for believing it, given that there was no evidence, but now there's certainly no excuse. Very much worth noting that the ICC includes rape and other acts of sexual violence in the list of Hamas offenses. It's very clear that these things happen, and it's ridiculous that some continue to deny it. Very confident there, isn't he? May 2024, this guy was saying this shit. There could be like a world in which you invite this guy on, but you invite him on to destroy him. You invite him on to challenge him on this stuff. Not nicely either. To really grill the fuck out of him and ruin him forever. So that's what you should do with people like this. You invite him on, your first question is, so you claim that Hamas did mass rape on October 7th. So why have you never provided any evidence of that, even though you've consistently spread this genocide-enabling blood libel from the very beginning? Hey, why don't you say that Palestinian liberation is blood and soil nationalism? You pin them on this live and you get them stuttering. You debunk their entire narrative. That's the utility that these guys have. They are tools to be used. You destroy them, you upload the video of it, and then you just fucking forget about them. That's not what Hassan did here. He gave him a softball interview and promoted him. It's important to note that people like this, he's trying to break into alternative media, because someone like this is no longer of much use to the Washington D.C. Sort of think tank industrial complex and political advisor complex that he has mostly been involved in for his entire adult life. But this guy, you kind of have to consider that he's in this sort of in-between thing where he was like a Bernie Sanders advisor. So he's going to be too progressive for the mainstream Democrats, but he's also too pro-Israel for anyone who's like someone posturing, someone who's on the cusp of being consumed by the Democratic Party, entrism complex. There's not really much of a home for someone like him. He's not needed by the mainstream Democrats. He's not even needed by people like Bernie Sanders anymore, who have gone full mask-off Zionists at this point. So he needs an alternative income stream. He needs a safety net. And his way of doing that is making a podcast. So he's...
I mean, I think on a lesser extent for sure, but it's sort of like the Nelk boys talking to Netanyahu. It's not the fact that they talk to Netanyahu that's the problem. It's the fact that they didn't go hard in on him. Right? If you bring on Netanyahu and then you criticize the shit out of him and you argue against him and you don't let him just say his garbage talking points, fucking perfect. Great. Wonderful. And I think this is something that Hassan's always been a little bit bad about, difficult interviews or difficult conversations where people don't have personal agendas, where people aren't genuinely trying to have a conversation. I think when people are genuinely trying to have a conversation, he does a great job of that. But when they're not, when they're bad actors, I think he struggles in those situations. And to be fair, I'm not claiming that I would be any better. It's something that you need a lot of time and you need to put a lot of effort into getting better at. And to be clear, bringing on Matt Duss, and he did push him on a couple of things, just not as hard as he could have, is not nearly the same as bringing on Netanyahu and then literally Netanyahu gives you the questions that he expects you to ask him. These are not comparable at all, right? I think he's going to have trouble with Charlie Kirk in a couple weeks. No, I think he knows that losing to Charlie Kirk would look really bad optically. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing some practice on that. What the hell? What? Bam is correct as always. Anyone who says woke scold is an anti-intersectional loser. I literally showed up, asked if he talked about it, got auto-banned for saying his name, LOL. Glad Dennis is engaging with this criticism of Hassan. Genuinely, I get what the haters are talking about. Jesus, Denim, say something. Transform the content, LOL. It's both, TBH. Dude, you got banned from a different chat because you're annoying as shit. I know that this is a crazy concept, but I like to actually let the people make their points before I pause every 10 seconds to fucking talk. Okay? Actually, I think streamers, pausing is just as important as not pausing. And streamers that sit there and they watch videos and they're
trying to...
Anyway, so this is what I'm talking about. We need to do something about this.
Leverage his this...
And the problem with Bad Abanada is...
disgusting career.
No, that's not an enjoyable watch. I refuse to believe that is an enjoyable watch. You let a video play for a minute or 2 minutes, especially with content like this where it's not super dense and you're letting someone preamble a little bit. Let them talk for a minute or two and then you talk. Jesus, you were sitting there for a long time. Relax. You literally showed up at 9/11, waited 2 minutes, and then immediately started screaming about this. You waited 2 minutes.
As a Washington, D.C. foreign policy genocider, to sort of get out of that inorganic sphere where you are propped up by people with lots of money and lots of interest in genociding people in the third world for money. He's trying to get out of that by making a podcast called the Undiplomatic Podcast. And
I think the other problem with someone like Matt Duss is I think a lot of people didn't even know who Matt Duss was prior to his conversation with Hassan Piker. And the thing with Hassan is you have a giant audience, right? Just simply by talking to people, you give them relevance. I mean, one's if you didn't know who he was. Two's if you knew who he was prior to his conversation with Hassan. And it's not a problem if we find out, because it's not like we're going to become sympathetic to Matt Duss, right? It's the problem is people like Ethan Klein finding out who Matt Duss is, and then they do apology tours for them, right? That would be the concern, that you're bringing relevance to them. Whereas like Netanyahu, there is no streamer on the planet that can give Netanyahu more relevance. He's already one of the most widely hated people on the fucking planet. The vast majority of people that are even a little involved in the political theater know who Netanyahu is. Maybe Kai Cenat, maybe.
You can see they don't really get many views. This podcast is something that no one cares about, and they immediately uploaded the Hassan Piker talk highlights to their podcast channel. It's like the best thing that's ever happened to them.
I didn't know him before, but it's been pointed out that he's been on the Majority Report multiple times. He was also on Democracy fucking Now! The day after Hassan. I mean, he's doing his media tour because that's what you're trying to do when you're fucking opening up your podcast, right?
They got fucking Hassan Piker, like this big streamer, big up-and-coming, soon-to-be mainstream media personality onto their podcast, and they're ecstatic. They are so happy about this. It's the best thing that ever could have happened to their podcast. It already has like 10 times more views than they usually get. So this is just irresponsible from Hassan Piker here. He did not challenge this guy. This was not an adversarial interview. It's not inviting someone on to rightfully destroy them. It's inviting someone on to promote them. That's what this was. It gets worse with this guy as well, by the way. I haven't even shown you what I think is the worst thing, which is not this. This is pretty bad, though. Like, I was just looking through his tweets for anything on Israel, and he's like, this is a tweet from August 2024, in which he said, I know folks who previously served in the IDF who I'd be thrilled to have in the White House.
Bro.
This is someone who Hassan Piker invited onto his stream to give him a nice little boost. Here is Matt Duss going on Democracy Now!, arguing against the ceasefire in Gaza and justifying Bernie Sanders' anti-ceasefire position. Hassan Piker's latest interviewee, folks.
Matt, you worked for Senator Sanders. She pushed him on a ceasefire. He said he was for a pause, but wouldn't go so far as a ceasefire. Your thoughts?
No, I think the senator has been one of the strongest voices for a cessation of violence, for stopping the bombing. These are the words he used in his speech on the floor of the Senate a couple weeks ago. He has been one of the strongest voices in the country.
I want to be clear as you listen to this. Remember that this is someone who Hassan Piker chose to help with his entry into the alternative media sphere. This guy is looking for an exit ramp from his career justifying Zionist atrocities, and Hassan Piker helped him with that. He's realizing that the palatability of what he offers these Democratic Party genociders is going down. He's not going to have his job forever. And his podcast sort of thing is a way to give himself an off-ramp from this career, which isn't going to be viable forever. And here he is fucking advocating against the fucking ceasefire of all things.
Raising the issue of the Palestinians who are dying. And even before October 7, he was one of the strongest voices pressing the U.S. government to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
This is liberal Zionism.
I want to talk about a couple things. One, more, by the way, evidence of I'm pretty sure this tweet was before any of the videos from, I got to close some of those tabs, from Bad Banat. I mean, we can double check right now. Let's see. He made a video. Okay, here we go. But I thought that he was also tweeting. So maybe the tweets came before that, 13 hours ago. And then this was August 15th. It's August 17th today at 7:34 p.m. It's like a day and a half ago. Why does Hassan do cozy interviews with genocidal Zionist Matt Duss, who is one of the most odious scumfuck cunts alive, describing the Palestinian resistance as blood and soil Nazis, while playing a key role in spreading the genocidal atrocity propaganda, rape hoax to progressive and liberals to get their consent for the genocide, but he would never have on people like Aaron Mete, Max Blumenthal, and Ali Abnuma. Why are you promoting one of the most odious scumfuck cunt scum alive instead of people who do actually good work? I mean, again, I think it's fine if you want to bring on, no, not Matt Duss, because I think he kind of is a little bit irrelevant. And I think when you have a large platform, you have a responsibility to not bring on irrelevant people because you give them traction, whether you want to or not. But I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing on a popular figure on the genocidal front that is Israel and then pressuring the fuck out of them and, you know, pushing them into a corner, right? Because you're not going to convince someone who has like a financial incentive to continue to do propaganda for Israel, right? That's never the goal. The goal is like anyone that's in their audience or any of their fans. Okay. Yeah. And this is like, again, I saw people talking about this long before I saw Benefinado talking about this. This was another example of a tweet. A few weeks ago, Hassan Piker agreed with Noah Samson about pro-genocide people grifting to soft launch media careers by claiming they've changed course. Matt Duss is doing exactly that. Hassan even says the only way these people are redeemable is if they whistle-blow their funding.
It's one thing for someone to realize they were wrong and then actively work towards helping alleviate the problem, which is a genocide. It's another thing entirely to use this as a way to boost a media career. And I think with a lot of these people that are going to change their mind and try to reposition, we got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no. On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel's doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything Israel's doing on Hamas, which is exactly what Israel's doing.
Or college protesters.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what you were focused on during this.
Yeah.
So you can try to move on. And you know, it's good if you want to make videos about how it's a genocide and you want to make like contributions to this, to like, you know, the knowledge of the space. That's a good thing that should happen. But we have to keep in mind that the reason they're doing it is a grift. They're trying to make money.
I think the only way that these grifters can ever do something that is redeemable is if they detail and identify exactly how they were paid.
Yes.
And basically out this entire pervasive influence network and work as a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Like that is the maximum impact that you could have. If you are one of these people and you've gotten your bread buttered all along, the only way that you can change the tide, the only way that you can salvage what remains of your morality, okay, is to basically snitch on all of the people that have been like, hey, this is a good article to write. Okay, here's some money for.
And then I wanted to try and find. This is a good post. Crazy take. Hassan's a good dude. Chill. Chow, we all make mistakes. He'll make it right. Oh, yeah, of course. No, I mean, like, I think that this one. Listen, we all take L's, okay? We all take L's. Except for Twitch chat. We all take L's. It's okay. It's okay. One small slip up, like one mistake is not, it doesn't magically undo the hundreds of hours of activism or good or journalism or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I really don't care what people call it. Of good. Like, there's nothing wrong with calling out creators and being like, hey, you know, I don't think you should bring on people like this guy. This was kind of a mishap. This guy's a huge piece of shit. I took the L of teasing you about a subject you're completely legitimately sensitive about right now. Sorry about that. Well, it's not that I'm sensitive about it. It's that I don't like people that come in that strong for no reason. If you're going to do that, you just have to be funny. That's the only rule in here. You can criticize me and make fun of me as much as you want, but it has to be funny. It has to make at least a couple people laugh. So yeah, can you watch his response on his channel? Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I saw that it was reposted, but I'm like struggling to find it. If anyone has the link to it, it'd be cool. Hassan's a one-man team. Yeah, but like, I don't like that excuse because it's like, you can just hire someone to vet the people that you want to interview. Then it's not that hard. It's not that hard at all. It's harder when like you don't have the finances to hire someone to do that, but if you do, that's not a big deal. Oh, thank you. Sir Thembo, Paul Amanda. Thank you. This tweet, if Ethan Klein thinks Matt Duss is a decent person, you know you fucking screwed up. Hassan should disavow the Zionist, come and apologize. And it's a Bad Empanada tweet saying it's time to dump Hassan Piker. And like, this is like the Bad Empanada shtick. This is why people... I would say that there are, I'm trying to use words that won't offend either party. There are like two parties in the leftist, online leftist circles. And one of them is a lot more militant than the other one, right? And I think most Hassan people, most Hassan viewers are the less militant group. And I think Bada Banata is just like, he believes in militancy. You know, he thinks that if you want people to address your points, you have to go full militancy. And he's also a troll. He's engagement farming in order to make a broader point. Well, no, I think he's engagement farming to make people talk about the issue because he thinks that the issue is important, right? It's sort of like, I would compare it to interpersonal relationships. I don't know if anyone's had this experience, but you ever tell someone, a friend, a family member, a partner, or something that you care about something, and then, and you say like, don't do this, or please do this in the future, and then they don't. And then they tell you, oh, I didn't realize you cared about it that much. And it's something small. I had this moment in my life, or multiple times in my life, where I was like, oh, sometimes you just really have to stress how important certain things are, because if you don't stress them, the other person won't know. When it's things that might seem small to other people. I'm talking about like beating someone. I'm talking about like, let's say you have OCD and you really, really fucking hate when people put cups not on coasters. And it's not a big deal, like it's not important, like it really doesn't matter, but it causes you extreme distress. And also lots of people could potentially not realize that it's as important to you as it is, or to them as it is to you. And so things that might seem trivial to other people, sometimes you have to over-explain and over-stress to get people to understand, right? So like if this is something that actually, do you need OCD for that? No, I'm just saying the most extreme version of that. And sometimes you have to be like, no, I'm really serious. Like, it brings me a lot of distress when I see cups without coasters. Like, please, 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 please use coasters. I can get you whatever coasters you want. I can get 1,000,000 coasters. We can put 10,000 coasters in this place. I just need you to do that. Because it is actually way more important. It's not just like, oh, if you want to. It's please, 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 please do that. And this is sort of the same thing. I know that this analogy is getting a little convoluted, but it's sort of the same thing where like, if something is important, you have to stress it and over-exaggerate it to make sure everybody understands that it's important. Right? If you say it's time to dump Hassan Piker over this, everybody else is getting a signal that like, oh, this might be a serious issue. It's like hyperbole, if that makes sense. But anyways, this fucking H3 post. It's so funny how the machine turns on Hassan for platforming an actually decent person like Matt does. We need to be elevating voices like Matt and shutting out people like Bada Banata and the psychotic squirrel. Maybe now you can return to when you understood that Bada Banata is a terrible person that should never be platformed. It's almost like, I don't know, it's good to have people on your side that criticize you and attack you and are critical of you. And I think it gives you better positions. This is why I've never understood people who don't like, or people who I think are overly critical of Bada Banata, but only because he attacks Hassan. It's like, guys, you're getting a better version of Hassan because Bada Banata exists. It's making him better at propaganda. It helps you refine your position, and it helps you just have better positions. How's this helpful though? You're adding additional context, but Bada Banata doesn't. Well, that's because I think it's obvious to me as a content creator, but it might not be obvious to other people as a content creator. And it also loses its value if everybody knows that it's just trolling, right? Not trolling is trolling is an oversimplification for the term. This has the most pull, like a Bada Banata tweet like this has the most pull when people don't understand that he's using as much hyperbole as possible to force Hassan to address this issue. How the fuck do any of you chatters think this is farming? Go ahead and log off. Wait, but I don't even think that Bada Banata would say that it's not farming. It's intentionally farming. To force him to force Hassan to address it. The goal is like poking the bear as hard as you can because the issue is important enough that it's worth it. It's like when you have an author who gets too famous to take criticism and then their writing gets worse because their editors stop being critical. Yeah. Why so much hate if Hassan's point of view is logical, makes sense, and correct in nature? Isn't it good to understand why the other side is wrong? Their views are not even consistent and usually hard to defend in most cases. I don't know what these questions are way too vague. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't know what that means. Okay. These people have the same smoke for Majority Report or Democracy Now! Who also regularly talk to Matt does? Or is it just easy and popular to drag Hassan for it? Oh, I mean, for sure. Are you kidding me? It's absolutely way easier to drag Twitch streamers over the same thing that like YouTubers or podcasters. The same exact thing, 100%. But like, I'm a glass half full person. I don't think that the solution is, well, everybody needs to stop dragging everybody and the left should just get along. Because that's how you end up with the right-wing party. Right? Aren't you just hoping people will research more and not just say, yeah, fuck Hassan and move on? No, because the people that Bad Empanada is fighting are Hassan enjoyers and watchers like you who need a lot to be swayed away from that position. So he just wants his audience? No, he wants his audience to hold him accountable. I'm kind of surprised by like, I don't feel like this is difficult. Maybe it's just easier as someone who's seen the back end to understand what this looks like and what this is. Be back. Okay. Let me get the video 1 second. So someone linked it. All right. The point that I'm going to make, I'm going to try and put it in one sentence. All right. To the best of my ability. The purpose of people like, this is the way that I see it. The purpose of people like Bad Empanada in this space, they exist to improve more palatable leftist creators and leftist voices. They exist to improve those spaces and those voices by attempting to hold creators accountable. Kind of like a coach that says, you know, are you kidding me, dude? You can go fucking faster than that. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You know what I mean? Like you're holding this person accountable by holding them to a higher standard to improve their positions and to improve their ability to reach greater heights and more people. Basically just critique for improvement. Yeah.
It's awesome. Nasty.
All right, let's watch.
All up and down Reddit. Saw that I was getting canceled simultaneously by Bad Empanada as not being sufficiently pro-Palestine, which is true. That's right. It's mine now, so I'm pro-Israel. I'm Israel Chai. You know, that's right. I can't wait for my major media career. None of it is relevant. We'll talk about some of it as a joke. It doesn't really matter. Squirrel has been trying to cancel leftists for a while. Fed behavior? No. They're very passionate about that.
The Squirrel account cares a lot about the leftist values. So this is the biggest problem. I think a lot of people, when they see people criticize people like Hassan, they don't understand that it's possible that these people just care a lot about the issues they talk about. And that there isn't just a plain attempt to cancel, right? Someone doesn't have to be personally motivated to really care about leftist issues. It's because of drama framework. Also, people expect the left. I mean, expect the worst. I think the best way to think about this, or like the best way to, before you come to a criticism against someone, just look at their previous work. How much of their time have they spent talking about leftist values? And how much of it has been about drama? And if you go to the Squirrels page, all of it is politics. Basically, none of it is drama. That's someone who fucking cares about the issues that they fucking talk about. And it's not like they're monetizing their shit. Like, I mean, I think that they have a Substack and a YouTube, but like, I don't know how much money you could possibly be bringing in off of these things. Versus like, no, the reason why no one takes fucking Willie Mack seriously is because his entire YouTube channel is just slop. And then you have Nicholas Eat Oreo explicitly tweeting out how he only covers the Palestinian genocide because it brings in clicks. And it's because of it is the new recent drama cycle. Like those people, when they criticize someone like Hassan, you can ignore it because they only do fucking slop. Versus someone who criticizes Hassan, who the majority of their work and the majority of their content is actually caring about political leftist issues.
This issue, they've yelled at me in the past. Again, like I said, we can have healthy and reasonable disagreements with one another. It's not a cancellation. You deadass platform is genocide denier. The irony, of course, is that if you were to listen to the interview, these are some of the things that I addressed. This is some of the things that he also said. He says it's a genocide.
He may be making this decision because he's sensing a change in the weather, but that change in the weather is what's very important here. That's the result of not only of the inescapable, undeniable reality of starvation and genocide, but a movement that has been working very hard for many years.
I do believe that a lot of people are going to come back in here today and just like make a mountain out of a molehill, which is fine. If you guys want to be on this wavelength, that's all right. I'm going to keep it pushing. I'm going to keep talking about things that I think are relevant and important. Yeah, because he's covering his ass after 2 years of genocide support. I told you what my policy is. You say it's a genocide. You want to stop weapons transfers to Israel, and you are an advisor in the foreign policy blob, keep pushing. As long as you don't try to limit others who are more radical than you, try to stop others, and try to actively deplatform others, if you are unconditionally and uncompromisingly on board, then it is what it is. Good. Only time will tell if these people are being cynical or being bad. But it's not like we agreed. There was a back and forth thing.
I disagree. Oh, Mayor Cat, hi. I disagree only a little bit because I'm a little torn on the issue. On the one hand, I agree that if someone is willing to try and they do the political theater aspect and they say, you know, I think it's a genocide and I want to help stop weapons from entering Israel. Okay. I don't know that I believe you, but okay. But on the other hand, there's almost like the opposite effect where like, this is a criticism that's made of AB, for example, that AB pushing back against Ethan Klein, it actually has the opposite effect. It doesn't hold him accountable. It makes him considered to be a more reliable source on Israel-Palestine because they have a guy who's Lebanese who, you know, he stays around and he sticks around. So he obviously must not think that like his boss is a bad person. So you not even just providing cover, but you closer to like useful idiot. You legitimize this person, right? By pushing back a little bit here and there. Because it means all the times you don't push back, they must be spitting. And if you have your designated fact checker on hand that holds you accountable, it means you can trust this guy. It's okay. So you like, again, you're like legitimizing this person, right? And so I'm always a little bit sus when someone who's done nothing but, like Matt does, Hasbara, and has done nothing but genocide denial for 2 years, bringing him on so he can be like, wait. I think it's a genocide. Okay? I don't know that that's enough. If anything, I think sometimes it has the opposite effect where you're legitimizing someone that hasn't actually fundamentally changed. They've just learned the right words and phrases they need to say to become more palatable. Does that make sense?
There that I think a lot of people fail to consider. Also, the conversation was supposed to be about Ukraine and Russia, which obviously I can't stop talking about Israel, which is why it is what it is. I mean, you're talking to people in the Democratic Party structure like Zero Shock. They've had horrific takes up until this point, so you very clearly pushed them on things and didn't tone down your language at all. I know. The issue is a lot of people think that a conversation that you have with a person who's like a foreign policy guy who you have disagreements with, that you let your disagreements be known, is going to lead to like a bloodbath. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm talking to someone who is an ultra Zionist or someone who is like refusing to say it's a genocide. Like you know what my red lines are, someone who is a significant hurdle, like someone who says like, oh, you can't speak about this, you can't speak about that. Someone who places the feelings of Jewish people cynically in front of like an actual genocide. The irony, of course, as always, is that it's the same principle behind the Nelk boys. Like I had a conversation with them in the immediate aftermath where I directly told them, like, what you guys did was like interviewing Adolf Hitler, and there were a lot of journalists that were tried at the Nuremberg trials in the aftermath of the Holocaust for their participation in it. And yet that in and of itself did not come across as like being sufficiently antagonistic to a lot of people, because some of you guys, I think, are more invested in the bloodbath of it all and not necessarily the information you can derive out of that. I told you what the reason was. I also didn't know a lot of the stuff that Matt Duss had said, to be fair, and I wish I had known so I could just like push back on some of this stuff, right? Having said that, I think there is a difference with the way that I have adversarial interviews with like someone like Matt Duss versus someone like Elise Stefanik, right? Crystal Ball's Stefanik interview is fantastic. Everybody loves that. Just apologize, man. I will never apologize for that. And the fact that you are demanding an apology for this is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Who the are you? What the are you saying? Who the do you think you are? What do you mean? Like, this is what I'm talking about. The sense of entitlement that a lot of people have in this situation is so insane. I don't know much about Matt Duss beyond the interview.
Let me hear that again. I just want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting. I'm sorry.
Elise Stefanik, right? Crystal Ball's Stefanik interview is fantastic. Everybody loves that. Just apologize, man. I will never apologize for that. And the fact that you are demanding an apology for this is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Who the are you? What the are you saying? Who the do you think you are? What do you
Oh man. I see both sides. This happens every time I cover any disagreement between Bad Empanada and Hassan Piker, which is exactly twice, which is not that many times. But it's so infuriating to be in this position. I fucking hate it. Oh, dude. Oh my God. This really is just like mom and dad are fighting. Please stop fighting, mom and dad. Bad analogy because like Crystal held Slotkin's feet to the fire. Dude, Crystal, bro, she gagged. She tied that woman up and held her fucking feet to the fire, dude. Metaphorically. Oh, man. Okay, so on the one hand, I agree that like, and everybody else would agree, if you were Hassan and people came in with like this authority and they were like, apologize right fucking now. There are no words that can describe how irritating that level of like parasocialism is. You can't really understand it unless you've experienced it, whether that's at like your job or with friends or whatever. It's one of the most irritating sensations on the planet. And the worst part about it is like, it's never coming from people who actually created these positions on their own. The type of people that come and chat and do that shit are the type of people that like, they got it. They're parasocialists who just got it from somebody else. So it's very aggravating. On the other hand, I get people's frustration, and I think you can voice those frustrations. And I think the entire purpose of the frustrations and voicing them is to try and improve or like not let something like that happen again, right? But is that not the point of farming from bad? No, it's the difference between saying, hey, I think that this was irresponsible and like you fucked up big time here, and saying, apologize to me right now. It's like, who the fuck are you? What the hell? I'll say no one's watching Hassan and saying I'm a Zionist now. No, the point or the concern is that people like Ethan Klein, who didn't know who Matt Duss was before this, bring Matt Duss on and then do a whole tour for them. And then he gets a bunch of relevance because Hassan platformed him, which put him on the radar for other people. That's the concern. Okay.
Mean. Like, this is what I'm talking about. The sense of entitlement that a lot of people have in this situation is so fucking insane. I don't know much about Matt Duss beyond the interview and his commentary yesterday. He seems like a fine dude. What's going on? It's because of a bunch of the stuff that he has said in the past that even I think are, you know, early genocide apologia. And I wish I knew more about that, because what he's saying right now is that it's a genocide. You got to stop, you know, weapons transfers. And part of the reason why I wanted to address some of that was because, like, I wanted to hear what he would say in defense of, like, offensive weapons versus defensive weapons. And I made these exact points about, like,
To be fair, or to be clear, Matt Duss was someone who was known before and Hassan had him on. Yeah, it's just fucked because, like, Hassan has to be held at a higher standard in the same way that I have to be held at a higher standard, because we're controversial people that have a lot of hate watchers. Versus, like, the Majority Report doesn't really have a lot of hate watchers. Right? You act like Hassan is even close to the largest audience Duss has been on. Even if Hassan didn't have him on, it doesn't make him disappear from mainstream outlets. Matt Duss has been on CNN, BBC, MSNBC, CGTN, Al Jazeera, and a ton of other mainstream outlets at Denims. Well, what do you think the solution is? Like, we just don't talk about it? We're just like, okay. I hope he doesn't do that again. Like, I'm curious about those people, like the people who come in with this position. And that was not like a rhetorical question or meant to be sassy. That was a genuine question. I apologize if it came off any other way. I mean it, like, genuinely again. Also, MR and Democracy Now! Deserve valid criticism for something like that too? Oh yeah, of course. If a chatter comes in and demands an apology from you, are you going to do it? Huh? No. The problem is you can't be beholden to those people because those people are really fucking annoying, and then you have an audience of the most annoying people on the fucking planet. I've already said this before a million times. If there's something that I do on my stream that you find to be offensive in any way, please email me, message me, whatever. That's a much better forum for enacting change. Wait, did this chatter respond? I just don't see the argument of asking him to delete the video and people acting like not having him on in the first place would fix it. Sorry, my message came off aggressive. No, your message is fine. I'm genuinely just curious about the way I see it is everyone in here right now, regardless of your position, we're on the same side and we're on the winning side. I just want to win as hard as we can win. Okay, I'm sorry. Second place, you are basically a fucking loser. Okay, that's my mentality about these things. I want to win, and I want to win hard.
Denims apologized, meow KKW.
All right? And I genuinely want to know, or I want to figure out what the best way to win is. Winning is hard, and brother, I like to stay hard. If you're not first, you're last. Exactly. Okay. But yeah, I feel like with this type of stuff, it's like I feel like holding someone accountable doesn't being like, I don't want you to do these type of things in the future. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think that that's good. I haven't seen anyone asking him to delete the video. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. Maybe it's in the end of this Bad Empanada video. We haven't gotten that far yet. Okay. Close. All right. What's the relationship between liberals and people who buy Labubu? They're just one circle.
Par excellence. I can't fucking believe that you could platform this without calling it out.
So I understand there are some of my colleagues on the left who've been pushing for, to use the word ceasefire. I get that. I think what the senator said there about the challenges of a ceasefire being negotiated with an organization like Hamas are valid. Where my focus is, and I think...
Amazing. Okay. In an interview, Matt Duss leveraged his supposed Ukrainian-American identity to say that Israel has the right and responsibility to defend its people. He also goes on fucking Bill Maher. This happened in June 2024. This fucker went on Bill Maher, and as Bill Maher did like blood libel, genocide propaganda, painting all Palestinians as pedophiles, this guy sat there smirking and nodding. I want you to know that. I want you to know this is who Hassan Piker decided to platform and boost. And I want to say to Matt Dust, if you're watching this, I hope you are, my friend, you're never going to be allowed to have a career.
So yeah, Bill Maher.
Outside of what you're doing. We're never going to let you in. If you ever try, we will be there. Not just me, but also others. Don't even fucking try. Don't even try. Just stick to doing what you know. Justifying genocide for Zionism. Do a hard right turn. Become a Republican advisor or some shit.
Dude, Bad Empanada is so hot girl coded. Can I, is that a controversial opinion? Can I say that? I get why people don't like him. I get why people like him. And it's the same reason, okay? Which is like, if this is like the threshold of normal, of like acting like a normal, reasonable person, he's just barely out of that threshold. And that's the reason people like him, and that's the reason people hate him.
Those are your realistic options, not this. We're not going to let you do it.
People of Gaza, by the way, if the Israelis did get rid of Hamas, they'd be doing a giant favor to the people of Gaza who hate Hamas too.
He's nodding along with that, by the way. This is him on the left, this Vosh thing. He's a lot worse than the real Vosh, by the way. I think advocating for the genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza, as he did, in a very official role as well, is worse than consuming drawn as Vosh did, unequivocally. He's worse. This Vosh lookalike is worse than the actual Vosh.
But let's just go through the lists. Because the Israelis look like us in most ways, value.
The Israelis look like us. Oh my fucking God. He's sitting next to this guy as he says this.
He's wise. Maybe we're not doing it the right way. I don't know. Religious.
How do you sit next to Bill Maher while he says Israelis look like us and not feel the strongest urge to fucking deck this piece of shit? At least challenge him to a duel on the spot, dude. Come on. I get it. You don't want to get a fucking felony? You can't just fucking tell him, all right, duel me right now. Fight to the death right fucking now. Get up, pussy. Come on.
Tolerance. That doesn't exist in Gaza. You're either Muslim or an infidel, and you better be a Muslim.
Let's just go back.
That doesn't exist in Gaza. You're either Muslim or an infidel, and you better be a Muslim.
So quick question, Bill Maher. Quick question really quickly. What is this? Israeli strike on Gaza church leaves 3 dead. All I Googled was Gaza and church. What does this mean? Let's see what else comes up for Gaza church. Let's see. We've got Israeli forces strike Catholic parish in Gaza. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. let's see here. Church of St. Porphyrius airstrike on October 19th, 2023 was damaged during an Israeli airstrike, killing 18 Palestinian civilians. Over 450 Christian and Muslim Palestinian residents of the Gaza Strip had been sheltering there. So, like, just like, this was the first three things that come up on my Google feed when I look up Gaza church. So are these just like, unless Bill Maher is going to tell me that these are Muslim churches because he doesn't know the word for mosque?
Thank God this guy who just sits there, as he said, and nods along to it, was platformed by Hassan Piker and given an opportunity to rebrand. And now that genocide is too obvious and the tides are turning against his previous positions. Something that, I will note, Hassan recently went on Noah's stream and watched one of my videos warning against. Literally like a week before he did this, he watched a video that I made saying, don't let these people do this. And he's letting this guy do it.
Female freedom, free and fair election.
Oh, I'm so glad here in the U.S. we have nice free and fair elections. Like, checks notes, gerrymandering. Checks notes, no giving water bottles to people waiting online to vote. Checks notes, making voting impossible. Oh, right. Oh. Female freedom to forcibly give birth. Got it.
Free speech.
Free speech, yeah. Except if you have a photo of J.D. Vance on your phone that's photoshopped.
Gay rights.
Except for the fact that we're actively trying to overturn gay marriage.
I just finished my list.
Does this mean that we get to start genociding Americans? Is that what that means, since we don't meet any of these?
Pedophilia. I'll put that under don't ask.
You don't want to talk about pedophilia when Epstein just exists as a person that too many politicians have known.
Child brides and so forth. Equality of the
child brides. Famously, America has never engaged in this behavior, ever.
The sexes. I'll categorize that under don't make me fucking laugh. The fact that, you know, these people think that this is
the age of legal marriage in Arkansas is 13.
They should be aligned with, that these are the values that you support.
I love Matt Duss. I'm glad that this is the guy who Hassan Piker is giving an out from his soulless consulting career in Washington, D.C. And this is the guy who is giving an out into like building a potential audience in the alternative media space by getting platformed by, no exaggeration, probably the biggest streamer who could, the biggest guy who could give you a shout out in this space. Because what this guy is doing is just a rebranding. It's a rebranding. He sees the tides turning when he helped this happen in the first place. He helped legitimize it, and he's trying to save himself. We can't let that happen. This guy spent, the first 30 years of his life, at least, pro-Israel, Zionist. October 7th happens, he justifies the genocide, he attacks, the Palestinian resistance for it, he spreads blood libel, mass rape, stuff like that. And then 2 years later, he sees the tide turning, he's like, oh no, this is actually really bad. Zionism is bad. Shock, horror, time to break with the DC establishment or whatever. And you just let him do that, and you're like, oh, come on, but he's changed or whatever. We don't have an obligation to let these people keep having fucking media careers. We don't have an obligation to let them keep being talking heads that we have to listen to. Like, you advocate for Zionism for 30 years, and you spend, the first 2 years of a genocide justifying it. If you're truly repentant for that, go work in fucking McDonald's like a normal person. Get the job application going. Go work in the mines to provide restitution. Go help rebuilding Gaza as a manual laborer. This idea that we need to forgive people because they came around late or whatever, and what forgive means in these cases is let them have a career as a fucking political commentator or whatever still. No. If you want to be forgiven, first thing that needs to happen is that You renounce everything that you've ever done and do something else with your life. This is not someone who should ever be given forgiveness. You can't just reward this stuff. You can't let these people rebrand and let them get away with what they did, because they'll do it again next time. So they watched my video where I was talking about how these people are going to try to rebrand. And then Hassan invites someone on who is actively attempting to do a rebrand right now.
Career. And I think with a lot of these people that are going to change their mind and try to reposition, we got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no.
Hassan agreed.
On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel is doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything Israel's doing on Hamas, which is exactly what Israel is doing.
Or college protesters.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what you were focused on during this.
I think the only way that these grifters can ever do something that is redeemable is if they detail and identify exactly how they were paid.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good way. You know, we need to get that out of this guy here. We need to get Matt Dust to detail.
I agree, Femboy ASMR. All I want is for Hassan to learn from all this. All I want for Hassan to learn from all of this, I said it right, is to bring on more leftist voices. You shouldn't be bringing on people who cross the line. There are plenty of others that he can platform. Totally agree. Totally agree. I mean, a great example is, so this is an instance of something that I disagreed with on like Bad Up Not a little bit, where Hassan brought on, I think, Simone Zimmerman and a few other people that were in that one documentary about like young Jewish people moving away from Israel, where they have publicly, since adulthood, publicly denounced the state of Israel and have denounced the genocide that they're conducting and just all of it, everything, and have not accepted Israelism. Yeah, they've not accepted any money from AIPAC. They haven't accepted money from Israel. Like, they are very clearly, they have their eggs against the Israel basket, and that's where they're sitting, right? And I did see like Bad Up Not criticize Hassan for that, for saying like, yeah, you shouldn't even have to fucking platform Israelis to have people understand that this is a genocide. You should just platform Palestinians. And it's like, yeah, but that's wishful thinking. Realistically, you'll have the most positive or the most capable PR if you can bring on Jewish voices and Israeli voices that are against the genocide in Gaza. So, like, there are a lot of people in Jewish Voice for Peace have been rabid Zionists and incredible allies. I do think it's important to hear not just lefty perspectives, though. Otherwise, we're just not. Well, no, I don't. I think it's important to debate not lefty voices, not talk, like not listen to. Because the problem is that the right doesn't play fair because they don't care about playing fair. So you shouldn't listen to them because they don't give a fuck about trying to be fair. They want to destroy the system and fucking ruin other people's lives. So anywho, yeah, there's lots of voices, and there's lots of, and this is like, to be very clear, Bad Up Not is also so bad at reaching people who are not leftists. Hassan's far more better and converted many Zionists to anti-Zionism. Bad Up Not has great takes. His solutions are quite terrible. I don't know about solutions, and I don't think he's just doomerism. I think that like people should view him as a way to improve our positions and improve our ability to reach more people. Right? My takeaway, I wish Hassan would get an assistant. I mean, I agree. I totally agree. I don't know why he doesn't have one. He covers way more news than drama, but when he does, he is reacting to right-wing folks. I think like the biggest problem with Bad Empanada is that Bad Empanada fans, I would say like half of them are just so irritating and annoying to deal with. And they make, I think, the entire leftist movement look, they kind of give off like Rick and Morty fan vibes. And I don't know how else to frame that. They just feel a little too righteous. Correct. It's not that there are any of the other things that I think people in chat are saying. Is that you attract more flies with honey. Is that the one? don't you attract flies with literally? It doesn't matter. And they come off as very irritating and annoying to deal with, and just like they have a certain level of smugness that makes entering leftism seem impossible. That's my biggest bad about a criticism. Half of his fans are just so fucking annoying. Matt Tess is a newsmaker. He's not a random Twitch streamer. This is a person who has access to the halls of power. Hassan isn't necessarily platforming him. He already has a platform that is the U.S. Senate. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. 100%. I think the major criticism we can take away from this is like, if Hassan has access to someone like this, he should go in as hard as Crystal Ball went in on Slotkin, right? Because realistically, Matt Tess isn't going to change his fucking political positions because Hassan asked him to nicely, right? He's going to do what is most beneficial for him to do. And I think that was a really good opportunity to get like a Slotkin type of interview type of situation. Personally, that was my perspective. And I just wish he had gone harder. I don't think that what he did was like evil and wrong and he needs to be destroyed. Like that's exaggerating. We're exaggerating here. And mostly just seems like he didn't do enough research. Yeah, he just didn't do enough research and like prep, which is solvable with like, you know, an assistant. He should get an assistant. If there's any takeaway from this, it should be getting a fucking goddamn assistant. That should be the fucking takeaway here. Drop the ball a little bit. I wouldn't go further than that. That's wrecker shit. Yes. Oh, yes. Exactly. 100%. Exactly. 1,000,000% agree. Drop the ball a little bit. Wouldn't go further than that. That's wrecker shit. I think the take about him getting assistant is great. But yeah, that's where I'm at. His management arranged it? Yeah, but you need someone to like actually research because like management sometimes will just like throw anything and everything your way and you have to be like, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay when Trump does it, but it's not okay when George Santos does it at an incredibly low level. This is why I'm saying Donald Trump needs to literally make George Santos his vice president. Perfect VP. Perfect VP.
Republicans from New York are ready to unseat scandal-ridden Congressman George Santos. The representative is being accused.
What the fuck? Where did this caption just pop up out of? This is like crazy. Anyway, we're watching the Jobbery video.
Use of identity theft. Wire fraud, false statements, falsification of records.
Scamming a disabled veteran out of money he was raising for his sick dog.
Now denying reports that he once performed as a drag queen in Brazil.
I never claimed to be Jewish. I said I was Jew-ish. Claiming, for instance, he had a role in Hannah Montana.
I'm just struck, not necessarily that a politician would lie, but that you would think no one would find out.
Well, I ran in 2020 for the same exact seat, and I got away with it then.
That photo, by the way, is the greatest snapshot of all time. Like, that is, it goes so fucking hard. It will be remembered for generations. It's one of the hardest going photos out there. Nothing goes as hard, okay? Straight fucking diva shit. So clean, so nice with it. Botox looking perfect. His beats looking snatched, whatever fucking people say, okay? He beat it up. He's slaying. He's the slay queen. He's serving mama, slay mama.
There's an old saying I find hard to disagree with. Politics is just show business for ugly people.
No, get those lights off! Off!
Nancy Pelosi's gazpacho police.
They're too bright. Turn them off! Freedom! Turn off the lights! Turn off the lights!
Through a cynical lens, American politics can be seen as a deranged spectacle for the entire world to laugh at.
The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
I call upon all nations to stop these terrorist killers. Now watch this drive.
A never-ending source of
Jobber just popped off with like some of my favorite moments of all time, including my least favorite moment of all time, where we found out that George W. Bush actually has really good fucking reflexes.
entertainment that favors vapid theatrics over any actual substance.
How many AR-15s do you think Jesus would have had? Well, he didn't have enough to keep his government from killing him.
What do you say in response to the Pope? I'd say ISIS wants to get you.
But I'd be lying if I said it wasn't funny. If our country's going to hell, we might as well enjoy the ride there.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
But I don't think there's a single politician today who epitomizes our government's absurdity quite like George Anthony DeValder Santos.
Is it true that you have an OnlyFans page and you can peel a banana with your feet?
I just discovered what OnlyFans was about 3 weeks ago.
That was a lie.
I was oblivious to the whole concept.
You just can't tell the truth. All right, so
You may have heard his name before or seen his picture on the news, and what?
Wait, I didn't catch that part. I didn't know she said that.
you can't tell the truth. All right, so
The whole concept.
you just can't tell the truth. All right, so
Oh my God. Isn't that the VJ, by the way? That literally, God, American politics is so fucking stupid. It's such a dumb fucking. Oh, it's a clown show.
You may have heard his name before.
Gagged him.
Or seen his picture on the news, and that would be because George has become one of the most polarizing individuals in all of Congress, but that's not for any traditional reason. He was elected on a number of false
Where's the
pretenses.
TOS?
And I know your response to that may be, doesn't every politician lie, though? To which
149, we passed it. 212, sex toy. We passed both
I
of
would
those
say yes,
TOSs.
but also you've never heard of George Santos. This guy's entire existence is made up. He's lived about 1 million different lives, and as a result has put himself in the crosshairs of the FBI, the FEC, the GOP, the Brazilian government, the House Ethics Committee, and the nearly 1 million constituents who make up his district, just to name a few. I mean, he's facing 23 federal charges as we speak, and there's no guarantee he won't be charged with even more after this video comes out. Because when we look into his actual biography, we discover a man who has scammed, thieved, and manipulated his way to the top in a manner so unbelievable, he's had to escape entire countries. I mean, we're talking about an entirely different brand of criminal. He's like a Looney Tune, a Grinch-like figure, as some have suggested.
George Santos just left Tim Burchett's office with a baby in his arms. When asked if it was his baby, he said, "Not yet."
But before we get to anything he did, it's important to establish somewhat of a base understanding of where the man comes from, which I'm going to attempt to lay out as best I can, but keep in mind, this guy has lied about literally so many elements of his life that it's actually hard to get a straightforward timeline of events. So if anything here feels a bit disjointed, it's because George himself is a very disjointed and confusing person, okay? Not my fault. This is a guy who baselessly claimed his niece was kidnapped by Chinese communists, that he survived multiple assassination attempts, and that he's run a real estate empire on top of meeting Jeffrey Epstein. He's also lied about where he went to school, where he worked, where he got his money, that he was in.
Every group's got that one guy, dude. Every group has to have, first of all, every gay person knows a guy like this, okay? But every group needs to have just a lying guy in general. Doubly fun if they're also a messy gay on top of that. Okay? It's just like, I mean, I've talked about this before, like, when I was in college, there was this dude in our group of friends who would do these, like, unimaginable things, these incredibly impressive things. And after a while, we realized, like, oh, he's just lying, right? He had this, like, one-up disease. You'd say something like, oh, I went on a jet skiing trip, and it was awesome. And he'd have to follow you up with a story that he completely made up and be like, oh, yeah, well, I went on a snowmobile and did a flip. And after a while, we started having a little game where we would just, like, start a story. We'd start a story specifically knowing full well that he's going to fucking, you know, raise the stakes. There's different kinds of liars. You're saying it's giving LeBron. LeBron is like a white lie type of guy. You know what I mean? He's like, I would classify LeBron as a guy who lies about things he doesn't need to at all, but it doesn't even benefit him in any way, and often is doing it for the other person, like for the sake of the other person, like, oh yeah, I love watching your movies, that type of thing. And like, it's a situation that you could totally avoid if you were to say, well, I haven't watched that movie, I'm really sorry, right? But LeBron is the type of guy who goes, yeah, I love that movie, it's my favorite movie of all time, to the guy who made the movie. You know what I mean? And there's no reason for him to do that. Oh, that's my favorite quote. I've actually never heard another quote that I like as much as my favorite quote, that is the quote that you just mentioned. And it's like, why did you say that? There is no reason for you to have said that. Okay? The type of dude that I'm talking about is like pathological and can't stop himself. He can't stop himself, and there's a purpose for it. Hassan talks a lot without saying anything. Well, one, I'm a Twitch streamer, so yes, you're right about that. But two, I think what I'm talking about right now is you know, fairly personable if you have ever had friends, or even if you've like watched anime. Every crew needs a Usopp. There you go. Usopp is a great example. So, like, these are the types of dudes who just like lie about regular, banal, nonsensical bullshit things. But then George Santos takes it one step further. He's the guy who lies for gain. But I think I would categorize him as like pathological in the maximum degree, where he both lies for personal gain, as he has done time and time again, but he also lies when there's no reason to. Okay? He just lies for the love of the game, just to tell a good lie, which is why he's the best. Okay, this is an incredible conversation.
An actor on Disney Channel into one of my favorites, that he produced a Spider-Man musical on Broadway, which is especially bizarre to me because that specific musical he wrongly said he worked on was a commercial failure that lost millions of dollars, and even
that's what I mean. Like, when you lie, not for personal gain, but you lie in a way that like serves you L's. You know what I mean? That's when you know someone is absolutely just lying for the fun of it, for the sake of being able to tell a lie. You know what I mean? Like, what's the worst thing you can think of? What's the worst movie? What's the worst song you can think of that is just like universally panned by critics? George Santos goes, I played a role in making that. For no reason. For no fucking reason. It's like, well, why did you say that? It just like kind of shows you to be a loser.
Resulted in the injury of several cast members. Why you would want to tie your name to that, I just don't get. Half the time, there's nothing to be gained from these lies at all. In a 2022 congressional debate, he actually stole his opponent's answer to the question, what's your favorite holiday tradition?
Oh, this was awesome.
In front of him.
So, Mr. Zimmerman, name one of your favorite family traditions.
New Year's Eve.
All over the place.
He literally copied bro's own family tradition right down to the
Yeah, he to his face. I love that. Like, that's so disrespectful That's so ridiculous. To his fucking face. He's just sitting right
Random
there. I
ice
love that.
cream. This man's a fucking menace. But where does it all begin, right? Well, even that's the subject of debate. As the story goes, George Santos was brought into the world on July 22nd, 1988 in Sunnyside, Queens, and was raised in a basement apartment in Jackson Heights. And if we're going off this Wikipedia biography for a user named Anthony DeValder, last edited by him in 2011, we would learn his drag career began at 17, winning several gay beauty pageants between making the rounds at Brazilian nightclubs before going into acting on various Disney Channel shows, and landing a role in the 2009 film The Invasions.
For the record, Wikipedia editor, some of them are the strongest soldiers, and many of them are fucking insane. Okay? That's a red flag. If you're a Wikipedia head mod, that's a red flag.
Starring Uma Thurman, a movie that doesn't exist. All because he was inspired by the Steven Spielberg film Independence Day, which Spielberg didn't make. So this biography doesn't actually clear anything up, unfortunately. In that case, what do other people tell us about George? Well, as his former coworker, Barbara Hurtis, told Patch.com, he used to tell us he was born in Brazil, and that he would travel back and forth, and that he came from money. Which we know for a fact that George has lied about coming from money. Once telling a judge he worked for Goldman Sachs in 2017. The reason he was in court, by the way, was so he could testify on behalf of a family friend who ended up pleading guilty to ATM skimming and later told the feds that it was George who taught him how to do it. But that's a different story entirely. The transcript here is hilarious to me because when the judge asks, "You worked for Goldman Sachs in New York?" George's response was just, "Yup," which in hindsight was a bold-faced lie. One of many that he'd actually copped to once.
Like, a lot of this stuff is just resume padding, right? And it probably gets lost in the sea of other lies. Like, my favorite types of lies are not George Santos saying he worked at Goldman Sachs, which is so verifiably untrue and so easy to verify, especially if you're running for fucking Congress in New York. Are you kidding me? You fucking accidentally wave your hand around, you're gonna slap a couple fucking Goldman Sachs workers, okay, in that circuit that he's a part of. It's wild. However, that's not his best type of lies. His best type of lies aren't... They're the ones where he says things like he was a varsity athlete for the volleyball team and had a horrific injury that stopped him, but he can still play really well, and he will actually play on the intramural the intramural Congress volleyball team. Shit like that blows my fucking mind. It's like, it's so specific. That's such a specific lie. And you have to follow through on that. It's like the top of the hour ad break. It's coming for you. You know what I mean? And when I say it, it has to be the truth because I'm going to serve it. And you're going to see it unless you subscribe. I'm not going to lie to you about that. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
He realized there was nowhere else to run. Before beginning his political career, or any career
Los
for that
Pipos.
matter, we know
Thank you
George
for the
was
get this
living
up.
near Rio de Janeiro with his mother in 2008. Or he may have been living in the US and visiting his mom in Brazil, as some of his friends have now stated, but that's a detail. The point is, he was around 20 at the time he stole the checkbook of a man his mother had been caring for and used it to rack up around $1,300 in fraudulent checks, according to Brazilian court documents. To make matters worse, this elderly patient his mom had been working as a caregiver for was deceased at the time George took his checkbook and forged his signature in order to buy luxury clothes for his boyfriend. And
excuse me, he wasn't using it. Hello? What is he gonna do? Take it like a pharaoh? Take it to his grave with him? Yeah. I'm sorry. He stole from a dead person? Yeah, it's the best type of person to steal from.
Despite him insisting he's committed no crimes in America or abroad, Brazilian police records indicate a different story. That George actually confessed to the crime over a decade ago, not just pleading with the store owner through a Brazilian social media platform, but eventually appearing in front of authorities in 2010 and admitting to the fraud alongside his mother, while also telling him he was a white professor, according to police documents. And I think one of the wildest discoveries I made while researching this video is the fact that his lawyer for this was reportedly convicted for his connection to a gang-related murder and was defending George while on house arrest. That is just something you can't even make up. As far as the store owner goes, he recalls having to pay for the stolen items out of his own pocket at the time, recently telling Mother Jones how visibly deceitful George came across. Now, George didn't acknowledge the fraudulent checks again until this year when he agreed to a $5,000 settlement and a confession in exchange for avoiding prosecution. The reason he just now settled this thing is because when Brazilian police tried to subpoena him originally in 2011, George was mysteriously nowhere to be found. He wasn't with his mom. It turns out he wasn't even in the country because, I guess, for whatever reason, George decided to leave Brazil behind right then and make a new name for himself up north in the land of opportunity.
I mean, he did go to the one place where you can kind of pop off. Like, America is a collection of con men. It is a country built around being able to con other con men. This is the greatest place to be if you are a con man. We literally had Donald Trump as president. And the perfect place as a con man to actually thrive, the perfect field, the perfect sector to thrive as a con man is politics. So he kind of did all the right things.
Much like Connor Roy, I don't doubt George Santos was interested in politics from a very young age, but he didn't become very vocal about them until 2019, giving his takes on the hot-button issues of the day on Facebook, along with schmoozing Republicans at various events and fundraisers.
Today was a blessing for me as a patriot to come down here to Mar-a-Lago.
During these early days before he was really established, George made appearances at Mar-a-Lago, donated tens of thousands to the New York Young Republican Club, and attended CPAC, where he likely caught COVID at the very start of the pandemic in March 2020. This, to my knowledge, is the first time anyone in the media had even uttered the name George.
He made the Hajj. Yeah, it's one of the pillars of being a conservative. You have to go. You have to do the Hajj. You have to make dua underneath the disgusting golden arches, okay, of Mar-a-Lago. You have to.
Santos on live television.
He even got COVID. Like, that's it. That's perfect. Getting COVID at CPAC is a blessing.
Guest tested positive for COVID-19 and joins us via Skype in quarantine. Welcome, New York congressional candidate George Santos. George, great to see you. How are you feeling right now?
I'm in recovery.
It was also shortly after he launched his first congressional campaign running for the U.S. House of Representatives in New York's 3rd congressional district. George was going up against the incumbent Democrat Thomas Suozzi, who ended up taking the win by a surprisingly narrow margin, actually.
2 weeks after Election Day, Democrat Tom Suozzi has won re-election representing New York's 3rd congressional district. Suozzi had 53%, Republican challenger George Santos 47%.
Traditionally speaking, the Nassau County Republican Committee would otherwise be pretty strict about letting a newcomer into the fold with such minimal political experience, but the pandemic dissuading anyone else from running, coupled with the fact that the county had moved more towards the left in recent years, meant George was kind of the sole Republican candidate and became the nominee by default. And while his campaign would inevitably prove unsuccessful, it would give him the chance to mingle with constituents and work the media circuit, essentially priming his voter base for a grand return in 2022.
Hi everybody, George Santos here, running for New York's 3rd congressional district. I will fight socialism until my last dying breath because I despise it. Socialism has been tried in every country and failed miserably, and I count on you to send me.
I love how fucking stupid Americans are, dude. You could just say these things and then they will literally be like, hell yeah, brother. No questions asked. God damn it, dude. Fucking Christ. It's just so mind-boggling to me that people still go, Hassan, you're a leftist grifter after all this shit. It is so easy. It's so easy to grift. It's just literally in the opposite direction of the way that people think. To
DC to represent you. We need as many volunteers as we can get for this process. I think it's about time we put Thomas Suozzi into the retirement section.
In many ways, this race was a way for him to make an impression, which he certainly did, networking with the Trump family.
Like, not to use a Family Guy reference, but that 9/11 bit is so prescient, dude. This is it, dude. This is it. Just substitute that for, like...
9/11 was bad.
I agree with that.
What about our traffic problem? 9/11.
That's it.
and buying entire tables at young Republican events. What's pretty funny though is that despite all his efforts, George didn't even live in the district he was trying to represent. And when reporters pointed this out, George claimed an address that in actuality belonged to his campaign treasurer. That same treasurer who would later admit to fraud and to implicate George in a scheme to embellish his finances, but trust me, we'll get to that too. It was also during this first congressional run that fellow candidates in other districts began to wonder how legitimate his fundraising claims really were. There seemed to be a pretty wide gap between what he said he had raised and what he had actually reported on campaign finance disclosure forms. As congressional candidate Josh Eisen told Intelligencer, I would look into his filings and see that he had raised almost no money. Everybody in politics exaggerates a little bit, but he was saying he had a 6-figure quarter, and it would turn out that it was a 4-figure quarter. One consultant plainly labeling him a walking campaign finance violation, and that it's been reported George came up with ideas to try and avoid campaign finance law, with one scheme that would allegedly involve getting donors who had maxed out their donations to him to give to the political action committees of other candidates, who would then funnel the donation back to Santos, as Intelligencer states. But these things weren't explored in depth at that time, because
My favorite thing is just doing campaign finance violations in a country that has made it legal, okay? It is so unimaginably hard. It's like getting arrested as a foreign agent. If you're going to lobby the government as a foreign agent, like, they let you do it, unless you're AIPAC, in which case, of course, you don't need to register as a foreign agent because it's the American Israeli Political Action Committee. So it's different. Obviously, don't say that they're foreign agents. Do not say that AIPAC represents the interests of Israel, a foreign nation. Do not say that. That is anti-Semitic. Don't ever say that. Oh, wait, did Benjamin Netanyahu recently just meet with the heads of AIPAC? That's neither here nor there. Anyway, but again, I digress. It's just like half of the stuff that these goddamn criminals get arrested for is basically not filing the right paperwork. It's just so fucking funny. It's like, how do you get arrested, or how do you get prosecuted or investigated for this kind of thing when the law has made it legal?
He was still so low profile enough that nobody really cared to look into him, honestly. His opponent figured, why waste money and resources on a background check that could end up giving George more exposure when he could otherwise just kind of cruise through an easy win without all the hassle. So in fear of Streisand affecting the young Republican, Suozzi opted not to prioritize opposition research, keeping George's lies under wraps for at least a couple more years.
Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi sees a victory on the horizon, banking on 90,000 absentee ballots. A newcomer to the political scene is singing a very different tune. The 32-year-old Queens native who works in finance credits his current lead in a vote to an underestimated campaign which connected with voters.
Directly following his marginal loss in New York's 3rd District, George Santos was furious, believing he had actually...
I said George Santos. Because he was, get it?
He won the race. He began to allocate money and staff to a recount that never happened, along with accusing the county's GOP chairman of sabotaging his campaign because he's gay. According to Intelligencer, some of his own staff members were starting to worry about his mental health when he reportedly suggested finding a way to somehow throw out Democratic ballots as they came in, a hysteria that culminated when he went.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay when Trump does it, but it's not okay when George Santos does it at an incredibly low level. Excuse me. This is why I'm saying Donald Trump needs to literally make George Santos his vice president. Okay? Perfect fit. Perfect VP. Perfect VP. Okay? Trump Santos has a nice ring to it. Just saying.
Went to Washington, D.C. to attend an orientation for new congressional members, even after it was abundantly clear he had lost. Refusing to leave the room even as Suozzi was announced the winner. And if that wasn't enough, he'd then make a speech at the stop.
What are you doing? He attended the orientation
Steel rally one day ahead of the January 6th riots, arguing his election had been stolen from him, just like Donald Trump.
I remember this part. This was awesome.
To Donald J. Trump, they stole my election.
Watching that rally from home was one of George's former roommates, who couldn't help but notice the Burberry scarf he was wearing looked a little familiar.
While they were roommates, Greg Morey said Santos stole his Burberry scarf and later wore it during the rally ahead of January 6th.
That's awesome.
I saw that video and I just not very happy.
Those campaign finance problems I mentioned earlier, though, would absolutely bleed into his second congressional run in 2022. The successful one, which means people actually looked into this stuff. For instance, we know he was spending lavishly on the second campaign trail, racking up around $40,000 in flight expenses, buying his staffers expensive clothes while still treating them like shit.
Also, once again, we got a situation. We got a situation on our hands that is also identical. Who amongst us does not have that gay friend who just steals their expensive clothing? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. The parallels are there. Austin doesn't lie, though. That's the difference. And Austin is nowhere near as... I mean, he's messy and he loves drama, but it's nowhere near
shit, apparently. He also had a tendency to spend $199 at restaurants and hotels, which is just under the legal threshold of $200 for expenses that campaigns are legally required to track. To give you an idea of how rare an expense like that would be, FEC data shows 90% of all House and Senate races across the country did not report a single transaction between $199 and $199.99 in 2022, while the Santos campaign, on the other hand, reported 40 of them. In fact, Politico states that George's campaign accounted for roughly half of all expenses by all campaigns that cost exactly $199.99, a statistical improbability. Not to mention the countless donations from people who either don't exist or don't recall sending George any money. His cousin, for example, was dumbfounded by a pledge for $5,800 that he says he never made, adding to the overall mystique of how George managed to scrounge together a $700,000 sum he loaned his own campaign in 2022. But we'll explore all that and more in just a second. What's important right now is that he won, partly thanks to his district being redrawn 6 months before the election to include a much more Republican area. He was already running unopposed, which made him the Republican nominee, making it easy for him to beat the Democratic nominee, Robert.
This is why I suspect people were coming in here and being like, well, wasn't he running unopposed? Doesn't matter, brother. You don't give money. You don't get any fucking RNC donos without a little bit of background checks. I mean, normally, which is why I'm shocked. Like he had to have been the luckiest motherfucker out there. I don't understand how he just got away with so much.
Robert Zimmerman in a newly red region. This redrawing of the county lines was truly the best thing he could have asked for. It was a gift. But unfortunately, everything to come after this would be the exact opposite of a gift.
We picked him up pretty early as a fraud and a braggart and a liar, which, you come across sometimes in politics, but he was off the scale.
But first, a brief word from our sponsor, Fume. Fume is a flavored air device that uses plants and behavioral science to help you trade out your negative habit for a positive one. Fume uses cores infused with plants such as
ethical reacts. We're doing ethical reacts.
Uses no nicotine and no vapor.
Ethical reacts.
Plant-flavored air.
Shouts out to Jabri.
Bad habit and enjoyable experience.
We are watching Jabri, friend of the show, Jabri's The Fraud Who Fooled America, The Lies of George Santos video.
Stopping is something
very good video overall.
But Fume aims to
well
help
sourced.
with that. Having served over 150,000 customers with thousands of success stories, there's no reason that can't be you. Head to tryfume.com/Jabri or scan the QR code and use code Jabri to get 20% off your order today. But I've got to warn you, that 20% off deal only lasts through December 1st, so you better hurry. Otherwise, it's 10% off, which is still pretty good in my opinion.
Oh
But,
no,
what
it's
are you
December
waiting for?
1st.
Go to tryfum.com and use code Jabri when you check out. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people over at Fume for sponsoring this one.
So now, Nassau County legislator Josh Lafazan
It's a fake vape for all of you fucking vape heads out there who want to quit vaping, I think.
has launched a new campaign with county residents to keep track.
To be fair, kind of a wild thing to call yourself, like call your brand Fumes. Like when I think of fume, I don't think of good things. I think of like nasty air.
week of Congressman Santos. Kind of keep an eye on him and his whereabouts. He's calling it Where's George?
By the time George made his acceptance,
that means we have to watch the ads. Who says that? It's the Hasanabi style guide. If a video has come out recently, then that means that like their CTR campaign is still happening, like their direct response campaign is still happening. So it's valid to watch their ad. If it's like an old ass video, of course, like we'll skip it because that it doesn't matter. They're not getting any dollars off of that, or they're not getting any like the campaign is over most likely.
Speech on the night of November 8th, 2022, exactly 1 year apart from me typing this now, the man was already beginning to raise eyebrows. Turns out his own campaign had actually been made aware of his shady past in 2021 when they conducted what's known as a vulnerability study, basically a routine background check to see if there's anything in a candidate's past that an opponent could potentially latch onto as an attack. Well, George's history was so bad that some of his own staff reportedly urged him to step down. The complicated web of deceit this man was spinning for himself was so blatant and shameless that his own paid employees were telling him he'd be better off just fading into obscurity. You know how crazy that is? But of course, he didn't listen, and by December 2022, just 1 month after he secured his seat in the House, these lies would finally catch up to him in the form of a New York Times article laying everything out for the public to witness. This investigation revealed how Citigroup and Goldman Sachs.
Far too late, by the way. Far too late. Too little, too late. Crazy that it took that long.
Sachs had no record of a man named George Santos or Anthony DeValder ever working there, after he had already bragged to voters about his plentiful experience on Wall Street, going on to prove he never attended Baruch College, where he at one point claimed to have slayed on the volleyball team.
I actually went to school on a volleyball scholarship.
You did?
I did, yeah. When I was in Baruch, we were the #1 volleyball
Did you graduate
team.
from Baruch? Did you graduate from there?
Yeah.
So did I.
I did.
So did I.
Oh, very cool. So, great school, great institution, very liberal, but very good professors who don't show their bias, which is very interesting. But that's a whole nother conversation. But it's funny that we went to play against Harvard, Yale, and we slay them.
This one's pretty funny to me because he spoke at length about playing on this team, all while knowing damn well he never even attended the school.
And it's funny, I was the smallest guy, and I'm 6'2". Look, I sacrificed both my knees and got very nice knee replacements from HSS. Playing volleyball. That's how serious I took the game.
In fact, he never even received a degree from higher education, despite claiming on the National Republican Committee's website that he once attended NYU, meaning he never attained an MBA and never scored a 710 on the GMAT, as he's also specifically liked to claim. Then there was the pet charity he liked to cite on the campaign trail, founding Friends of Pets United in 20.
It's so awesome. This is like a old 17th century folk story, comical levels of evil, okay? It's the one thing white people can't fucking stand, like is abuse towards animals, like orphaned pets, okay? It's so good. Yeah, I mean, literally, Cruella de Santos, Cruella de Vil.
13. George spent the next 5 years saving 2,500 dogs and cats out of the goodness of his own heart, as his website claimed. Only subsequent reports have found this thing wasn't even registered as a charity in the states of New York or New Jersey. One of the only remnants of this thing the Times could verify was a Facebook post promoting a fundraising event in 2017. But the beneficiary of that event claims to have never received the funds, and that Georgia kept making up excuses for why he didn't have the money. I mean, he was definitely facilitating the adoptions of these dogs, but where he was getting them from is a whole other story. Past associates of his claimed he would brag about rescuing dogs off the streets himself, while this Amish dog breeder in Pennsylvania paints an entirely different picture. According to him, George showed up to his ranch looking to purchase some puppies, writing 9 checks totaling out to be about $15,000 that the farmer grew suspicious of. But by that point, George already had the dogs in his car, so he took the gamble, and shockingly, the checks bounced.
Have you gotten the money back?
No.
Have you heard from anybody about it?
No.
Do you believe this is the man who bought your dogs and put them in the car and took them away from you?
I feel it is. Based on my memory, I would say yes, it is.
3 days after this, George attended a pet adoption event in Staten Island. According to a former owner of that business, George had literally, allegedly, stolen puppies and would actually be charged for check fraud in the state of Pennsylvania in 2017. The only way he got out of that was by telling prosecutors he worked for the SEC and had his checkbook stolen. Somehow, this worked, and even his lawyer friend, who believed him at the time, has since told CNN she no longer thinks George was the victim of any fraud. And if you're wondering what happened with that adoption event, George reportedly took the check written to his charity, crossed out the name of the charity, and replaced it with his own, cashing it out under Anthony DeVolder. Then there's, of course, the story of disabled Iraq War veteran Richard Osthoff, who alleges George...
Come on, dude. Like, stealing the puppy of and refusing to help the puppy of a disabled homeless veteran. Come on.
George scammed him out of $30,000 that was meant to go to his sick service dog. According to Richard, George ran off with the money raised by a GoFundMe, resulting in his dog Sapphire being unable to receive life-saving surgery for her tumor, tragically passing away.
At the time.
I was homeless at the time. I had broken an ankle really bad, couldn't work for a year and a half, so I couldn't pay my rent, and I was evicted. I was living in a tent on the side of Route 9 in Howard, New Jersey with my dog, and she had already had that growth growing.
I'm sorry, you can't help but laugh, dude. He did so much. It's like, at that point, it's like comically evil, man. It's comically evil. It is cartoonish. There's no reason to do these things.
It was getting bigger and bigger by the minute, it seemed. I finally decided to take her to the vet to see what they could do to have it removed, and they gave...
Bro, homeless disabled veterans cancer dog, okay? Homeless disabled veterans cancer dog. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
$3,000 quote.
Richard says he was first introduced to George's charity by a vet tech, and that George seemed confident he could get the funds needed to save Sapphire's life.
He said he was very respected with his charity. It would help me very much to get the money in a sooner amount of time than later.
Through George, or Anthony DeVolder's charity, Richard's friends and family all pitched in to help, along with his old Navy buddies and even strangers who he had never heard of. Watching this thing gain traction over the course of a couple months, it must have been really encouraging for Richard to see. And for a moment, it really seemed like Sapphire, a dog who had saved his life on multiple occasions, would finally receive the treatment she needed. But according to him, George complicated things, only allowing Richard to go through his preferred veterinary clinic in New York rather than Richard's local one, which wasn't the easiest for Richard considering he was homeless and couldn't drive at the time. But George assured him he'd at least make up for it by paying the tolls and gas money, which he never did. Richard never got any of the money, in fact, and about 4 months later is when Sapphire passed. Of course, if you listen to George, though, it's all a big distraction and that he never...
The reports that I would let a dog die is shocking and saying my work in animal advocacy was the labor of love and hard work. Over the past 24 hours, I've received pictures of dogs I helped rescue throughout the years along with supportive messages. These distractions won't stop me. God, the GOAT. The GOAT. Truly the GOAT.
Never allowed a dog to die, providing it 0 pictures, by the way, of all the pets he supposedly saved, but whatever. How are we supposed to believe him here when he's also presented no evidence he did any charity?
It's not even a real 501c3. Like, he was just... God, oh my God, he's such a fucking con man. It's so perfect. He is the perfect person to be in American politics. And here we are fucking dropping the ball big time, dude. Letting this one slip. Like, how are we not allowing this man to continue?
Charity work for kids with skin conditions like he's previously claimed. According to his old campaign website, he and his family engaged in helping children with EB, but as executive director of Deborah of America, a global consortium of organizations working on behalf of people with EB, who knows, quote, all the global EB charities, notes, there is nothing in their database or general records to indicate George and his family's volunteerism at all. Even SOS EB Kids, who advocates for children with EB in Brazil, has found found no records of George's family ever donating to their organization, which is probably why this line about helping kids with EB was removed from his website entirely and replaced with a more generic and difficult to verify line about
Why? Like, why are you picking these things, okay? Why are you doing these things? I just don't get it. He's never said a truthful thing.
him supporting at-risk children and American veterans, but still never actually showing any proof. The Times also brought up George's alleged $750,000 salary and over $1 million in dividends from his company, the Devalder Organization, which not only has no—
By the way, this is what I said was like gonna pop him, which it did. For the record.
No public LinkedIn page, but its address appears to be at a Florida mailbox store located in a strip mall next to a Dollar General and a Chinese takeout place. Yet George would describe this thing a few different ways. Once referring to it as a family firm that managed $80 million in assets, before later calling it a capital introduction consulting company. The disclosures revealed it had no clients, which could be illegal if any clients did exist, but would also be pretty bad if they didn't, because what actually was this thing? And more importantly, where did all his alleged fortune come from? Well, right now, nobody knows, since he's never given a straight answer, but he'll tell you where it's not from.
One of the principal critiques I've heard is that a lot of money was donated to your campaign by you, $700,000, I believe. Where did it come from?
Well, I'll tell you where it didn't come from. It didn't come from China, Ukraine, or Burisma. How about that?
Fucking got him, dude. Yeah, two normal guys just having a chat. Nothing to see here. Just two normal guys having a chat in front of a Jesus poster. You know, with live, laugh, love all over. Moms for Liberty fucking mug in the background too. Also another very normal, please don't look up the high-level pedophiles that work for Moms of Liberty. Very normal stuff happening here. Okay? Just a normal-ass podcast with two chill-ass dudes in Congress that certainly are not both under ethics committee investigations and subsequent federal investigations, as a matter of fact. Just two guys having a laugh, having a chat. God, the Republican Party is awesome. I mean, the Democratic Party, too. Fucking Bob Menendez. Oh, I love American politics so much because, you know, when I'm covering ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza, day in, day out for, you know, what, 5, 6, 7, 2 months now at this point. 2 months, endlessly. You could take a breather and take a step away from that to go back to covering normal American politics. And it's just a fucking whole ass clown show.
Well, yeah, that is an answer.
Great, man, but that's not the question Matty Boy asked now, is it? And while George liked to talk up a big game about his family fortune being in real estate, the Times found no evidence of the Santos family owning any properties at all, despite him claiming up to 13 residential properties at one point. Instead, they uncovered a string of evictions George faced, beginning in 2015 when he owed over $2,000 in unpaid rent, then again in 2017 when another landlord accused him of owing $10,000, being fined at $12,000.
Some of his crimes are based like this, though. Like, just like refusing to pay his rent. I respect that. Like, stealing from other Republicans, love that. Stealing from Republican voters, love that. You know, and what do you do with the theft that you engaged in? Purchase OnlyFans, support sex workers, support Sephora. Maybe that part is whatever. But, like, supporting sex workers, love that. He is a bit of a Robin Hood in many respects.
In a civil judgment. Though, as the Times points out, George did become pretty vocal about housing issues in later years, just not from a tenant perspective. Asking in 2020,
he was a landlord's activist. Will we landlords ever be able to take back possession of our property? My family and I nearing a 1-year anniversary of not receiving rent on 13 properties. The state is collecting their tax, yet we get zero help from the government. We worked hard to acquire these assets.
Will we landlords ever be able to take back possession of our property? He really said, I'm joining the war on landlords on the side of the landlords. But of course, this is something he'd later fess to as well, telling the Post George Santos does not own any properties, even though he once claimed an apartment in Rio de Janeiro on a financial
Bro, he's LARPing as a landlord. He is so perfect. He's the perfect neoliberal in many ways, you know? The quintessential neoliberal Democratic Party voter. Hates the Republican Party despite agreeing with them on everything as it pertains to the economy. LARPing as a landlord while not owning any fucking... He is a r/neoliberal poster. He's gay. Okay, he's gay as hell, and on top of that, he is posing as a fucking landlord when he has no properties and is actually behind on rent by $10,000. Oh my God.
Disclosure form, also why is he talking in third person here? But I just think it's hilarious. He'll literally LARP online as a landlord if it means getting a few retweets. Hilarious stuff, honestly, no notes. But I mean, over the years, George has claimed a lot of jobs that he couldn't.
He's also a Ukraine Globe Twitter guy too. Oh my God, he literally is. He is an r/neoliberalism poster, dude. Oh my God. You're right. He LARPed as a Ukrainian too. Huh.
Prove he actually
second thought video drop.
Goldman Sachs
We'll
are
watch
a
it
few
later.
of them, but he also tried saying he lost 4 employees at the 2016 Pulse nightclub shooting in Florida.
That was insane.
At the time, have people that worked for me in the club. My company at the time, we lost 4 employees that were at Pulse nightclub.
Only the Times was able to review the obituaries of those lost that night and found no connections of them to any purported businesses George claimed to even be involved with, which is like an extremely easy thing to prove. All of this stuff is. I mean, he was making $15 an hour at a Dish call center at the same time he was telling people he was working as a rich financier on Wall Street. It's just that nobody looks into it until it's too late and he's already in office. He was, however, involved with a company called Linkbridge in 2019 before shifting to an investment company called Harbor City Capital,
Both scams.
based in Florida, which already should raise some
Yeah, no, it's scams, both of them.
red flags. What the Harbor City? This thing was a Ponzi scheme. It literally used YouTube videos to bait investors with false promises of double-digit returns before being shuttered by the SEC. To this day, George claims he had absolutely no idea of any illegal activity happening while there, and I have no reason to doubt that. This is a guy with a clear conscience and a reputation for being honest. What more can I say?
This is his very first TV interview since these accusations surfaced.
I'm not a fraud. I'm not a fake. I didn't materialize from thin air. I worked damn hard to get where I got my entire life.
Needless to say, this article revealed a lot, but George retaliated hard, providing copious amounts of documents and files on top of files to prove the undisputed legitimacy of every single one of his original claims.
One problem I have with Jabri is that like his beats go extra hard on the background, and I just constantly fucking find myself bobbing my head. You know what I mean? And like half the time, it's not funny stuff like this. It's like gruesome crimes, and I'm just like bobbing my head while he's talking about like how, I don't know, like a YouTube mom has been doing child abuse or something.
Kidding. Well, his lawyers slammed the article as a smear campaign riddled with defamatory allegations. George never did come up with any evidence to defend himself with. In fact, to make matters worse, almost immediately after this thing was published, Jewish Insider would reveal some pretty damning information regarding his family tree.
I think one of the questions that really probably hits home to a lot of people is are you Jewish?
See, George was known to flaunt his supposed Jewish heritage in front of voters, painting it as a story of survival, tenacity, and grit, as he put it at a Jewish coalition conference, for example.
Oh, good morning. Shabbat Shalom to everybody.
He talked about it all the time to voters.
You know, my grandparents survived the Holocaust.
Well, Jewish lasers in space. I'm a Jew, trust me.
He was literally at a menorah lighting the very night before the New York Times article dropped. He made no secret that his maternal grandparents fled Jewish persecution in Soviet-led Ukraine before escaping the Nazis in Belgium and finally settling in Brazil. Until it came out that his grandmother was actually born in 1927 and would have been 13 by the time he claimed she left Belgium in 1940, while married to her husband. It would also seem George's grandfather was, by all indications, Brazilian, according to a historian from the University of Rio de Janeiro who specializes in the entry of foreigners in Brazil from 1939 to 1945, exactly the time frame we're looking at here, which conflicts with the initial story that his grandfather escaped Stalin's Ukraine in the 20s. In fact, according to the historian, only 2 foreigners entered entered Brazil from Belgium by the name of de Valder, but they arrived separately after the war in 1948 and 1955 and left pretty soon after. Though he did acknowledge George's great-grandfather, who arrived in Brazil at the end of the 19th century, according to an extensive genealogical record of the Santos family. Finally concluding, George has an interesting family history with nice and important people. I suspect he doesn't have the slightest idea of this. For that reason, he invented ancestors.
Now again, multiple family records show your maternal grandparents were born in Brazil, and a genealogist told CNN there's no sign of Jewish and or Ukrainian heritage and no indication of name changes along the way.
It's my favorite thing because, like, it's awesome that he wanted to hit the full Monty. Like, he was like, I'm Jewish, I'm Latinx, and I'm Ukrainian. Like, if there was another fucking war happening, he would have added that onto the pile 100%. Okay? He wanted to hit all the categories. It's so perfect. Like, if China had fucking put, I don't know, Taiwan under a blockade, he'd be like, I'm actually Taiwanese. Many people don't know this, but I am from Taiwan. Yeah, that's right. If he was running now, he 100% would have called himself Israeli. Oh, absolutely. Like, if he was running for the first time right now, he'd be like, I am literally from Israel. My family is from Tel Aviv, and I lost so many of my friends and family members. They are from Kibbutz Be'eri or some shit.
At that point, George had been cornered. He went from basically being gifted a seat in the House of Representatives on a silver platter to becoming enemy number one of the media before he was even sworn into office.
Within the ranks of the United States Congress, there's felons galore, there's people with all sorts of shiesty backgrounds, and all of a sudden, George Santos is the Mary Magdalene.
He's not wrong about this, though. He is right about this. The only difference is, like, he's not wrong. A lot of these fuckers are assholes. They're crooks. They're criminals, right? It's just that, like, I guess they are nowhere near as, like, wild as George Santos was. Like, his crime, his real crime, is that he went too far because he just had love for the game.
Of United States.
Yeah, as Spencer Ackerman put it, not unique, but he is exemplary. Exactly. Much like Henry Kissinger. Not unique, but certainly exemplary.
Breaking his silence the day after Christmas with an appearance on WABC and an interview with the New York Post, telling the Post, I am not a criminal and that my sins here are embellishing my resume. I am sorry. Chalking his lies about Wall Street up to a poor choice of words and admitting he never graduated from any college, adding, we do stupid things in life.
Elon went too far and nobody goes after him. It's because Elon at least is doing what, first of all, Elon lies all the time, but he lies in a way that actually benefits his shareholders. Like, if he actually lied to his shareholders directly in violation of the law, okay, and then it hurt the company, at that point, especially if he didn't have any real money, right, then he would actually get into trouble. The thing is, like, as long as he doesn't violate his fiduciary responsibility, he can just keep lying as long as the fucking lies end up benefiting shareholders, which it does, which it literally does, like, all the time. He literally did get in trouble when he said he was going private at 420. Yeah, I mean, that did happen. Oh, also, we'll talk about the Cybertruck in a second. I don't know if this is what the... Here I am, the richest man in the world, Philosemite, climate crusader, and I still get shit from idiots. Megaphonics. There's so much better shit that you could post about Cybertruck and how it doesn't have fucking crumple zones and how it's just like, it looks like a death trap. And instead, what do you do? Classic Megaphonics had to post an unrelated ass, silly ass Elon meme. Okay? Why'd you have to do that?
Before finally hitting us with the quote of the year. In his interview, George told the Post, I never claimed to be Jewish, I'm Catholic. Because I learned my maternal family had a Jewish background, I said I was Jew-ish. But that's just not even true. The man literally called himself halachically Jewish just a month before the election at a US-Israel PAC meeting. Literally, nobody thought he meant Jewish. He clearly wanted people to think it, whatever. I feel foolish just trying to understand any of this. Am I right?
No, the Jew ish thing is like, that is the closest, unironically, he's ever gotten to being actually Jewish. Okay? His entire fucking saga surrounding making up like Holocaust grandparents from Ukraine, specifically to get Ukraine clout and Jewish clout, is so Larry David. So fucking certified Larry Davidian that it actually is the closest he has gotten to being unironically Jewish. Like, it's perfect.
Yeah, am I right? And of course, this was also around the time he had some old Facebook comments resurface, along with this leaked audio of him.
Wait, what? I didn't know this one.
Around the time he had some old Facebook comments.
What? He said, hi, what? Somebody, what? What is this?
Comments resurface, along with this leaked audio of him.
You sit in a room with a lot of Jews, you're fucked. In new audio, George Santos imitates his district's Jews.
Doing what he considers to be an impression of a Jewish man, I guess.
You sit in a room with a lot of Jews, you're it's funny when the isms start coming out, right? Oh, he's such a man, she's such a man. And then they go on to the next thing. It's like, oh, that's a punz. And then think it's really bad. But anyway.
I have no idea how this is real.
What? Yo. Okay, I want to congratulate Jabri for bringing up new information that even I did not know about George Anthony DeValder Santos. I'll just say that. That's shocking to me. I fancied myself to be the formative George Santos historian. You know what I mean?
Broader media attention, though, meant deeper investigations into George's murky biography. Before long, even his own past relationships came up.
Do you still stand him now? Yes. Are you kidding me? We just talked about how he, like, basically facilitated in the death of a motherfucking homeless, disabled veteran's cancer dog. That is, like, that's it. On the list of, like, comical crimes that you can conduct. That literally is Disney villain status, okay? And I stand him after that, so this little tidbit about him trying to do like I don't know what he was trying to do, like some anti-Semitic joke that he was trying to make, like nothing.
Under scrutiny. First, with the Daily Beast being unable to find any official marriage license for him and his husband in the state of New York, with some also pointing to his lack of wedding ring the day he first arrived in Washington. The first time most people even learned he was married at all was when he mentioned his husband in passing as a part of this tweet commemorating the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, which I love because hard
excuse me, yeah, hard launching.
Launching your partner at the beginning of a memorial tribute, it's an act of insanity only George Santos could pull off. Following up a few days,
there's no better way. He did not do the classic soft launch of being like showing another man in his Instagram stories or anything like that. He just went nutty with it. Dianne Feinstein is dead. Also, me and my husband, who I'm married to, we loved her.
Later with this official confirmation that the two got married in 2021. But as some replies have pointed out, this isn't the first time George has been married. His first marriage lasted 7 years and was with a woman from Brazil, to which there's also currently an investigation into whether or not he violated immigration law in marrying her. One of George's openly gay friends told the Daily Beast that he tried to get him to marry some Brazilian woman so he could get her citizenship, and that George told him there was money to be made from an arrangement like that. Truly not sure what the fuck that's about, but we know for sure George officially divorced his wife in 2019, a year before his congressional bid and 5 years after he supposedly proposed to a man in 2014, sending out a Facebook invitation that read, "Good evening, everyone. As you all may already know, Pedro and I have decided to join our toothbrushes. LOL, and a very few friends have been selected to share this special moment with us. I hope to see every one of you there and to be sharp and make it count. I know there was no time for a written invitation, but thanks to Facebook, everyone has a whole week's notice. LMAO, for all of you that know me, I can suck on timing. Thanks for sharing this very important day in our lives. See you there." This party never actually happened, as his ex-boyfriend Pedro Villarva unfortunately rejected George's proposal 3 times, as he told the Daily Beast, reinforcing the idea that George would routinely engage in relationships with men years before he legally left his wife. In response response to any speculation on his sexuality, George told the New York Post, "I'm very much gay. I'm okay with my sexuality. People change. I'm one of those people who change." And while we're on the subject of change, it's also been reported that George was once a supporter of left-wing Brazilian President Lula, according to one past acquaintance. Which
what the fuck? What?
Would be in stark contradiction to the man we know George to be today. Instead of spearheading progressive bills to expand and protect the rights of the LGBTQ community, for example, George was a vocal...
No, this must be a lie. I don't want to think about that. I want to think about this as a lie. I'm booking this as a lie. This is a classic George Santos lie.
Supporter of Ron DeSantis' infamous Don't Say Gay bill, which has been widely condemned by activist groups as staunchly homophobic and unconstitutional. Even after George seemed to maybe change his mind on this later and denounce DeSantis' rhetoric as to diminish and remove rights from...
I guess technically you could have, if you can have like Bernie supporters who are Brazilian that love Bolsonaro, it goes in the other direction as well. You know what I mean? You have like Trump supporters who love Lula, I guess. I don't know how. Remember the fucking fighters that we looked at with Felix, who were like major Bernie supporters, who are also major Bolsonaro supporters? Probably only supported Lula when he thought Lula was corrupt. No, I mean, I don't know.
From people like him, he made it clear he still supports the bill in nature. Not sure what part of it he supports, but he hasn't exactly garnered a reputation as an activist by palling around with some of the biggest homophobic monsters in politics, I can tell you that. Which is especially sad when you consider the drag queen allegations.
Today, like well every day, we have new evidence of lies in the case of Republican Congressman George Santos. Now, Santos has vehemently denied reports, as well as videos and photos that two sources told NBC News show him participating in drag shows.
One of the top stories you may have heard if you're already familiar with George Santos is that he supposedly once performed in drag under the name Kitara Ravache, at least according to Brazilian drag artist Eula Rochard. In January 2023, she made this post to Facebook captioned,
"It's like, this part is actually such a funny part of the saga because like Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani did drag. Like, Donald Trump didn't personally do it, but he participated in the drag where he, like, motorboated Rudy Giuliani's drag titties, and that was far closer to Trump's election and re-election than this, right? Like, in the 90s, everybody was fucking doing drag, in the early 2000s even. Like, it was a classic thing. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, it is a new phenomena, folks. Here, for those of you who haven't seen this shit, here you go. I'm gonna fucking pee real quick while I loop this.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try. Mayor Giuliani, he's given away over $2 billion in corporate wealth. You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh.
I'm glad you guys got to watch that twice because that shit deserves it. Is worthy. Anyway, but I digress. The point I was trying to make is that it was super commonplace. People fucking, it's a new phenomena. People are so stupid. They get so quickly primed into hating things by Republican media, especially as it corresponds to broader reactionary framing on an issue. It's like Americans are so comfortable at abiding by new reactionary standards without even considering whether they themselves have participated in it in the past, in the not so distant past, as a matter of fact. Like those, what was it? There was like a bunch of cops that did the, wait, I think it was literally, what's his face? Oh, it was the Steven Seagal thing. Remember? Steven Seagal in Louisiana, Jefferson Parish. The cops themselves literally went and fucking did a drag race to raise money. That was 25 years. He's been doing drag for 25 years. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Americans are so easily duped into getting mad about shit, especially when it's reactionary framing. Another example of this would probably be how quickly we got back on the Islamophobia train. You know what I mean? Like 9/11 happens, Islamophobia goes crazy, goes nutty with it for like 20 fucking years. All right? And then there was a brief moment where it's like maybe Islamophobia is not the hot thing anymore for like a couple of years. Boom. Right back at it like we never left it. It's so easy.
Me with the American Republican congressman who wouldn't leave my house in Portuguese. Whoever said I was a liar, bite your tongue. Implying the person dripped out in red feathers and long earrings next to her to be none other than Representative Santos. The images originally appeared in a Brazilian newspaper in 2008 and were substantiated by an unearthed interview in which one journalist alleges he spoke to George as Katara nearly a decade prior.
A bandeira desorganizadíssima, muita pouca gente, subúrbio, né? Não é Rio, a bandeira não tem bofe nenhum.
Now, I don't know Portuguese, but those who do have commented down below that he's talking about all the various clubs he used to perform at in Rio, which to me reinforces that old Wikipedia user biography that referenced Anthony DeValder's successful stage life as a drag queen. Eula even told NBC that she knew George at a time when he was coming up in the drag world, and even acted as somewhat of a mentor towards him, along with citing his outgrown sense of grandeur and claiming he lied all the time. Initially, George responded to these claims with absolute and utter denial, writing, "The most recent obsession from the media claiming that I am a drag queen or performed as a drag queen is categorically false. The media continues to make outrageous claims about my life." Though a few days later, as he was leaving LaGuardia Airport, George had changed his tune, telling reporters, "I was young and had fun at the festival. Sue me for having a life," which quite honestly is the most human thing I think he's said so far. Had he just been honest about it from the start, I don't think this would have been the same story. What I don't understand is that George can be honest about this, but still repeatedly lie and change his story when it comes to other personal details about his family, for instance. Even as George made several amendments to his biography as more lies were exposed, there was one notable detail that remained a part of his website throughout it all: that his mother, Fatima DeValder, died in 9/11, which, by the way, was already a subject of debate because in classic George Santos fashion, he initially worded his mother's death in a way that made it seem she passed in her office when the World Trade Center was attacked, until later when he clarified actually she survived the initial attacks but passed away a few years later when she lost her battle to cancer. Only further reporting has indicated that Fatima DeValder wasn't even in the country in 2001. In a visa application she filed in 2003, Fatima states she had not been to America since
Okay, but 9/11 was a troublesome time for her in Brazil. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, she stepped on a Lego that morning, like it wasn't, and then fell. Like, could that not be the case? Are people not allowed to be traumatized anymore? Thank you. What if she just felt really sad about 9/11 and it traumatized her?
she left it in 1999. And in another filing just 3 months before the attacks on the World Trade Center, Fatima explained she couldn't come to America because she had her green card stolen in Brazil. These are the words of George's own mother, whose son would later go on to lie about the nature of her death years after her passing in 2016. All for the aim of, I guess, appearing more human? Having such a personal connection to a tragedy that not only affected so many Americans, but specifically specifically New Yorkers, would undoubtedly lend him more credibility among voters in that region. But lying about such a thing also has the potential to irreparably ruin that image in the eyes of those same constituents.
While the Washington office of George Santos is up and running, protesters gathered outside his vacant Douglaston district office, mounting calls to resign from voters who say they were duped by a candidate who fabricated virtually all of his qualifications. Great Neck voter Jody Cass-Finkel has launched a bipartisan petition.
We got a con man. We got a liar. We got a charlatan.
Holding Pinocchio figures, voters say Santos is thumbing his nose at constituents by his silence.
For some reason, I don't really know why, there's a lot of people that don't like George Santos and want him completely removed from politics altogether, as evident by Nassau County Republican leaders who...
Yeah, homophobic, anti-Semitic, pushing Z-ass, pro-Russia, 9/11 lovers, okay? Yeah, exactly. Those are the people, haters. Us, on the other hand, at the Hassan Ivy broadcast, we know George Santos would never watch Top of the Hour ad break. He would not. He would actually, as a matter of fact, gift subscriptions to all in the Hassan Ivy community with his campaign contributions that he illegally got, so he could gift members in the community the opportunity to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Is a 3-minute ad break coming now. If you have not received a gift itself from George Anthony DeValder Santos, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
All called for George's immediate resignation the week following his inauguration, with several other New York representatives in the House urging the same. The reason the House Majority Leader at the time, Kevin McCarthy, opted not to take action, though, probably had to do with the fact the Republicans only hold a narrow majority at the moment, and need pretty much all the seats they can get.
George Santos, previously subscribed for 2 months, hasn't chatted. Anthony DeValder also is another community member. He's got both of his identities, both of his accounts.
And this is all despite one of George's fundraisers being indicted for impersonating a McCarthy aide on the phone to a big donor, but that's actually completely separate from George's own personal legal problems. Being issued one of 2 federal indictments in May of this year, with 13 counts including
Steve, thank you for the
wire
5
fraud,
get the
money
subs.
laundering, theft of public funds, and lying to the House. His biggest mistake may have been using campaign money to pay for personal goods. And it's not even that he did it, it's that he did it the wrong way. Legal loopholes found within social welfare groups or leadership PACs.
This is the absolute best and funniest problem. The American legal structure allows him to do all of this, and he just didn't do it correctly.
Regularly.
Dinesh D'Souza style? Yeah, more like Dinesh D'Lulu. Fucking got him.
Help politicians get away with the exact type of thing George was doing. It's just that instead of using a real social welfare group or a 501c4, he set up a regular business and falsely told donors it was a 501c4. That business, Redstone Strategies, which wasn't even registered with the IRS, had nothing to do with his campaign and everything to do with his bank account, as stated by New York Times contributor David Firestone, who notes that this business,
which is incredibly illegal, dude.
This was wiring funds directly into George's personal bank account, which is like insanely illegal, man. You could have gotten away with it too if you just were a
pre-watched
bit smarter about it, but I digress. At this point, even his own campaign treasurer, Nancy
to be fair, Jobber is a Hassan Ivy head, so
Marks has flipped on him. As I referenced earlier, Nancy pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the U.S. by committing 1 or more federal offense, according to CNN. Overseeing the Santos campaign finances, Nancy told prosecutors in October that, quote, I filed a first quarter 2022 report stating that $500,000 was loaned to the campaign by co-conspirator 1 and the money was not received at the time. Co-conspirator 1, of course, being George. Implicating him even further, and Nancy confirmed, I did these things in agreement with co-conspirator number 1 for his benefit and to obtain money for his campaign by artificially inflating his funds to meet thresholds set by a national political committee. Her testimony came just days before George was then indicted a second time, with U.S. Attorney Breon Pierce stating Santos is charged with stealing people's identities and making charges on his own donors' credit cards without their authorization, lying to the FEC, and
which apparently quite literally included Republican congresspersons and their mothers, okay? And their moms. Please understand something. That's cool. You gotta hand it to him. You have to give it to him. You have to let him have that. He's chasing the fucking bag. He's getting his money up and not his fucking funny up. I respect that.
by extension, the public about the financial state of his campaign. Santos falsely inflated the campaign's reported receipts with non-existent loans and contributions that were either fabricated or stolen. So, among other things, George is now being accused of stealing the personal identities of donors to make over $44,000.
By the way, it's pretty fucking awesome that he has all of this shit dead to rights, and he's still just like chirping on Fox News in the interview that we just watched against Brian Kilmeade. Like, no, Brian, I will not kill you. You know, I actually did nothing wrong, and everything I did was awesome and correct.
In charges over the course of 8 months without their knowledge. Because these donations often exceeded federal campaign contribution limits, George would just say the money came from his own finances, which wasn't true. At one point, allegedly charging one donor's credit card $12,000 and just sliding the majority of it into his own bank account. I mean,
like that. Okay, well, let's talk about that for a second. So, one, when you're doing crimes, what you're probably not supposed to do is trigger agencies. Okay, you're not supposed to trigger like even one agency. You have the FBI, you have the I guess you would in this circumstance it'd be the FEC, right? The problem is he did something that would bring in multiple, the SEC as well, the IRS. He brought in every single agency possible to the fucking table. Like 12,000 immediately triggers alarm bells, okay? Now you got the FBI looking into it. The fact that he did not stay under the legal limit for what kind of campaign contributions someone can make to a campaign, also ridiculous. Like, not only did he go over the legal limit of campaign contributions from multiple people, including a Republican congressperson and his mother, he also fucking hit above 10K. And when you go above 10K, automatically it triggers something in the bank that will, it triggers something within the FBI. They're going to look into your bank account now.
It's so sloppy, it's ridiculous. And throughout it all, he still says he's not taking a plea deal, maintaining it wasn't him and that he can still prove his innocence. Well, it's almost a month and a half later, and we're all still waiting on him to do that. Despite all of this, and even after stepping down from his committee assignments in January, George has continued voting on bills regularly, looming in the background of hearings, usually keeping to himself, in between getting chewed out by Massachusetts Senator Mitt Romney.
Romney telling Santos in that chamber, "You don't belong here."
He's a sick puppy. He shouldn't be. He shouldn't be there.
It wasn't very Mormon of him.
He's a dope.
That's not to say George can't hold his own in the good Twitter spat. You trust me when I say he's good at popping.
God damn! What the fuck? What the real life?
That's not to say George can't hold.
Hey, Mitt Romney, just a reminder: you will never be president.
His own in the good Twitter spat. You trust me when.
Unlike Santos for Congress, I didn't have to lie to get elected. My credentials are clean. I'm actually Jewish, and unlike yours, my diploma from Harvard is real. Real like your chin. Wait, didn't this guy literally have like a disability, by the way? If I recall, I think he's just like, it's pretty awesome. I mean, let him fight. Like, it's awesome.
When I say he's good at popping off at random people, beefing with this random guy on numerous occasions just for the sake of it, everyone's coming after him. I mean, that's why he must see himself as our generation's Rosa Parks.
Mitt Romney, the man goes to the State of the Union of the United States wearing a Ukraine lapel pin, tells me, a Latino gay man, that I shouldn't sit in the front, that I should be in the back. Well, guess what? Rosa Parks didn't sit in the back, and neither am I going to sit in the back.
His allies in the House seem few and far between at the moment. Sure, he's got Marjorie Jewish Space Lasers Taylor Green on his side, but he's also lied about his interactions with other members like Kristen.
You gotta, that's a classic. You gotta have like a black iconic human rights leader that you, in the silliest way possible, compare yourself to. That literally is at the foundation of like white supremacist reactionary politics in America. Amy Schumer did it like last week. Don't you remember? Amy Schumer was like, MLK would love the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And you guys are basically shitting on me. When you're shitting on me, you're shitting on Martin Luther King.
Cinema, who he claimed was very encouraging and welcoming to him, while she insists that two have never spoken, which has got to make you feel a little bad for the guy.
Ooh, that's crazy. Even when you lost to Kirsten Sinema, Well, I guess Kirsten Sinema was like, you know, allegedly may or may not have been blowing Mitt Romney's mind. So she's more on the Romney train than she is on the motherfucking George Santos train, that's for sure.
George isn't a saint by any means, but has he really committed any crimes? Yes, are you fucking kidding me? Yes. Yeah, he's being indicted on 23 charges and has a trial date set for September 2024, 2 months ahead of when his re-election would have been had he not suspended his campaign following the most recent developments from the House Ethics Committee. In other words, it's never been more Jover.
If this building, if this city put the effort to fixing our country the same way that they put on expelling me, we'd be in a better place. But this place is...
Why is he putting that shit on, dude? He's like, his face has gotten more powdery. He kind of looks like, what was the fucking Australian comedy, the What We Do in the Shadows? Like, he looks like a vampire from that fucking show at this point. I don't know what's happening there. I don't know what it is. Not Australian. Sorry. It's fucking Kiwi, mate.
The same way that they put on expelling me, we'd be in a better place. But this place is littered in political theater, and the American people are the ones paying the price.
In the time it took me to make
He also could be pulling a Sammy Sosa, but I don't think so.
this video, Thomas Swazi, the Democrat whose seat George took over, has since launched his own campaign with the intention of winning back his original seat. But to be fair, it never felt like George enjoyed the job anyway. The most excited I've ever seen him get is when he was asked a question about the latest season of RuPaul's Drag Race. I mean, he just never seemed super jazzed about being in the House beyond the money he temporarily earned from his campaigns.
Congressman Santos, who do you think is going to win Drag Race this season? This season.
I have no idea.
You gotta read up.
I don't know if he even wanted to win. I mean, just think about it. Having to constantly deal with reporters hounding you with questions every time you step outside your office must be annoying. Getting little to no respect from anyone at your job must be rough. And to know there is only 7% of the country who wants you in government has got to be brutal. For reference, there are more people in America who think the earth is flat than want George Santos in office. He was never gonna stick around long, I'm sorry to say. But that doesn't mean I didn't enjoy the ride.
Yeah, because one is true and the other one is false. You know what I mean? Yeah, the earth is flat. So, of course, there's more Americans that believe... What? I'm confused.
Usually our politicians are only corrupt in boring ways. George, however, at least kept us all on the edge of our seats waiting to see what new wacky development would come next. He funded a trip to Atlantic City with campaign dollars? Nice. He misused funds to buy OnlyFans and lip filler? A man of the people. He might be going to federal prison for falsifying finance reports? Classic George. That's not to say he isn't a horrible person. He is. But if we're gonna have horrible people in our government, they might as well be horrible in ways that are occasionally entertaining. He may not be in the House for much longer, but he will be a representative of the be gay, do crimes community forever.
I got my ticket for the long way round. Lots of energy, guys.
Oh, God. He put the karaoke performance in there, too. Let's go.
Have fun.
He's not bad. Shut up. You're fucking ridiculous, okay? Anyway, incredible stuff from George Anthony DeValder Santos. This week, House Democrats are in Israel with AIEF to see the Jewish state firsthand, meet with top officials across the political spectrum, and see Israel's ongoing efforts to provide aid into Gaza. Thank you, Representative Steny Hoyer, for your strong pro-Israel leadership. Only 8% of the Democratic voters support Israel's onslaught, but some House Democrats are more interested in catering to AIPAC than representing the 92% of Dems who have broken with Israel. This makes no fucking sense. That's why so many people literally think like, oh, they have like Jewish mind control. They're doing Jewish hypnosis, or they're doing like blackmail operations, right? Like that's it. Because it makes no sense. This is such a major fucking division between the voters, their understandable and justifiable demands, and the actual politicians themselves who are just like, nah, I don't hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Hi, I'm Steny Hoyer. I'm a congressman from Maryland.
Let me look at this motherfucker's age for a second. Like, hold on. Steny Hoyer age. Bro, brother, this motherfucker was born before Israel. Brother, you are older than the state. That's crazy. That's crazy. Fuck you mean? 86 years old, going to Israel, being like, hello, I'm Steny Hoyer, and I'm here at the Jewish state. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, he's not the oldest sitting he's not the oldest sitting congressperson. That's the Republican. What's his face? The one that posts. The one that's a poster. I love that guy. Fuck, what's his name? I'm forgetting it now. I'm sure someone in the chat's gonna say, yeah, Chuck Grassley. Chuck Grassley's the oldest, right? My goat, the Republican Chuck Grassley. He's in, his posts are so funny.
For majority leader. In addition, I've been to Israel now 22 times, and we've just spent a week here. Obviously, extraordinary.
Chuck Grassley is 91 years old, and my goat, still posts. Can you clearly express the contours of the Hasanabi models and methods of successful agitprop online and in person sometime? If not now, at your leisure? Sure.
Serious time. And what we found is, contrary to world opinion, Israel has been doing everything it possibly.
Hi, I'm Chuck Steny Hoyer, and while many of the young hip-hop style children online are saying that Israel's doing I can't even say the word genocide, I came here to see for my own two eyes, and it turns out it's very anti-Semitic to make this statement. Contrary to world opinion, I believe Israel is doing the right thing by killing all the Palestinian children. Grassley is the oldest sitting senator. Hoyer is the oldest standing senator. What do you, like, is that a joke because he's standing up right now? Is that what you're saying? Because like Chuck Grassley can't stand up? I'm confused. All-time Grassley tweet? Yeah, this is Chuck Grassley. This is why I say he's a poster. I'm at the Jefferson, Iowa Dairy Queen doing you know what. That's the joke? Okay, well, fucking, I'm neurodivergent, okay? Y'all are being ableist. Y'all are being ableist. Don't expect me to fucking get jokes. Bro thought jokes would fly, okay? We know jokes don't fly. Anyway, let's get back to this shit.
To ensure that there's minimal damage to civilians who are not part of Hamas's.
Dude, Israel's PR, excellent, okay? It's hot. Israel, real hot right now. Yeah, this is great, man. This is great. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for telling us exactly what's going on. Israel's so hot right now, dude. They got the best people on this, okay? Virtually every single human being with a conscience has seen the charred flesh of children that Israel has melted with our weapons and goes, enough is enough. We have to stop it. They've seen the images of starving children. But hey, guess what? This fresh, hip, young, hot congressperson is going to tell you what's what. I came to Israel and I'm going to tell you that your hip-hop style comments are anti-Semitic.
Army. Unfortunately, the world is not seeing that. And one of the things I've tried to tell the leadership in Israel, please get that message out. Please expose it. Send pictures. Have testimony from people who are being helped because the world is.
He's like, I'm 750 years old. I've been to Israel 22 times. And I'm saying, like, please do better propaganda, Israel. Come on, dog. It's making it real hard for me to keep collecting cash from AIPAC. See, the thing is, like, why don't you just retire? Like, why? Why don't you just retire? You're literally gonna die, like, in a week, man. Why is this the thing that you want to spend the last fucking days of your existence on this planet doing? I will never understand this. Like, what is that? What compels someone to just do the old man grip strength death claw on their fucking seat of power? Like, you're on 1 HP, okay? You are on 1 HP. You're going to hell, Grandpa. First of all, you're definitely going to hell. If hell exists, you are going there for sure, okay? For fucking sure. And like the last moments that you have on this earth, instead of, like, I don't know, spending that with your grandchildren. You're over here defending the genocide of the apartheid state that has to get unlimited funds from America. On the one hand, you're like, oh, I don't think we can get health care for American citizens. Bitch, Israel has free health care, and they got all of their defense covered by us and their offense. Why? I just don't get why these motherfuckers stand to just like spend every waking moment of their lives doing this shit. What compels you? I need to understand. I need to understand why you're still doing this. Boredom, religion? No, it just doesn't make any sense to me, man.
Got a view that I don't think is accurate. One of the critical issues we were concerned is Israel is certainly seized with the critical objective of getting the hostages.
Bro, he can't even speak. Also, this is so stupid and so wrong. Yeah, dude. Israel is so predisposed with like getting the hostages home. They really care about that. Famously. That's why they kill them like all the time. That's why they've killed a shit ton of the hostages. You know, get them home in a body bag.
Home. Sadly, we think most of the hostages.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder why you think most of the hostages aren't alive. Maybe because Israel has bombed them, shot them directly, and also while they were waving white flags, and also starving them. Perhaps that's the reason why many of these hostages are not making it home.
They're still held, are not alive. But we think there are at least 20 that are alive, and we need to do everything we possibly can to get them home.
Also, the remaining quote-unquote hostages are prisoners of war. They're military. They are part of the Israeli occupying force, okay? That's a different term for it. It's called a prisoner of war, okay? Hostages, on the other hand, are what you could call many of the Palestinians, 10,000 plus, that are in permanent military detention, administrative detention, for the crime of being Palestinian within eyesight, within the crosshairs of a settler or an Israeli occupying force soldier that is illegally occupying the West Bank. So like, those are the hostages. The real hostages.
But in addition to that, we also talked about, and the Israelis, including the prime minister, indicated how important it was to get food to people who were hungry. Once again, Hamas has victimized its own people and does not care about its own people. And
bro, if you could get one-shotted by a spicy chicken nugget, you should stop being in Congress. Every part of this is so busted. Like, he's so fucking old. He's doing unlimited Zionist Hasbara propaganda here, just relitigating the same old dumb shit that we've heard a million times over. And on top of that, it's just like, you're fucking old. You're so goddamn old. You're gonna die literally any moment. You're barely fucking breathing. And it's like, with my final breath, I need to save Israel's genocides marketing. I need to make people believe that Israel is in the right. It's so dumb. Yeah, he almost said starving and then turned around and said hungry.
Its own people, and does not care about its own people, and has made it very difficult to get the food that they need to them. We urged Netanyahu and the military.
The background music is also incredible. Copyright free market. Like, copyright-free background music playing as the backdrop of a necrotic carcass older than the fucking genocidal apartheid state, trying to defend the policies of starvation. Incredible. How do you look at this and just think like, man, these are good guys, really invested in their own constituents. Okay, how? They're not invested in anything. They don't want democracy. They hate it. AIPAC Tracker reports 85-year-old Rep. Steny Hoyer has collected over $1.7 million from AIPAC and the Israel lobby.
From Maryland's 5th District and the former Majority Leader of the United States House of Representatives, and a very proud friend of the State of Israel. I join you in celebrating not only 77 years of Israel's independence.
I hate these motherfuckers, man. I hate them. I hate them so much. May this person never experience a moment of joy for the rest of his fucking already very limited time he has on this earth. God damn, dude. God, if there was any fucking, I wish there was real justice on this planet. And these fucking carcasses didn't just get to do whatever the fuck they want. and continue advocating to murder as many children on the other side of a fucking made up boundary by a settler colonial state hopped up on Nazi ideology, doing a fucking live stream Holocaust that they get to defend over and over and over again until their last dying breath. God damn it, dude.
To do everything they could to make sure we overcome that challenge. It is a serious time. I think Israel, in its response to October 7th, has made the world safer in many respects, and certainly the Middle East safer, and closer to reaching an agreement on a broadened Abraham's Accord with...
Again, remember, this is the Uniparty. That's a Democrat talking about Trump's Abraham Accord policy that literally contributed to October 7 happening, that greatly escalated the tension in the region, okay? Writing out the Palestinians and Palestinian sovereignty from the equation when they're right there as Israel is like continuing to increase the violence of its apartheid regime was what made October 7 inevitable, okay? It turned the environment, it turned the heat on this conflict up by 1,000. This is a Democrat. If there was any sort of disagreement here, you should be actively tackling this issue from a fucking partisan perspective. But you won't. You're dick riding Trump 1's policies, as you're currently also dick riding Trump 2's policies as well, the continuation of the Abraham Accords, just as Joe Biden did. This is the problem. A lot of people still come in here and they yell at me. They're like, bro, you fucking love, you wanted the Republicans to win secretly. Like, that's what you wanted. It's like, no, man, no. I want the Democrats to actually be a force that is a counterbalance against the growing fascism of the Republicans. I despise the Democrats for their closeness to the Republicans, okay? They just sell you a lie and claim that they have to be close to the Republicans so they can win, okay? That's a lie. They don't have to do that at all. And as a matter of fact, they end up losing over and over again because of that. But also, what is a victory of that sort if you are invested in making change? Like, if the difference between a D and an R next to your name is going to be woke and gay genocide versus anti-woke and homophobic genocide, then there is not a significant difference. There's not a significant difference at all. And people increasingly try to hyper-focus on woke versus anti-woke, gay versus homophobic, so that they can justify consistently rewarding the Democrats that are unable or disinterested in fighting against the Republican Party. It's so goddamn frustrating, man. It sucks. But yeah, like I always say, you just cannot give up the fight. You just can't. You just can't stop pressing. You just can't stop pushing these people, because there are a lot of people out there, both domestically in the United States of America, that need our help. There are a lot of people out there around the globe that need our help. They don't have the opportunity to just fucking sit around and exist. They're being slaughtered. So even if it feels like it's for no reason, right? Even if it feels like all of your pressure, all of your pushing is not leading to any sort of reasonable change in the short enough time frame that you want to see that change in, you can't stop pressing. You can't stop putting, and you must not stop putting one foot in front of the next in the right direction. That's it. You just have to fucking put your head down and keep pushing and keep pressing. And if you can't do it because you can't see a positive solution out of this, and you find yourself at the mercy of nihilistic tendencies, you find yourself falling in to a nihilistic opinion that says, what is all of this for? Why should I keep doing this? Everything fucking sucks. Then spite is a good motivator, because Israel and Israel defenders want you to shut the fuck up. Israel defenders want you to feel down. They want you to feel like you have no power in this equation. Okay? So if you're not going to do it for the victims, if you're not going to do it for all of those who have been murdered so far, to make sure that their deaths are not in vain, if you're not going to do it to try and save as many people as possible who haven't been murdered yet, then you can just do it because you are going to piss off some of the worst people on the planet, some of the most annoying people on the fucking planet with your presence. That's why I always say you have to be an undeniable force. Wait, you think that Hooker will run for president? Yes, I do. I'm very worried about that prospect, actually. I do think that Tucker has elements of being a true believer as opposed to even Donald Trump. The outcome is still obviously it's either like the maximum bad or just really awful. But because like Donald Trump is not a true believer and he's still doing a lot of damage. Now let's get to
episode
a fun podcast appearance that I did with the I've Had It ladies.
0.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Mr. GQ. Pumps, go ahead and get it out of your system.
Oh my God, I loved it. Loved the bubble bath. Here's the deal, Hassan. You're the only person. Like, I hate everybody.
What is this completely off topic but funny clip about Jason? About you?
Bro,
Hassan?
Hassan? He's a big dude. I mean, we played on the same team. He's a big ass dude.
Big dude. But he's
massive.
Old. But he's old.
What?
I think hard fight, I'm the underdog. Or is he sleeping me to the butt? Like, he all the way 1,000 right now. We might just be dying.
No, me, I'm low-key dying. You, bro, come on, bro. Stop being humble.
Wait, he thinks he can.
I feel like
a fighter though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Marlon says he could beat. Is that Cash, DDG, Duke Dennis, and me? Your back is though no. Cinna, I'm dying. GG. Keizo, I'm dying. GG.
I'll go. I'm the underdog. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take underdog.
Come on, Hassan. Yo, you keep doing that moaning shit.
Am I moaning?
Show chat Jason at peak performance.
3, 2,
oh, I see. Bro has ping. He has ping. He's using all the bit rate for his streaming. Bro, you were crying about your back throwing up clankers on the court this morning? That did not happen. What the f are you talking about? I was not complaining about my back at all. What? He's on the Vietnamese server. Yeah, he's got dial-up. He needs to reboot. Okay. All right, let's continue. Do you see Bloodlines 2 release date trailer that dropped today? Hey, yo. That is one of my favorite games of all time. You got cooked, bro. I mean it.
You gotta protect that better, bro. And one.
I hit it the whole time. Yeah, she cooked me. That's true. Yeah, there's a Sekiro anime that came out too. She's a baller, dude. She can ball. Yes, I saw the Sekiro anime announcement, and I'm very stoked on that too. But we'll get to that in a second. Let's do this.
That posts their workouts on the internet. I hate everybody that posts their outfits of the day. I like yours every single day because you're so cute and so smart and so everything.
I do it for you specifically. So that's why I do it. But thank you so much for the kind words. I'm honored to be on the most radical progressive podcast in North America.
That's right.
This is the headquarters. This is the headquarters of the actual resistance, and not like the 2016 era resistance liberalism, like the real resistance.
This is it. You are in the epicenter of it. We are not around. We have had it from top to bottom, and we're calling every out. No one is safe. No one. We have had it. Fox News is on our trail. They're wound up like cheap clocks, which is always just a bonus.
Of course.
When they get wound up. But Hassan, what have you been up to and what have you had it with?
Oh, I have so many things that I've had it with. But first and foremost, I wanted to say I've had it with Democrats who are not fighting. If you're a Democrat, you have to fight. If you can't take the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen. That's the number one thing I've had it with, because we know that Republicans are bad. We know that they're going to ruin the country. They're doing it already. They're doing all the fascist stuff. They got the military takeover of the Capitol. But we need Democrats to be out there putting their bodies on the line. It can't just be the American public. I'm out there at the protests. We're getting shot at. I don't see any Democrats with us. I need to start seeing Democrats at those protests. I need to start seeing like actual visible, prominent politicians that are making a big fuss about the kidnappings that are going on all around the country, and also even the unlimited funding that's seemingly going to Israel.
Well, that was a real aha moment for us because it's such an easy layup right now to take down MAGA, to say MAGA isn't America first. They are clearly Israel first. Moses Mike Johnson packed up his toys because he didn't want his base to find out that Trump is in the middle of a pedophile ring. And he went immediately to his home district of Israel. They are Israel first.
Yeah.
And so I was waiting for the Democrats to say this. And they can't say it because they're beholden to the same people that Moses Mike Johnson is. So when the only bipartisanship that you see in Congress right now is support for killing marginalized Palestinians and starving them out, that's a huge problem for the Democratic Party. And I mean, here's the thing. And the Democrats are being really stupid about this. I played a clip yesterday, Hassan, of Marjorie Taylor Greene bashing Israel and talking about an economic populist message, like Americans are sick of funding wars. They're sick of not having health care. And I just said, she's a nut. She's clearly anti-Semitic, all this stuff. But I said, when you consume news, you're a middle information viewer and you just see those clips, the Democrats are leaving us vulnerable to more fascism, to more conservatism, to more Christian nationalism by not taking the lead on this. And it enrages me.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene should not be the leading voice on this. Like,
Right.
she should not be. She should not be outflanking any Democrat on this issue whatsoever. The Democrats are leaving a massive. They're leaving this space and discourse completely void, and it's allowed Republicans to basically capture this issue because they recognize, at least some of these. Do they hide their power level to the audience? These two do not look radical whatsoever. That's the point. Do I look like? Do you expect someone that looks like me to say the things that I'm saying? No, right? Well, they're in the same boat in a totally different direction, okay? I'm not saying they're like card-carrying Marxist Leninists or whatever, but like this is a good thing, okay? It's a good thing. It's a great thing. Republicans recognize that. Does the chat not know they were on Fear End? Yeah, they've been. I've been connected with. I've had it for a minute. This is a way to communicate earnesty because it's a 92 to 8% issue at this point in the Democratic Party's base of support. The majority of Republicans don't even support Israel as they once did. You got basically just a base of evangelical Christians. Who are evangelical Zionists, who are some of the most rabid supporters of Israel. American Jews don't even with Israel like that anymore. And, the Democrats are still seemingly leaving this conversation out there for the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene to take advantage of, to make themselves seem like they're earnest and not grifters.
Totally. And she's a total grifter. But, we've been keeping an eye on her, and she has been hanging out with Steve Bannon a lot. And Bannon has good political instincts, and he always returns to an economic populist message. Now, does he want to deliver that populism once he gets power? No. Absolutely not. But he knows that he can use it to lure them in. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's figured out how to game the stock system. She's made her money. And I think she is starting to realize that Trump's 95. He's got cankles, clearly has dementia. She's starting to see beyond Trumpism, and she is evolving in a Darwinian style to say, how am I going to survive after this cult? And once the damage and the debris field of all of this shit that he's done, there is going to be a rise of economic populism, and the Democrats are leaving us so vulnerable.
No, absolutely. They are. I think the real scary person in this league of villains is Tucker Carlson.
Really?
I'm truly terrified of that guy. And the reason why I say this is because he was early. He was an early adopter of the fake populist messaging. When he was on Fox News, he was one of the only guys in mainstream news that was actively talking about like workers' rights and how important it is that like the right wing actually care about American labor, right? And Donald Trump, in many ways, actually adopted that framing when he was talking about why he was going to do when he was going to do this tariff strategy, when he was like, oh, we got to revitalize American manufacturing. These kinds of like anti-NAFTA positioning, all of this is actually trade protectionism. It's technically supposed to be like a left wing economic message. Now, of course, the way that Trump has implemented it is ridiculous and has been disastrous, but I think a lot of that actually stems from not only Steve Bannon, like you correctly identified, but also even someone like Tucker Carlson. And I truly am worried about what kind of damage he would do if he was actually in charge, if he actually ran for president.
Well,
TV guys won before.
Because they also have the support of what you called them Christian Zionists. I call them rapture preppers because I live in the Bible Belt, and these people are genuinely prepping for the rapture. And this percentage of the population are what leave us most vulnerable. These religious rapture preppers. This is the way Putin entered, is through the prayer breakfast. This is the way everybody gets radicalized to Trumpism. This part of the electorate is the worst part of America. I think you may remember during...
Wait, you think that Tucker will run for president? Yes, I do. I'm very worried about that prospect, actually. I do think that Tucker has elements of being a true believer as opposed to even Donald Trump. The outcome is still obviously... it's either like the maximum bad or just really awful. But because like Donald Trump is not a true believer and he's still doing a lot of damage, right? But Tucker Carlson, I think, is a little bit of a true believer as well. I think I could totally see him adopting just straight up Hitlerian, like even more so overtly Hitlerian policies. I don't even, I mean, it's kind of crazy to say like Tucker would be even worse than the Trump administration because the Trump administration is trying to do mass deportations, or at least communicating that they want to do mass deportations because immigrants are a parasitic force that's like violent and whatnot. And that's Hitlerian. We're there already. But like, there's always a step that's worse than that. You know, it could get worse. Tucker Carlson is like having Stephen Miller not be a policy writer, but like being a charismatic version of Stephen Miller himself. And putting him directly in charge. If you think that Donald Trump's calls to violence against marginalized populations is scary and damaging, think how much Tucker Carlson could utilize that very same bully pulpit.
This last election, a guy in France that worked in the French government, as a politician, said, we have to have more independence than waiting every 4 years to find out how the voters of Wisconsin vote, because other countries are recognizing that we have a dipshit problem in America with part of the electorate. And the thing that pisses me off, Hassan, about the Democrats is there's still this that they want to lure some of them their way instead of just saying, look, we need to get new voters. Those people are always going to vote right. Yeah. But there's still this kind of like, you probably saw when I got into it with Rahm Emanuel, I got in a fight with him and he was trying to bend to like say, hey, I don't like trans people either. And I'm like, that's not the way. Randy Brashear proved that we don't have to throw any group under the bus. And he got elected in Bible thumping Kentucky, like Mitch McConnell land. And so I don't know why the base, beyond the Israel thing, I don't know why they want to, if it's just still upholding patriarchal structures or protecting capitalism. But at this stage, I'm so mad as a Democrat. And listen, I was in the tank. I was Hillary. I didn't vote for Bernie. My oldest son browbeat me for that, called me a conservative, and I was that Democrat. Okay, I was that Democrat. And people use the word radicalized, and I don't think that's the right language to what happened to me and what's happening to a lot of white women that look like me. I would say it's being deprogrammed, and this is what pissed me off. The Democrats won. Joe Biden won, and we all saw what happened on January 6th, and that got elected again. They should have charged him. He should be in prison. And I just saw the breathtaking at the core of that party that y'all are playing two different games here. And that's what pissed me off about the Democrats. And I still see that going on right now with the Democratic Party. They're not standing up to him. Like, it's like, come on.
Yeah, no, that's you have to at some points punish a child that's misbehaving. Otherwise, they're never going to learn the right lesson. They're never going to grow up to be a healthy adult. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, is so cowardly, so feckless that they are utterly devoid of any sort of counter messaging campaign. They're just incapable of combating anything that the Trump administration is doing. I have begged consistently Democrat Party consultants, the Podjohns, when I go on their podcast, to be like, the Democrats should behave more like Donald Trump, but with good policy rather than the evil policies that are damaging to the working class that the Republicans present, damaging to marginalized groups that the Republicans present, like, taking away women's bodily autonomy, fantasizing about potentially taking away gay marriage, things of that nature. The Democrats should do Trump-style politics, but with good policy instead. Oh, we're doing student loan debt relief. What are you going to do about it? Sorry, everyone is actually going to enjoy that. Republicans are going to enjoy that. We're going to do paid family leave, right? Whether you like it or not. We're going to do health care, whether you like it or not. Sorry, sucks to suck. Oh, you hate free health care? Well, you're going to get it regardless. I think that's how they should legislate in a bold way, and also punish people both within their ranks that step out of line for corporate interests. And I'm talking about, of course, Kirsten Sinema and the Joe Manchins of the world, who are playing the role of a villain, a revolving, rotating villain within the structure of the Democratic Party. Whip those votes. Why am I talking about all this? Well, the reason why I'm talking about it is because before I actually met Democrats, before I actually went to the DNC, for example, before I met the consulting class, I always used to think that these guys are just like cynical, amoral monsters who are cold and calculating. They are just simply, actively behaving as the controlled opposition party. That they know that they have a role to play here in the grand scheme, but American politics is a duopoly, but it's actually uniparty when it comes to a lot of stuff like Israel and foreign policy and even tax cuts and deregulations. And their role is to broadly just stand aside and allow Republicans to dominate and shift the Overton window further and further to the right. And I thought they were doing that on purpose. And then I met a couple Democrats. Did you do this the same day as the other interview we watched earlier? No, obviously not. I have a different outfit on. And then I started meeting their consultants, and I realized, oh my God, it's not even that. They're just stupid. Like, they literally are so stupid that they genuinely think, like, when they say, oh, we got to go along and do a song and dance with Liz Cheney, there are some dumb in there who unironically thought that this was a banger. Like, they literally, what they were communicating to the TV channels about how, like, we have to hug and kiss Liz Cheney because we have to, like, bring over this mythical moderate Republican voter. When, have you met a Republican lately? Like, 90% of the things that they are, 90% of their grievances are just made up. They're hallucinating it. You know what I mean? They're living in an alternative playing field. Like, you're not winning those guys over. They think you're like a pedophilic vampire, you know what I mean? They don't think, like, they're not like, oh wow, reasonable foreign policy, that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. No, they literally have hallucinated an alternative reality. So they didn't win any of those voters, but the intention behind those actions are, I guess, genuinely stupid, but genuine nonetheless. So I guess there is like there is some hope there.
I do think when you think about the way the base moved the Republican Party so far to the right, we have to be that bold and move the politicians that we have right now that far to the left. And none of them are perfect. Like Gavin Newsom and the, what's his name? Charlie Kirk interview. I mean, double thumbs down, annoying as, but what he's doing right now, the cap lock tweet and like acting like, sending that out, those unhinged tweets, kind of like Trump did and threatening to gerrymander. We have the leaders that we have right now. And I mean, here's the thing, Hassan, between you and me, I think, most people would probably rather earn their money on their back than being an elected politician. So these are the guys that we have right now. So I think our best plan, we have to beat up on them, but we also, when they're showing good fight, we have to support them and also continue to move them to the left, because the people that live in these all MAGA supermajority states, the damage is already happening and has been happening. And so I share all of your disenchantment, but I think we need to, as a base, keep pushing them. The ones that we have now, the ones that won't push, primary them, but the ones that we have, I think they can evolve, because look how quickly the whole Republican Party changed. I mean, these guys used to just, not that long ago in my lifetime, they told Nixon to resign, that they wouldn't support him. They
used to think Russia was bad.
Yeah. Well, they had a sense of shame back then. I feel like, I mean, they were still doing a lot of shameless stuff, but there was like broadly some level of wanting to preserve some decorum, wanting to preserve the sanctity of institutions, right? Like at this point, it's just like pure domination. They don't care. They will utilize. They understand the resentment that people have towards these institutions after multiple decades of not getting any progress for anyone in a meaningful manner. So they recognize that animosity and they use it. They use it to their advantage to basically pick apart the corpse of America at this point for like profits for a couple of their friends. I mean, the president did a rug pull meme coin, like with cryptocurrency. What are we doing?
I think a lot of us see that what I spoke about earlier, the failure in Joe Biden's term, the biggest failure of his term, and what that term will always be defined for, regardless of any legislative accomplishment he did. In my opinion, that presidency would be considered a failure because it led to not incarcerating Trump and protecting voters and protecting democracy.
And Gaza.
Yeah.
Right. And Gaza too.
Yes. And that like, that left us so vulnerable. And then when you see Zoran Mamdani, like we're all dying for like a savior, right? And you see this Barack Obama Riz kind of look, that larger than life kind of celeb politician arrive on stage where you're like, oh, who's this guy? He's good looking. Oh, he's spitting facts.
By the way, Barack hasn't said anything about Zoran. I don't know if you noticed.
I know. And so that's my next point. So my next point is then you're like, oh, okay, the Democratic Party, everybody needs to endorse him. And then I see Cory Booker, abject disappointment, puss out on it. I mean, just a total puss. I see Hakeem puss out on it. And you see all of them. And I'm just like, and he's still like, I just saw a poll come out today, Hassan, where he's ahead of Cuomo 20 points. He's getting the Jewish vote. He's getting, the white vote, the minority vote, all the votes. Yeah. And I'm just like, and I think go back to
he's winning the conservative vote. Did you know that?
Yes, and I go back to you, Hassan. They're stupid. The Democratic, they're stupid. They don't understand. They're all about charts. I mean, these are the same people that thought we're going to spend, what was it, 10 million to learn how to talk to men?
20 million to learn how to talk to young men. That's what the Democratic think tank did.
And what you're saying is how you talk to them. You say, you don't like health care for everybody? Tough titties, son. You're going to get it anyway because that's what we stand for. We don't let poor people die. Tough titties. You don't like your student debt being forgiven? Fine. We'll exclude your ass and you can pay.
I love that. That's like those are the same kinds of bars. That's my language. Okay? That's my language. I'm going to give you free health care whether you like it or not. Okay? Turns out the liberal Joe Rogans were here all along. It was just two white ladies from Oklahoma.
Hey, all the interest. But to not be such pussies and govern like that, it would be incredible. But I don't see it from the Democratic leadership. And I've been so disappointed that Obama and others have not endorsed Zoran.
Yeah. And I think it's by design. And I think Israel is a major reason here. That's it. Because for Zoran, within the limited confines of the New York mayoral race, within the limited powers that he has as New York mayor, he looked at that problem. He went to the voters. He said, what do you care about? They said, we want better public transit. We want affordable housing. He said, bet, I'm going to give that to you. And he ran with those policies. And he was uncompromising in his worldview. And he got rewarded for it. People thought, and I think there are still a lot of Democratic consultants that try to claim that Israel is a third rail that you can't touch, that you can't actually criticize Israel. Otherwise, everyone will call you anti-Semitic, and then your career is over. You'll never be able to get AIPAC money ever again. Oh no! And it turns out the voters rewarded Zoran for that. There were so many people. There were so many right wingers that saw that famous like four of the candidates getting asked, like, where would you go after you win the mayoral race? And they're like, I'm going to the Holy Land. I'm going to Israel. I'm going to Israel a 10th time. I'm going to Israel a 4th time. And then Zoran's like, I'm the mayor of New York. Like, I'm staying in New York. And they were like, do you hate Israel? Why wouldn't you go to Israel? And that actually helped them so much. And this is something that I've been trying to tell politicians. Obviously, there are politicians that I'm friends with and friendly with and talk to with regular frequency, but they already know this. we need to stop treating voters like they're incredibly stupid.
Agree.
I think like we can be honest with voters. We can tell them like this stuff sucks. I mean, you're seeing the dead children. Nobody likes that.
Right.
Why are we giving money to Israel to do that? It's illegal under American law, even before the genocide, because that's a word that even Bernie Sanders sometimes is too afraid to call out openly, which, you know, pains me because I love Bernie. But even before that, it's war crimes. It's illegal. Right. Like Israel has absolutely done war crimes. It's unquestionable. Israel's doing a genocide. That's also unquestionable. But even if you don't want to say that, Israel is doing a litany of war crimes. It is illegal for America to give weapons to a country that is doing war crimes.
For the ethnocentric American voter, you can take the big message that you just took, the right moral message, to a deep thinker who wants to absorb that and understand the human rights issues and violations pertaining to it. But to the selfish, me, capitalist, I'm so important American, these Democrats have to take the message that you, and it's not as pure as maybe the leftists want, but it's effective. Mm-hmm. And they have to take a message that says, you don't have health care, but everybody in Israel does. Yep. You can't access a college and without massive debt, but everybody in Israel can. Oh, yeah. And by the way, all those kids that you're seeing dead that Miss Rachel, the YouTuber, is showing you, you're paying for that, and our politicians go ahead and autograph the bombs before they send them over. That kind of language with flyover rural people fighting, and which brings me to something I wanted to talk to you about. So Zoran has been one, like, I'm like, okay, this is great messaging, but somebody who I thought kind of came out of hiding that I thought was kind of a good messenger that I enjoyed recently was Hunter Biden.
I mean, I've always thought he's a very telegenic individual. I've always had a fondness to Hunter Biden for his proclivity towards crack cocaine, the incredible stories that come out of his life as far as, like, you know, strippers falling in love with him, and he's like advocating for prostitutes to unionize and stuff like that. Like, there's so many different stories like that, and he's just been like a very charismatic fail son. Everything that the Trump children never could be. Right. Handsome, he's got a big penis, and also and very charismatic. Now, do I think Hunter Biden should be the guy that's like running for office? No, I don't think so. But there are real people out there. I think with respect to what you said about rural voters and, you know, middle America voters, and an environment that is ripe to capture. You're absolutely right with the way that we could be communicating this message. It's like, why is the Texas governor saying Semitic for towns in Texas to want to take back $4 million in tax revenue that they're sending to Israel so they can spend it on infrastructure hardening, so that when the inevitable floods and chaos that unfolds with natural disasters happens, like, they are better protected. They can protect their constituents better. Why is the Trump administration saying, oh, if you want FEMA dollars, you literally have to sign a loyalty pledge to Israel? That's insane. That's not America first at all. What are we talking about?
What about Sarah Huckabee Sanders' tweet where she's talking about the Arkansas Israel connection? Did you see this? Yes. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was just,
those are the evangelical nuts. Like,
no, those are the rapture preppers. Yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of them. Right. But there are so many more people that look at that and I think you go, oh, that's weird and gross. Like,
here's the thing that politicians need to know, because we live around rapture preppers. They're also anti-Semitic at the same time. The Jew jokes are constant and nonstop in WASP environments. And yes, they will say we're Israel first, but all of the tropes about, oh, I'm going to Jew him down. I've heard that in my entire life. From rapture preppers, and they are the most.
Remember the story I told you guys about a Jewish friend of mine who went to the Midwest and unironically encountered evangelical Zionists who love Israel, the types that have, like, you know, Stand With Israel as their pickup truck bumper sticker, who legitimately were like, so what's up? Do you guys have horns or not? Like, there are people out there who are that stupid. It sounds insane, and I know it sounds insane, It sounds insane to say, but there are legitimately human beings around us, okay, who exist and drink the same water as us and breathe the same air as us, that have a vote that they vote for Donald Trump with, of course, every single time, sometimes illegally, who legitimately are standing with Israel proudly and for forever, that think Jewish people have horns and tails, bro. It is insane. You sure they don't live next to a data center? I mean, this is before data centers were popping up. So there are hella people who are pro-Israel and insanely anti-Semitic, like comically anti-Semitic, okay? And it sounds insane because you're like, there is not a person that can be that stupid in 2025. We got phones, we got internet. No, there are that are that stupid right now, okay? I'm not saying every Trump supporter is that stupid, but I am saying that every single person that has that opinion voted for Donald Trump. 100%. Okay? Like, not even a question.
Anti-Semitic people I know. So that is just an insane.
Is this show called Kankles McTaco Tits? No. This is the title of the episode. The show is called I've Had It.
Way to capture support. But again, these are the people that leave us prey. These are the people that the Israeli government is able to manipulate for support. And these are the same people that Vladimir Putin enters into manipulating through the prayer breakfast.
I do find that really interesting. Like, the Putin stuff is... I saw a lady with a stand with Israel button at a Catholic church in Bakersfield. She is anti-Semitic, almost always. So strange to me because, like, these guys hated Russia for years and years, even after the... Right? And then almost overnight, they, like, I went into a couple Telegram groups or a couple Facebook groups, and now they're like, oh, no, actually, Vladimir Putin is invading Ukraine to, like, stop trans people. I mean, you're like, what? Like, how did you arrive at this? Like, how were you so easily duped? How can you be so easily convinced by a couple tweaks in the algorithm in a somewhat sophisticated influence peddling operation? But, like, it does shock me that they that something that I thought was world defining for a lot of conservatives, especially, you're supposed to expect the liberals to be like, oh no, Russia are our friends, they're a foreign country, but, like, let's not fight them. Like, nope, it's the Republicans who are now saying, like, Russia is our friend and we should fight Ukraine instead. Right. Or the country that was invaded, we should fight those guys because they're woke and gay, which they're not. I don't know where they got that from either, but they're just like, no, they're Democrats. Ukraine is the Democratic Party country and Russia is the Republican Party country, so they're good. And it blows my mind that it works.
There's so much homoeroticism in the Republican Party and so much suppressed sexuality, bisexuality, homosexuality, closet cases, and Vladimir Putin did his topless photo op on top of that horse, and they were just frothing at the mouth. He did look good. I hate to give him that. He did look good on that. He did look. It's cool. I wish more politicians would do stuff like that.
Oh my! Please don't tell me Trump is going to get topless. I mean, that is just.
Oh no! I hope not.
So bad. So
I hope not, because I'll be too turned on. You know, there are people who think he's hot, which is so crazy. That's like one of the things where I'm like, oh, you're like actually hallucinating.
Right.
Like
There's no way.
When ladies at like Trump rallies will be like, I would want him to grab my pussy. I'm like, oh, what? Like, you think this guy is like a sexual dynamo.
But you know
what's
crazy. This is what's interesting to me. They're all so, like, a lot of the men are so deeply attracted to his aura, to him.
This is Chatters. This is your opportunity, by the way. This is something to show your moms, okay? This is a mom-approved podcast. Like, remember, when I tell you, like, when I do these kinds of appearances, like, it's a perfect way to introduce the guy yelling at you every day for 8 hours a day to your friends or family members. Like, if I do a bro podcast, you can show it to your bros. If I do a podcast that you can show your moms, this one is it. Your you know, unks and aunties living in the global south is the Al Jazeera one. You know what I mean? It's like your entrepreneur friends, you can show the iced coffee hour one or the Tom Billier one that I just did. Bro, I ain't ever introducing you to my mom. Why are you worried?
but they have to Photoshop images of him. So you get all this homoeroticism that comes out of MAGA. Like to me, MAGA is the most.
My brother watched the clips of you on Twitter and decided you're a bad guy, but he's one breakup away from Red Pill Scary. Oh no. Show him Andrew Schultz. The one I did with Andrew Schultz. He'll see, or Theo Vaughn, you know, a recent one. If you want to find a recent one, do the one with Theo Vaughn. Like, there's always something out there. I've done so many media appearances. Okay, trust.
Homoerotic movement. It's more gay than Pride Month because
for sure.
It's just they talk about genitals. They're talking about sex, bathrooms. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, they're obsessed. Yeah, if you have esoteric political ideology focused friends, then Doom Scroll Pod, that's a good one. You know, you got your friend that's like maybe a little too into weird shit, like weird politics shit. You can show the Doom Scroll one. I got some for everybody.
Yeah.
There is definitely like an unhealthy sexual pathology associated. Like when they were talking about Trump as daddy, Tucker Carlson went on. I don't know if you ever saw that video where he's like, Trump is daddy and daddy's home. And I was like,
yes.
Dude, you're a grown ass man. What are you saying right now? Like, and I don't know where that stems from. And I think there's like a lot of repression. And then there's a lot of like straightforward homophobia, queerphobia, things of that nature, of course, like just like pure bigotry. And you can kind of tell, like you can tell who's the Lindsey Graham in the situation and who's just like a straightforward bigot and not even like repressed or anything.
Let's identify those. Okay. Moses Mike Johnson, is he a straightforward bigot or would you say he's the Lindsey Graham?
No, I don't think he's a closeted gay man, even though I have heard people make this inference. I think he is into like weird kink shit though. Like I think he's the type of guy who like is into BDSM and because like he has that porn app, right? Like he has the porn watchdog app that him and his son monitor each other's like porn consumption to keep one another on the ball. So they're not like, you know, they're not like looking at porn. And to me, it's like, dude, if you have your son doing that for you, you got to be a real freak. You know what I mean? It's just like, just don't watch porn. What's wrong with you? Or just watch porn. Who cares? Like, but like you got your son involved in this. Like that's crazy. And then why do we know this? Because he volunteered this information. Right. How crazy is that?
He told us.
You're a real freak.
With a camera rolling. Okay, what about JD Vance?
Ooh, JD Vance is the interesting one. I think he's just too... I think JD Vance is I mean, he's a straight guy, but he's gay for pay. You know what I mean? Like he will do it. Like he will do it as long as there's like a higher office that he can reach. Cause he is like a real he's one of those like real sociopathic brown nosers. Like he knows Trump sucks.
You've
but it
seen
doesn't
his drag
matter.
photos, right? Where he has the wig on.
Well, he was in the
like,
Navy.
You know,
no,
he's
he was
like
Marine,
posed up. Yeah, I always tell Pumps, I just envision that he gets home from work and he's like, hi, Usha. And he's like, you know, tells the kids, Daddy's got to have time in the bathroom. And I picture him, you know, that scene from Silence of the Lambs where the serial killer is like putting on makeup and tucking his penis under and like dancing. I picture JD Vance doing something that dark after work.
I don't know. I don't, like I said, I think he's just more so, I peg him as a straight man, but he's definitely experimented. I mean, he was in the Marines, like those guys get down, you know, they do wild stuff. It's not even until recently, it wasn't even an issue. I'm 19. Why is this the type of podcast that actually entertains me? These ladies are television stars beforehand, like reality TV. I think they did reality TV beforehand. And also, we're being entertaining. This is normal. I'm not saying this is just, these kinds of podcasts are just
way that the packets do. The flavor is exactly the same. I was like, maybe they make the flavor different. And I've like put it in two things to try and, figure out which one is which. I'm like, they taste exactly the same, but the packets are just better. It's better. Anyways, yeah, the post continues just talking about this and saying, I want the idea. Sorry. So when men say they want more children, women hear something different. Like, I want the idea of more children, but I haven't accounted for who will actually raise them. It's similar to someone who dreams of a puppy without having to calculate who will walk it or clean the accidents on the rug. Women have woken up to a truth previous generations often swallowed, that parenting is not a 50-50 partnership, even when both partners believe it will be. Study after study confirms that even in dual earner households, women shoulder more childcare and more domestic work. And the craziest and most fucked up thing is, if you're a female breadwinner, you do even more housework. This isn't a matter of personal choice, but even the cultural infrastructure. Schools call mom, sick child, mom arranges work, default parent is not a title women choose, but one society bestows, and most men, and even good men, unconsciously accept it. For many men, children exist at the level of want and the dream of legacy and continuity. For women, children exist at the level of work, midnight feeds, pediatric visits, unpaid career breaks. That asymmetry is what drives the gap. When men show consistently that they want to parent as much as they want to procreate, then women's preferences will shift. Until then, many women are making a rational decision of choosing the family size that doesn't choose them last. Yeah, it's like, just think about it like rationally. Let's say we're not talking about marriage. Let's say you're just talking about getting a dog with like a roommate, and the roommate's like, dude, the dog is going to be so dope. I get to play with him, and then he gets to sit next to me, and I get to pet him. And you're like, I don't feel like you've thought about any of the labor that comes with that. But what about the dog walking? That's not a problem. I'm not concerned. Have you had a dog before? No. What about like the vet visits? We'll figure it out. It's like, what about when they destroy the couch or whatever? We'll figure it out. It can't be that hard. It's like, wait, I don't want to fucking get this with you. What the hell? No. So, yeah. Moving on. Anyways, Valkyrie on her hot girl shit. I agree. It's also really funny because, like, as a fellow, I'm something of a content creator myself. As a content creator engineer, you would think that other people would understand that when you get into content, you have to make content. If you want to be successful, whatever that means, you have to really put content at like the forefront, and you have to really be addicted the way that like Hassan is addicted, where you have to want it more than you want anything else. If you look at any female streamer that's successful and you're like, she's going to be so unhappy when she doesn't have kids, you're so fucking wrong. Like, it's incredible. Like, it's amazing. Also imagining that like, oh, Valkyrie, yeah, she, the woman who was working like 2 or 3 jobs at one time because she's addicted to working. No, she's going to be really sad she doesn't have kids. It's clearly that she couldn't find kids, or she's been mogged, or she's been tricked into thinking she doesn't want kids. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, I'm something of a content engineer myself. 42-year-old dad of 5 who's a primary when it comes to schooling and aftercare. Mom usually does doctor visits and cooking. The only thing we split is the cleaning. Yeah, I mean, that's a good, fair...
I founded Hi Studios last year, and it's such a cool media company hiring artists, making comics, and they plan on producing anime shows in the future. That's success for her. Kids are not the end-all be-all.
Yeah. It's just nonsensical. Stay-at-home mom here. My biggest gripe about the invisible labor part of my job is figuring out what 4 people with 4 different preferences will eat for every meal every day for the foreseeable future. I hate it. Been making my kids cook for me once a week lately because I'm over it, LOL. Hey, I mean, like, I used to wake up and it was my job on weekends to make breakfast. Usually Moroccan pancakes. And my mom would wake me up and she'd be like, go, pancakes, now. And I'm like, oh, but I'm so tired. How did 6 a.m.? Oh my God. Well, how are you awake? Okay. And then I go and like, I'm like, and I have to make them perfectly or I'll get yelled at. I'm like, I fuck one up. I have to like throw it in the trash really quickly so I don't get yelled at. I'm like, oh, I burned this one. Cover it with other stuff to make it look like I didn't do that. I set the table and everything in the morning. And honestly, now I'm like, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Because I don't even, just making a meal twice a day. Let's ignore breakfast. Let's say for breakfast, you just fucking have a coffee and a cigarette or whatever. Making lunch and dinner every day is unbelievably annoying. Even if you meal prep, even if you have leftovers, it's still, and it's annoying just for myself. And it's this mealtime is like, it is the Sisyphus rock. Honestly, laundry is not that bad. Dishes are not that bad. General cleaning is not that bad, but like cooking, because it's not just the cooking, right? It's you have to figure out what everyone has to eat, right? Especially if people have different tastes. And then you have to go and get the groceries for everything. And then you have to like peel the fucking onions or whatever, peel the potatoes. You have to do the prep. So you have to do the thinking, the shopping, the prep, and then the cooking, and then potentially the cleaning. I don't even eat 3 times a day, but oh my God, if my son doesn't get all his meals and snacks, I'm an anxious wreck. The feeding is so stressful. Dude. Oh. Yeah, I've recently just started buying the Panera Bread chicken noodle soups. And when I'm like, I'm not cooking shit, I just microwave one of those. Like, yeah. That's fine. I'm $15 soup. No, do you get like the Panera soup at like the grocery store and it's like $4? It's still like overpriced for like what it is. I'm sure if I made it from scratch, it'd be more like $1 a serving. But it's like these things. These ones. Not this one. I like this one. This bad boy. Which is like, again, it's still more expensive than just like making it myself. But then I also lose all the time. That extra hour. Or 2. As soon as I was old enough, my mom taught me how to cook as an adult. I get it. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I can cook, but fuck, dude. 2? Yeah, 2 hours to like, even if you meal prep, it's still mad work. Doesn't that also just give you a heart attack? What do you, it's just soup. It's gonna give you a heart attack. The 2 hours comes from having to go and do the shopping. If someone else magically restocks your fridge all the time, yeah, cooking is not that hard. If you have a magic fridge that always has every ingredient you need and none of it has gone bad, none of it is wilting, yeah, then cooking is really easy. But like when you don't have that, it's more time consuming. Why are we talking about food? Because I don't know. I felt like talking about it. All right, moving on. Actually, don't. Oh, yeah, we were talking about the Tectone thing. Moving on from Tectone and Valkyrie. We were on this for a second. We're on this. Worst is when you're mid-cooking, you realize you're missing one ingredient, and you have to go to the store for that one ingredient. Oh, dude, don't even get me started.
I had not seen this. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That is, oh my God. Is that real? I don't know. Is that like confirmed? Such spectacular cope. New Elephant Graveyard video react lore section is extremely good. Please watch. How comedy was destroyed by anti-reality doomsday cult. Holy f, this has 1 million views. God damn. Continue our investigation into how our current comedy era got to be so wonderful. They say the power doesn't corrupt. It reveals once a guy like Joe Rogan, the comedy czar, grabs a hold of the reins of power. All right, let's watch it.
Well, all that comedy investigation.
I think this guy, I can't believe I'm saying this. I watched his videos before. He's a really interesting dude. Okay. But I think he like actually hates Joe Rogan like almost too much, which is crazy for me to say because I shit on Joe Rogan so much. But sometimes I'll like watch one of his videos and I'll be like, God damn, bro, you have so much hatred in your heart for this dude. Like, is it too much? I don't know. You've cameoed in one of his videos. I mean, yeah, no, we are very, we are of the same mindset for sure.
Into the rise of the comedy czar's hell world was exhausting. I had to get the hell out of there. So I've been out at my cabin just trying to think about something else for a change. Problem is, you know, there's no free will, and I don't really get to choose what to think about. Been thinking about a lot of different...
He also kind of has the same cadence of Vagrant Holiday. Y'all remember Vagrant Holiday? This dude hates the Austin Crowd comics like with a passion. Yeah, no, I know. It's like, I mean, I get why, especially if you're like a big fan, especially if you are a big fan of comedy. What the Austin comedy scene has done, what the Austin comedy scene has done to like broader comedy is brutal. It's awful.
Things, but seems like for every question I try to answer...
Stand-up has always sucked even before Rogan? Nah, there's always been like some goats, and there still are. It's just that I feel like there was never like there was never such a shining light that all of these flies could fly in the direction of, and streamline dog comedians with regular frequency, because you have this massive megaphone for them. There's good comics and then there's bad comics. To say that there's like stand-up has been shit always is ridiculous.
Sir, I end up with 10 more. It's getting ridiculous. But mostly the question that still haunts me every day is, how did comedy get so shit? Was it ever good? Why the hell do I even know who this guy is? And why for a moment, before my brain kicks in, does it seem normal that he's hanging out inside that sacred space at the center of the comedy universe? The comedy mothership green room.
And how hard we laugh in that green room. And it's the most fun. And the best thing about the green room is how restrictive it is.
Oh yeah, I love
restrictions. You know, that you just can't go in there. You know, you got to earn that spot in the treehouse, you know. And so anytime you open the door, you'll see, you know, some of the best comics.
Oh my God, our fave, and our other fave. And oh my God, it's Tony Hinchcliffe. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Alive, you know, that's our little space, man, and it is the greatest thing on earth.
It's just impossible to make sense of anything going on here, and I can't help but feel like I must be living on another planet. I needed guidance. You know that our cerebral comedy guru, David Lucas, once told us that after his shows, we'd be thinking a lot.
My jokes are very cerebral, so if you come to my show, I might say a lot of crazy shit, but on your drive home, you're gonna be thinking a lot.
And his wisdom is kind of what sparked this whole investigation into the comedy world, but I knew I needed to start thinking even more. So I wanted to go out and see David's act, and hopefully start to try and put all these disordered puzzle pieces together, to understand what's really going on at the heart of it all. Now, there's a lot of great stages out there, but for me, my favorite venue in the entire world, hands down, is a legendary Massey Hall in Toronto. Its stage has been graced by the presence of the most iconic, influential, and beloved artists of multiple generations. Gordon Lightfoot, Oscar Peterson, Charlie Parker, Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, Patsy Cline, Bob Dylan, Ella Fitzgerald, Aretha Franklin, Rush. Now, I don't know who any of these people are, but my dad says they're very important. I even saw my first ever stand-up comedy show there, Jerry Seinfeld, when I was just a wee lad. It's the oldest and most iconic venue in Canada, and performing there has long been considered a landmark event in one's career. And finally, in 2025, the strength of her stage's mythical hardwood planks would truly be put to the test, as the killers of Kill Tony, including massive comedy success David Lucas,
I'll put my hand in my ass and make you smell it,
would be taking the stage for what
Okay, he's not wrong. That is very subversive. It's going to make me think about it on the car ride home. That is cerebral. I'm going to think why? I'm going to think why? Why would anybody do that?
Promised to be a wonderful comedy event. So I watched the show. When it was over, you know what? He was right. I was thinking a lot. I was thinking about how bizarre it was that these low-level...
On the drive home, man, I wonder what his hands smell like. Dookie. That's what.
No offense, but subhuman cretins were able to perform at such a hallowed theater. wondering perhaps if I was the fool for giving the venue such reverence all these years. I pictured the ghosts of all my heroes standing on stage behind David, shaking their heads, not at David, but at themselves for being such fools, for thinking that making it to that iconic stage had meant something to them, that it meant something about their career, their art, and about the legacy they've left behind after they died. Poor Gord. I hated to see that. Seeing David's show only made me feel more confused about what the hell is going on with all this comedy stuff. And on that drive home, I really was thinking, why does everything that ever seemed good, like when I was a kid, now seems to be rapidly deteriorating into utter shit? And when I looked around at the other people in attendance at that show, evidently enjoying themselves, why did it feel like I was in another dimension? I tried putting a comedy podcast on, but all of them were just interviews with, like, the CIA or the FBI or some other guy.
Yeah, that is strange, isn't it? It's just odd. I don't know what's supposed to be funny about that, but I mean, it's also in the same vein as like watching Sean Ryan to get in tune with, you know, the new conspiracies, and every single person is like directly an operative slash a guy who currently works for the State Department, telling you the real foreign entity you must fear is the Chinese.
That works for the president. Like, what the hell was actually going on here? I couldn't relax until I
was that my laughter that he sampled? No, right?
Figured it out. So. In my quest for clarity, I even, and I'm ashamed to admit this, but I even went on the sacred pilgrimage to Comedy Mecca and visited the comedy spaceship down in Austin, Texas. I paid about $800 for a ticket. My ticket said something about a mandatory drink, but I'd lost the stub and couldn't remember how many I was dictated to have. The vibe in there was so tense, I thought I might get literally shot in the head if I did anything wrong, so I drank about 8 Negronis just to be safe. I went to find the washroom, and when I got there, to my dismay, I discovered that Joe, the comedy czar, had actually removed his own special from the Comedy Wall of Fame that he put up there. Maybe he just got embarrassed after we pointed it out, but I think it's the first sign that he knows his scheme is at risk of being exposed and he's begun to hide his tracks. But anyway, I watched the show. It was, fine, I guess, but, it really couldn't compare to the pleasure I experienced releasing those 8 Negronis into the toilet pipe. The armed guards at the door stole my phone and placed it in a locked bag, so I wasn't allowed to take any more photos, so I sat there drawing a picture of what I was witnessing on the free napkin that came with my Negronis. Now we've been getting a lot of feedback saying that we are very negative, so here's something positive about the experience. The show is only a couple hours long, which for $800 is insane, but it's so boring that it feels like it's about 5 or 6 hours, so that improves the value at least. As you walk into the room, you're reminded of 2 of the most horrific acts of brutality ever committed.
This guy talks about how Joe Rogan murdered comedy with the same intensity of like Joe Rogan murdering his loved ones. I think that's what it is. Like, he is, like, I agree. I've never experienced a person who I agree with so much and still been like, damn, bro, like, is it that is it that serious? Like, you make it seem like he killed your family. Like, you are actually the highest ranked hater I have ever seen. He's like infiltrating the Austin comedy scene specifically so he can take revenge. Yeah, Joe Rogan killed my comedy-loving grandmother. Joe Rogan killed my comedy-loving father. And Joe Rogan killed my comedy-loving mother. And my dog. My dog also loved to laugh. Joe Rogan killed my dog.
Which is good, because when you're thinking about what happens when an atomic bomb blows up over your head, it makes the terrible show you're witnessing seem like an okay alternative. No
That's
idea
crazy.
who the comics were. Who cares? They were shit. And of course they were, we already knew that. What we want to find out is why or how. But the vibe was very bad in there, very negative, and so I got the hell out of there and began walking down 6th Street, where a horde of scary, methed-out ghouls began to oogle me, which, compared to the vibe in the comedy spaceship, was honestly much more welcoming. And that's when I saw it. In the alleyway behind the mothership, a flock of comedy pilgrims had gathered, lining up. They told me they had traveled from all over the country for their chance to win 1 minute of stage time there. their opportunity to climb the ladder to a higher tier class of human. A real comedian. I couldn't believe how many of them there were. They were all over the place, living in their cars, in tents. So many comedy pilgrims, everywhere, just taking over the entire area. And I started thinking about how the hell all these people ended up here. I started thinking about human migration. Like, how did you end up where you are? No matter who or where you are, at some point, some guy in your lineage looked around and said to him,
like, the way he talks about Joe Rogan is like he implemented Cyberpunk 2077 in Austin, Texas. Like, even more than that, he's actually disrupting the space and time. Okay, he's disrupting our universe. He is such a powerful entity. His shiny bald dome has caused a real fissure in the force.
I gotta get out of here. Packed up and went to a new place. And with that spirit in mind, I packed my bags and headed home. When I got back to my cabin, I placed a photo of my guru above my typewriter with a sign that said, "Keep thinking." And that's what I did for several weeks, obsessively, compulsively. And it led me to discover what's actually going on behind all this unsettling comedy stuff. And that we were right to find it so unsettling and evil and vile, and that what we're witnessing with this Austin comedy thing is actually part of a massive operation designed to destroy the entire world. And I know that sounds kind of out there, but as you'll see, that's actually part of their design. I thank my comedy guru David for helping me get my thinking back on track. Tasmai Shri Guru Namaha.
This is what D&E haters do to you? Okay, not a single one of them has the talent that this dude has on his pinky finger nail. The entire space of Destiny, Ethan, Asmongold, haters, and all their orbiters and whatnot do not have a fraction of the talent that this dude has, okay? A fraction. I mean, obviously, I'm joking when I say this dude really, he's a D1 hater. But like he's obviously exaggerating for the sake of the meme, but he's clearly, it's a bit, and he's also clearly very talented.
To answer the question of how comedy got so we need to go back about 375 million years to the first of those migrations we mentioned earlier. Migration is baked into our DNA, guys. I don't know if you knew that in advance, but I am seeing on my YouTube analytics here that 87% of you only got your grade 10. So, in case you weren't aware, humans began as simple tubes, a mouth and an asshole, purest form of a proper organism, just floating in the ocean somewhere, and eventually that tube evolved into this fish kind of thing. And this fish, this was the first in our lineage to become a new guy and to migrate. The ocean where he was all f***ed up, and he looked around and said,
Remember when Maya was over and I found out about a guy who just couldn't become a guy? There's a type of fish out there that literally is halfway evolved and is just chilling. I forget what it was, a mud skipper. A mud skipper. That's a fish that literally just like kind of said, I'm chilling. I'm going to stay at this point of evolution. I'm not moving on from this.
Gotta get the hell out of here. And he migrated out of the water and onto the land, becoming a land guy. He then somehow transformed into a little rat kind of thing with nipples. And the nipple rat evolved into like a monkey chimp thing or whatever. And then the chimp or ape or whatever, it became a human guy. And it wasn't long until those human guys, like that fish before them, looked around and said, I gotta get the hell out of here. And they migrated.
Is that a slur? No, no, that's not I know it sounds like it, but no, it's a real fish. It's a type of fish that is not a fish. Or I guess it is a fish, but it's not like, I'll just show you. Okay, this is a mud skipper. It has like little arms, and actually it is outside of the water. Like it exists outside of the water. And it just, I jokingly, when I found out about its existence, said it looks like it got done. It didn't get done evolving. It just like stopped. He is a land guy, kind of. No, look, actually, yeah. He exists in between.
Migrated to every corner of the earth. A lot of animals.
It stopped before it needed to pay taxes and rent. Yeah, it took some time outside, saw everything and said, nah, I'm good. he saw what it was all about, and he was like, oh, dude, that's what they did to Cracker Barrel? I'm out. That, bro, they've taken out all of our cultural institutions. Even Cracker Barrel's gone woke. I'm good. I'm going to keep being a fish, and also sometimes an in-between kind of guy.
Have these built-in mechanisms. We are no different. Just like how birds have like a magnet in their brain or something, which tells them when and where to migrate somewhere else. It's obvious from these historical records that the human instinct to say, fuck this, I gotta get out of here, becomes activated in times of fear. Fear is processed in the most ancient part of our brain. It puts us into a fight or flight mode, just like the fish guy. And I don't know if you've looked around at the world lately, but people really are losing their... The whole world is on fire. There are crazy guys with nukes yelling at each other, and bombs are flying around all over the place. The air is full of smoke. All the fruit just tastes like wood now. We've all got microplastics in our brains. That can't be good. Plus, it's so hot out, I'm gonna piss myself. And don't even get me started on all those politics. What the hell is going on with TikTok? Why is China, doing all that stuff? Why did they close the oatmeal plant down? I wanted to keep working there. Now I got no money. I gotta pay MSRP for my steel cut. Bullshit, man. You know what? And then he says it. Ah, f this, I gotta get out of here. Except this time, they've got nowhere to go. Not physically, anyway.
Now you understand why the mud skipper stayed a mud skipper. You feel me?
But lucky for them, some of humanity's most powerful visionaries, the techno-wizards, have constructed a psychic ark to sail the seas of your mind and take you away from your problems and out onto a new frontier, a new reality. And here's where it gets crazy. It's a reality where there is no such thing as reality.
Lions.
The techno-wizards use their machines to ramp up your own uncertainty about what's real and what's fantasy, to the point where you're so anxious that you do anything just to be certain.
No! It's all overphonics and sonics and dimensional super action behind glass screens. You know, if you think of something and bam, it's there in the wall.
Once you've lost connection with classic reality, you're just a guy floating out in the open ocean, desperate to find something to grab onto to save yourself, stranded and surrounded by a sea of danger. That is when the techno-wizards begin their most perverted sorcery.
The future is gonna be amazing!
They throw you a life preserver.
I think that's the way he feels about Joe Rogan is the way I feel about Elon.
In the form of a new world, a new virtual world. In this virtual world, you're still going to be angry all the time, but at least you'll be certain. And that feels good. And because it feels so good, you just want to stay in there forever. Until eventually you've been in there so long that your new virtual world feels more real than your old classic reality. And once it's become more convincing than classic reality, it just becomes your new reality. Congratulations, you've migrated to a new place. It's a new reality, except it's anti-reality. It's what's called a hyper-real simulacrum.
The battle for the mind of North America will be fought in the video arena.
Yeah.
The television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. Therefore, the television screen is part of the physical structure of the brain. Therefore, whatever appears on the television screen emerges as raw experience for those who watch it.
Yep.
Therefore, television is reality.
Yep, exactly.
And reality is less than television.
There are a lot of visionaries in this world, all with their own ideas about creating new worlds into which we can migrate. But only a few have acquired.
People saying this is like an Adam Curtis documentary. Yeah, if Adam Curtis had this much hate in his heart for anything, and the thing that he had this much hate in his heart was the death of the comedy scene in one part of the United States of America.
Acquired the wealth and influence to actually execute such migrations at full scale. Movements triggered by everyone saying, I gotta get the hell out of here, happen all the time. Throughout history, wealthy, influential people have leveraged these waves in order to serve their interests, using their power to direct migrants in or out of places beneficial to fulfilling their goals. Someone we've seen exploiting the I gotta get the hell out of here phenomenon is this Elon guy. He was bullied a ton as a kid because he was a strange, scrawny little weak guy who could also be a bit of a head. And so his teachers, his parents, nobody wanted to help him.
Did you have a happy childhood?
No, it's horrible.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Why was it terrible? You were bullied at school and had a difficult...
I was almost beaten to death, if you call that bullied.
He was shy and awkward at school, didn't have many friends.
On one occasion, Elon was pushed down a flight of stairs and beaten violently, leaving him in hospital for weeks.
And if that wasn't bad enough, and this is something you'll see with almost all of these anti-reality guys, Elon had a very bad dad who left him with a dad-shaped hole in his soul.
Very violent. It was not a happy childhood.
Yeah, good thing he's passing that down, you know, to his next of kin, which there are many of, by the way. Two things he loves is being a bad dad and having more children to be a bad dad too.
My father has serious issues.
When Elon received that severe beating as a kid, his father berated him and blamed him for it, made him stand for hours, called him an idiot, and told him he was worthless. Proper bad dad stuff. All these experiences made Elon internalize the belief that this world is a scary, dangerous place. Wouldn't it be nice to just get the hell out of here? Well, later in life, he acquired an immense amount of wealth and immediately began to use it to try and reconstruct reality, to cope. He put heaps of that money into trying to build this Mars colony thing, which is never going to happen, but that doesn't matter. The real point of his Martian cope is creating a virtual reality to migrate to, one where this colony thing would actually be feasible, and he could actually escape the Earth and live on another planet. And that gives him hope that he could actually get the hell out of here. All this crap here, this is all just for Elon to fantasize about getting the hell out of here. Nobody is going to Mars, man. The world is still scary to this guy. He still feels like he's getting bullied when everyone online is telling him he's a loser. That's why he bought Twitter. Everyone on there was being mean, so he just bought the thing so he could control it. Pretended the millions of guys calling him a loser were just bots and trolls, so he could just kick them out and reshape the site into his own ideal version of reality, and then pretend that this simulated version of reality is reality. He wants to be a guy who's great at video games, but he's a total noob. He's the kid that would turn the Nintendo controller like a steering wheel while playing Mario Kart, while his mouth hangs open. Where I come from, we call that Thomasing.
Okay, chill, bro. I feel getting... This is the second time I feel called out. Can we calm down with this? Okay, can we just chill out with that? Just cool on that part, you know? Just that.
But Elon just wants to win something. And he can't play sports because, I mean, look at him. He never had the makings of a varsity athlete. So again, he uses his wealth to just pay guys who are actually good at video games to play the games for him. And then he pretends it's him playing the games. And then he got caught.
There are 4 things there.
And all the actual gamers all started watching him play and laughing at him.
4 things. He clearly has no idea, bro.
And started playing the games himself on stream, but just got harassed the entire time and then pretended his connection dropped so he could get the hell out of there.
Connection lost.
Elon wants him being a hero to be part of his hyper-reality as well. For a while, he was seen as a savior figure, but that illusion evaporated. He tried to reclaim his hero status by inserting himself into the rescue of those 12 Thai kids trapped in a flooded cave. He stuck his nose into the rescue operation, despite nobody asking him to, and offered them an old metal tube from the SpaceX garbage dump that they were throwing out anyway, and telling the actual rescue divers who were down there trying to do their jobs to toss the kids in this tube and pull them out. When the rescue leader told him this is insane and makes 0 sense that the tube wouldn't even fit through the intricate cave system, Elon rage quit and called the guy a PDF file.
Connection lost.
He's tried to add being like a funny comedy guy to his hyper-reality, wormed his way into the...
I think that was the biggest insanity out of all of the different hats that this has tried to wear. Like, he's just... Like, at least with his autism, you would assume that, like, gaming could be a better analog. Gaming could be, like, a better field to go into. But god damn, let me tell you what does not work, especially with his type of autism. Comedy, okay? Holy dude. I've become meme, a destroyer of worlds. I love dank memes. I'm such a fan of dank memes.
Stand-up comedy world, got on stage with Dave Chappelle and just got booed by an arena full of comedy fans. Rejected again. Even got into the government somehow. started trying to cut all this funding from everything, hoping they'd give it to him instead to build more spaceships.
Damn, when you think about it, he really everything, bro. He really just keeps going to different places where he is not welcomed and every damn thing up in the process. Like, he gets booed by the Dave Chappelle audience. Okay? He gets kicked out of destroying the government after he bought into that position. Like, who likes this man? Yeah, he's the reverse Midas touch. It's just everything he touches turns to shit. Dude, my man, love watching your streams for years despite my African internet. Keep it up, bro. Hell yeah, chatter. Hope you were able to you were one of the 1% that is tuning in from the African continent, as we did on the census yesterday.
So he can get the hell out of here sooner. But the president also started bullying Elon and ended up taking away his lunch money. And now, Elon's even more messed up, even more desperate to escape, and finding it harder and harder to cling to that Mars colony coat.
With Elon, where I said, if Trump doesn't win, I want to just leave the country. And then Elon said, there's nowhere to go. Elon, you don't believe in going to Mars anymore. Elon stopped believing in Mars.
So he's allegedly retreating into a haze of ketamine-fueled escapism, just trying to get the hell out of here. The only way to make sense of all this strange behavior is that it is an effort to construct his own hyper.
I can't even get myself to watch those podcasts with like Sam Altman or Palantir guy, Palmer Luckey, Alex Karp, the other Palantir guy, Palmer Luckey from Anduril, or Peter Thiel or Elon. Like, all of these guys, whenever they're on these podcasts, like, you just look at them, you're like, you're a literal reptile. Like, you are actually a lizard person. What is going on? How is this even possible? I thought this was like a movie thing. Like, I thought lizard people like this only existed in the imaginations of Hollywood producers. You guys are living it. I don't know if you saw a bunch of movies and you were like, I want to be a villain. Like, I don't get it. Like, motherfuckers watch movies and we're like, I want to be just like the villain. I mean, with Palantir, it is quite literally what he did, right? Like, Peter Thiel watched Lord of the Rings and was like, oh, that evil thing. I want that for me. I want to be the evil guy. I want to be the villain. It's so strange to me. Genuinely can't even get myself to watch a lot of these podcasts and things like that, because I can't stand it. Like, it just makes me feel so icky. Like, they're just gonna, like, they're staring at me from with their dead eyes, their dead beady eyes that are lifeless from the other side of the screen.
A reality into which he can migrate and escape the scary world that rejects him. I actually saw a video of his ex-wife talking about how he does this, and I mean, she would know.
We create a parallel world to escape the world that rejects us, or the world that we find too painful to live in. But some people are so good at doing this and master such an amazing skill set that they take their world and they infuse it into our world.
The Palantir guy looks like evil Taika Waititi. That's true. He does. Alex Karp does look like Taika Waititi if he was white and evil.
She knows.
And they change the world.
Exactly.
And these are the people we call visionaries. People who move between worlds.
Exactly, yes.
Between states of consciousness.
Elon learned firsthand the idea of constructing parallel worlds and hyper-realities during childhood. He grew up in South Africa, a country designed by white guys from Europe who had to get the hell out of there, move to Africa. But
also, I don't know what this is about, but I don't know if this is inappropriate for me to say, but especially after seeing like older photos of Elon when he was like a baby, when he was like a child, he looks so Asian. Am I crazy? Is Elon Musk? No, May Musk is white, and so is the dad. Why does he look so Asian? He looks like he's white Chinese. Actually, you are crazy. Yes, you are insane. No, I'm serious. Texting my ex to let her know that Hassan Abi read my joke. Maybe that'll get her to come back. I don't know about that. Is it because I saw too much Yi Long Ma? Is that what it is? Is it because I've seen like the imposter who's the real Elon? Yi Long Ma too many times?
Then decided they didn't want to have black guys as neighbors. So they created this hyper reality in which God commanded the white guys to preserve their race or whatever, and they had no choice but to segregate all the black guys in another part of town. Because if God wants it, then, I mean, what can you do? You gotta do it. And by getting all the white guys to migrate their psyches into this hyper reality, it allowed them to do all the heinous shit they had to do to achieve their goals of creating this new society. If you have enough power and influence, reality can be whatever you want it to be, and very few things are going to challenge you.
We have a sort of grasp over the world.
Elon wants to do a full migration into his hyper reality, but he can't pull it off. It's not believable enough yet. His main problem is that not enough other guys are joining him in his hyper reality anymore. The more guys you can get to buy into your simulation, the stronger the pillars necessary to uphold the new reality become. Which brings us back to this. This, right here, is irrefutable proof that the comedy spaceship and the entire Austin comedy toilet is a hyper-real simulacrum of an actual comedy scene. The whole scene is ruled by its God King, the comedy czar, Joe Rogan. We already discussed how Joe became the comedy czar in our last video, so go watch that if you don't understand what we're talking about here. The comedy czar rules over his dominion with complete domination, and as you'll see, the entire scene is designed to strengthen and maintain Joe's personal, hyper-real simulacrum. Joe has been sliding into hyper-reality for several years, and is now completely immersed in the simulation. A reality in which he is a very smart, special boy.
My personality that is just immune to bullshit.
He has a unique ability to see what's really going on in the world, and he's helping society by scouting for the otherwise unseen danger up ahead.
I'm like a scout, right? Like if you sent me down the trail, and I'm like, hey, there's a cliff. We're running towards a cliff. Stop, everybody stop.
That's true. That's why he endorsed Donald Trump, because he saw the cliff and was like, we should run faster. He never said what he would say when he saw the cliff. Okay, he saw the cliff and was like, oh, we should actually slap the asses of the buffalo. We should boulder faster in the direction of the cliff.
There's a cliff! There's a cliff!
He believes the universe chose him as a sort of prophet, destined to help guide humanity through this age of chaos. But just like Jesus Christ, the people misunderstood and rejected him.
Like the universe has put me in this place where I can at least have access to more opinions than most people. And they're like, you're an anti-vaxxer! You don't believe in science! Hashtag Joe Rogan! I'm taking in opinions from all directions, 360 degrees.
Nice, all right, let's see what Joe scouted up ahead on the trail for us today.
I love Canada.
Shut
up. I love the people. I just think they're going down a dark road with this government.
Uh-oh.
They allow polygamy now in Ontario. Yeah, they just passed a law they allow polygamy because they have so many Muslims there.
His hyper-reality no longer has any real connection to classic reality. So when did Joe begin this psychic migration? Well, a few years ago he decided LA was the reason his life sucked. So he got the hell out of there, moved down to Austin, Texas.
You saw it during the George Floyd times in LA.
Oh, yeah.
When they were burning those cop cars on the highway, and I remember seeing that going, I gotta get the f out of here.
Oh, he actually said it. When he realized he was still miserable in Austin, he had to get the hell out of there again. But he had nowhere else to go, so he began a full-on migration into his simulacrum. Because he's so rich and holds autocratic control over his entire simulacrum, he can be the dictator of what is and isn't real. Like the fact that he's a real comedian, one of the greats, and that the world as we know it is finished.
I will say, I think as someone who lived for so long in Los Angeles, I doubt he likes Austin, man. I think I'd be really surprised. Like, even though he loves being surrounded by sycophants and shit, and Austin is perfect for him because he's able to just like dominate a much larger fish in a much smaller pond. I just don't, literally just LA South. No, that's not true, man. You guys are wrong about that. I think Austin had something, and ironically enough, I think that something that it had has been destroyed by people from Los Angeles. Like the Keep Austin Weird shit has created a magnet-like force for a lot of the actual right-wing weirdos, like losers, that left for a low-cost alternative without like losing too much of the cultural vibes, and they basically migrated too much to Austin and did. Yeah, and turned it into, bastardized it. Oh my God, this is such a good. Yeah, they bastardized it into conservative Portland, dude. And yes, I do think because of Austin's size and like relative position in Texas, it was easier to just like change its trajectory from becoming organically like a cool town, because it does have like some elements still. Where can left-wing people live in the U.S. now? What do you mean? You can live anywhere you want, and there's left-wing people everywhere in the country. I'm just talking about like overall vibes. I don't know. I cannot for the life of me think about like I don't know. When I look at Austin, I just think like downtown Austin is like it has its cool spots, but overall it's so cookie cutter. It's so. If it was instead like a low cost, truly weird artist communes left and right, gay shit happening, a cool town, if it just stayed like that, it would have been nicer. But it is a suburb pretending to be a city. It has like a small sliver of a city, and then the rest of it is just like suburbs that are 45 minutes away. And that growth was accelerated in the worst direction, first by South by Southwest, and then by the Joe Rogan types. All of the Silicon Valley tech guys migrated to Austin because of South by Southwest and shit, and then they literally turned it into one big crumble cookie, blue bottle riddled dystopia. LA is 50 suburbs, tend to be a city, yes, except LA is so vast and so large that all of those suburbs that you are describing are cities in and of themselves. You understand? LA is a country with its own internal city structures that resemble states. LA is so vast, dude. And yes, you are absolutely correct when you say it's not like a real city. I would never say it's a real city. I don't think you can be a real city without a functioning grid-like operated, always on, robust public infrastructure, public travel, public transport infrastructure.
It's the end of the age. Doomsday is upon us.
We are in Kali Yuga.
We are in Kali Yuga.
And Hindus were very smart in their idea of, it was the Hindus, right?
Yes, the Hindus, yes.
They came up with this idea that there are certain ages
the Hindus are very smart.
Of civilization.
Correct.
That they go through these
It's Kali
cycles.
Yuga, right?
What is the period we're in now? Because it seems like it's coming to an end.
This is Kali Yuga, man. This is some weird shit that was predicted by the Bhagavad Gita. This is
Battle of the Gods, Ragnarok. Tell me.
This is what happens in cultures. Like, it's almost inevitable.
He even has his own theory about what's driving us toward the end of the age.
Hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. We are now around soft men in hard times.
In his reality, he's a hard man in a world run by soft men who have allowed the destruction to happen. He's been yelling about that cliff we're all supposedly headed towards, but he feels like nobody's listening. So now he feels like the destruction must happen in order to restore the world back to its proper state.
I don't think we're going to wake up. I think it's going to take something like a natural disaster or some real event, some 9/11 type event. It's just, I don't know where it ends other than a wake up. And a wake up is like a meteor hits us.
As you can observe with your own eyes, this soft, doughy collection of spheres stacked on top of each other thinks he's actually a hard man. But obviously, he's the soft man, making everything worse. He's one of the softest men of all time. Never worked a day in his life, whines and complains for hours on his podcast over the dumbest shit year after year.
How dare we say Merry Christmas?
How dare
Cries hysterically for no reason and thinks sitting in a sauna is some kind of achievement in overcoming adversity.
For the record. Is that fake?
He gets duped constantly by the most obviously fake stories, photoshops, and AI images.
Fact-checked, volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass.
Idiot.
Yeah.
And somehow he considers himself one of the...
That's why he was like, they should make it... Remember when he said, they should make it illegal to fact check? He did say that. That was probably one of his funnier moments in the last decade when he just dead ass said, no, they should make it illegal to fact check. Up there with why does it lie? When he was looking at the Creator Clash video, dad beats his own son. Why does it lie? When referencing being clickbaited. Some of his finest moments.
Greatest comedians of all time. It's embarrassing. It's clear and undeniable that he's living in some sort of inverted alternate reality inside his own mind, just like we said. And if that's upsetting to hear, it's because you are also living in the same kind of hyper-real simulacrum, and that remark just threatened to knock down one of those pillars holding up your alternate reality. You're feeling this right now because once those beliefs become ingrained, the self-preservation instinct activates. And any time those pillar beliefs are challenged, it's experienced as an existential threat because it could collapse the entire simulacrum and drag you back to that classic reality you had to get the hell out of in the first place. Consciousness is really just a big hallucination anyway. It's completely malleable. Change what's in that brain, and you change reality. For example, sometimes our brains get built a little wonky, and you get OCD, schizophrenia, all this stuff that makes your brain unable to stay in one version of reality. Very stressful. Likewise, it's very stressful when the pillar beliefs upholding your hyper-real simulacrum are challenged, as they threaten the stability of and your attachment to reality. It creates existential anxiety, and that anxiety must be relieved without destabilizing the simulacrum, and that often results in horrific consequences. Becoming the comedy czar gave Joe an immense amount of wealth, which allowed him to construct a sort of compound in which he could protect his precious simulacrum. A bunker, which would protect him from sliding back into the ever-so-painful classic reality ever again. And using his millions of dollars and massive influence,
Spotify.
Jobles attracted a flock of devoted followers who uphold and strengthen his new reality for a chance to get a piece of the pie. It takes a whole community to properly uphold a hyper-real simulacrum.
You get the feeling this guy does not like Joe? Wait, what makes you think that? What makes you think that this guy doesn't like Joe? That's strange.
And Joe succeeded where Elon failed. Joe has been able to fully complete his migration by amassing a huge support network. He achieved this through several tactics. 1, by offering himself and his show as a friendship simulator during the loneliest era in human history, for his audience, but also for himself.
Oh, he's going. Day drinking rules.
2, in an era of political confusion and turmoil, he became a compass for guys with double-digit IQs who are too lazy to learn anything by themselves and don't even know how to, because they barely know how to read a real book or even a Wikipedia article.
Yeah. Only could figure out what the coaster's for.
3, by becoming a father figure to guys who needed their dad-shaped holes plugged. Those holes longed to be plugged, and Joe became a convenient surrogate. His love and wisdom available 24/7 on Spotify, YouTube, or your podcast app of choice. Come on. And 4,
Buffalo Trace.
I thought that was Tony Hinchcliffe. Sorry.
We thought we'd do a sample tasting for you.
By providing an economic incentive model with his podcast becoming the home shopping network.
Tastes good.
As well as a PR washing machine.
This is funny. I went into Lorne Michaels' office, and he was talking, and I was convinced I was getting fired. Like, I knew I was getting fired. And I was like, if I get fired here, whatever, I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week, and I'll be fine.
And through comedy, by creating his own comedy cult with its own built-in multi-level comedy.
It is kind of true that it is a way to launder your reputation, and I think he uses that as a vehicle now for billionaires, which is like, that's it. Like, he used to do it for like dorks who get caught, saying icky, gross, racist, right? But ultimately, those were like marginal players. And I wouldn't even say like, Shane Gillis, this guy hates Shane Gillis too. I think Shane Gillis is all right. He has his good moments, he has bad moments. That's just how comedy is, right? But Joe Rogan has unironically stepped up his like reputation laundering mechanism to now allow the federal government, including the intelligence community and billionaires, to do this. Please censor the racist slur in your stream title. Cracker Barrel, we haven't gone woke. Okay, listen. Cracker Barrel might have gone woke, but we have not gone woke.
Scheme. If you indulge Joe in his new hyper-reality, you'll be rewarded with opportunity. And because that feels so good, you'll soon find yourself migrating across the psychic ocean of your mind, joining Joe inside his simulacrum. That's why it's called the Comedy Mothership. It's a transport vessel that will migrate its believers into their new reality. Which reminds me of another cult, one of my favorites actually, Heaven's Gate. It too was run by a weird bald guy who wouldn't stop talking. This guy, Marshall Applewhite, but his friends called him Doe, which rhymes with Joe. Don't know if Joe designed his cult in homage to Doe's cult, but the similarities are striking. And
That's
I even heard a
crazy.
rumor that Joe's dog was named after Marshall Applewhite.
Marshall's trying to say hi to you. Hey, buddy.
Doe and Heaven's Gate's beliefs were a cool blend of alien spirituality and Christian apocalyptic prophecy.
I can't wait to get out of here.
Doe believed Jesus was an alien who came to Earth to guide us, and that Doe himself was a messenger from the higher plane of existence, sent here to warn humanity about the upcoming destruction. Sound familiar?
The name Jesus, of course, was the name given to the body, that mind that was indeed from the kingdom of heaven, and that mind came for the express purpose of teaching humans.
I guess the scary element here is that Joe Rogan is not a psychotic cult leader. Because, like, I guess in this day and age, it doesn't really matter, but, like, him being somewhat normal and, like, a quote-unquote normie whisperer unironically makes it a more threatening presence. No, he is. That's the point of the video. No, I understand. Like, his function is similar, okay? His function is similar. But I think by way of presenting himself as like a normie guy, that actually allows him to expand his reach to a much larger audience. Because like the average person does not read Joe in the way that we do, especially someone like myself who has like watched him for years, was a major fan of his, you know what I mean? The average person that you meet that's like working a delivery job or whatever just has him in the ear and basically thinks he's awesome. He's like a cool guy that you can hang out with, like your older brother that smokes weed and tells you about weird shit. Okay? A lot of people think this way about Joe. They don't think of him as like some weirdo who has like developed a cult of sycophants, who is there as a mechanism to launder the reputation of like some of the biggest villains in society. Not even like American society at this point. Basically, like some of the biggest villains around the globe, you know, like the Peter Thiels of the world. Because when you're like this guy, when you're Heaven's Gate, you have a limit to your reach. Whereas Joe does not. Joe is limitless in his reach.
How they could be saved, how they would not be plowed under at the end of the age. Well, we're at the end of the age.
Like the universe has put me in this place where I'm like a scout, right? Like if you've sent me down the trail, and I'm like, hey, there's a cliff.
Now, they didn't have podcasts back then, but Doe's lengthy, rambling seminar videos would fit in perfectly to our current podcasting landscape.
When things are going bad,
Many times the worst things in the human kingdom that can happen to us end up being the best things that can happen to us.
there's going to be some good that's going to come from it.
Because we learn in-depth lessons because of those difficult times.
Unexpected problems, good. You learn.
They could actually say, thank you for the lesson.
Through his podcast, I mean his videos, Doe lectured that the end of this age is upon us, that the Earth was about to be transformed, recycled, but they could escape this doom by boarding a spaceship flying behind the comet Hale-Bopp as it passed by Earth.
We are one or two events away from living in the Stone Age again. And I think it could happen in our lifetime, and it could happen to you and I.
People who would consider themselves intelligent beings that say, well, that's absurd. What's all this doomsday stuff? What's all this prophetic stuff?
We're in this very strange sort of existential crisis as a civilization that's not being recognized And in the meantime, we're distracting ourselves.
You know, intelligent human beings should realize that everything has their cycle. They have their beginning, they have their end, they have cycles.
Hold on, didn't we? Isn't that the exact same?
There are certain ages, almost unavoidable, of civilizations.
Correct.
That they go through these cycles.
They have cycles.
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 That they go through these cycles.
They're the exact same fucking guy.
Every civilization, when they're at the brink of collapse, becomes obsessed with gender. The whole thing is falling apart. The foundation of our civilization is falling apart.
Doe offered his followers a way to save themselves from what he called the recycling of planet Earth, which was about to begin. He and the cultists needed to die so that the spaceship...
Like, that's what I mean. Like, he's not doing that. You know what I mean? He's just doing it for something much simpler, which is a ton of money and a ton of admiring fans. Don't say yet, bro. Stop. Y'all are nutty. This is like not supposed to be taken sincerely, I don't think.
Ship flying behind the comet could pick up their souls as they left their bodies, carrying them away to the next level of existence, to a new reality. The cultists all submitted to Doe's authority, believing that he was the gatekeeper through which they could ascend to that next level. The ultimate test came when that comet finally arrived, and they all did a full sui in order to join Doe and board that spaceship. And if you know anything at all about the Austin comedy cult, this all sounds eerily familiar, doesn't it? That's because Doe and Joe are the exact same strain of guy. Think about it. Just like Doe, Joe also offers his followers a way to transcend their lives and enter a new reality by boarding the comedy mothership. The comedy cult's followers also must commit a sui to transcend into that new reality. Not a literal full sui, but the kind of sui that existentialist Albert Camus called a philosophical sui. When we're faced with the absurdity of life, the fact that the universe is pure...
This is your Ukraine too? You think Joe is going to lead a suicide cult? Like, you think Joe Rogan's final evolution, his final stage, is going to be leading hundreds of thousands of people in the masses that adore him into committing suicide? He's not even making that point. Some of you watch a YouTube video and you just lock in a little too hard, you know?
Chaos, despite our deep desire for order and meaning, we have two options. You can embrace the absurdity, surf the waves of chaos without copes, or we destroy ourselves, either literally or much more commonly through a philosophical sui. You don't sui your body, but you do sui a part of your inner self. You kill the part of your mind that's inquiring, the part that's honest, the part that embraces life's absurdity without copes. And you fill the hole left behind with things that offer false certainty in place of honest doubt. Religious faith, political partisanship, materialism, hollow spirituality, scientism, hustle cut culture, digital escapism, reactionary nostalgia, being a fat, drunk idiot all the time, philosophical overthinking. Cultism and guru worship, or complete submission to authority, sometimes all of the above.
Greetings to you, my friends. It's me, D. Trussell.
Take this guy, Duncan Trussell, for example. One of Joe's longtime friends and a former advocate of radical honesty, truth-seeking, and psychedelic wisdom. Not long ago, he was the lone voice of reason in Joe's inner circle, and the only guy to openly predict how Joe would be corrupted by powerful forces looking to exploit him for access to his far-reaching media platform.
People have decided you're one of the magnifying glasses focusing this beam of attention into the world. You have to watch out because people are gonna like try to exploit you. That's the main thing, is like people recognizing what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world. And you have to wrestle with your identity. I worry about you, man.
He was well aware of these billionaire techno-wizard freaks out there, manipulating...
Yeah. That was the last shoe to drop, I think. That was... What is this, Azan? No, like, Duncan Trussell is, like, being a really interesting person in, like, the Joe Rogan universe, because he's, like, an OG friend of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, like, has a lot of respect for him. And he tried to warn him ahead of time. Like, he tried to warn him, like, he tried to do like an intervention.
breaking new media before it became too obvious to deny. He warned Joe about them being a danger over and over again.
We established they're these billionaires, and they live in these compounds. Right. And certainly people like Michael Hastings and other people, they get killed all the time. There's super powerful people who will use technology to kill.
I love your show. I saw that Duncan Trussell episode on Jerry where we warned him about the shadowy characters trying to co-opt. I was just thinking about it the other day, and bam, it's on your show. Being Joe Rogan of the left, just be you, bro. Hold it down. Oh, for sure. It is clear. Like it is clear that it's like he was the last lifeline, and he was so right. He literally was saying straight up, like, rich and powerful people are using you as a vehicle to launder their reputation. And Joe looked at that and said, bet we can go richer. Okay, we can go more powerful. Alex Jones of the world. I'm trying to get real shadowy lizard people, billionaires on here to talk about how sick their project is. Bro, he had Egghead, man. He had Egghead on. Mark Andreessen, there's no reason to ever have that guy on your show. You know what I mean? He has Zuckerberg on. Like, even with Mark Zuckerberg, he got hit with the Dominican Ray. He does BJJ. He's like obviously crafted a new persona for himself to make himself look more human. But like, you're talking about Mark Andreessen. Like, Mark Andreessen has nothing.
People to have their own way. So that means that there is some group or series of groups of people that are doing like highly nefarious actions from places of power. Mm-hmm. We know that there is like truly a war to control the paradigm.
He was by all accounts an honest guy, and probably the only guy on that stupid podcast who would rather say what's true than just whatever the burgeoning comedy emperor wanted to hear. But those sorts of qualities are no longer welcome in the comedy czar's simulacrum. They're far too threatening. So once Joe migrated into his new reality, Duncan faced the hard choice of either embracing the absurd and maintaining his principles of honesty and truth, or committing a philosophical SUI and joining Joe in his new reality in order to maintain connection to the comedy czar's sphere of influence. Oh, Tipahan.
Whatever's happening, you just have to make it a good thing. Anything that's happening to you can be converted into something either that's going to make you scared, self-destructive, rationalize your anger, rationalize your shitty decisions, or it can be used as a thing that completely converts you. Like at any given moment, you can shed your operating system. You could drop all of the hangups, all the weird shit at any moment connected to the great truth, the divine.
That was him 5 years.
He's also a little bit of a mushroom guy. If you've ever seen his other work, he's definitely he's a big mushroom guy. I feel like he's a bit of a shroomer.
Ago, he's since followed through on this new guy conversion. So let's see how connected he is to that great truth. Ooh, that divine.
Let me ask you this, though. What do you think about...
Have you ever shroomed? Yes.
People who say that someone like Peter Thiel is the Antichrist.
Here's what's fascinating to me about accusing Peter Thiel of being the Antichrist.
Now, Peter Thiel, in case you didn't know this in advance, is one of the primary billionaire techno wizards we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, he made Midnight Gospel. Duncan Trussell did.
With his immense wealth, Thiel wields massive influence in politics, media, and online information from behind the scenes. He says cool stuff like freedom and democracy are actually not compatible. Pete's company, Palantir, is deeply embedded with the CIA, ICE, FBI, NSA, police, and the military-industrial complex, and promises to be the most powerful mass surveillance platform to ever exist. He subscribes to a philosophy that believes that civilization as we know it ought to be destroyed, and from its ashes, a new technocracy should arise, a new state run by a CEO king who wields absolute authority. Pete is part of this new military tech industrial complex, operating with little oversight while creating autonomous weapons and surveillance systems, and whose algorithms remain a complete mystery. He's a caricature of a villain, straight out of a comic book. But Pete is real, and the exact kind of nefarious, influential guy that Duncan used to warn everybody about just a few years ago. All right, back to Duncan. What's
he no joke thinks Mordor was right? Yeah, that's what's so crazy about it. Duncan Trussell's an LSD guy. Lol. Yeah, I mean, it's the maximum mushrooms. That's what's so crazy about it, though. He's just like a person who has unironically crafted his entire worldview and personality off of a villain in a movie. Who the fuck looks at a... And it's not like Lord of the Rings contains multitudes as far as, you know, the dynamic between good and bad. Like, it's unironically, one of the criticisms against the work is that, like, very well-defined good, very well-defined bad. Good characters do good, bad characters do bad. There's some that go from bad to good in the process, but, like, it's always, there's no gray areas, okay? And this motherfucker looked at a Marvel movie, pretty much, in terms of the good-bad dynamics and said, I'm siding with the bad. It's like watching Superman and being like, Lex Luthor is a misunderstood character. I think he's awesome, which is ironic because Lex Luthor in this iteration of Superman was directly tailored off of Peter Thiel. So now, I guess that cycle continues. Now we got new villains in comic book movies that are being written off of the real villains in American society that design themselves off of comic book style villains. Not true. Wrong. Okay, we got Lord of the Rings fans in the chat. No, I'm not saying Lord of the Rings is like Marvel, okay? Of course not. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that as far as like clear-cut evil and clear-cut good, like there's already, like, you can tell who's evil and who's good, not a lot of gray area in between. Some characters that change roles, but they go from one well-defined evil boundary to one well-defined good boundary, as opposed to like George R.R. Martin, where there is very clearly different forms of good people doing bad things, bad people doing good things. Ultimately, it's all over the place. It's closer to humanity than I would say Tolkien's work. I read both. I read Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, and also the Game of Thrones books way back in the day.
Saying about Pete.
Here's what's fascinating to me about accusing...
You just hit a nuclear button saying that? Wait, what do you mean? Lord of the Rings is awesome. I love Lord of the Rings. I find it strange that people see this as like a criticism against the franchise. You're not wrong, but if we keep talking fantasy, it's going to trigger chat's autism, including mine.
Peter Thiel being the fucking Antichrist.
Stop. He's very much
talking awesome. And it was like totally normal dude, obviously super smart. There didn't feel like there was any kind of like subversive anything, nothing to really be scared of.
Depressing,
so people
man.
say that Peter Thiel is Antichrist, just for argument's sake.
Fucking says that.
You hear that? He's actually getting mad about this.
Argument's
Fucking says that.
The reason Dunk's got to do this is because the comedy czar is actually Pete's friend now.
Oh, this
so he
makes
had
me
to become
sad.
a new guy to stay in Joe's circle of power. A shriveled husk of a guy. Being fed by the demonic umbilical cord attached to the bowels of the comedy czar, from which he can never disengage. He's cooked, finished, and God, look at him. He's just not.
Bro, just watch one video of Peter Thiel, please. I would love to put a camera on Duncan Trussell and make him sit him through one singular Peter Thiel interview and be like, you see, what's your takeaway from this? Do you feel like he is the Antichrist, or do you feel like it's something even worse than that? Or do you feel like this is just a regular, banal guy?
Not the same guy. Look in his eyes, it's obvious. Those are suey eyes. Well, that's a confirmed suey for Duncan. Rest in peace, man. Quel dommage. Well, once you've entered the comedy czar's comedy cult simulacrum, you're expected to do your part to uphold the pillars of this new reality. Upholding the pillars allows you to stay in the cult and potentially reap the rewards that come from its membership. These tenets bind the simulacrum together, and as we already explained, the more guys you've got upholding the pillars, the more stable the new reality becomes, which is vital because if the simulation crumbles, it's all over for the stupid experiment. All cults need their tenets, and the Austin comedy toilet cult, or whatever we're calling it, is no different. Because Joe is the sole autocratic dictator of the entire scene, he could construct his world however he wanted to.
Starting it from the ground up. So it's this completely new thing, and it can kind of go a lot of different ways, and a lot of different things can happen. You don't know what's going to happen one way or the other. Those things are very exciting. It's scary, but it's exciting.
The primary pillar, like all cults, is the steadfast veneration, devotion, and reverence of the cult leader. Just like Jim Jones, Joe originally sold his comedy scene as a utopian paradise.
So make it as...
Yeah, where you can say slurs. Dude, a utopian paradise. A utopian paradise an absolutely fantastic universe where you can say slurs and just like be not that funny in the process of trying to make edgy jokes. And instead of people going, wow, that wasn't funny at all, you have to by force clap like a seal. That's it. That is the actual utopia that these guys are wishing for, which is one where you can just like kind of say jokes, bottom of the barrel hack material, and everyone will go, well, this is probably triggering a liberal somewhere, so I'm going to agree with it. And instead of going, haha, I'm going to clap.
Fun and as comfortable for the comics as possible, as welcoming to the comics as possible. It's a warm, inviting environment, and the whole idea is just to make it so that I can make it so they feel like this is home.
And just like Jonestown, it quickly devolved into an authoritarian nightmare.
I like the intensity of the mothership. I bring my opener. He's having a rough set. I'm sitting on the balcony watching it. Rogan is standing there watching him bomb like this. Rogan goes, he's bombing, man. He can't be here. And I go, I agree. Kill him. You want to kill him? Kill him right now. We'll break his legs. Get the Navy SEALs. Let's shoot him in the face. And then the kid got off stage, and I felt really bad. I said, listen, you got to go right now. Gonna kill you. Joe is unhappy and it looks really bad. You gotta get out of this club right now.
The cultists all submit to the authority of its charismatic leader who can never be questioned or crossed. He's a supreme leader. And Austin is comedy North Korea. Comedy cultists must pay tribute to the dear leader by praising him and are expected to excessively embellish his abilities, often to an absurd degree.
How many people on Earth do you think could kill you? 100, to be generous?
Maybe.
Very few people can kill you if they want to.
This is straight out of the North Korean playbook, where they pretend their dear leader was the world's greatest golfer after shooting 38 under par on his first ever round, including 11 holes in one. Comedy cultists are expected to study the beliefs of their dear leader and prove their commitment and allegiance by repeating his own opinions back to him.
I was doing the cold plunge after I did the sauna. I've incorporated a new thing that I was telling you, where I get up first thing in the morning, I get in the cold plunge.
Sauna cold plunge thing, I'm so into it.
That's awesome.
My hotel choice, I'm solving for places with sauna cold plunge.
Of like a real legitimate professional comedian that can go up and do an hour and kill.
Not many.
Bro's using North Korea as a comparison when Trump exists. Yeah, I agree. But I guess maybe it's just like too close in similarity, especially because of especially because of Joe Rogan's own relationship with Trump. Maybe
it's not many.
Not many for theaters. How many for theaters? Is there 50? 100?
Yeah,
maybe 100.
Probably less, man.
And by making sure your act panders to dear leader's personal interests and beliefs, you do that, you can tape your special at his spaceship club.
I got 2 daughters.
But it's just basically a joke. I think it's not that serious.
I got a wife. She's a she, her. Just want to let you know that right off the bat. Like, the plumbing matches the pronouns, if you know what I'm talking about.
And really just doing whatever they got to do to appease him, no matter how debasing or humiliating it might be for them.
This is Chris Stefano's very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting and smoking a cigar.
Okay. Yeah. Is this the right way?
Yeah.
He's going to vomit. I want to see him vomit.
Get it on there. Get it on there. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not. Breathe in while you're doing that. I felt it in his face. Puff. Keep puffing. There we go.
This is so mean.
Yeah, take a sniff of these bits. Come take a sniff.
Take a smell. Yeah, you want me to go on the other side?
Yes, my king.
Come take a sniff.
Humiliation.
Yeah, that's right. Get in there.
Yeah. Humiliation.
That is bad.
Not bad, right?
Yeah.
And the most shameful lie of all of them, you got to pretend that dear leader is actually funny. You got to laugh at any attempts at humor, no matter how embarrassing for him or you.
Baby, I'm a baby. Talk about me.
That's what it is.
What are you, some kind of communist? Ori!
Like, I'm a legit world-class comic. Like, I'm real.
Yeah. Everybody knows you as a comic.
The lie functions as a loyalty test.
Congratulations on your magnificent success.
Thank you very much.
And you're a comedian too, huh?
Yeah.
No shit.
You were murdering so hard when you're climbing on a stool. I was like, holy f***. Because we all thought you're just like a famous guy who just does stand-up on the side.
Uh-oh.
And we were like, nah, this guy's a murderer.
There it is. This lie is just so egregious, I had to call this brain science guy called Sam to get some perspective. Hey man, yeah, can you just explain how people could be this dishonest?
The harder the lies are to believe, I mean, really, the impossible lie functions like a loyalty test, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Still.
Code for being in the cult is designed
That's
to get
right.
people to believe nothing. So they just realize, okay, who knows?
Yeah, well, lucky man.
I'm just going to be obedient and keep my head down. I'm just going to
Yeah.
put a sign in the window, claiming to believe the big lie, so that that no one drags me out of my shop and beats me to death on the sidewalk, right? I mean, like
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, thanks,
It
man.
was Hannah Arendt's point.
All right,
in the
yep,
origins
good.
of
Gotta go.
totalitarianism.
Bye.
When loyalty is everything. If you're a ruler.
Sam Harris ate so big off of that Joe clout, their mutual shared hatred for Chairstream. God damn, bro. I was gone for 20 seconds, still listening to the video, and motherfuckers immediately are like, Chairstream time. It's like, yeah, bro. Yeah, you caught me. God damn. Yeah, Sam Harris, mutual anger and resentment, hatred, racism towards Muslims just ate so big for so long. Part of that intellectual dark web, by the way. Why is Sam Harris so smart but so proud of Israel? Because he's a liberal and also he's a massive Zionist. He's a liberal. He loves Israel, which is unironically a theocratic ethno-state. So it doesn't make any sense as a Mr. Atheist. And he's not necessarily smart either, I don't think. He's just very racist. He's just a deeply racist guy who can speak convincingly and try to science his way out of his incredibly racist opinions. He just hates Arabs, man. He hates Muslims so much.
Who demands total and complete loyalty, you're going to create a circle of liars around yourself.
Ousted comedian Chris D'Elia tried to defend Joe.
Which is so odd because, like, Joe's a UFC guy and Muslims have completely taken over the UFC. Like, Dagestan is a permanent fixture, a threat to every belt out there. And it's wild that, like, Joe himself has just been a massive megaphone for some of the most unlimited Islamophobia in the West.
Joe's last special, but he really struggled to navigate that maze, trying to find that perfect take that's going to convincingly praise that comedy atrocity.
Rogan's special came out, and I'm happy about it.
Oh,
it's
sorry,
so
1
crazy
second.
how, like,
My bad.
obviously we know obviously, I honestly haven't seen the reviews. I saw somebody saying it, and they were like, this is a hacky, this is a hack. And it was straight up just not hacky. The one thing that they have is it's hack. Like super woke people even know what
Hello?
is hack.
Yeah. These appeals to dear leader through praise are made in hope that one day his gracious hand will reach down to them, bless them with his endorsement, and pull them out of their hellish obscurity.
So there's kind of this trickle down, Once Joe likes me, then your mom's house goes, want to be on our episode. Once Rogan was like, this Jeff Dye guy's really good, then everyone else has to fall in line.
Right, everyone else
wait,
does.
now I gotta treat daddy like dad. I gotta kiss the rings, You don't go on Joe Rogan and then start talking shit. Joe's dad.
The second pillar is they are the anti-mainstream, anti-commercial,
It is true though, like he still is a incredibly important. He still is a incredibly important vehicle. There's truth to this. Important, yes, bro. He is the kingmaker still. You're never getting on Joe Rogan? Yeah, I know. I mean, I missed that shot a long ass time ago. Why would you want to? He has a ginormous platform of people that perhaps most should hear from someone like myself. Y'all are so funny. Yeah, of course, if I had an opportunity, I would. People think like I'd be platforming Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan would be platforming me, brother.
Anti-establishment underdogs. Dear leader gained much of his power by selling himself as the antidote to corporate mainstream media and culture. His platform is now bigger and more influential than the mainstream media he once stood in opposition to. But because being anti-mainstream was such a fundamental part of his sense of self and his show and his audience's identity, they all have to keep pretending that they are not mainstream.
Yeah, dude, you had the president on. He thanked you by name. You are the mainstream. Okay? Like, there's That's the funniest thing, because like Fox News does that shit too, where they're like, oh, mainstream media is all libtards. It's like, bro, you are more mainstream than the rest of mainstream media combined. Like, what are you talking about? At what point do we just acknowledge that Fox News is mainstream news? I've been saying it, but it's like the whole shtick that these guys have is like, oh, we're subversive. We're anti-mainstream. It's like, no, you are the mainstream.
Admitting otherwise could collapse their new reality, so they stick together, upholding that pillar, keeping their simulacrum stable.
Rejection, rejection of whatever is going, whatever people think the comedy industry is.
Like Joe Rogan is basically Kai Cenat for dudes between the ages of like 25 to 55. Okay. And not just white dudes either. Very diverse audience too. I know everybody wants to think that it's just white dudes, but like Kai Cenat at an environment, or like I Show Speed at an environment where there's like children, Joe Rogan would get mobbed in a similar way between like 25 to 45-year-old dudes. It's not just white dudes. Y'all are wrong. A lot of people personally think, perhaps falsely, that most reflections of white supremacy have entirely white audiences. This is not how it goes anymore. Okay, fascism in 2025 is much more diverse than you think it is. A big part of that also is, I think, the white/non-white status that a lot of Hispanic people have in the United States of America. But we are in a transracial era of fascism, okay? It's not like you got gay fascists, Mexican fascists, black fascists, all of which still embody white supremacist tendencies. It's still primarily white people, make no mistake, of course. But it's not the same way that it's not like, it doesn't exist in the same way that it once did. Like, it's no longer the all-white Klan, okay? That's not how it is anymore. And I think it's important that we understand that too.
Because people think the comedy industry is like some group of people with power that control and give people specials that don't deserve it. There's all this like weird thoughts about the comedy business.
But I wouldn't say that all when white supremacy is still very powerful. It is. It's unimaginably powerful. I'm just saying that its servants are no longer just white. That's what I'm saying. And the more conservatism becomes openly white supremacists, the more that happens, I feel like.
Comedy business is only comedians. There's no business element behind it. There's no networks. There's no producers. There's no executive. There's none of that. So it's just wild.
Dear Leader is a billionaire, but instead of running his own show, he's still partnered with the tech establishment. He and all the cultists are connected to the biggest corporations on Earth, but still they maintain a facade of being independent DIY artists. As we all know, Joe got in tight with the US regime and became the government's own comedy czar. The regime's comedy puppet dictator, like comedy Lukashenko. He's now literally an extension of the US government. But inside the reality of the mothership cult, he's still the anti-mainstream underdog.
He has more motion than Lukashenko.
And obviously this makes no sense at all, but because all this is taking place inside an anti-reality simulacrum, it somehow just works.
You have like comedic instincts. Like when you said to Hillary, you'd be in jail. Like that's great timing.
It's funny, you need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business.
It's the most dangerous business.
Being president is the most dangerous.
Especially you. Imagine if there was assassination attempts on Biden.
Pillar 3. They are real comedians, a special class of human, an elite artist class. Comedy is sacred. And the mothership is both a holy temple.
I was in the mothership last night, and that audience were like church.
And the center of the comedy universe.
The comedy mothership is the hub of comedy in the world.
That's wild.
Yeah.
It's comedy mecca. The green room is the Kaaba, the house of God. Being granted entry is considered one of the cult's highest honors.
We laugh in that green room, and the best thing about the green room is how restrictive it is. You know, that you just can't go in there.
The comedy czar considers his entry into comedy a religious experience. That transformative moment where he was converted, baptized by Mitzi Shore, and transcended from a civilian into a real comedian.
I remember thinking, I gotta get to the Comedy Store. It was like,
it's Mecca.
It was Mecca. It was a religious call. I mean, if there was anything like that in my life, that was it. She passed me as a non-paid regular after my first.
I will say Comedy Store is actually a powerful presence. That is another thing that I will agree with Joe Rogan on, reluctantly. Awesome. It's a dope place. I haven't been in a long time, but god damn.
First audition, I couldn't sleep that night. A real comedian. A real comedian. A real comedian.
Dear Leader's beloved Saint Mitzi must be revered and venerated by the cultists as their adopted spiritual deity. There's this guy here, Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll T again.
No, he's not a comic, he's a singer, but he has successfully joined the mothership cult by carefully studying and obeying the pillars. Here he is performing for Dear Leader, showing his reverence for Saint Mitzi, crying about and praising the woman he's never met.
Speaking of Mitzi's, I was so inspired by the way the mothership has Mitzi's, and it's like
I've only heard of Jelly Roll. I've never actually seen Jelly Roll. I don't know what a Jelly Roll is. In my mind, this is kind of what the image was of a Jelly Roll. Because I only know about Jelly Roll from Felix. He talks about Jelly Roll all the time. Felix Biederman. Is that Post Malone? No, it's Post Ozempic Malone. That's a good one. I'm going to laugh at my own joke. All right. Hey, got him.
Honor to Mitzi. Touch my soul in such a way. What y'all have created there is spreading
awesome.
on to, damn, you almost got me emotional talking about a woman I never even met. I just know she did so much for you.
Doing stand-up is a transcendent spiritual experience that only real comics will ever be able to tap into.
But Richard Jelly Roll is dead ass in Juggalo. No. It's like he stopped taking Ozempic, like after Ozempic. No, dude. That's why I said post Ozempic Malone. Like, as in he stopped taking Ozempic, and this is what happened to him.
Dawkins has never killed.
Let me last one, okay?
On stage. He doesn't know the connection between human beings that comes through laughter and joy in that way.
Walk to the women's locker room with a heart.
Dear Leader draws a stark distinction between the comedian class and what he calls civilians, regular guys, lower tier humans. This Hassan guy explains some of the differences between higher tier humans.
I got scared when he said that.
Comedians, and the lower tier average human, and how difficult it can be to even be around such low tier guys.
Our ability to talk to literally anyone is a skill set. Like,
totally.
Do you ever have to, when you go to like a party with your ladies' work friends?
Yes.
And you're like, bro, there are fucking just goobers out here. Yeah, just office banter. I was at a work thing with my wife. We're like in a building, and outside the window, it looked like someone was about to jump off.
Oh, wow.
The guy goes like, is that guy like, is he walking on the roof? I go, the part didn't go his way, so he's just.
yeah. And they're like, oh.
Pillar 4, they are brave truth tellers and victims of an authoritarian mob of censors. They need to be seen as oppressed victims so they can appear as heroes for standing up to the threat.
I wonder who this guy likes as a comedian. I feel like I haven't arrived at like a comic that he pushes as like one that he likes. Bill Burr, yeah. Or wait, are you speculating, or has he said something nice about Burr? Because like that's who I like.
Inside their simulacrum, they are the modern-day incarnations of guys like Lenny Bruce, Dick Gregory, and Mort Saul. Look them up.
We're drinking, my friends, in the Last Chance Saloon. What I'm saying on stage tonight is barely acceptable now. In 10 years' time...
I can't stand these motherfuckers, bro. Just do good jokes. Even Seinfeld, ultra-Zionist, awful dog comedian, literally conceded on this previous tone that he used to take, where he was like, cancel culture. What's the deal with airplanes? What's the deal with cancel culture? Cancel culture, more like cancer culture. Ha ha ha. And then he turned around and was like, actually, I want to go back on that. I was wrong. You're just either good at doing comedy or you're not. And the people who complain about cancel culture are just not good enough to overcome these sorts of issues.
Forget about it. You'll say, I saw a man and he stood on stage and he made light of serious situations. We used to call them jokes.
An us versus them mentality is a hallmark of cult psychology. Jim Jones fabricated threats like government persecution and fascist takeovers all the time, and he taught his followers that his temple was the only safe place from the dangerous and decaying outside world. The Heaven's Gate followers believed that they and the...
Yeah, that's the point. I will always say this. You cannot, first of all, cancel culture in and of itself, to begin with, you can't get canceled from outside forces. Kyle, what are you doing? Place, you can only be canceled by your own audience, okay? That's number one. Number two, no matter how edgy a joke is, no matter how joke is, if you are a good enough comedian, you can make it work. And the only reason why you feel like you are getting canceled is because people are not laughing because you failed to deliver. That's it. You failed to deliver, and that is the only reason why you feel like you have gotten canceled. It is the most baby shit, the most annoying, constant whiny ass attitude that these goddamn comedians have. Put the jokes in the bag, little bro. That is your job. Okay? If you know how to tell a joke, it doesn't matter how edgy it is. Okay? That's it. It's kind of like my principle on accents. Okay? You can always make fun of white accents, or at least like dominant accents, right? Cultures that have engaged in like colonial violence, things of that nature. But if you're actually doing a accent from a developing nation, then it has to be really good. Because if it's not really good, then it's racist. That's the principle. It's the Mullen principle. Okay? If you can do an accent of a developing nation, like the peoples of a developing nation, it has to be so good. It has to come from a place of understanding. It has to come from a place of like knowing the internal dynamics. It can't be you just pointing the finger at this group of people while simultaneously saying, look how weird they are. It's kind of like trans jokes, for example. Dave Chappelle's trans jokes are as they're hack. It's not because Dave Chappelle is incapable of crafting a good joke. He's just incapable of crafting a good trans joke because he can't get over the fact that he despises trans people. So he can't sit there and try to understand it, develop a better understanding of it to craft a decent joke.
The rest of humanity were under the control of deceptive lower tier aliens called Luciferians, false gods who control.
Yeah, the Beyond was the only good trans joke that he's ever made. The problem is it was sandwiched between really not jokes at all. Daniel Sloss ends his comedy special X with a story about the time a former friend of his one of his friends, and not only was he lauded for the special, he was not canceled. So any hack that complains that they can't make dark jokes lying. Are you saying China is a developing nation? If not, that means you can do a Chinese accent. Oh, come on. It's not a well-defined rule of what kind of accents. In the Western world, we're talking about like non-white peoples and where they're coming from.
Old Earth's religions, governments, and media, corrupting the minds of humans. The only way to escape.
Gabrielle Iglesias, a good comedian too? No. My brother is my normie compass. And as a normie, he pulled up the Gabrielle Iglesias special, and it was the worst thing I have ever sat through. It was so bad it turned good again just to make fun of him. Okay? He is so ass, brother. It's half of the jokes in his special are just basically him being like, what's the deal with cancel culture? No, you don't have to apologize. You can still like him. I'm just telling you, that's my perspective. You can hate me for it. That's just how I feel. You can love Gabrielle Iglesias. No, it's all good. I don't want to yuck your yum, because the way I see comedy, let me tell you something. The way I see comedy is no different than the way people consume music. The problem is a lot of people don't see comedy as that. They see people not telling jokes, but instead reflecting on their world view. Okay? They see someone not in a desperate attempt to craft a joke that makes you laugh and trying to entertain you. They see it as like, this is what he sincerely believes. This is what he believes. This is what he wants you to believe as well. He's trying to brainwash you. That's not the case. Okay, that's not what comedy is. That's not what comedy is at all. And I also, like I said, I treat comedy in the same way that I treat, in the same way that other people like consume music. You're not going to like every album of a musician, but that doesn't say anything. Okay, stand-up comics are going to be good. Sometimes they're going to have misses. They're going to have hits. They're going to have misses. It is what it is. But I think a lot of people, when a comedian misses and is bombs or fails to deliver on a joke, a lot of people look at that and go, "Oh, he wasn't actually trying to be sincere. This is not him being. This is not him attempting to make a joke. This is his sincerely held belief, and he is a bad person." That's not the case.
The Luciferian threat was to submit to Doe, Sui out of this world, and get on that spaceship. This fosters paranoia and isolation, which helps bind the cultists together and keeps them fearful and loyal to the leader. The mothership comedy cult Toilet Piss Pipe employs the same psychological strategy. Like Heaven's Gate's Luciferians, the comedy piss cult also fabricated a make-believe enemy to set themselves apart from and blame for everything.
Woke. It's very dangerous.
A nebulous, undefined,
What do I think about George
amorphous
Carlin? One of the greatest of all time. He's absolutely the GOAT.
Group that is somehow both completely feckless and able to wield widespread domination over our entire society.
They're out of their f***ing mind. They want to force people to behave and think a very certain way. Well, they're just nuts.
He is terrified of a shadow, a construction in his mind formed by a social media feed.
You can never be woke enough. That's the problem. It keeps going. And if you get to the point where you agree to all these demands, it'll eventually get to straight white men are not allowed to talk.
Oh, no.
You're not allowed to go outside.
Damn it. Oh, please tell me you're joking.
I mean, I'm not joking.
Well, the good news is the comedy cult's here to save us all. Thank God. The mothership is their sanctuary where woke meets the wall.
In the comedy world, we say we're the last line of defense. We're the woke meets the wall. If you want to never make fun of marginalized groups, it's like, no.
In the Austin Hell Toilet, because their comedy is not funny, they know it doesn't hold up to criticism. So they need to pretend that the criticism is some kind of attack. Then they can all rally together to defend themselves from it. And to prevent the defensive line from breaking, followers are programmed to believe that they can't survive outside the cult.
One of the ways that I describe comics, I go, you're either like a village or an island. And villages do way better. An island is a man on his own out there that does his own shows and doesn't hang out with comics. If you didn't have any comics for friends, there's a lot of sad people out there.
Yeah, no, don't be a cool island guy. Give yourself to the cult, migrate to that new reality, and you'll be able to achieve things you never thought possible. Because they aren't possible, really, unless you're doing it inside the simulacrum. But that's your new reality now, so that's okay. But don't ever make the mistake of going against the pillars or disrespecting the comedy czar.
No.
Or you'll be swiftly ejected from the group. It's back to classic reality for you.
You're gonna get more people that are very uncomfortable with their own lives and want to live a different life. Well, when you think about where this is all headed, there's only a few different directions that one could go to, and simulated reality is a big one. It's coming.
It's already here, and you're in it. We don't need to invent brain implants or anything like that. Our brains are already configured to live in artificial reality. All you need is a reason. If your career's about to expire because your entire fan base is headed to the glue factory, migrating to the simulacrum offers you access to a whole new, younger audience.
And I'm pretty emotional about the mothership. I think that the universe used you just to get me back out of this fucking hole that I was in. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know.
If you got anxiety about not being funny, you can eliminate that by knowing you can always just do a boring, boilerplate TED Talk soapbox sermon about one of the pillars, and the cult followers will love it.
Apparently, I'm not very PC. I'm not one of those people who tries so fucking hard.
I guess we're just evolving as a society, and this is one of the aspects of that devolution, that regression, is that just like the type of slop that motherfuckers love to consume is this shit. Maybe? Is that what it is? I'm so not PC, dude.
To like prove how woke, what a good person, you know what I mean?
Like I said, this is always and forever my perhaps best comedy take, others have said it as well. If you are seeking claps if you're seeking applause breaks instead of laughter, you are not a comic. You're a TED Talk speaker. Okay? That's it. You're a hack. You're a hack. You're a hack. You're a hack. You are not a comedian. You're doing a TED Talk. You're doing a TED Talk.
You don't even have to be a comic to join and reap the benefits of this simulacrum. There are many cultists who work in other fields that personally interest the comedy czar, like science.
I've been talking to scientists and doctors and biologists and virologists for months and months and months.
And if you're an academic guy rapidly approaching the end of your career and you're spiraling inside because you're scared to die without leaving behind that meaningful legacy you always dreamed about.
You know this question, like, what has Eric Weinstein ever done? I actually have been scared of this question, and I've lived afraid of my own story.
You can just pretend you're the new Einstein. Create your own new theory of everything. Just write whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
What is this thing that you handed me? What is this?
It's the theory of everything. A water wiggle structure about a circle that nobody's ever seen that is at every point in space and time.
It doesn't matter that it doesn't make any sense in classic reality. In the simulacrum, the followers are so stupid that they won't know if it makes sense or not. They can't tell, it's just a bunch of bullshit.
You're spinning that circle over and over again. So this is an actual model of a gauge theoretic concept.
And since you got the comedy czar's endorsement, whatever you say is brilliant, even though they have no idea what you're even talking about.
Can a piece of paper effectively will two hands into drawing each other into existence?
This seems pretty crazy, eh? Well, a while back, these Weinstein guys accidentally revealed the entire motivation behind their schemes.
When we do our homework and we discover something interesting and absolutely nobody else gets it, to you and me, that feels good. To know that you have achieved something and that nobody else can even recognize it gives you some sort of sense of how far ahead you might be.
Remember, it's not a lie if you believe it. Inside the simulacrum, you're now the genius you always wanted to be. And you can stop worrying about being a failure.
What made you want to do this?
When you ask why as a kid, what happens if you keep asking?
Great question.
You either end up in theoretical physics or an insane asylum. And so I just didn't stop.
If you want to become a stoic genius guru kind of guy who knows everything about life, a cold, logically calculated debate, God, but you're actually a hysterical, emotional baby, overwhelmed by everything, has no idea what's real, and can't discuss anything without spiraling out and melting down like a child.
It's also overwhelming.
Well, the simulacrum followers will pretend you're not doing all that stuff. And you can be that guru guy. You can get exposed in classic reality for claiming that the definition of belief is...
If you believe something, you stake your life on it.
So you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
While also getting caught completely believing in Chinese involuntary human milking factories.
Oh, dude.
Jordan Peterson just unironically retweeted a video of a...
He would have staked his entire life on it. He would have staked his entire life on it. The sucking factories in China in CCP hell are real.
BDSM male milking dungeon in the UK claimed to be footage of human rights abuses in China.
Does he think that the Chinese government has special facilities where men can go and have like their pee pumped?
I think he does. I think he does.
Which by his own logic means he would die for Chinese semen milking factories, which ought to make a guy certifiably insane. But not in the simulacrum, where you'll remain the wise guru. Simulacrum migrants also gain access to the cult's Copadex, a reference guide of pre-made dogmatic copes, a virtually endless collection of excuses for anything you could possibly be criticized for. These copes are born inside Dear Leader's own brain and trickle down throughout the simulacrum for all to use.
How come you're not looking at your own self with the same scrutiny that you look at this extremely successful person?
Yeah.
It's because you're jealous.
So many people hate me for really no reason, and it really made me realize that like people only hate somebody they're jealous of.
You know, like people don't like him because, you know, whether you judge his comedy or judge his podcast or judge whether, you also have to judge how he looks. And he's a beautiful man, built like a Adonis. It really makes people uncomfortable, me included. I'm his friend.
I mean, people don't want to laugh at like physically attractive people. Like you don't want to walk on stage and have people looking at your arms rather than listening to you.
I had not seen this. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That is, oh my God. Such spectacular cope.
Your jokes.
And when you can't get a date and nobody wants to f you, because statistically nobody wants to date people who live in your hyper-real simulacrum, you can ease your inner turmoil by uttering the sacred comedy cult mantra.
Silence chin implant cheek filler. Is that real? I don't know. Is that like confirmed? Nick Mullen's hilarious and he's a good-looking dude. Just saying.
It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
Yeah, what? That's another banger. The reason why, by this line, the reason why everybody loves, what's that guy? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting it. That racist dude way back in the day. Joe Rogan always brings him up. Who used to do, whatever. I can't. Andrew Dice Clay. God damn it, you got it. Ding, ding, ding. Everybody loves Andrew Dice Clay because he's so ugly, right? He's ugly, so he must be hilarious. Except he don't have the looks, nor do people think he's funny. So how did that happen?
So, as you've seen with all this scientific evidence and logic here, these facts, joining the comedy cult can offer tremendous opportunities. Submit to the leader. Perform your sui. Become a new guy if you have to. Migrate into the simulacrum. And help uphold its supportive pillars. That's the blueprint, and a lot of guys are on that path. But there's one guy who has followed the path of dear leader better than anyone. His name is Tony Hint.
No,
sorry.
no. I can't deal with the rest of this video, bro. I'm sorry. No, it's too much. It's too much. He's too funny. Tony Hinchcliffe. He's the funniest guy out there. That's why I can't watch him. I can't watch my favorite get disparaged.
I've just been dreading getting to this section. You know we try to be positive on here, but sometimes you got to examine some real dark, depressing. This guy exemplifies what commitment to the cult and its tenets can offer in return. His origin story is eerily similar to the comedy czar.
The reason why I became a martial arts champion because I was being picked on all the time. Right. Kids were always with me. I was like, I don't like this. I'm like, so I'm going to become what I'm terrified of.
As a little boy, Tony was also getting bullied every day. He was walking around terrified.
It's a lot of fear, a lot of danger. And my whole way of handling that is if anybody ever tried anything with me, I would just make fun of them.
So he became what he feared the most. A big dumb asshole, a bully. But I don't know what kind of protection it provided because he says here that his jokes just led to him being punched in the face.
One of my good friends, I made fun of him because his grandma walked him out to the bus stop. He punched me right in the face.
And just like the comedy czar and almost all the guys in this comedy cult, he had a real bad dad.
I didn't have like a dad to complain or to go to the parent-teacher meetings.
So while he was getting pounded in the head every day for being a big dumb asshole, his bad dad pieced out and went and got remarried. Which is fine, whatever, it happens. But this bad dad had decided to keep Tony's...
Okay, now I can't tell. Now with like Elon Musk too, did these guys get their ass beat and then became villains? Or did they get their ass beat because they were villains, even as children? They just had bad vibes as kids? Is that what it is? Or did the bad vibes come after because they got their asses beat? Because like I got bullied. I got my ass beat. I've talked about it before. It's like, I don't know. It didn't turn me into a villain. I don't understand. I'm sure there's plenty of people here who have also experienced similar things. They're not souls.
Entire existence a complete secret to his new wife and family.
My mom told me that my dad travels a lot, my dad works a lot. I mentioned to my mom, I go, hey, Dad's car is in this one house's driveway a lot. My mom like turned pale white. She told me everything that it's a lot. That's how someone like me gets made.
So Tony ran away, and like many before him, his gaping dad hole in quest for external validation.
You were fat, not evil. Yeah, I did get bullied because I was fat.
Took him to the mecca of insecurity, Hollywood. He soon found his way to the Comedy Store, got a job answering the phone or cleaning toilets or whatever, and he found something he probably didn't expect, a new dad. He started opening up for Dad on tour and got his first taste of that long sought-after external validation from his audience. But it was a lot of work, too much work, really. He thought, what if there's a way to get even more laughs while doing even less work, while also being able to satisfy his sadistic compulsions? So he started his own show, Kill Tony, his ultimate scheme.
Guys, give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Generally speaking, I try to separate the scheme from the schemer, appreciate the beauty of a good scheme, and it's a brilliant scheme, it really is. How it works is his show allows him to be on stage at all times, getting attention without having to do anything at all, really. If the show is ever funny, it's because of the guests. He'll brag about how funny this Trump-Biden episode was, but that was these guys who made it funny.
Come on, huh? Come on.
But since reality can be whatever he wants it to be, Tony can easily pretend that the laughs the show generates are all actually for him.
3 times you got married.
Honestly, that's not that bad.
What did Tony even do? Nothing really. A few snide remarks.
Great idea. A ginormous failure in execution only because of who gets to dictate, like who controls the episode. I will forever stand on it. Like Kill Tony, named after Tony Hinchcliffe, is a phenomenal concept. And it would be so much more successful if Tony Hinchcliffe had nothing to do with it. Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband have literally hampered the unlimited potential that this concept has.
Here and there, and just basic MC duties. The show is a...
What is the concept? They bring in like a bunch of professional, very famous comedians, and then they get a bunch of upcoming comedians to do like a tight 1 minute stand-up special, and then the famous comedy greats, comedy legends actually rip them apart in a humorous way and actually give them decent like tips on how to make their how to make their openers like funnier.
Disguised as comedy.
Tony wasn't always a terrible host / person. COVID cooked out of his brain. No, I couldn't stand him even back then.
Took this idea from the world of professional wrestling. What makes pro wrestling so compelling is the concept of kayfabe, a collective suspension of disbelief, maintaining the illusion that the characters, the fights, and the drama are all real. Kill Tony runs on comedy kayfabe, but Tony flipped it. Where wrestling is fun theater disguised as violence, Kill Tony is violence disguised as fun theater.
There's very few people willing to admit that they miscarried. Was that a sad time for you?
It was the lowest point in my life.
Really? Oh, he's calling in right now. We have word.
Despite all of them being followers of a comedy cult, they're all miserable.
I'm encouraging you to quit right now. I think when you find that job, I think you should quit. I don't see it happening for you. Eleanor, you knew me when I was 24. I was already 2 years
Right, but you're not autistic.
Stand over there by the red X. You're really getting a little close. Nope, the other direction, AJ. Thank you.
Kill Tony is supported by the same pillars as the broader Austin comedy Cohen cult, which, as we've proven, are all complete inversions of classic reality. Tony is the megalomaniacal dictator. He must be submitted to and respected. He is a roast god. Comedy Czar proclaims that Tony is the greatest roast comedian alive. And if that idea is ever threatened, he loses his mind. He got very upset when this Jeremiah guy was getting too many laughs roasting the roastmaster.
You don't do that.
You don't do that?
Oh, no, never, never.
Why not?
Against the rules.
This guy looks bi. Bye.
Oh, youth.
Takes one to know one.
Yes. Go have your magic moment. This is the biggest thing in your career. Go do it. Go get it. Go get it.
Oh my God. Oh God, this is why I couldn't. I told you I can't watch this segment, bro. This is why. This is why I told you it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so cringe. Have your magic moment. This is the best it's gonna get for your career. Is crazy when he's killing in your room. Oh,
is that a school bus attached to your face? You flaming homosexual. Takes one to know one.
Yep.
He allegedly cemented his title with this performance at the Tom Brady roast in 2024. If you actually listen to his jokes, they're, I don't know, they're really just okay.
Tom Brady, why do you look like a gay Tom Brady?
But his fellow comedy cultists on stage help sell them and show you how to react. This is straight out of pro wrestling. They all sell the joke in the same way a wrestler sells his opponent's attack. This joke here got a huge reaction. People in the Austin simulacrum were literally talking about it for days.
Bert Kreischer is a king. He looks like if the Tiger King and the Liver King only ate Burger King and had a liver that looked like Martin Luther King got beat up by Rodney King.
And I'm sitting here over and over again hearing how brilliant this was. Just feeling completely bamboozled, because I already heard this joke on another roast 10 years ago.
his jokes are literally all homophobia or racism. Like I said, you can lean into like that. It's just his jokes are just bad. That's what it is. Like there are a ton of comics that make that kind of material work.
Lisa, Larry King, Don King, Rodney King, and Billie Jean King in a Burger King bathroom.
Tony also got a huge buzz after he did this infamous joke roasting Puerto Rico.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
And again, I'm just confused because it was even better when this guy, Dylan Jarbo, did it on Kill Tony back in 2021.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this.
Oh my God, this dude is crazy. Bro, are you kidding me? This dude put himself through hours and hours of Kill Tony just to find all the jokes that Tony Hinchcliffe actually stole, all the bad jokes that Tony Hinchcliffe actually stole from like upstart stand-ups. That's crazy. If you're gonna steal jokes, you might as well steal good jokes, man. That's crazy. Why would you steal the jokes from a dude who's he doesn't even have a tight 5 yet?
There's currently a 500-mile peninsula of trash in the Atlantic Ocean, and I used to live there. It's called Florida.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna write that one down. I did like this joke he did about how murderers never seem to dig deep enough graves.
I know how to get away with murder now. Because I know where everybody that gets caught always f***s up. Yeah, they always get a little lazy around burial time. You know what I never see on those crime shows? The body was discovered after being buried 75 feet deep in the ground.
Until I realized it was just a cover of a Norm Macdonald joke.
Like, these serial killers are supposed to be so shrewd and cunning, but then when it comes time for the grave, they get a little hasty, you know? And I would never, ever kill a lady in cold blood. But if I did, I would take her body to the woods and bury her in a very, very, very deep grave.
I'd rather listen to the proper original, personally. But what do I know?
Also, so much. And you can kind of tell, like, so much of comedy is just on the delivery and vibes overall. Like, god damn, look at the way Norm Macdonald tells that versus the way Tony Hinchcliffe tells that. It's just like the wording, pauses, delivery, execution, timing is all of it plays a major role. That's why certain things just hit. You know what I mean? And you're just like, I don't know what it is about this thing, but you can just like watch it over and over again, and it's always funny.
And yeah, some people will say it's easy to arrive at similar joke concepts, but it's Norm Macdonald, for Christ's sake. It'd be like a musician putting this riff in their song, then being like, hey, I didn't know. I just arrived at a similar concept, I guess. But again, this is hyper-reality. Nothing has to make sense from out here in classic reality. Here's Tony without the team of writers and a teleprompter, put on the spot when Bill Maher requests a roasting.
No crowd work on you.
No, come on, do some crowd work. Ask me where I'm from.
Where are you from?
New Jersey. Come on. There's a slow pitch down the middle of the plate, bro. New Jersey.
That is a Indeed.
Well, come on, you could do better than. Were you
Maybe I'll
famous?
warm up.
Just like the comedy czar tells the mothership cult, Tony also tells
You can't make fun of Bill Maher to his face. That's a target-rich environment, dude. That's crazy.
his
That's
flock
crazy.
that they are under attack by powerful forces.
Free speech is under attack, people. I host a show, and each week I get updates what words we're allowed to use and not use anymore. It's happening right now the past few years. It's a real thing.
He explains here that the reason he chose a political side was because the other side was supposedly censoring him. Tony twists his personal choice of opting for YouTube ad revenue over free expression as an attack from the enemy mob.
I've never considered myself a very political guy. We found out from YouTube that there's new words that they want us to censor. New words that you have to bleep out or you don't make money anymore. So I've become like a free speech angry guy.
He became a free speech guy by becoming a censorship guy, censoring himself to get that paycheck as if the Netflix deal wasn't enough.
That's what Kill Tony is. There's no business element behind it. There's no networks.
That's the kind of backwards logic that only works inside this comedy simulacrum. Just an incredible example of the ability these cultists have to bend reality. The show is sold as a chance to transcend the rungs of human existence to that higher level, to a high-tier real comedian.
That you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner.
But what it actually is a multi-level comedy scheme, exploiting people's hopes of getting the hell out of their lives, and funneling money up to the top of the comedy pyramid to the big man, the comedy czar, everyone involved taking a little piece of the pie on the way up. The vibe of the show is terribly depressing, like watching a bunch of demons torturing lost souls.
Look at it, boy, looking like he on trial for touching kids. He can't even say that. You look gay. Try to do better next time.
You suck. There will be no next segment. You're blacklisted. Go.
Anything that interrupts their sadistic ritual gets flushed right out of there. Even the great Ric Flair was shat upon just for daring to be real.
Oh, I'm a wrestling coach for a high school.
Oh my God, this is so boring. Ric Flair, can you please tell us a story?
Actually, to be honest with you, I respect that very much. My son was a great amateur wrestler. He died of a overdose.
Oh.
In 2013. I don't hear that, but anybody that could take time away from their life to support kids from personal experience, and because I believe it in my heart.
Tony supposedly reveres this guy.
A human living legend. Look at Tony. He's flabbergasted.
He's the man. He's literally the man. Like,
but in this context,
didn't Tony Hinchcliffe? Ric Flair. Am I crazy? Isn't Ric Flair like also kind of a very guy? Don't compare Ric Flair to Jesse Ventura. Jesse Ventura is the GOAT. How dare you? The other thing I was gonna say is like Tony Hinchcliffe, I think, used to write for wrestling, right? He used to be a writer for the WWE. Yeah, he's one of the guys that was just like on those like planes, right? I don't know how else to describe it other than you put a bunch of CT-addled like psychos on the plane and they were just doing like horrifying in the air, if I remember correctly. They were just doing like it was a plane ride where it just no holds barred. It's like a CIA black site torture plane, but instead of torture, I mean, I guess it's a different kind of torture. You're just like you have all the stewardess like having to see these guys.
It's all about Tony and maintaining his kayfabe.
Because I believe it in my heart.
Joe's depressing, man.
You ever had Asian pussy?
I will never sign up to make fun of people that donate their time to making children better.
Maybe it's me, though. I don't know. Maybe I am an asshole. I'm going to see what people are saying about their recent show.
Ric Flair propositioned my 16-year-old mom to go to his room once. So yeah, what the what a deep cut. That is crazy.
Show in London. We got some voicemail here from a few guys in attendance. Let me see what they're saying.
I was staged
stage right, and every scumbag up there booed non-stop for everything, and laughed when they got any reaction or could make a comic react. Booze, fights, people up and down to get drinks or a sniff in the bathrooms, and people so fucked up they didn't know where their seats were.
Comedy is fun.
These three blokes dressed as cowboys were sitting at the back.
I will never understand how people find this funny. I went to a Louis C.K. joke show a few weeks ago and left 20 minutes in. These mean, derogatory jokes are just not funny. It's disgusting. Okay, chatters, it just might not be for you. You know what I mean? I don't know what you heard. I haven't seen anything new from Louis C.K. In forever since he got canceled for doing insane shit to young female comics. But Louis C.K. was objectively a good comedian pre-cancellation, but also it wasn't even a real cancellation. He won a Grammy after he got canceled. Okay, so that's not really a cancellation, but he was objectively good, but he was getting actually really bad. I used to be a huge Louis C.K. fan, and I remember going to his last, like one of his last big arena. It wasn't even like a special. It was like touring, and it was in Los Angeles. I forget where. Was it like? What was it? It's like near Inglewood. Anyway, it was just not good. He was actually low key kind of falling off in his comedy.
Yeah, the being loud by all accounts, but I just noticed when they threw something at the women in front of me. So I stood up and threw some sweets at them, and then I put my jumper on, walked up there and slapped one of the cowboy hats off their head. Then me and the three of them had a good brawl, and I thought it went rather well. But
his apology album, Sincerely, is pretty brilliant, but he's been phoning it in since then. Wait, really? He did was that the one he got a Grammy for? Or he used to be a Dave Chappelle fan? I mean, that's not surprising. Dave Chappelle, before Dave Chappelle got hit with the transphobia ray, and he got like the John Fetterman stroke gun, but in the direction of transphobia instead of defending Israel. He was one of the best of our gen. And he still is like, he still has that dog in him. It's just that I think every reason why he left Chappelle's show behind, he basically reversed for some weird reason. He unironically, like all of the reasons as to why he was like, I want to be a funny person. I think there's more meaning in life. I'm realizing that people are not laughing with me, but laughing at me. The jokes have actually escaped. The jokes have reached like terminal velocity where people are just laughing at black people, you know, instead of understanding the background, all that stuff. It almost felt like when he came back, he was just like so rich, and he was just like, I'm a rich guy. I used to be a Dave Chappelle fan. I'm trans law. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The transphobia and like the I hate cancel culture shit just like ruined him. And also on top of that, I think he just like got real, I don't know. He just got out of touch. That's what it is. That's what it is. You can't be a good comic if you're out of touch. I said this before, and I know Nick Mullen has said something similar as well before people yell at me, but I I had the same exact commentary at the time. It's just Nanette, but for transphobia. Like his last couple of specials were basically just like Nanette for cancel culture and transphobia. Instead of, why did you say he got real? What do you mean? Yeah, he was just literally looking for applause instead of laughter.
afterwards, it turns out I had a couple of great big cuts on my head, so I'm not sure how that happened because their punches actually seemed very weak, and I didn't get any black eyes, bruises, or broke nose. Then I left the building sharpish and went home to bed. Did anyone see if they had any weapons? Because I've come away with some nasty lacerations that's going to scar me face.
That sounds like a comedy show to me. Good, good, good. But yeah, it's a toxic environment. That's why it was the perfect place for Tony to transition into his final new guy. That's why it's called Kill Tony. It's where the old original Tony went to die. He unveiled his fully transitioned self with his most recent comedy tweet thing. And that's why that is called Garbage. Tony in, garbage out. And this new Tony just seems even more pissed off.
the networks were tripping over themselves in the late 90s to make Chappelle happen, but he just couldn't pop off. No, I don't think it's just Neil Brennan. Like, Neil Brennan is one of the masterminds behind the Chappelle show as well. But that's not the reason. No, if you look at his stand-up, if you look at Dave Chappelle's stand-up alone, you will realize that he is, he was very funny. It's just, comedy is the art of observation. At its most base, that's what comedy is. You're just like observing silly, stupid, quirky things about the nature of human existence. And Dave's specials were amazing. He was great. He was very funny, especially his observational skills and his humor as it pertains to like black culture, growing up black in America. All this stuff was fantastic. Whereas like areas that he is not invested in, areas that where he has no investment in whatsoever, or areas that he doesn't understand that he attempts to make jokes about, like trans existence, which is objectively, inherently dark and therefore very funny. Like there's a lot of humor that you can derive out of that. He just, instead of trying to sincerely understand it and make jokes about it, he just did the hackiest shit you can do, which is looking at it from the outside and going, aren't they weird? Okay? Just pointing the finger at like trans people from the outside and just going, ugh, aren't they weird and gross? That's not a joke. You're just looking for applause breaks from other people who also feel the same way. It's lazy, it's hacky, it's not even remotely funny. And it's not, I'm not saying that because like, oh my God, it hurts my feelings. Like I know dumbasses love. I don't think Hassan understands Dave Chappelle. You guys are so wrong about Chappelle. His trans jokes are funny. Dave Chappelle is GOAT. Yeah, okay. Sure, chatter. 13-month subscriber. Jesus Christ. Yes, dude. I love hearing I love hearing attack helicopter jokes from Dave Chappelle. Are you stupid? That's Dave Chappelle. If he is rehashing, oh, trans women are just men wearing a dress type jokes that you have heard a million times over in like on Reddit and in like 4chan and shit, that's not like my expectation from someone like Dave Chappelle is supposed to be way above that. Like that's not like if Steven Crowder is making the same jokes, then you're no longer the GOAT. He's got other jokes. No, I know. And his other still pretty good. It's just that, you know, you have to look at the entirety of your work, the entirety of your output.
He seems to still be following in the comedy czar's footsteps, right off a cliff. But when a guy doesn't have a real male role model, and all he's got is the comedy czar, what else could you expect? And now he spends time on the show doing these deranged, awkward rants about whatever dumb most recently pissed him off. Just like Dad.
But I came back home because I faced anti-Semitism.
You know, I hear this, but it's kind of funny because, like, if you make fun of an Italian, there's no word for that. If you make fun of everybody else, it's racist. Your people have a special word for racism. What do you think that means? If you take yourself out of the picture, what do you think about your people having a special word for just
it's Italophobia, bro? Chill.
You. What exactly did they say or do to you there?
They said, like, go back to, you know, Poland, all the normal shit.
But you've never been to Poland?
No, my ancestry is Ukrainian.
Oh, wow. There's some uneducated idiots that are rooting for you now, not realizing that that country's stealing our money.
Comedy show.
Wow, dude, he's hilarious, bro. That's crazy. Dude, how are you going to bomb in a comedy show joking about anti-Semitism? That's insane. That in and of itself is like how can you not even make a good joke around anti-Semitism in a comedy show, bro? That's, first of all, this is a clip chimp. Tony Hinchcliffe is really funny. Sure, okay. That is crazy. That is actually fucking crazy. That is the worst. Oh my God. Did you date a corn star? What the f? Just found out you dated a corn star. Why did you date a corn star? What the f? Are you all right, dude? You can say porn star in here. It's Twitch.
I'm a doctor.
What was your schooling like? Super Canadian?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I study the Canadian healthcare system because they brag about how good it is. And I like to do my own research just to make sure that I live in the greatest country on planet Earth, and I do. But Canada does rides now for anybody that wants one. Am I correct?
No.
I know more about your system than you because I have a bit about it.
Hopefully you can tell by now that that right there is a guy who has fully migrated into a simulacrum. There really is something in the eyes, eh? Suey eyes. That's definitely a real thing. It's hard to believe, but all this crazy shit is how the top of the comedy world works now. I was tempted to end the investigation there, but I just kept staring up at that photo of David Lucas.
When you ask why as a kid, what happens if you keep asking? You either end up in theoretical physics or an insane asylum.
Why is everyone so annoyed? I just think it's disgusting. Brother, that's a you problem, okay? Who gives a shit? I clearly don't. I think you just gotta get over it, you know?
And so I just didn't stop.
And it got me thinking, if Tony can build his own simulacrum nested inside of the Comedy Czar's simulacrum, then what if Joe the Comedy Czar's simulacrum...
My girlfriend is a chef, and should I be disgusted? She's cooked for so many other men. What the f is logic? Just asking completely unserious like a idiot. I mean, there is a difference. There's a difference between like sex and like cooking, for sure.
Simulacrum is also nested inside a bigger, more powerful simulacrum. Well, guess what?
I fear not the taken 1,000. I fear the that's taken 1,000 times. Sun Tzu.
The breadcrumbs. It's actually not that difficult. Everything's right out in the open, which is part of this bigger cult strategy. They hide in plain sight, and they lay their plans out in public for all to see, because people tend to think if this were real, they would be hiding it.
What's your problem?
Anyways, remember Joe's buddy Duncan? Warning him about what might happen now that Joe's podcast had become so massive and influential? About guys from deep dark wells of influence penetrating Joe like a battering ram and using him to blow radioactivity all over the world? Well, he was spot on. And thanks to Guru David's guidance, we figured out who those evil penetrators are. They are a self-fulfilling, prophetic, doomsday cult, run by technocratic billionaires who want the world to crumble so they can rule over its ashes. An Armageddon death cult, obsessed with the demise of humanity, and hell-bent on making it happen as soon as possible. Comedy. I discovered this plot almost by accident while taking a break from all that thinking. I sat in the tree outside my cabin, started reading this book I picked up at a garage sale in town. It was called The Lord of the Rings. And, while reading it was supposed to be a break from all that thinking about the comedy hell world, but it actually ended up illuminating the pathway to the truth about how comedy got so... So, in this story, these ancient elf guys created magic orbs called the Palantiri. These orbs allowed guys to see and communicate across vast distances with other guys who had an orb. The orbs were meant to help gain and share knowledge and make society work better, but you had to be very smart and strong-willed to use this technology. And just like in our world, most people are just really stupid. It's just the way it is. These orbs weren't inherently evil, they didn't necessarily lie, but they could show a selectively narrow version of reality. And if you had a double-digit IQ and tried to use one, you'd end up confused, misled, and completely dominated. And that's when I realized the guy who wrote this thing must be some sort of genius, because he perfectly predicted the internet and how it was going to break everybody's brain. And in the book, the bad guy is this guy called the Dark Lord. Well, the Dark Lord got a hold of one of those Palantir orbs, and he used it to dominate and reshape the minds of a bunch of influential guys who happened to have orbs too, like the boss of all the wizards, and this guy Denethor, the ruler of some kingdom castle or whatever. Using the orbs, the Dark Lord led both these guys to fully believe the apocalypse was upon them, and that there was nothing they could do to change it. He figured if these influential guys could be convinced the end times were upon them, there would be a trickle-down effect, where everyone would believe it, feel completely helpless, and just kind of give up, let the Dark Lord take over. The wizard boss guy reacted by joining the Dark Lord in his quest for domination, because if that Dark Lord is bound to win the war, he might as well be on the right side at the end of it. It's a philosophical suey. And poor old Denethor turned to utter despair and decided to just let Sauron get on with it. Let his kingdom be dominated by the Dark Lord before doing a proper full suey himself. Oh yeah, there was this other king who didn't have a magic orb, so Saruman sent this guy, Wormtongue, nasty guy, to just go whisper in his ear, and it had the same effect. The point is,
Yes, spoilers for a franchise that has been around for like however many years at this point on. The books have been out for a very long time. The movies have been out for like 20.
these guys essentially all got put inside a hyper-real simulacrum by the Dark Lord using that orb technology. The visions presented to them in the orb became their new reality, and because they were so weak and stupid, losers really, they were convinced there was no way forward except to embrace the apocalypse by joining that Dark Lord, or by going full Sui. Why the f*** am I talking about this stupid book bullshit? Because the internet is our magic orb. But unlike this book, in our world, everybody has one. In the book, the Dark Lord loses the war because the humans got a new king who still lived in classic reality. But imagine if every guy in this Ring story had an orb, and not just a couple of the leader guys. Even this new king wouldn't be able to convince enough people to defend the castle. The Dark Lord would have won for sure. Anyway, it's a good book. Check it out if you know how to read. Because that's kind of exactly what this doomsday cult we're talking about did. They created and then gifted to us our Palantiri, the internet, social media, podcasts. They used their techno-wizardry to seize control of human behavior and thought, creating their Palantiri to be both completely addictive and to devolve all human interaction into complete negativity. Once that happens, our I gotta get the hell out of here gene activates, and when there's nowhere else to go, the cult offers escape pods into their simulacrum, which really are psychic apocalypse bunkers. The cult's goal is to destroy what they call the cathedral, which encompasses all the elements of our society that influence our thoughts and beliefs about the world. Everything from public education and universities to cultural industries, the media, and of course the new mainstream media like podcasts. Once all these institutions are destroyed, the cult can assume control of all of them, and then they can dictate public opinion and the direction our society should go, which for them is an authoritarian monarchy run by an autocratic CEO king. They call this the Dark Enlightenment. People have been talking about this already, but for some reason nobody has ever pointed out that comedy is also part of the cathedral. Because comedy is a tool that can cut through the illusion of hyperreality, one that can topple the pillars that uphold.
Okay, maybe this is the reason why he hates Joe Rogan so much, because he places a lot of emphasis on the role that comedy plays, because comedy can be as serious or as silly as you want it to be. And maybe that's the reason. Because if I believed comedy was this significant in terms of like moving culture, changing our collective consciousness, all this stuff, then yeah, I would also hate Joe Rogan to the same degree. Because yes, Joe Rogan has destroyed comedy in very meaningful ways. And this guy clearly loved comedy. Holy well, Vuki, thank you for the 10 gifted.
The simulacrum. They must destroy it. They've been doing this for as long as comedy has been a thing. And the cult identified their perfect target to infiltrate both the comedy and podcast world, the most gullible man in mainstream media. It was so easy. They just led Joe down the path into the simulacrum with money and validation, and now he's their mainstream media puppet. And comedy is crumbling, taken over by the cult. You think this is crazy? Who are the guys at the top of this cult? It's J.D. Vance.
We're letting a grown man walk around in a miniskirt in broad daylight?
It's the techno-wizard billionaires. It's Elon, Mark Andreessen.
For sure these things are being censored.
It's Peter Thiel.
Talk about what's gone wrong in the U.S. because
they're all friends of the show. Weird, eh?
Everything's so much worse, you know.
Like, how does it not trigger alarm bells in the minds of like the normies who look at Joe interview these like sheepish, wet lizard people and go, "That's my guy. That's my goat right there. He's just a normal guy, just like me." And the guys he's talking to also normal, also just like me. Like. No matter how much you love Joe Rogan, I don't think Joe Rogan can make these dudes look normal.
Hello? They use comedy and podcasting as a fun Trojan horse to sneak themselves into the culture. And Joe and all his enablers let it all happen. Just sold out the entire comedy world. All while he preaches about the importance of comedy and how much it means to him.
It was a religious calling.
It's all a ruse, a great big scheme, a spectacle. Comedy kayfabe.
250 comics.
In the cult's hyper-reality, he's the head of comedy. But in classic reality, he's the gangrenous toe of the comedy world, slowly spreading its vile infection throughout the rest of its body. It's messed up, man, but that's how comedy got so I mean, I think we all knew it was Joe Rogan's fault, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think most people realize he's just one part of an intricate and pervasive takeover of the entire country. And if you're a comedy cultist and you want to write this off as a conspiracy theory, you should remember the teachings of Dear Leader.
When you do have an open mind and you are compelled to try to seek the truth, you got to be aware that these things have happened in history. They are real. As much as people who look for conspiracies and everything, there are also people who try to dismiss everything. And you have to be very careful because there are a lot of things that people do conspire to do.
Joe's legacy will forever be the guy who destroyed comedy.
Did all the 6-hour stream comments made you stream extra long today? Yes. You guys. No, I'm kidding. I just wanted to watch this video because this was good and I got locked into it. But that's the only reason why I stayed beyond.
Probably the entire U.S., honestly.
Assholes.
All the crazy shit the government is doing, Joe did that. Because in the president's own words, Joe won him the election.
He basically said, I won him the election.
And he sold out comedy to make it happen. And it should never be forgiven.
I thought you boys understood. It's business. That's all it is. There ain't no countries anymore. No more good guys. They're running the whole show. They own everything, the whole goddamn planet. They can do whatever they want. Now they're gonna let us have it good if we just help them. They're gonna leave us alone. Let us make some money. You can have a little taste of that good life too. Now I know you want it. Hell, everybody does. Do it to your own kind. We all sell out every day. Might as well be on the winning team.
How does this all end? Well, how do most cults end? Usually in some kind of terrible tragedy. Waco, Heaven's Gate, Jonestown. Who knows if those simulacrum pillars will hold? They're shaky right now because nobody wants to uphold the Jeffrey Epstein pedo pillar. But it kind of has to be upheld. It's a load-bearing pillar. And it looks like they're expecting the comedy czar to fall in line and get rid of the controversy.
No,
Trump's desperate attempt to quell political blowback. The White House reportedly, quote, asking podcaster Joe Rogan to help ease the uproar over the Epstein files.
What's he gonna do?
I mean, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna push back.
Right, no, of course.
No, of course not, sir. Is the comedy czar gonna become Comedy Prigozhin, build out his personal militia, become a mercenary force attached to the U.S. military, maybe go for the coup? Or maybe he becomes Comedy Colonel Kurtz, holed up in his bunker, completely disillusioned by civilization, a cult leader with an insatiable lust for power, descending into madness, waiting for the apocalypse.
See ya, boys.
Well, whatever happens, I think Joe should move the Mothership Wall of Fame a few more feet, right into the bathroom there, if he and his followers are just gonna piss and shit on these guys' so-called legacies. And as for the rest of us, I guess, well, try to identify if you're in a simulacrum and get the hell out of there. Go outside and anchor yourself in classic reality. Stick your feet in the mud, observe the bark patterns of trees, feel the warmth of the summer sun on your face, do some can gazing. The more anchored you are in classic reality, the less easily you'll be sucked up into any of these embarrassing hyper-realities. Good luck with that. For me, I'm anchoring with the dip-a-day program right now, which means every day I'm jumping in that fucking lake. Swimming around, doing about 50 laps to the rock and back. That's no big deal for me. And then back to shore, cracking open a cold one, and lying in the sun as the water evaporates off my skin and rises back up into the clouds, where it'll become rain and fall once again to the earth. The cycles. I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, good. Gotta go. Bye.
You almost have to respect how much hatred he has in his heart, specifically for one man and all of his little goons.
Dude, what fucking timeline are we in where this is like believable? Matt Gaetz reveals that while on an APAC trip as a member of Congress, he found an APAC guy inside his hotel room.
I went on that APAC trip. I went on subsequent trips, and there is an actual downward pressure from the leadership And even the committee chairs, like if you're on the Foreign Affairs Committee, if you're on the Armed Services Committee, if you're on the Intelligence Committee, there's like an expectation that you go there in some sort of like, I don't know, congressional Hajj. And I remember being at I'll never go back. I was at the King David Hotel, and I rolled back to my room unexpectedly when the rest of the group was still on some planned activity. And there's some dude in my room. I'm like, hey, man, what are you doing here? And he acted like he was associated with the hotel and taking an inventory, but had no clipboard. And so, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why they want members of Congress over there. And it is ideologically to steep them in this notion that the protection of Israel is of great import to people in America. But it's really not that important to voters. And that is becoming more clear on the right and left.
I wonder why voters don't give a fuck about dying for Israel. What message will resonate with voters? Healthcare, improved public education, better job security, or dying for Israel. It's just so hard to tell which one will go well. What the fuck is he wearing? I don't know. Fit. I don't keep up with Matt Gaetz except to bring him up when I want to call him. It's not even like a nation of awesome people who are respectful and like fun to be around. It's a colony of like racist weirdos. I mean, when 91% of the polled population in Israel says that they just want to gently ethnically cleanse the Gazans by moving them somewhere else and then never letting them return, what the fuck else do you call that? Literally, what do you call that?
In our world lead, Israel's security cabinet has been meeting for more than 5 hours now, and there is still no final decision announced on whether to endorse Prime Minister Netanyahu's call for Israeli forces to occupy all of Gaza. Netanyahu talked with Fox earlier today to explain his thinking.
Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian Gaza.
I'm sorry, what? What was that? Did you just fucking say the quiet part out loud? To enable our citizens to be free of Gaza? This is the reason why he is a wanted war criminal, and this is the reason why Israel is being accused of a genocide, and this is why there's an arrest warrant out for him. It's because Bibi Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, and a million other staff members in the Israeli government happily and gleefully say explicitly genocidal rhetoric. And if not for the fact that they explicitly said genocidal rhetoric, it would be much, much, much more difficult to try and prove that Israel is committing a genocide. If literally they just followed the shut the fuck up Friday rule and just never spoke, it would be way harder publicly to be able to say, oh, well, we're pretty sure that they're doing a genocide. It'd be like, well, they are killing a lot of people. And then they say absolutely nothing and that's it. The reason that they're being accused of it is because of shit like this. Because they just happily say all this shit out loud. We're fighting human animals. We will raise Gaza. They will have no food, no water, no electricity. Like,
enable the population to be free of Gaza and to pass it to civilian government.
Free of Gaza.
That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do.
CNN's Matthew Chance is with us from Amman, Jordan. Matthew, what are you hearing about this ongoing debate about whether Israel should occupy all of Gaza?
Well, first of all, that security cabinet meeting, Jake, is still underway. It's been going on, as you mentioned, for more than 5 hours. We don't know whether it's going to break up soon or whether it's going to go on through the night. But I think that's a reflection of just how divided, not just the cabinet and the government, but the country at large, Israel is about what to do about Gaza, about how, first and foremost, to get the hostages back. There are still 50 hostages, 20 of them still believed to be alive, inside the Gaza Strip. And you've got elements on the right wing of Israeli politics that want the military to double down and for Hamas to be destroyed as a means of removing the threat, but also getting the hostages back. But according to the latest opinion polls, the vast majority of Israelis want the opposite. They want a deal to be cut with Hamas as soon as possible as a sort of guarantee of getting as many hostages back alive as possible. And there's a great deal of concern and anger in the country that there's a possibility the war, which has drained the energy from the nation, from the reservists, from people in general, may continue now if Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, gets his way and fulfills his intention to take full military control of the Gaza Strip. I mean, just very briefly, the 25% of Gaza that the Israelis don't fully control, that's where the majority of the Palestinian people are, and it's also believed to be where the majority of the hostages are, and so potentially their lives will be at risk with a further military operation.
And Matthew, you're in Amman, Jordan, because you were able to ride along on a Jordanian airdrop of food to help those starving in Gaza. Tell us about that.
Yeah. I mean, look, these have been going on for some time. It's Jordan that's carrying out these humanitarian aid drops. Germany, France, Belgium, a number of other countries are doing it as well. They've been pretty heavily criticised, actually, for being not very effective. They don't deliver anywhere near enough aid needed to address the humanitarian shortages in Gaza. They're also quite dangerous. People have been killed in Gaza when food parcels have dropped on top of them. And they're just seen as performative, symbolic more than practical. But having said that, given the acute shortages and the hunger crisis in Gaza right now, we delivered 6.5 tons of powdered milk and tinned food. For some people in Gaza, that could mean the difference between life and death. But I think the real value of us being on the plane today was that we were able to get a glimpse inside Gaza and have a look from a bird's eye view, quite literally, the sheer devastation that has been wrought across the Gaza Strip.
That looks like enough food to feed 1.5 million people.
2 years now of a constant...
That should be enough. It's only 1.5 million people, Michael. How much could they need? 10 boxes?
Campaign by Israel against Hamas and other militant groups inside Gaza. And it was a really shocking scene.
By the way, you gotta love the passive language on CNN. They're starving for some reason, unbeknownst to us.
Much of it has been laid to waste. It's like a sort of moonscape, a desert of ruins, where there's still a lot of people, of course, increasingly struggling to survive. Jake.
All right, Matthew Chance in Amman, Jordan, thank you so much. With us now, Ephraim Halevi, who, among other top security jobs, was once director of Israel's National Intelligence Agency, the Mossad, in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. What is your reaction to what we're hearing today from Prime Minister Netanyahu, that his government intends to take control of all of Gaza?
I think the general sentiment in Israel is, as you have heard just now, that a vast majority of Israelis do not wish this plan to come into fruition. As you know, the cabinet is now in session. They have not yet reached a finalization of what they're going to do. There's a very strong group of ministers in the cabinet who do not accept.
So, like, what? What the fuck am I supposed to do when CNN is featuring this story that says, Netanyahu, we intend to take control of all of Gaza. And then they also run this story. Netanyahu insists Israel won't occupy Gaza. With the caption, Israel's security cabinet approved a plan to take control of Gaza City. What the
future of millions of Palestinians now entering a new and uncertain phase. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now denying that his country will seize and occupy the enclave. Writing on the platform formerly known as Twitter, Netanyahu said this, quote, "We are not going to occupy Gaza. We are going to free Gaza from Hamas," end quote. He felt compelled to put out that tweet after intense backlash within Israel and around the world after his security cabinet approved a plan for the Israeli military to seize and control Gaza City, which until the war had been Gaza's most populous. Here's what Netanyahu said the day before this was announced.
Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating.
What the fuck is happening? Netanyahu is, oh my God. Netanyahu insists Israel is not going to occupy Gaza after Security Cabinet okays plans to control Gaza City, with the headline from Fox News, Netanyahu, Israel intends to control all of Gaza.
The destruction of Israel.
So almost 2 years into this war, Netanyahu is now under immense pressure, both at home and abroad. Today, family members of the 50 hostages still held in Gaza held a Shabbat dinner outside the defense minister's home in protest. Yesterday, other hostage family members sailed toward Gaza, urging an end to what they called an endless war. But the reality is that Netanyahu's power is, for the most part, unchecked here, and that has led some others to call on President Trump to exert his influence over the Israeli prime minister. Over 600 retired Israeli security officials penned a letter to Trump urging him to pressure Israel into stopping the war. And here is one of Israel's former prime ministers on CNN earlier today.
President Trump is an enormously powerful leader. He has this power in order to use it in a way that can make a difference. Take the leadership and force the Israeli government, because you are the only person that can force the Israeli government to do what needs to be done, and you are the only one that can do it.
All right.
And why the fuck would he do that? What? CNN acting like this is new? But liberals told me that they were working tirelessly. They were working tirelessly. Dude, that one article on, I think it's on the Washington Post. I don't remember. Maybe it was on something else. That's like, it's like a quote from Netanyahu saying Americans, or like America's so easy to trick or something like that. And it's from 14 years ago. It's like, wow, I'm glad nothing has changed. Literally nothing. There was another article from even not just Al Jazeera, because Al Jazeera's coverage has always been on, at least on covering Israel's war crimes, has been pretty good. But Netanyahu U.S. easily manipulated from 2010, and the video was shot in 2001. I know what America is, Netanyahu said. America is a thing you can move very easily, move it in the right direction. They won't get in the way. And nothing has changed. 47% of Israelis think that the IDF should kill everyone in Gaza per Haaretz. I mean, I think it's like an obscene, like 80 or 90% of Israelis think that they should just displace all the Gazans and send them to like Egypt. You know, like ethnically cleansing them. And by the way, absolutely nothing has changed, which has been like, this has been the worst part about this genocide since day one. There isn't even like, all of it is grandstanding. There is not even an attempt to try and pretend like there is some strategy. It's just, yeah, we're going to fix this area by removing Hamas. No, we don't have an end goal. We're just going to.
There is growing global condemnation for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to take control of Gaza City. A new satellite image shows Israel's military is already building up its forces near the border of Gaza City, just a day after Israel's security cabinet approved the takeover plan. Joining me now to discuss is Max Boot. He is a senior fellow with the Council of Foreign Relations and a columnist for the Washington Post. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Well, it doesn't appear that Netanyahu has much support at home or internationally to conduct this operation. Even the IDF's chief of staff is warning Netanyahu in a meeting, according to a source, that a full takeover of Gaza would trap the military within the enclave and put the remaining hostages at risk. So why is he pushing forward on this?
I think the primary impetus is coming from Netanyahu's own cabinet, because this is what the hardliners, the far right and the Israeli government, they are demanding this as the price of continuing to support Netanyahu. And of course, without their support, he would fall from power. But this is a deeply misguided idea to send the IDF deep into the warrens of Gaza City with no plan for getting them out. There is no exit strategy. There is no end game. This is simply a recipe for an endless guerrilla war, which is exactly what Hamas wants. That's why the IDF leadership themselves, they don't want to do this, because they know this is going to trap their forces in this quagmire without any obvious way to leave. But Netanyahu is basically willing to sacrifice the lives of Palestinians as well as IDF soldiers to stay in power. It's deeply dismaying, and it's something that the United States should be speaking up about. Instead, I think President Trump is basically giving Netanyahu an implicit green light to go ahead.
And talking about Trump, he's taking a more hands-off approach, saying it's, quote, up to Israel whether to occupy the entire Gaza Strip. What does that reveal about the U.S.'s role in this conflict going forward?
I think it's pretty clear that Netanyahu has the upper hand in the Trump-Netanyahu relationship. You saw it earlier with the bombing of Iran, where Trump tried to dissuade Netanyahu. Netanyahu went ahead, and then Trump decided to join in. And I think now in Gaza, Trump has certainly expressed some unease about the starvation going on in Gaza. He's expressed concern about ending the war. But at the end of the day, he is not going to stop Netanyahu from doing what Netanyahu wants to do. And this is what Netanyahu wants to do. And again, I think primarily for political imperatives, even though Israel is going to pay a heavy price, not only on the ground, but also in lost international support. I mean, just this week you had Germany, one of Israel's staunchest supporters, saying they will stop exporting weapons.
Which, by the way, huge W. We covered that story a little bit. The fact that even Germany is like, okay, wait. We know we've overcorrected ever since, like the whole, and we've gone full-throated support for Israel. Listen, guys, listen. We can't really give you guys weapons anymore. This is kind of, I get it. We have reparations to pay or whatever. But like, this might be a bit far. And we're kind of concerned we're just doing the same thing again. Because we might just be helping conduct a genocide again. So I don't know if we want that record, dude. I don't know. Germany doesn't want to be in the history books twice for the same thing. Let me see if I can find it. Germany says it will suspend military exports to Israel for use in Gaza. The move followed weeks of debate over reports of hunger in Gaza, but it was precipitated by Israel's decision to expand military operations there. Critical of Israel's intentions to occupy more of Gaza and under pressure from his center-left coalition partners, Chancellor Friedrich Merz of Germany said on Friday that Germany would not authorize any exports of military equipment that could be used in Gaza until further notice. So
Israel that could be used in Gaza, that's an indication of the international backlash that this ill-conceived plan to take over Gaza City is sparking around the world.
Do you think that other countries will follow suit? I think that was a real eye-opening moment to see Germany, one of the staunchest supporters of Israel, saying, no more, we're not sending you equipment or arms if you're going to continue with this operation. Do you think other countries will follow suit?
Well, absolutely. But I think it's really the U.S. is the major player. Germany is the number 2 arms supplier, but the U.S. is number 1 by a large margin. If President Trump were to say, hey, we're not going to send more weapons to Israel unless you guys start to pull back in the Gaza Strip, make a deal with Hamas.
Odds that Israel asked the U.S. to send more weapons to fill in for Germany. Bold of you to assume that Israel needs to even ask. They're probably currently drafting every single fucking AIPAC-funded piece of shit in Congress is probably already drafting the next $10 trillion to Israel. Well, since Germany is now anti-Semitic again, shame on you, Germany, for being anti-Semitic, for not funding a genocide. We will be writing as many checks as we need to, so you guys have, what are you guys calling it? Defensive weapons? That's what, yeah, okay, yeah, defensive. Here are the defensive bullets and the defensive missiles and the defensive armor and the defensive tanks. Is that enough defensive things for you guys? Is that good? Is that good? Do you need anything else? Just let us know. Just let us know what else you need to build your Death Star. Defensively, of course. Your defensive Death Star, of course. Just let us know.
Us and implement a strategy for a long-term governance plan with Arab support. I think that kind of pressure from the U.S. would be meaningful, but President Trump is not willing to use the leverage that he has on Netanyahu. And so Netanyahu basically feels free to ignore what the international community is saying and to go ahead with this ill-conceived plan, which unfortunately will lead to more suffering and could very possibly lead to the deaths of the remaining 20 Israeli hostages.
And real quick here, we're running out of time. But Max, can you tell me, the IDF, it already controls 75% of Gaza. How significant is taking Gaza City in terms of actually changing the trajectory of this war?
Well, I don't think it's going to change the trajectory of the war. I don't think it's going to lead to the destruction of Hamas. I don't think it's going to achieve any of Israel's objectives, but it will enmesh Israeli troops in more difficult block-by-block fighting, and it will put more of, in fact, all of Gaza's population under Israeli control, and it will endanger the lives of Israeli hostages. I mean, more than the actual strategy for getting into Gaza, what I'm concerned about, there is no strategy for getting out. I mean, it's been a long time since this war started on October 7th, 2023, and in that whole time, Netanyahu has still not come up with a post-war plan. What is Israel's objective? And if you don't have an objective, you're guaranteed to fail. If you don't know how a realistic achievement that you're trying to get to, you're not going to get there. And I think that the consensus of the IDF is that the objective that Netanyahu has put out there, which is liberating all the hostages by force and destroying every remnant of Hamas, that's not a realistic military objective.
That's not their objective. If their objective was releasing the hostages, they wouldn't have immediately broken the ceasefire.
Achieve the realistic objective, which is to prevent Hamas from carrying out another October 7th attack.
Yeah, and you've heard so much of the international community warning that this is going to take a human toll, a greater human toll, not just for Palestinians, but for these Israeli hostages.
WDR, have an article being like MERS, is his power dwindling? No more weapons for Israel high-grade chat.
And as we heard from the IDF chief, even his own soldiers, he's worried about there as well. Max Boot, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Lord, dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I kind of like. I can't believe we live in the world where we call people like Mrs. Rachel or Miss Rachel anti-Semitic for talking about Gaza and for talking about and caring about Gazan children. And then they're like, well, you don't talk about Israeli children as much. And it's like, oh, I don't know. It's almost like Israeli children aren't fucking starving. It's almost like they're not fucking starving. I don't know. How about that? How about as like an idea? How about as an idea, you're going to talk about the people that are suffering more intentionally by a different state as a question, as just like, but what a fucking wild world that we live in where like political pundits are still afraid to criticize Israel and like congressmen won't even criticize Israel because they're too busy fucking lining their pockets. But you know who is criticizing Israel? Do you know who is fucking making an effort to uplift Palestinian voices? Fitness YouTubers. Now, to be clear, Jeff Nipple has always been kind of a goat. Always been kind of goated. with the sauce. But even fucking Jeff Nipple.
When you only have a couple water gallons to train with and your diet is so bad, even calling it suboptimal is a compliment. You need to make sure that everything...
Sorry, this was a really good... off of this tweet, science-based lifter Jeff Nippard had a in-depth conversation about training during famine with Mohammed, a fitness content creator living under Israel's starvation campaign and genocide in Palestine.
we are doing is on point. Like, you don't have any more...
The Slob Tube fitness guys are out for Jeff. Dude, he literally can beat your ass. Like, can you imagine going after this guy? He will beat your ass. Like, be fucking for real for 2 seconds. Come on.
Room for error. That's what I always keep in mind when it comes to my training and fitness journey here in Gaza. So today, I'm going to be getting some advice and tips from someone that knows a lot more than me, to say the least. Yes, I'm going to be talking to none other than Jeff Nippard. I'm going to be asking him a few questions on how I can optimize my training and nutrition and how I can make the most out of what I have available considering the situation we're going through. And yeah, without further ado, I'll leave you guys with the video. All right, so great to have you here today. Thank you for making the time for this call.
It's great to be here, bro.
Yeah, so today I'm going to be talking to you about, you know, how someone like me in such cruel nutrition, basically nutrition, like mostly nutrition, but, you know, in general, like cruel circumstances, cruel conditions, can work their way around the obstacles that they have to still kind of maintain gains, or at least maybe like make gains, you know, in the best scenarios. So yeah, I want to get straight into it. And I want to ask you, when it comes to poor nutrition training, would you rather go for high volume or high intensity? Because, you know, high intensity training would, you know, allow you to get the workout done much quicker since you're going to be doing less sets and less exercises. But, you know, higher volume training is going to be less exhausting. And in this situation, you're looking for both, right?
Yeah, so I'm cutting right now, and I'm fully on the low volume, high intensity wave. So I think based on the best research we have, it's pretty clear that you can maintain muscle on a lot less volume than it takes to build muscle from scratch.
Yeah.
And so my preference when I'm on low calories is to do like quick and efficient workouts and just basically send everything to failure. Like that's what I'm doing right now. So that would be my preference. And like when you have limited calories, like you just don't have the same energy, right? Like you may not be able to do like the 2-hour marathon workouts, but like you could get in an intense 30 to 45 minute workout and get the job done. And I honestly, man, in your situation, that's what I would say is the way to go. What do you think of that?
When I first started training, I used to do a lot of volume. I was having some intensity in there, but like I was doing more volume than I needed. And I remember like for the first, I would say like 6 months of my journey, I would say
Dude, like, why is this actually a story that would run on CNN or Fox News? Jeff will soon be indicted for training Hamas operatives. They called Miss Rachel anti-Semitic. They called her anti-Semitic. Miss Rachel. They absolutely will be running that story. Watch out for it. He's Jeff Nippard literally giving training advice to Hamas operatives. He is personally making sure that our poor IDF members die because they're not as well trained.
it did make good progress, but it wasn't the best, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was not the best progress that I could have made for these 6 months. Like, I remember I made like a before and after transformation for like the first 100 days in my journey. And okay, I mean, it was pretty impressive. Like, a lot of people told me, oh, you made great progress and stuff. But I would say like most of that is because of my situation. But, you know, looking at it from a training quality perspective, I would say I was missing a lot in it. So I 100% agree with the high intensity, low volume thing.
Yeah, I mean, like the science-based community is interesting because, like, you know, things I feel like come.
And like, what a world where we live in, that it's just, this is literally just a conversation between two people that are passionate about fitness and want to talk about fitness. And that because you're ever trying to humanize Palestinians who are actively trying to live through a genocide and live through a famine, that is even that is considered even remotely brave. Like, that's fucking insane. Bro's not just lifting weights, he's lifting up humanity. Bro is Sisyphus. Can you imagine being this poor chatter? IDF are very well trained. That's why they're kicking ass. They don't want to relocate people in Gaza to Egypt. They just don't want Hamas to be in control of Palestine anymore. They prefer when Egypt was previously in control. So, like, one quick question, just while I have your attention really quickly. What about, like, the survey from Haaretz that showed that 82% of Jewish Israelis agree with the expulsion of Gazans from Gaza? Like, what do you think about that? Like, what do you think that means? Just like as a quick question for you there. Gazans as in civilians? Yes, correct. As in civilians. According to the results, 82% of respondents supported the expulsion of Gazan residents, while 56% favored expelling Palestinian citizens of Israel. These figures mark a sharp rise from 2003 survey, which supported expulsions stood at 45 and 31%, respectively. So, like, what do you think that means exactly? This other person, is there an opposite poll about Gazans who support the expulsion of Israelis? Okay, so I know that this is crazy to think about, just really quickly, but I personally am going to hold Israel accountable for their genocide and famine that they are absolutely conducting, considering that they have all of the wealth. They have the ability to starve the people. They have the ability to not give any water, electricity, construction supplies, or allow anything to enter. And maybe, just maybe, you should hold those people actually accountable because we're the ones fucking funding them. The funniest thing about these people, too, is like, I promise you, this guy's never done any research on this topic because the polling that I've seen on this is literally like, oh, you know, this is like a favorite quote of like Zionist freaks. They love to quote it. They'd be like, you know, Gazans love Hamas. When they poll citizens in Gaza, Gazans say like 80% of them support it. And then you look at where that poll comes from. You look at where that stat comes from. And it's a stat that says, before and after we show them the war crimes of October 7th. And guess what? After you show them the war crimes of October 7th, support goes way, way, way down. It's almost like they have no water, food, electricity, or technology because we keep bombing all of it, so there's no way for them to even have seen it happen. Insanity. Crazy shit, dude. So yeah, is this chatter going to respond? Expulsion to another country? IDK. Out of the area? IDK. Never heard of this poll, TBH. So, like, why are you talking about something that you know nothing about? Just like, why are you talking about? That's not, they don't want to relocate people. They just don't want to, why the fuck are you saying this shit? Why are you making up propaganda? Why are you like, that's not true? I'm pretty sure CNN, Fox, whatever fucking journal told me that they just really don't like Hamas. Yeah, dude, this chatter unironically pulled this other chatter with like the, what about Gazans who support the expulsion of Israelis? Denims, is there an opposite poll about what Jews in concentration camps and what they think of Nazis and Germans, ? Hey, is there an opposite poll? So the people that are in the world's largest open air prison that are actively being starved and genocided, is there a poll to tell us how they feel about the Israelis? Because something tells me if you polled them, they wouldn't like the Israelis very much. Yeah, I'm very smart. I know. Crazy, but like when you get genocided by a different group of people, you don't like that group of people. Wild. That's insane. That's really wacky there. You're still... God, dude. So fucking pathetic, dude. Just say that you love seeing dead Palestinian children. Just fucking own it, dude. Just literally own it. Don't do this fucking half measure shit. Just say it with your whole chest the way that the Israelis say it. Say you want to fucking ethnically displace them. Just fucking say it, dude. Don't do this pussyfooting bullshit. Just fucking own up to it so we can have you on fucking record committing to this fucking insane position. So we don't have to play these fucking mind games. It's so cowardly. It's so cowardly to be like, why just don't you come on? You're so delusional. I condemn Israel. Do you? That's why you felt the need to say, fuck Hamas, fuck Hamas, fuck Hamas. Jeff Nippert is like 5'6", LOL. Come on. You don't like short kings? banned for not liking short kings. Everybody say goodbye to the fucking bozo that doesn't like short kings. More for me. Sorry, dude. That shit doesn't fly here. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. They don't want Hamas and Gaza after Netanyahu put them there and then bolstered their influence to separate Gaza from the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. Yeah. I wonder if we've ever seen this playbook before, putting religious extremists in positions of power and then funding them to help destabilize a region so that you can blame everything on the terrorists. Thankfully, that's never happened in the Middle East before, ever, in any countries neighboring Israel. Thankfully. Like, it's crazy to me that people still fucking parrot these fucking dog shit talking points when Israelis are just full blown for ethnic cleansing. Like, this is fucking crazy. They're just full blown like, yeah, no, we're down. Let's fucking ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians. This is what we have to say. I mean, they're doing pro-rape protests in the street. Like, what do we expect? Wait, what genocide? If Israel wanted to do genocide, they could do it overnight. All right, I know that I'm like talking to a child, okay? And I get that. I get that this is actually just like a fucking child. I understand. There was this really like fuck awful quote from this Israeli official that said something along the lines of, I'm trying to find the exact quote. They said something along the lines of like, oh, it really sucks that we can't kill like too many people in Gaza every day because then people will start being mad at us. Chatter, did you consider even for a moment that maybe Israel wants to be able to keep its funding from America and keep funding its genocide? And if they speed up and ramp up the genocide rate, they won't be able to keep the little support that they have? And that it is intentional, that the rate that they're murdering people and the rate that they're starving people is intentional? There's literally quotes. I know for sure that there's like a quote from, again, another like public official in Israel saying that like they wish they could send less food and starve them even more. No, this is a different fucking insane statement. Like, this is like, what the like, who? How fucking like, you have to have completely lost your humanity to be smartress saying no one in the world will allow us to starve 2 million people, even though it might be justified and moral in order to free the hostages. Like, what? This is the one. In his speech, he said this week that Israel was bringing in humanitarian aid because we have no choice. We're in a situation that requires an international legitimacy to conduct this war. Like, I'm sorry that you fall for propaganda so easily. Oh my God, dude. He's like falling for every piece of propaganda. Every single fucking one. Oh my God. Sorry, but like, if you actually, okay, one piece of propaganda at a time. If you actually unironically believe that if Israel wanted to do just genocide, they could do it overnight, and that's your justification on why they aren't actively conducting a genocide, how the fuck do you live with that in your brain? Also knowing that they say that the only reason they're bringing in humanitarian aid at all is so that people like you keep defending them because they know morons and idiots like you will be like, well, they could do it if they wanted to. That's the only reason they're sending aid in, and any aid in, so that people like you keep being fucking useful idiots and being like, well, they could send no aid in. They don't want to. They want everyone there to die. They're explicitly saying, we want to starve the 2 million people there. We want them to starve to death. And you are being used like a fucking puppet. You're actually a total fucking idiot. And then for you to be like, oh, well, you people believe this, like, queers for Palestine, try being gay there. Who the fuck brought up anything about being gay? Who the fuck brought up literally anything about being gay? Do you think that, like, because people are homophobic, they should be killed? Is that what you think? Because you realize that that's stupid, right? You realize that that's actually like unbelievably moronic. That it doesn't matter whether or not people are homophobic. You shouldn't be able to genocide them. You know, lots of countries are homophobic. It doesn't give anybody else the right to start genociding them or starving them. Does this chatter know that gay Palestinians get bombed too? Well, in this guy's world, he thinks that like there are no gay people, and there have never been, and there never will be gay people in any Arab country or in any Muslim country. You're joking, but that chatter probably could tell you what the best flavored crayons are. Oh, I'm sure he could actually. I'm sure. Israel Finance Minister Smotrich saying starving Gaza is just and moral. We're bringing in the humanitarian aid because we have to. It is impossible in today's global reality to manage a war. No one in the world will allow us to starve 2 million citizens. Although it may be just and moral. As long as they don't return our hostages, humanitarian for humanitarian, it's morally right, but there's nothing we can do. Like, how do you not realize that you are being used like a total fucking tool? How do you not realize that? That the only reason that they aren't killing more people is so people like you keep defending them. Like, we have these people on record. We have these fucking finance ministers and prime minister and like every single fucking person that belongs to their fucking body of government explicitly saying that we want to kill more of them, but we need more guys like Madman Lullaby to keep defending us. And the only way we could do it is by pretending like we could genocide them if we wanted to. We just don't want to because we're... Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not. I'm reading the messages right here that are in front of everybody's eyes. So you're not going to ever actually address the point. You're just going to keep bringing up other tangents that mean absolutely nothing because you can't address that point. You don't want to address this part where he says that they want to starve the 2 million people. How about you address one point? I've addressed like 7 of yours. Why don't you address one? Come on, buddy. What do you think about this clip? About this guy saying that he wants to starve the 2 million people there and it's just and moral? Come on. Answer one question. Then he's an asshole. Okay, so like another question for you. If every single government official in Israel is saying the same thing, do you think that maybe they're actually trying to kill those people? How many members of the government have to be saying that? How many assholes have to be in power saying that for you to start believing that it might be an intentional killing of a people? IDK, you tell me their names. This is not the question. Everyone. That's not the question. I asked you a specific question. What percentage of their government has to exhibit genocidal language, talking about killing 2 million people, that it's moral, that it's just? How many of those people? What